I, Shiro Amiya, the esteemed founder of medical ninjutsu and revered sage of a millennium in the shinobi world, have been resurrected. This audacious act was orchestrated by a silver-haired lad named Tobirama Senju, who employed the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei to forcibly retrieve me from the realm of the dead. In the dimly lit underground chamber, beside the shattered crystal coffin, Tobirama wore a resolute expression, one that spoke of sacrificing everything for his elder brother. He shattered the sacred relic that housed my half-decayed remains, an invaluable anatomical specimen I had bequeathed to future generations of medical practitioners. Seizing a sand village captive, he formed hand seals and called out, "Ninjutsu, Edo Tensei." As dust swirled around me, my consciousness returned. I slowly opened my eyes, taking in this new form pieced together from the body of a sand ninja and the earth itself. Ah, the early days of Konoha? It appears to have arrived sooner than I had anticipated. Lord Shiro Amiya? Tobirama's expression turned solemn, tinged with regret as he explained the urgency of the situation, beseeching me to heal a person of paramount importance to the shinobi world, his elder brother, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. I wore the quintessential, saintly smile of one who pities the plight of others. If it is to save a life, it is understandable. Yet within, I was exulting. Ninja system reconnection successful. The screen before me lit up. Welcome back, Ninja Shiro Amiya. Reason for delay. Unfinished missions 2-3. SSS rank mission. Defeat the progenitor of chakra, Kagaya Otsutsuki, immortal. SSS rank mission. Defeat the child of destiny. Naruto Uzumaki, sage of six paths mode. Sasuke Uchiha, Rinnegan. The system remains intact. My power endures. This grand scheme, spanning millennia, has finally reached its pivotal moment. However, this Edo Tensei body is fraught with limitations. As I followed Tobirama towards the Konoha hospital, I surveyed the humble village with the curiosity of a child. A millennium has passed. I feigned a sense of melancholy as the houses had transformed. Surely, medical ninjutsu has made remarkable advancements. Even the dead can be resurrected now. Tobirama's expression grew complex, regrettably. Edo Tensei is a technique of warfare. Medical ninjutsu remains much as it was when you founded it. I instantly felt despondent. Humanity has ultimately channeled chakra towards combat, hasn't it? My inner thoughts echoed. As expected, Tobirama hastily painted a hopeful picture. In times of turmoil, survival is paramount. Thankfully, my brother Hashirama ended the Warring States period and established the shinobi village. Once he recovers, peace will reign in the shinobi world, and medical ninjutsu shall surely flourish. I smiled in silence. Peace. Your brother is on the brink of death, and Madara Uchiha has just been defeated by him. The true crisis still lurks on the moon. Tobirama cautiously inquired. It seems you have deep ties with the Senju clan? Oh, I replied nonchalantly, if you are descendants of Ashura. Long ago, I assisted my friend Ashura in selecting two surnames for future reference, Senju and Uzumaki. It seems you have chosen Senju? Tobirama's eyes widened in shock. The revelation that Senju and Uzumaki share a common origin nearly overwhelmed his mind. I shifted the conversation. Do the descendants of Indra still exist? Indra? The brother of Ashura. I sighed, for our ideologies clashed. I believe chakra should be used to save lives, while he sought dominion over the world. We parted ways. His descendants must have inherited a peculiar ocular bloodline, capable of evolving into bizarre ocular techniques. The Sharingan. Tobirama's expression grew cold. They now bear the Uchiha surname. They stand opposed to the Senju clan. My elder brother was wounded by a malevolent Uchiha named Madara. They have inherited their ancestors' malevolence. I nodded in sorrow. The power of the Sharingan was evident from the beginning. It leads one to extremities. Indeed, Tobirama, as if finding a kindred spirit, vented his frustrations. The Sharingan evolves through extreme emotions. The stronger one becomes, the more extreme they grow. The more extreme, the stronger. It must be closely monitored. Excellent. The second Hokage's police department plan bears my contribution. In the hospital ward, security was stringent. Tobirama summoned a youth. Sasuke, I thought. Is this the right era? The newcomer was none other than Sarutobi Sasuke, the son of the third Hokage. Tobirama introduced me with great solemnity, and Sarutobi Sasuke gazed at me with admiration. Ah, the teacher of the legendary Sannin of the future. Now still a young fan. Finally, I beheld the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama, lying on the brink of death. Tobirama, filled with hope, implored, "Please, aid him." I nodded and approached, my thoughts preoccupied with retrieving the data panel. Name, Amiya Shiro, status, impure world reincarnation, restricted. Chakra, but output limit 1 card. Bloodline abilities, all restricted. Tenseigans, Kimui, ultimate rebound eye technique, cannot be used. Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, S, Kimui, space eye technique, power reduced. Would release, S, power significantly diminished. Combat mode, 6 paths mode, SSS, using it once returns me to the afterlife. Skills, all S rank, no hand seals required. 7 elemental release techniques. Yin Yang release, Yang Power, 4 healing, cannot be used in impure body. Sage arts, taijutsu, swordsmanship, medical ninjutsu, unable to save myself. While examining Hashirama's injuries, Tobirama continued to inquire, "Have you met the Sage of 6 Paths? The legendary creator deity?" I was astonished. 6 Paths? Isn't he the father of Ashura and Indra? Did your ancestors not record this? Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck Tobirama. The Senju and Uchiha clans are indeed descendants of the 6 Paths' true brothers. The Sage of 6 Paths was a noble figure. I fondly recalled him. He was the first to donate his body after death, supporting my medical research. The truth, the system issued a commission to retrieve the Sage of 6 Paths' remains, which I graciously accepted, thus acquiring the Rinnegan and 6 Paths mode. Looking at Tobirama's shock-stricken face, I couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Did you think the one being resurrected is a benevolent sage? No, I come bearing a system mission. Having laid the groundwork for a millennium to topple the progenitor of chakra and the chosen one. Impure world reincarnation? Desecration? It has provided me a chance to return to this realm. However, in this dilapidated body, I must find a way to truly revive myself. Chapter 4. Am I being bullied for being an antique? Before the ward of Konoha Hospital, Senju Tobirama earnestly hoped that Amiya Shiro would refrain from disclosing the ancient secrets to others, particularly to his elder brother, Senju Hashirama. He understood the nature of his brother well. Should Hashirama learn that the ancestors of the Senju and Uchiha clans were brothers, and that they both descended from the Sage of 6 Paths, he would likely exhibit greater leniency towards the Uchiha clan. This would hinder Tobirama's future plans to suppress the Uchiha. Ideally, he wished for Shiro to only reveal the malevolent nature of Indra, the ancient ancestor of the Uchiha, thereby facilitating his control over the clan. However, Tobirama was aware that Shiro was a man of integrity, and he likely recognized that such remarks were merely intended to demean the Uchiha, making it improbable for him to acquiesce to such a request. Thus, Tobirama's words were chosen with utmost caution. Lord Amiya, the current situation in Konoha is quite unstable. His tone grew heavy as he began to weave a narrative that bordered on deception. If these ancient secrets were to be leaked, it would undoubtedly stir considerable controversy. Although that fellow Uchiha Madara seeks to destroy Konoha, we still wish to regard the Uchiha clan members who join us as our comrades. Should the villagers learn of Indra's tale, they would likely suspect that the Uchiha are inherently malevolent, leading to an even greater ostracization of the clan. Amiya Shiro's expression was somewhat peculiar. So, am I being bullied for being an antique? I have merely passed away. I am not old. The notion that the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, hoped for the village to accept the Uchiha seemed utterly ludicrous. Moreover, was it not he who had taken the lead in ostracizing the Uchiha? Nevertheless, Senju Tobirama was remarkably adept at justifying his stance. His arguments were impeccably crafted. Hashirama, in his efforts to integrate the Uchiha into Konoha, had always treated them with great favor. If he were to discover that the ancestors of the Senju and Uchiha were kin, coupled with the weight of having had to slay his former friend, Uchiha Madara, for the sake of the village, he would certainly feel a deeper sense of obligation towards the Uchiha. In such a scenario, the other clans in the village might perceive this as unjust. If the villagers were to learn that our ancestors, Ashura and Indra, were brothers, they would undoubtedly begin to question Hashirama's fairness in handling matters. After all, he was the first Hokage of Konoha. The current relationships among the various ninja clans within Konoha are exceedingly fragile. There are doubts regarding the Hokage's impartiality, which could easily lead to the collapse of the hard-won peace. Senju Tobirama, having circled back to his original intention, beseeched Lord Amiya, "For the sake of peace in Konoha and the ninja world, I must implore you to keep the secrets of the ancient clans sealed away." Amiya Shiro found it difficult to refuse, for Tobirama's eloquence and moral high ground were compelling. His words seemed to shine a glaring light upon Shiro, suggesting that, as a benevolent figure from ancient times, he would surely wish to avoid plunging the ninja world back into chaotic warfare. In this era, being good is indeed a formidable challenge, requiring one to be prepared for moral coercion. Fortunately, Shiro excelled at imposing such moral dilemmas on others, striving to avoid any missteps in his speech. With a slight shake of his head, Shiro hesitantly explained, "In our time, during spiritual cultivation, people often communicated through chakra, openly sharing their thoughts without deceit among their companions. I sincerely apologize. I can only do my utmost." A hint of regret graced Shiro's visage as he hoped Tobirama could comprehend his noble character, admitting, "After all, I'm not skilled at concealing my true feelings. I should be the one apologizing." Tobirama, not displeased with Shiro, sighed deeply, reminiscing about the ancient era he had heard of, where mutual respect and understanding flourished during the time of the Sage of Six Paths. "I have heard tales of the legends he left behind when the ninja sect was founded. It is astonishing to discover these legends hold truth." However, Shiro felt a twinge of embarrassment as he rubbed his brow and casually remarked, "For instance, the followers of the ninja sect could not comprehend the ideology of Indra, the progenitor of the Uchiha, which ultimately led him to leave the sect and seek to destroy its villages with the power of his Sharingan. Eventually, Ashura united everyone's chakra to defeat him." What? Tobirama, recognizing the familiar narrative, instinctively denounced Indra, exclaiming that inherently malevolent Uchiha ancestor. His actions mirror those of Uchiha Madara. Madara too abandoned his founding of Konoha, seeking to annihilate it, only to be thwarted by his own brother, who ended his nefarious plot. Both Madara and his ancestor are hardly paragons of virtue. As the conversation shifted, Shiro deftly complimented Tobirama. "You share a commendable bond with your brother. Such harmonious brotherly relationships are indeed rare. This is only natural." In the heart of Senju Tobirama, a sense of nostalgia emerged as he recalled the earnest protection his elder brother had provided during their childhood. After all, his brother had always been there to care for him. Amiya Shiro, a truly virtuous individual, had indeed made a favorable impression on Tobirama. He felt a delightful rapport with him. From the insights gleaned from Amiya Shiro, one could deduce that the ninjas of ancient times were inherently good, and that era must have been a veritable paradise on Earth, save for the naturally malevolent Uchiha ancestor. "Let us enter," Tobirama declared, pushing open the door to the hospital room. His demeanor towards Amiya Shiro shifted to one of humility. "Regarding my brother's injuries, we are powerless and must entrust him to you, Lord Amiya." "There is no need for such formality," Shiro replied, waving his hand dismissively as he stepped into the room, his posture growing serious. "Rest assured, I am a medical ninja and shall not fail my patient." A subtle fragrance lingered within the ward. Amiya Shiro's gaze fell upon the man lying on the hospital bed. This individual bore long black hair, his body tightly wrapped in bandages, eyes shut, yet his breathing remained remarkably steady. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, undoubtedly the most formidable ninja of this era. Tobirama had never witnessed his brother in such a weakened state. Standing beside Amiya Shiro, he wore an expression of deep concern. The battle with Uchiha Madara a few days ago nearly depleted his chakra. "Let me see," Amiya Shiro said, his fingers gently resting on the patient's wrist. The wood-style ninja appeared somewhat astonished, lost in contemplation. Theoretically, The source of wood style is the power of the divine tree. Ajura awakened it through the chakra bestowed by the sage of six paths. Such power is not likely to be inherited by later generations. My brother awakened his wood style after reaching adulthood. Tobirama interjected, promptly noting the secret Shiro had alluded to and proactively urging him to assess the patient. Lord Amiya, what is his condition? Do not worry, Shiro reassured Tobirama, meeting his gaze. The patient's self-healing ability is remarkably strong. He is merely incapacitated due to the near exhaustion of his chakra. Once his chakra is restored, he will be fine. Tobirama considered Shiro's words to be somewhat trivial, as he could discern his brother's condition himself. However, Shiro paused, addressing a matter that piqued Tobirama's concern. The patient has excessively utilized his self-healing ability, leading to accelerated cellular division and regeneration, which has consequently compromised his lifespan. Furthermore, he has overexerted his life energy to enhance his wood style, rendering the situation rather troublesome. Troublesome? Tobirama's expression shifted from tension to a semblance of relief. So, you're able to resolve it? In ancient times, this would be a mere trifle, Shiro assured. As long as I can heal with the power of the sun, it will suffice. Shiro Amiya's eyes narrowed slightly, as if filled with a sense of regret. Yet, in this state, I am no different from the dead and am utterly incapable of harnessing the power of the sun. If only I could genuinely resurrect myself perfectly. Chapter 5. How could you harbor such extravagant thoughts? At times, one must be circumspect in their expressions. Amiya Shiro found it difficult to candidly convey to Senju Tobirama that his true resurrection could indeed restore his elder brother's health. Senju Tobirama, by nature, was rather suspicious. Should he lay bare the truth, the other party would undoubtedly suspect that his revival was a scheme, though in fact it was indeed a conspiracy. Yet, it was precisely because of this conspiracy that it required meticulous nurturing and design. Otherwise, it would be easily unveiled. However, Senju Tobirama appeared somewhat oblivious, exhibiting little concern for the authenticity of Amiya Shiro's resurrection, fixating instead on the nature of the yang release that could alleviate his brother's lifespan. Lord Amiya, what is this yang release? Tobirama inquired, his brow furrowed, lost in his own analysis. This power seems to relate to yang release chakra. I recall that yang release chakra can indeed conjure numerous wondrous ninjutsu, and the application of medical ninjutsu is also associated with yang release chakra. For instance, the Akimichi clan in Konoha. Senju Tobirama was aware that the members of the Akimichi clan excelled at employing the secret technique derived from yang release chakra, the multi-size technique, which allows the body and its strength to temporarily expand immensely. Indeed, the yang release is the pinnacle of yang release chakra. Amiya Shiro thus endeavored to elucidate the concept of yang release, attempting to entice Senju Tobirama. Yang release can create life from nothing, regenerate a patient's severed limbs, and swiftly restore damaged organs. As he spoke, Shiro's gaze turned regretful as he glanced at the ailing Senju Hashirama. Naturally, it can also bestow life anew to those whose vitality has waned, allowing them to continue living. Then, Senju Tobirama inquired with curiosity, how can a ninja attain the zenith of yang release chakra and possess yang release? That is no simple task. Amiya Shiro's eyes flickered, and he sighed lightly. The most straightforward method is for a person who possesses yang release within them to share their yang release with another. Your elder brother would be the most suitable recipient for sharing this power. Amiya Shiro's palm manifested a shimmering turquoise chakra, which slowly dissipated, tinged with regret. Alas, the yang release within me vanished without a trace during this resurrection. I am uncertain as to why. Senju Tobirama inhaled deeply. I apologize. This is my oversight. He took the initiative to express his regret, solemnly explaining. There was an error in my impure world reincarnation technique, as this was my first time wielding such a jutsu. It is of no consequence. Amiya Shiro did not reproach Senju Tobirama, instead offering comfort to the excavation. Perhaps it is due to the fact that this body is not the one I possessed in life, or may have simply faded away in the underworld. Senju Tobirama furrowed his brow and nodded. Amiya Shiro was left pondering a question in his heart. No, Do you truly believe this is my fault? Is it not you who has the issue? How could it be that a being from the ancient era like myself is at fault? To ensure the success of the impure world reincarnation technique, my soul deliberately remained in the underworld, and I even took the initiative to arrive when the summoning technique called upon my spirit. If it were not for my cooperation, it would be absurd for such a crude technique to succeed. It is indeed vexing. Given the circumstances, Amiya Shiro could only begrudgingly continue. At the very least, he needed a pretext to remain in the present world. Even if it meant existing in this impure form within the ninja realm, there would still be other opportunities in the future. After all, he had not left behind no contingencies in his past. So be it. With a deep sigh, Amiya Shiro looked at Senju Hashirama on the hospital bed and said, "Now, I will attempt some alternative medical methods. First, I must restrict the chakra within him, preventing his self-healing regenerative abilities from rapidly dividing the cells in his body. This will not be easy." Senju Tobirama acknowledged Amiya Shiro's approach, but was somewhat skeptical of his methods. Brother's chakra is formidable. It will be challenging to limit it. Indeed, it is quite strong. Amiya Shiro raised his finger, a dark hue manifesting at its tip, and remarked, "It is not much inferior to the ancestors of your clan, Ashura." This is... Senju Tobirama's expression grew solemn. A cursed seal. Amiya Shiro observed the cursed seal energy at his fingertip and explained, "This is a cursed seal formed from natural energy, capable of prohibiting the use of chakra within a person. Should they recklessly utilize their chakra, it will restrict their movements. I am uncertain if this will be effective against him." Amiya Shiro's demeanor reflected a degree of caution, as he seemed uncertain whether his method would succeed. The patient exhibits traces of having practiced sage mode, which may allow his body to adapt to the cursed seal energy quite easily. It might not be able to seal his power. Natural energy. May I experience it? Senju Tobirama looked at Amiya Shiro and proposed, "I have some understanding of certain techniques. Perhaps I could assist in improving it." That would be splendid. This ancient medical ninja found himself in a perfect quandary. For within Senju Tobirama's heart was also a conflict. He held enough trust in Amiya Shiro, yet felt a twinge of embarrassment to doubt the cursed seal energy upon his finger. Even though Senju Tobirama knew that the other harbored no malice, he was reluctant to place his faith in anyone regarding his brother's affairs, believing that only by taking matters into his own hands could he find solace. A sense of unease flickered across Amiya Shiro's face. "Is there a problem?" Senju Tobirama raised an eyebrow. This was not a conventional medical technique. Amiya Shiro expressed his discontent sincerely, voicing his concerns. Although the cursed seal temporarily seals a person's chakra, once the individual fully masters it, they can harness even more potent chakra by merging with the seal. I worry that the power of the cursed seal could be disseminated among the masses. It may, like chakra, be exploited for conflict in the future. Amiya Shiro sighed, reflecting on his past. When the Sage of Six Paths and the Shinobi sect disseminated chakra, many feared that it would be used for strife. Ashura and I believed that humanity would utilize chakra to alleviate the suffering of others. In hindsight, our thoughts were indeed misguided. Chakra ultimately became a tool for conflict among ninjas. My lord, this is not your fault. Senju Tobirama, understanding Amiya Shiro's concerns, offered words of comfort. In this world, it is never the power that is at fault, but rather the insatiable greed within certain hearts. Rest assured, I shall not divulge the cursed seal. Senju Tobirama raised his palm, his voice cold as he made his vow to Amiya Shiro. Moreover, if I were to wield the power of the cursed seal for conflict, let my soul find no peace in the afterlife. There is no need for such declarations. Amiya Shiro's eyelid twitched involuntarily. Is it possible that Senju Tobirama lacks self-awareness? A practitioner of Edo Tensei who disrupts the peace of other souls dares to believe his own soul could find rest. How extravagant! Nevertheless, since Senju Tobirama had sworn such an oath, Amiya Shiro felt compelled to proceed with bestowing the cursed seal upon him. Should Senju Tobirama uncover any issues in the future and wish to lift his Edo Tensei, the cursed seal could serve as a means to counter his actions. The quest for continued readership of the new book persists. Chapter 6. The mark of distinction witnessed the phenomenon. Shiro Amiya effortlessly inscribed a dark seal upon the arm of Tobirama Senju, crafting it in the likeness of the whirlpool emblem of the Leaf Village. The chakra. Indeed, it could not be summoned. Tobirama raised his finger, attempting to channel his chakra, only to find the seal's energy flowing through him like a warm current, rendering his chakra sealed and his body rigid. Nevertheless, Tobirama Senju was undeniably a prodigy in the study of ninjutsu. The esteemed advisor to the Hokage of Konoha swiftly recognized that he could not oppose the energy of the seal, and thus he actively guided the seal's power to merge with his own chakra. This newfound strength, a flicker of astonishment crossed Tobirama's face. The amalgamation of the seal, imbued with natural energy, indeed granted a formidable enhancement to a ninja's prowess. Tobirama was compelled to concede that Shiro Amiya's concerns regarding the spread of the seal and the ensuing conflicts in the ninja world were quite valid. Should an ordinary ninja acquire the power of the seal, they might, under its amplification, attain chakra rivaling that of a genin. With proper training, such an individual could emerge as a significant force on the battlefield. The sole complication lay in the fact that the power of the seal was not easily mastered. Tobirama was acutely aware of his understanding of ninjutsu principles, which allowed him to learn to guide the seal swiftly, yet he still could not attain perfect control. Regrettably, he had pledged to Lord Shiro that he would not wield the seal for combat. Tobirama could only hope that Konoha would maintain its peace indefinitely and that he would not be compelled to resort to this power in a moment of desperation. "Allow me to assist you in unraveling the seal," Shiro Amiya proposed, seemingly wishing merely for Tobirama to experience the seal's power, without any intent to bind him. As he slowly formed hand seals, he explained, "This rudimentary application of natural energy is far too easily grasped by others. I can only hope this power does not ignite new flames of war in our world." "Lord Shiro," Tobirama interjected, grasping Amiya's wrist firmly, "there is no need to hastily unbind the seal. I must observe the fluctuations of the seal's energy you have imposed upon me to ascertain how long it can suppress my brother's chakra." The ancient medical ninja appeared rather naive. Perhaps it was due to having been born in an era of exceptional talents, leading him to believe that the current ninja world mirrored that bygone age. Natural energy. Is it truly so easily wielded? Tobirama had indeed encountered natural energy before. Senju Tobirama shared a profound bond with his elder brother, Senju Hashirama. He had witnessed Hashirama mastering the art of natural energy, transforming into a formidable sage mode, and felt a fleeting curiosity towards this natural energy, though he could not accurately perceive it. Tobirama was acutely aware of the immense value of the seal, imbued with natural energy, a twinge of fleeting shame flickering within him. The seal represented power, and for a ninja like Tobirama, emerging from the Warring States period, power equated to a prolonged existence. Power signified a more comprehensive grasp on the unfolding circumstances. Whether it was the tumultuous public sentiment within Konoha following his brother's injury, or the predatory gazes of their rival ninja villages lurking outside, Tobirama was reluctant to relinquish the strength that could elevate him. He silently promised himself, in a moment of self-deception, that he would only wield this power in the direst of situations. Naturally, such a sentiment was not to be disclosed to others. Tobirama spoke the truth. He indeed needed to gauge how long the seal could contain his brother's chakra based on the energy within him. "You truly share a deep connection with your brother," Amiya Shiro remarked, shaking his head. Perhaps having witnessed the fraternal strife of ancient times, he struggled to comprehend Tobirama's actions and could only gently remind him. "If the seal remains unbroken, your movements during this period may be. There's no need for concern." Tobirama raised his arm, the energy of the seal flowing like water along his limb, yet it did not hinder his actions. If all went according to plan, he would be able to master the seal today. "I have grasped its principles." He glanced at his brother, lying on the sickbed, and swiftly decided to change the subject. "Let's first apply the seal to my brother. He has attained a sage mode that allows for a more perfect utilization of the seal. Perhaps he will soon absorb it for his own use." "I share your concerns." Shiro sighed, extending a finger to rest upon Hashirama's arm. a dark seal descending upon him. As anticipated, the seal rapidly vanished. The natural energy within the seal was instantly absorbed by Hashirama's body, which was exceptionally attuned to natural energy, swiftly converting it into sage chakra, allowing him to enter sage mode. On the sickbed, a glimmer of awareness flickered across Hashirama's face. The first Hokage, lying there, seemed to sense the shift within his body, a painful expression crossing his features as he murmured his first words from his stupor. Madara. Tobirama's expression darkened. What time is it? Why does my brother still linger on Uchiha Madara? Even in a state of unconsciousness, he kept murmuring about Uchiha Obito. That scoundrel sought to control the Nine Tails with the intent to obliterate Konoha, which even resulted in your injury and affected your lifespan. How can you still speak of that rogue? If all goes as expected, the patient shall awaken shortly. Amiya Shiro released a sigh of relief and explained, although my curse mark did not meet expectations, his body has autonomously absorbed natural energy, entering sage mode. His recuperative abilities from Senjutsu chakra are also remarkable, though it may further jeopardize his lifespan. However, that is inconsequential. Once the patient awakens, as long as he refrains from utilizing chakra and manages his self-healing abilities, greater harm can be averted. After articulating these thoughts, Amiya Shiro casually remarked, regarding the prior damage to his lifespan, I shall contemplate further methods to see if there is a way to compensate, as I have grown accustomed to employing the power of Yang for healing, which has somewhat hindered my research in medical arts. Thank you. Senju Tobirama's expression gradually eased from worry. It has truly succeeded. Amiya Shiro has revived his elder brother. Senju Tobirama recalled leading the Umbu to the battlefield, bringing back Uchiha Obito's corpse alongside his severely injured brother, who fell into unconsciousness upon returning to the village. The finest medical ninja in the village were at a loss regarding his injuries, unable even to predict when he might awaken. Regardless, this act of kindness is worthy of remembrance. Senju Tobirama felt a deep sense of gratitude. Furthermore, Amiya Shiro did not seem to mind disturbing his brother's peace, willingly offering to assist in remedying his brother's lifespan affliction. Truly, one cannot express enough gratitude. Senju Tobirama, with a serious demeanor, once again thanked Amiya Shiro, openly praising his contributions. Lord Amiya should not belittle himself. Without your presence, there would be no medical ninja in this world willing to heal and save lives. After speaking, without awaiting Amiya Shiro's modesty, he immediately revealed his true intentions. His brother's life is intricately tied to the peace of Konoha and the hopes of all its inhabitants for the future. The future relies entirely on Lord Amiya. This was Senju Tobirama's selfish desire. In truth, he was reluctant to unravel the reanimation jutsu. After all, having resurrected Amiya Shiro, he had gleaned numerous ancient secrets and even acquired the curse mark that allowed the use of natural energy. Amiya Shiro truly is a treasure. Should Amiya Shiro find himself incapable of remedying his brother's lifespan affliction, Senju Tobirama would merely seek to delay the matter, attempting to uncover more information before unraveling the reanimation jutsu, allowing Amiya Shiro's soul to return to the afterlife. Yet, this ancient medical ninja is indeed as remarkable as the tales have long recounted, selflessly striving to resolve the issues afflicting his brother. This truly resonates with Senju Tobirama's sentiments. Senju Tobirama pondered meticulously on how to accommodate Amiya Shiro in a manner that would not make the esteemed elder feel slighted, while also ensuring that Shiro's true identity remained concealed within the village, thus preventing any unfounded speculation from others. Amiya Shiro, too, felt an immediate resonance with this sentiment. However, he was also committed to maintaining his persona as a medical ninja. With a hint of concern, he cast a glance towards the bed where the first Hokage lay, softly reminding Tobirama, the patient is about to awaken. Indeed, as Shiro had indicated, the situation unfolded as he had foreseen. The once prone form of Senju Hashirama suddenly sat upright, his brow furrowed, and the sage-like glow in his eyes swiftly fading. This revered first Hokage, as if awakened from a nightmarish vision, sat up in sheer terror, calling out the name of his dearest friend, Madara. Chapter 7. The allies' pawns are my pawns, ah. That nefarious Uchiha Obito. What merits does he possess? Brother, why are you still preoccupied with Uchiha Obito at this moment? Senju Tobirama silently reproached his elder sibling, seeking to preserve his dignity in front of the outsider, Amiya Shiro. Brother, Senju Tobirama placed a reassuring hand on his elder's shoulder, urging him to awaken from the remnants of panic left by his nightmare. Calm yourself. Who? Senju Hashirama instinctively lifted his head. It was Tobirama. Upon seeing his younger brother, the alarm on Hashirama's face gradually transformed into composure, though he couldn't shake the dread of the nightmare he had just endured. Tobirama. Senju Hashirama gazed at his hands, seemingly unable to fathom that these hands were stained with the blood of his dear friend in the dream. I dreamt that I killed Obito. Brother. Tobirama's expression shifted dramatically. No, that was not merely a dream. Senju Hashirama's body suddenly slumped as if drained of strength, his hands falling helplessly. The agony he felt was palpable, a torment that words could scarcely convey. Tobirama, I think. Senju Hashirama spoke slowly, his palm laboriously rising to his forehead, tears streaming down his cheeks. I truly killed Obito. Tobirama fell into silence for a moment. While he felt a deep satisfaction with his brother's resolution to eliminate Uchiha Obito, he also understood that Hashirama would undoubtedly mourn the loss of Obito. Tobirama had witnessed the bond forged between his brother and that wicked individual amidst the long-standing enmity of their clans, a bond that Hashirama would sacrifice anything to preserve. Regrettably, that bond had ultimately been severed. It had culminated in Senju Hashirama personally delivering the fatal blow to Uchiha Obito, thus ending a connection that had endured since the Warring States period. Brother, Tobirama gently patted Hashirama's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Do not forget that Obito sought to utilize the Nine Tails to obliterate Konoha. Your choice to slay him was also to safeguard the village we built together. To protect the village? Senju Hashirama's gaze became vacant. To protect the village. It was this very sentiment that had driven him to the irrevocable decision to take the life of his closest friend. Konoha was a village that he and Uchiha Obito had established together. Even the name Konoha had been bestowed by Obito himself. Moreover, throughout their battle, Obito had not harbored the intention to kill him. Uchiha Obito remained as he had always been, indifferent to everything, believing he could manipulate the outcome of their confrontation to bend Hashirama to his will, compelling him to comply with his vision of destroying the village they had both labored to create. Yet, Senju Hashirama was acutely aware. His concern for Konoha had eclipsed the friendship he shared with Madara, and within his heart, he had nurtured the resolve to eliminate anyone to safeguard the village. This determination ultimately led him to take Madara's life. Yet, this very act deepened the sorrow within Hashirama Senju. In his quest to protect Konoha, he had grievously slain his own friend, forsaking years of hard-won camaraderie. Such anguish is unbearable, a torment that life cannot withstand. Hashirama's hands weakly clutched the blanket as he sat dazed upon the bed, tears streaming down his face as memories of his past with Uchiha Madara flooded his mind. Let the patient rest for a while, Shiro Amiya interjected, standing up. The patient is currently in distress. It will be better for him to remain alone for a time. Furthermore, he should refrain from utilizing chakra to heal his injuries, to prevent rapid cell division within his body, which could be detrimental to his health. Understood. Tobirama Senju assisted his elder brother back into a lying position. Hashirama lay back on the bed, dazed and oblivious to Shiro's presence, tears continuing to flow from his eyes. Brother, please rest a while longer, Tobirama said, gently covering him with a blanket. During this time, do not use chakra. Control your body's self-healing abilities. Suddenly, Hashirama grasped his brother's arm and inquired, Tobirama, was Madara's body brought back to the village? The body has been dealt with and buried, Tobirama replied, his eyes flickering slightly. This was a lie he told his elder brother. He had concealed Madara's body within the mountains. After all, Madara was the most formidable of the Uchiha clan, possessing the highest rank of a Sharingan, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. From any perspective, Madara's remains held immense research value. Tobirama wished to dissect Madara's body to uncover solutions regarding the Uchiha clan's ocular issues, and he certainly did not wish to squander this opportunity. Moreover, Tobirama had harbored a long-standing disdain for Madara. Hence, he was indifferent to the possibility that such research might desecrate Madara's remains. However, this was a matter he must keep from his elder brother. Yet this secret did not escape Shiro Amiya's notice. He had been observing the exchange between the Senju brothers and noted the peculiar glint in Tobirama's eyes, reminiscent of a particularly intriguing event. As a time traveler, Shiro possessed memories from his past life that included this chapter of Konoha's history, and he was aware of the fate surrounding Tobirama's concealment of Madara's body. A smirk played on Shiro's lips. If all went as anticipated, he might just uncover the whereabouts of his ally from a millennium ago. My pieces. No. My allies. The pieces in the hands of my allies are also my pieces. I hope my ally, Mr. Kurizetsu, can forgive me for my betrayal in the past. In this era, I am capable of profound reflection. Deep within the mountains of Konoha, in a concealed cave, a dark entity quietly emerged from the depths of the earth. This peculiar, ebony creature is indeed the ally Kurizetsu mentioned by Shiro Amiya. Its essence of life is extraordinarily unique, allowing it to endure for over a millennium. Kurizetsu stood in the chamber, staring vacantly at the coffin before him, seemingly unable to comprehend the events unfolding. How could Uchiha Madara have died? What is happening? How could that man have been slain? He was the most fitting piece I had discovered in 1,000 years. The last suitable piece was Shiro Amiya himself, whose brilliant intellect and grand aspirations rendered him even more appropriate than Indra. Yet, that piece was too naive, ultimately falling prey to Ashura's deceitful words. Believing that the ninja world would transform into a paradise of happiness under the ideals of the sage of the six paths and medical ninjutsu. How incredibly naive. To believe that chakra could bring forth the power of happiness. Humanity's vision remains tragically short-sighted, failing to grasp their inherent nature to slaughter one another in the pursuit of resources. Any form of formidable power will inevitably evolve into an increasingly efficient weapon of death. What a pity. Shiro Amiya possessed such remarkable intellect. How could he, a genuinely kind-hearted individual, be swayed by Ashura's depiction of a bright future? Kurizetsu found itself yearning for that once-beloved piece, reminiscing about how Shiro, in that crude, ancient era, had his summoning beast assist him in conducting human experiments within the wet-bone forest, thereby acquiring a fragment of the power of the god tree and the sage of the six paths. So close, they were on the brink of success. They could have even toppled the sage of the six paths entirely. Such a shame. Shiro Amiya was far too fixated on his Navi dreams. Of course, if it weren't for his stubborn devotion to that self-proclaimed grand vision, he would not have been manipulated by this hidden puppet master. Alas, it was ultimately that very belief in his so-called noble dream that led him to be betrayed by that fool, Ashura. Moreover, Shiro entrusted his dreams to Ashura. If he were still alive, he would undoubtedly regret believing in that fool, Ashura. It truly is a lamentable loss. That Shiro Amiya, with his astonishing brilliance in medical techniques, and that Shiro, whose innocent and kind nature bordered on foolishness, was my most cherished piece over these millennia. In comparison, Uchiha Madara, this piece, is rather excessively arrogant and haughty. Before even catching a glimpse of hope for the success of his plan, he discovered that it seemed destined to falter with the demise of Uchiha Madara. Madara was dead. Should I continue to wait? No. I must first extract Madara's eyes. At the very least, they possess the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Just as Kagaya Black was contemplating the bleakness of the future, it suddenly sensed movement from the sealed coffin, prompting it to hastily retreat underground. Kagaya Black's abilities were remarkably unique. When its body submerged into the earth, it felt akin to entering water. However, it did not immediately depart. Instead, it concealed itself once more in a hidden corner of the chamber, cautiously observing the commotion within the tightly sealed coffin. Chapter 8. The Black Absolute. It seemed as though a friend, long dead for a millennium, had returned. With a soft crack, the coffin within the secluded chamber slowly creaked open. A robust man emerged from the depths of the casket, his disheveled hair cascading around him. He opened his mouth and expelled a piece of flesh and blood into his right palm, gradually reacquainting himself with the essence of life. It was none other than Uchiha Madara. No one would have anticipated that Uchiha Madara still drew breath. The entire shinobi world believed that he had been slain by Senju Hashirama, and they would never suspect that this formidable man could rise from the grave. The timing was impeccable. It appeared my conjecture was indeed correct. Uchiha Madara lifted his gaze to survey the dimly lit chamber nestled deep within the mountains, derisively mocking his most despised adversary. Even in death, during my battle with Hashirama, that treacherous and despicable man, Tobirama Senju, would not hasten to dispose of my remains. He extended his left hand, instinctively caressing his eyes, one of which now bore the pallid hue of blindness. It was evident that this lost I had exacted a toll for his resurrection. I had meticulously configured the Izanagi technique and its activation time, employing the rewritten seal left dormant within my Sharingan. This method had indeed borne fruit. Izanagi, the ultimate secret art of the Uchiha clan, allows one to transform all unfavorable outcomes experienced within a brief span into mere dreams, death included. The rewritten seal, a unique technique of the Uchiha's Sharingan, enables the practitioner to prepare a specific technique in advance, embedding it within their eye while establishing the conditions for its activation. Remarkably, this technique remains effective even after the caster's demise. Prior to my climactic battle with Senju Hashirama, I had already made provisions for my potential defeat, utilizing Izanagi and the rewritten seal to evade death. A tinge of regret washed over Uchiha Madara as he tenderly stroked the hollow of his eye socket. It is a pity about the eye that Izuna bestowed upon me. This was the eye given to him by his brother, Uchiha Izuna. However, as thoughts of the purpose behind provoking a confrontation with Hashirama resurfaced, his spirits swiftly revived. The flesh of Hashirama. Madara's gaze burned intensely upon the morsel in his hand, a piece he had savagely bitten from Hashirama during their clash. It was the trophy of this fateful battle. This was the most vital possession, even more significant than the outcome of the conflict itself. This was the desired result that could only be harvested through a fight to the death. Hashirama, this time my plan has succeeded. As long as I transplant this flesh upon my wound, I shall acquire the cells of Hashirama Senju, and with them his chakra. Uchiha Madara clenched the flesh of Senju Hashirama, feeling the vigorous life pulsating within it. He envisioned the outcomes of the transplantation, the forces of creation and destruction intertwining, a manifestation of the myriad phenomena. The implication was that the chakra of the warring Senju clan and Uchiha clan could merge, bestowing upon him the power to save humanity. I hope it will not disappoint me. Just before Uchiha Madara departed from the chamber, a thought struck him, and he abruptly raised his finger. Shadow clone technique. Bang! A shadow clone materialized at his side. Uchiha Madara watched as his clone lay in the coffin, masquerading as a corpse, a cold smile gracing his face. Let's leave behind a shadow clone. Should anything happen to it here, the clone can relay all encountered information back to me upon its dissolution. This way, I will be forewarned should that treacherous and despicable man, Tobirama Senju, discover that I still live while researching my body. At that moment, I shall be prepared. As a ninja who has endured the brutal slaughters and bloody conspiracies of the Warring States era, Uchiha Madara did not believe that faking his death would ensure his complete escape. He merely sought to buy himself time to harness the so-called power of creation and destruction. The shadow clone technique was immensely practical for individuals of their caliber. The clone left behind served as a safeguard against the discovery of his feigned demise. For the nature of the technique ensured that vital information would be transmitted back to the original before the clone's end. Uchiha Madara believed he had made all necessary preparations before quietly leaving the chamber, seeking a tranquil spot to perform the transplantation of Hashirama's flesh. However, before that, Uchiha Madara wished to have one last glance at Hashirama. This battle had been the most intense they had ever experienced. Although Uchiha Madara acknowledged his defeat to Hashirama in this encounter, he was also aware that he had inflicted unprecedented injuries upon his former friend. Perhaps Hashirama lies gravely wounded on the brink of death. Despite that fool's remarkable regenerative abilities, the severe damage he sustained should prevent him from awakening in such a short time. A final visit. This chapter is not yet complete. Turn the page to continue reading. A farewell to my past self. Uchiha Madara had resolve in his heart that when he attained the power of creation and destruction and faced Hashirama once more, he would undoubtedly carry the determination to end his rival's life. Hashirama, I have learned from you as well. Uchiha Madara recalled their final exchange, remembering the agony of being pierced from behind by Hashirama's ninja blade. In the depths of the night, Uchiha Madara clenched his fists, his teeth gritted, resolute in his conviction. I too shall become like you. No matter the cost, brothers, friends, even my own children, anyone could be sacrificed in the pursuit of my beliefs. Hashirama, this is the lesson you imparted to me. I have accepted this dark resolve. Gradually, Madara's demeanor relaxed. For in the moment of decision, everything appeared less daunting. His expression normalized as he stepped deeper into the shadows of Konoha. Though the village was heavily guarded, to Madara, these sentinels seemed as inconsequential as children playing a game. Only Senju Hashirama posed a true challenge to him. However, Madara remained oblivious to the fact that, just as he departed, Kagaya's Black Zetsu had been stealthily observing him from the depths of a hidden chamber, meticulously tracking his every move. How astute Madara is, Black Zetsu mused, somewhat impressed by Madara's covert strategy, which nearly eluded even its own awareness. A sinister smile crept across its visage, reveling in the prospect of witnessing the success of their shared ambitions. Unbeknownst to Madara, Black Zetsu had discerned his use of shadow clones within the secret chamber, understanding that Madara sought to conceal his apparent demise. Allow me to assist you, it thought, following Madara's footsteps while contemplating how to obscure the truth of his feigned death. Senju Tobirama had collected Madara's remains, likely intending to unravel the secrets they held. Therefore, Black Zetsu resolved to create distractions for Tobirama, ensuring he would be too preoccupied to scrutinize Madara's body. If no one noticed Madara's false death, its plan would unfold seamlessly, allowing Madara to undergo the transplant of Hashirama's flesh and patiently await the awakening of the Rinnegan. As Black Zetsu envisioned the successful execution of its scheme, a malevolent grin spread across its face. Once Madara awakened the power of the Sage of Six Paths, it would finally be time for Black Zetsu to make its grand entrance. Just as it delightedly continued to trail Madara, contemplating how to secure an environment conducive to the awakening of the Rinnegan, it suddenly observed Madara halt and, for reasons unknown, stealthily conceal himself. Black Zetsu's curiosity piqued, leaving it perplexed. Has my presence been revealed? Black Zetsu harbored doubts about the exposure of his stealth abilities and even found justification for his belief. He had been observing Indra all along, a skill inherited from his mother, yet even the Sage of Six Paths was oblivious to it. Soon, Black Zetsu realized why Uchiha Madara had halted his steps. He too noticed two individuals traversing the streets of Konoha, engaged in a conversation regarding the condition of Hashirama Senju. One of them happened to be Tobirama Senju, whom Black Zetsu intended to discreetly assist in creating trouble for. As for the other individual, Black Zetsu initially perceived him as an ordinary ninja from Konoha. To Black Zetsu, apart from Hashirama Senju, everyone else was merely an ordinary ninja. Then, by chance, he cast a glance at the other person. That fleeting moment rendered his thoughts momentarily blank, casting doubt upon the trajectory of his existence. Is this a millennium later? How is it that I seem to recognize Shiro Amiya? Today marks another 5,000 words. Please continue reading. Please bookmark. Chapter 9. Shiro Amiya? Uchiha Madara? Where is this? Black Zetsu found himself perplexed by the location. When is this? Black Zetsu struggled to comprehend the passage of time. Am I in Shinobi world 1,000 years later? Black Zetsu began to question the course of his existence. Encountering an old acquaintance in a foreign land is typically a cause for joy. However, meeting someone who should be utterly impossible to appear at an inopportune time often breeds doubt rather than delight, as is the case for Black Zetsu. He pondered the perplexities of his life. What is the situation? Having truly lived for over a millennium, diligently instigating wars, and earnestly spreading the philosophy of medical ninjas throughout that extensive era, there should be no issue with time. So have I become muddled in my existence? How could I see Shiro Amiya here? Isn't this individual from over 1,000 years ago? How can he possibly exist in this shinobi world a millennium later? Could it be that my prolonged life has led to a form of psychological disarray? Black Zetsu, somewhat dazed, concealed himself in the shadows, observing Shiro Amiya, doubting his own mental state. From any perspective, Shiro Amiya should never appear before him. Yet this individual has manifested so abruptly. He even seems to thrive in this era. Let us divert the patient's attention for a moment. Shiro Amiya appeared completely oblivious to the presence of Uchiha Madara lurking in the darkness, seemingly unaware that Black Zetsu was undoubtedly nearby. As a medical ninja, Shiro Amiya remained thoroughly dedicated in this era, showing great concern for the psychological well-being of his patients. The anguish of having to take the life of a friend weighed heavily upon him. As a family member, it is best for the patient to swiftly find new support while conversing. Shiro Amiya observed Senju Tobirama, attempting to discern whether he could sense the concealed Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu nearby. However, Senju Tobirama exhibited no signs of awareness. Although his sensory abilities were exceptional, the fortified Konoha did not necessitate the use of any formidable sensory techniques. Furthermore, Senju Tobirama had not fully mastered the seal Shiro Amiya had bestowed upon him, rendering him unable to freely utilize his chakra during this time. Let me think Senju Tobirama could not detect anyone concealed in the vicinity. He merely lowered his head, contemplating how to redirect his elder brother's attention. Compared to that nefarious fellow Madara, his brother undoubtedly cared more for the people of the village. Senju Tobirama, well acquainted with his elder brother, swiftly conceived an appropriate plan. He would encourage his brother to engage more with the village's children during this time. For those children were the true future he wished to protect. This seems quite satisfactory. Eminently supportive of Senju Tobirama's ideas, Amiya Shiro proactively expressed his stance. I shall endeavor during this period to devise a means to extend his lifespan. Thank you. A sigh of relief escaped Senju Tobirama's lips. Although he could not fathom the method proposed by Amiya Shiro, he still harbored hope that his counterpart might genuinely uncover a solution to his elder brother's ailment. However, one must always prepare for the worst. Just moments ago, in the hospital, I found it inappropriate to inquire. Senju Tobirama's expression grew cautious as he sought to pose the question that weighed heavily on his mind. My lord, I wish to ascertain the answer to a pressing inquiry. If you're unable to find a remedy. With arms crossed resolutely over his chest, Senju Tobirama's voice was slow yet unwavering as he posed the question. How much time does my elder brother have left? The chapter remains unfinished. Please click to continue reading on the next page. The night breeze carried a somber stillness. The air on this street seemed to fall into a profound silence. Whether it was Senju Tobirama standing before Amiya Shiro or Uchiha Madara lurking in the shadows, both held their breath at that moment. For Uchiha Madara, the survival of his friend Senju Hashirama was paramount. As he yearned to demonstrate to his former companion that he was indeed correct after obtaining the power of the universe, he wished for Senju Hashirama to witness the path he had discovered. For Senju Tobirama, the imperative was clear. Senju Hashirama must survive. For the establishment of the ninja village system in the Land of Fire relied heavily on Hashirama's martial prowess, which had secured vast, fertile lands and united the various ninja clans under Konoha. Should Senju Hashirama perish, the entire ninja world would undoubtedly be thrown into turmoil. Senju Tobirama was accustomed to keeping future uncertainties within a controllable scope. Emotionally, he could not accept his brother's death, yet rationally, he had to prepare in advance to maintain stability in Konoha after Hashirama's passing. 10 years. Amiya Shiro uttered a precise figure. If I fail to discover any solution, even if he refrains from exerting any force during these years, it is unlikely his lifespan will exceed 10 years. 10 years? A weighty realization settled upon Senju Tobirama. 10 years. This duration seemed lengthy at first glance. Yet, for someone like Senju Hashirama, still in the prime of life, it felt excessively cruel. For Konoha, a fledgling ninja village, it appeared all too brief. Senju Tobirama was always inclined to anticipate the worst. As the true ruler of Konoha, he could not bear to witness the disintegration of the village they had collectively built following his brother's demise. It was imperative to discover a path that would ensure Konoha's enduring existence before his elder brother's passing. Even though many of the ninja clans within Konoha were united under the Senju name, most did so merely due to Hashirama's esteemed reputation and formidable strength. Once the elder brother passes away, it is uncertain whether these clans will remain aligned with Konoha. These clans continue to maintain their independence within Konoha, with many ninjas still taking pride in their surnames, yet they have not genuinely acknowledged their identity as ninjas of Konoha. It appears that I must urgently devise a feasible plan. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Senju Tobirama's eyes. His inner thoughts were seldom revealed to anyone aside from his elder brother. He merely nodded toward Amiya Shiro, seemingly indifferent to the fact that his brother had only a decade left to live. I understand, Senju Tobirama murmured, quickening his pace toward the Hokage's office while formulating a plan for the accommodation of Amiya Shiro. During this period, should Lord Amiya remain as a guest in Konoha, there may be certain inconveniences. I shall arrange for Sasuke and the village's Umbu ninjas to accompany him. He may freely express any request to them. It is of no consequence. Amiya Shiro's demeanor was exceedingly amicable, seemingly nonchalantly articulating his thoughts. If it is convenient, I would like to experience more of this era. I hope. A look of reverence and sanctity graced Amiya Shiro's face, to meet a successor worthy of entrusting the future of medical ninjutsu. It shall be done. Senju Tobirama silently nodded in agreement. Could this ancient medical ninja be in search of a worthy disciple? This is indeed splendid news for Konoha. Although the medical ninjas within Konoha are competent, they pale in comparison to Amiya Shiro, who stands several tiers above. Based on Senju Tobirama's brief interaction with Amiya Shiro, it is evident that the latter possesses considerable medical techniques, which must have been selflessly passed down by this great medical ninja, though regrettably severed during the Warring States period. As Senju Tobirama and Amiya Shiro's footsteps gradually faded, Uchiha Madara stealthily emerged from the shadows, observing the retreating figures from a distance. 10 years, is it? Uchiha Madara squinted, his silhouette once more disappearing into the darkness as he clandestinely made his way toward the Konoha hospital. However, Kurizetsu did not accompany Uchiha Madara. This entity, cloaked in darkness, peered after Uchiha Madara, then turned to regard the direction in which Senju Tobirama and Amiya Shiro had departed. As for the timeline, it largely adheres to the previous narrative of the Naruto universe, primarily based on the anime setting, with supplementary elements from the manga. Thus far, whether it be the puppeteer behind the scenes or the laborers, the timeline appears consistent. According to the plot, Tsunade triumphed over the first Hokage, who subsequently passed away. After the Great War, he certainly lived for a considerable duration, for instance, after capturing the Nine Tails and subsequently seizing other tailed beasts to distribute among others. Chapter 10. In his youthful solitude, Kurizetsu encountered an extraordinarily captivating piece on the chessboard. It truly was him. Kurizetsu found himself in a state of inner turmoil, both delighted and perturbed. Although the appearance of Shiro Amiya in this era was an unexpected occurrence, and even though he ultimately betrayed Kurizetsu in ancient times, Kurizetsu still reminisced about the days spent collaborating with Shiro Amiya. This peculiar sensation, it was akin to encountering someone breathtakingly remarkable during the most desolate moments of life. Whenever Kurizetsu recalled Shiro Amiya, he would inevitably begin to reminisce about their first encounter. At that time, Shiro Amiya was engaged in the assassination of Indra. Back then, Indra still possessed the three-tomo Sharingan. At that moment, Kurizetsu had underestimated this minor character's audacity. The ensuing battle nearly terrified Kurizetsu to death, for he had not anticipated that this seemingly insignificant figure had acquired remnants of the divine tree, mastering the powers of wood release and natural energy. Alongside formidable physical and swordsmanship skills, all while accompanied by a diminutive slug that rendered Indra, with his 3-tomo Sharingan, incapable of lifting his head. Due to Kurizetsu's covert surveillance of Indra, his intention to assist Indra drew Shiro Amiya's attention, prompting him to abandon the assassination attempt. Subsequently, Kurizetsu could not escape. It was then that he became acquainted with Shiro Amiya. He also came to understand Shiro Amiya's aspirations, which included the desire to eradicate the shinobi sect established by the Sage of Six Paths. As the sage grew frail with age, the principles of the shinobi sect gradually spread, leading some disciples to return to their homelands. Some disciples utilized chakra for the benefit of their communities, while others succumbed to greed, exploiting chakra for personal gain. Shiro Amiya was one such victim, a certain disciple of the shinobi sect. In a bid to seize a few bottles of fine sake, wielded chakra's power to slaughter an entire village. Only Shiro Amiya's timely departure spared him from this fate. In pursuit of vengeance against the disciples of the shinobi sect, Shiro Amiya prayed to the remnants of the divine tree, ultimately obtaining the power of wood release. The strength of wood release was indeed formidable. However, to challenge the Sage of Six Paths with such power was utterly delusional. Kurizetsu did not believe this pawn, Shiro Amiya, could manifest any significant potential. Kurizetsu had scarcely paid attention to Shiro Amiya, knowing only that he roamed the shinobi world, saving lives while propagating the belief in medical ninjutsu. At that time, Kurizetsu was basking in the glory of his successes. For it was the first time Kurizetsu's plan had succeeded. He had deliberately incited Indra to challenge Ashura, hoping that Indra would seize Ashura's power and awaken the Rinnegan. Yet, the outcome was a dismal defeat for Indra at the hands of Ashura. The initial endeavor faltered swiftly. The once triumphant Kurizetsu fell into a state of despondency, retreating into the shadows. In times of despair, Amiya, Shiro, tirelessly devoted himself to rescuing others, proclaiming that chakra was a force to alleviate the suffering of humanity rather than a weapon wielded by the disciples of the shinobi sect to inflict pain upon the world. During that era, Amiya Shiro truly attained a prestige that surpassed even that of the Sage of Six Paths. While the populace continued to revere the divine tree, the sage had shattered their faith in humanity. In stark contrast, Amiya Shiro, who relentlessly aided those in need, earned the respect of many, particularly as he too believed in the divine tree. Always accompanied by a small slug resembling a snotty creature, he traversed the land, alleviating the ailments of the suffering. Even the Sage of Six Paths and Ashura, his progeny, held deep admiration for Amiya Shiro's unwavering conviction. He pioneered the belief in medical ninjas, enduring the unbearable pain of humanity while striving to liberate them from their afflictions. Such benevolence naturally garnered the admiration of the Sage of Six Paths, who feigned moral superiority. Even Kagaya, the embodiment of malevolence, recognized Amiya Shiro as a genuinely kind-hearted individual, adhering to the principle that even villains favor virtuous souls. Kagaya found great interest in Amiya Shiro, whom she deemed useful. In those melancholic days following the failure of her plans, Kagaya incessantly whispered disparaging tales of the Sage of Six Paths into Amiya Shiro's ear, as they jointly condemned the reckless destruction wrought by the disciples of the shinobi sect through the misuse of chakra. Among their discussions were numerous secrets, such as the Sage of Six Paths being the origin of chakra. This was not a hidden truth in that era. Capturing a disciple of the shinobi sect would often yield such information, igniting Amiya Shiro's curiosity regarding the Sage of Six Paths. After the sage's demise, Amiya Shiro sought to dissect his body, yearning to uncover the source of chakra to devise a means of reclaiming the chakra that caused suffering to humanity through the disciples. Kagaya understood that his motives were not for the sake of power. As a medical ninja, Amiya Shiro needed to study human anatomy, and he was the first to undertake such dissections to refine his medical skills. He had expressed to Kagaya on numerous occasions his desire to dismantle the stigma surrounding surgery, intending to transform his own body into an anatomical specimen upon his death to facilitate the learning of medicine for future generations, a goal he ultimately achieved. Kagaya divulged information regarding the body of the Sage of Six Paths. Due to the sage's immense power, Kagaya dared not approach his corpse, fearing that, even in death, the sage would retain his formidable presence and sense of his surroundings. Amiya Shiro, however, acted without hesitation. He deftly pilfered the body of the Sage of Six Paths and, in pursuit of understanding its mysteries, transported it to a locale abundant in natural energy, marking the commencement of a prolonged period of seclusion. This place was known as the Wet Bone Forest. In the treacherous Wet Bone Forest, a perilous acidic liquid permeates every corner. Although Amiya Shiro had initially invited Kagaya to accompany him, Kagaya dared not venture near the deadly Wet Bone Forest. Upon Amiya Shiro's return to this realm, he was accompanied by a colossal slug, having acquired a fraction of the Sage of Six Paths power and successfully implanted the Rinnegan. Kagaya had never anticipated that humanity could achieve such remarkable results through the study of the human body. Before Kagaya could guide Amiya Shiro on how to gather chakra, he took the initiative to strike. Amiya Shiro unleashed his power, decimating the entire shinobi sect. He slaughtered countless disciples of the shinobi sect, transforming their village into a desolate wasteland, mere steps away from annihilating the sect founded by the Sage of Six Paths. This was the closest Kagaya's plan had ever come to fruition, and it represented Kagaya's most exhilarating act of vengeance against the Sage of Six Paths. Not only was the destruction physical, but it also delivered a profound psychological blow to the shinobi sect. However, Amiya Shiro ultimately fell to Ashura. This was because Amiya Shiro had previously encountered Ashura. While secretly gathering and processing the remnants of the divine tree, he met Ashura in a village ravaged by its remnants, where Ashura was assisting the villagers in digging wells, and Amiya Shiro perceived Ashura as a benevolent figure. Ultimately, persuaded by Ashura's earnest counsel, Amiya Shiro chose to trust in Ashura's promise, believing that Ashura would lead them to greater strength to rescue the suffering populace. This man was resolute in entrusting his dreams to Ashura. In a bid for atonement, Amiya Shiro even utilized the Rinnegan's innate technique to communicate with the realm of Yin and Yang, resurrecting the deceased from the battlefield. Thanks to the immense power of the Sage of Six Paths, Amiya Shiro did not perish immediately after employing the technique and returned to the Wet Bone Forest to prepare for his final affairs. When Amiya Shiro reappeared, only a half-buried crystal coffin remained, which the slug entrusted to Ashura. How naive he was to have genuinely believed in Ashura's promise. Yet, Amiya Shiro's success revealed another possibility to Kagaya. Throughout the millennia, Kagaya had persistently stoked the flames of conflict between the descendants of Indra and Ashura, while simultaneously promoting the noble ideals of medical ninjutsu, hoping someone would master human experimentation like Amiya Shiro. It is worth noting that this reflects Kagaya's frequent sense of confusion, for it is a being that creates wars, yet strives to disseminate the holy mission of healing and salvation. Amiya Shiro's tale has continued to resonate through the ages, while the legend of the Sage of Six Paths has faded into myth, largely due to Kagaya's machinations. Alas, despite both his own methods and Amiya Shiro's, Kagaya has not witnessed a glimmer of success since. Thus, this has only deepened Kagaya's nostalgia for Amiya Shiro. Because Amiya Shiro was merely one of the countless executions of the plan, an endeavor that approached success infinitely. How regrettable! If only in that era, Amiya Shiro had not placed his trust in Ashura. Ha ha ha. Kuratsuchi bore a mocking smile, envisioning the profound regret and shame that would adorn Shiro's face upon their meeting, a visage marred by the betrayal of yesteryears. Upon witnessing the ceaseless conflicts of the ninjas, would you now lament the foolishness of having believed Ashura's words? This is Kuratsuchi's recollection, not Amiya Shiro's. The white moonlight of Mr. Kuratsuchi. In truth, this chapter lacks the depth it deserves. This book commences its timeline during the era of the ninja sect. I shall revise it when time permits, and present it once the Naruto arc concludes. I hope that past memories will not hinder your reading experience. Chapter 11. It appears that only one path remains. Will Shiro Amiya regret his own naivety and foolishness? In this world, Kuratsuchi seldom engages in communication, with Shiro Amiya being its most frequent interlocutor. The notion of mocking Shiro Amiya perpetually lingers in Kuratsuchi's mind. Kuratsuchi has always regarded Shiro Amiya as merely a pawn. Yet on the eve of a significant advancement in its plans, it was betrayed and discarded by Shiro, an experience that left a rather unpleasant taste. Kuratsuchi has observed the crystal coffin collected by the Senju clan more than once. The last occasion was 2 years prior when Kuratsuchi stealthily infiltrated the secret chamber of Tobirama Senju, arrogantly deriding Shiro Amiya's naivety before the crystal coffin. Yet now, Shiro Amiya has truly been resurrected. Kuratsuchi indeed possesses the opportunity to mock him personally, or rather, the chance to re-engage this pawn, the sole piece that could lead its plans to fruition. However, at this juncture, Kuratsuchi refrains from succumbing to momentary temptation. It must carefully contemplate its choices, for there exists another new pawn, Uchiha Madara. This is a fresh piece, progressing step by step according to Kuratsuchi's design. Although Madara has only taken his first step, with the future still shrouded in uncertainty, Kuratsuchi already possesses a well-developed strategy for utilizing Uchiha Madara. As for Shiro Amiya, he epitomizes maturity. In the past, Kuratsuchi needed not lift a finger. Shiro Amiya single-handedly orchestrated the destruction of the shinobi sect. Of course, exceptions do exist in this era. Kuratsuchi remains unaware of the state of the resurrected Shiro Amiya. This age lacks the remains of the Sage of Six Paths for him to study, leaving only the reincarnated wielders of Ashura's and Indra's chakra. Yet, this does not seem to pose a significant issue. Shiro Amiya's true strength does not lie in brute force. His genuine power resides in his genius intellect, derived from his advancements in human medical research and the consequent development of human experimentation techniques. Kuratsuchi, having witnessed the miracles Shiro Amiya once wrought using the corpse of the Sage of Six Paths, finds it somewhat inconceivable that a mind of such brilliance, equipped with the theories it has provided, would fail to resolve the experimental challenges surrounding the birth of the Rinnegan. The only dilemma lies in whether Shiro Amiya, having lived for over 1,000 years, would still place his trust in a creature of such antiquity, whose identity is undoubtedly complex and extraordinary. Perhaps he would, as long as Kuratsuchi crafts a convincing rationale. For instance, claiming to be the will of the God Tree, a narrative that bears a striking resemblance to Kagaya's own intent. To be honest, it seems rather inconsequential, since Shiro Amiya is already aware of Kagaya's existence. Most individuals of that era recognized her, venerating Kagaya as the divine maiden serving the God Tree. When deceiving Shiro Amiya, Kurizetsu was essentially misleading him about the essence of chakra, which is not a force that ordinary individuals can wield. It must be entrusted to the right hands to prevent calamity from befalling the world. Who, then, is the rightful bearer? Undoubtedly, it is the revered goddess of the moon, Kagaya Otsutsuki, for only she possesses the authority to determine the rightful ownership of chakra. Did I truly divulge such matters? Kurizetsu pondered over the fragments of his conversations with Shiro Amiya, recalling how he had indeed broached the subject of resurrecting the moon goddess Kagaya. After all, Shiro had gained his powers from the remnants of the God Tree and held a deep reverence for both the God Tree and the goddess Kagaya. It seemed he'd shared far too much. Kurizetsu's mind was beset with anxious recollections of the secrets he had once kept from Shiro, leaving only his true identity and the means to resurrect Kagaya. The resurrection would inevitably require a sacrifice to serve as the vessel, a secret that must remain concealed at all costs. Thankfully, he had safeguarded this knowledge. However, it was precisely this discretion that had led to a significant deviation in his plans, which had been on the verge of success. Yet, he had already disclosed his desire to revive Kagaya. A cold sweat threatened to break forth, an unusual response for a being of his nature. He had been so young and naive a millennium ago, foolishly revealing so many thoughts before Shiro. Luckily, Shiro, in his innocence, had simply believed in him due to his own faith in the God Tree. How foolishly naive he had been back then. After enduring the passage of time, Kurizetsu now found himself in the awkward predicament of regretting his youthful indiscretions. At this moment, the chapter remains unfinished. Click to continue reading. Did he truly have any alternatives? Regardless of Shiro's thoughts or the confusion surrounding Kurizetsu's identity, it seemed he was bound to choose Shiro as his pawn. A sudden realization struck him. Given Shiro's knowledge of too many secrets, he had no choice but to entrust his plans to him. If a resurrected Shiro were to unveil the ancient secrets, even the existence of Kurizetsu himself would be jeopardized, potentially rendering the pawn, Uchiha Madara, useless. Unless he chose to remain hidden forever. However, it was certain that Shiro would eventually reveal the ancient secrets to the present age. Kurizetsu was uncertain when or if such concealment would ever cease. Yet, perhaps Shiro was indeed a worthy pawn. After all, Shiro had illuminated Kurizetsu's previously dim existence when he had despaired of ever resurrecting his mother. Wait, perhaps it is merely a figment of my imagination. I shall first investigate the crystal coffin of Emiya Shiro. The shadow of Kurizetsu silently descended into the depths, stealthily making its way towards the hidden chamber of Senju, Tobirama's collection, for it was well aware of the location. Soon, Kurizetsu arrived at the chamber. Upon witnessing the shattered crystals strewn across the floor, it was evident that they had recently been broken, as the sharp edges bore no dust. The half-corpse within the crystal coffin had, of course, vanished without a trace. Kurizetsu swiftly deduced that Emiya Shiro had indeed been resurrected, and it was certain that this revival was linked to Senju Tobirama. That fellow truly utilized a half-corpse to bring Emiya Shiro back to life. His intention was to harness Emiya Shiro to heal the grievously wounded Senju Hashirama. Kurizetsu recalled the fierce battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Remembering Hashirama's grievous injuries and unconsciousness, it had already surmised Tobirama's objective. That individual had indeed found the right person. In this great conflict, with Hashirama so severely injured, if anyone in the entire history of the shinobi world could save him, aside from the Sage of Six Paths, it was likely only Emiya Shiro. No, something feels amiss. After his resurrection, Emiya Shiro is assisting in the healing of Senju Hashirama. Kurizetsu instinctively focused on Emiya Shiro's situation, recalling its eavesdropping on the conversation between Shiro and Tobirama. Suddenly, a terrifying thought emerged within its mind, expanding incessantly. Senju Hashirama is the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra. He quelled the wars, brought an end to the millennium-long warring states period, and, at the very least, recreated a shinobi world that appears remarkably peaceful on the surface. Emiya Shiro undoubtedly senses that Hashirama carries the reincarnated chakra of Ashura, and he is willing to assist in healing him. No, Emiya Shiro, that fool, cannot still believe in the foolish words of Ashura at this juncture. This alarming thought surged within Kurizetsu, compelling it to hasten its movements as it swiftly traversed beneath the ground. In this moment, Kurizetsu felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. If Emiya Shiro continues to place faith in that fool Ashura, how many secrets regarding this era's shinobi will he divulge? I must locate him swiftly. I must ascertain his thoughts without delay. If Emiya Shiro has not yet revealed any secrets, I must find a way to persuade him to return to our original plan. As for the notion of eliminating Emiya Shiro to maintain secrecy, that thought flickered through Kurizetsu's mind and vanished in an instant. Kurizetsu harbors doubts about whether he might secretly conspire against Shiro Emiya, inciting a conflict between him and the ninjas of this era. Speaking of which, how much power does the resurrected Shiro Emiya possess? Although Shiro appears to lack the Rinnegan, his inherent strength is formidable. Furthermore, during the scheming process, he unwittingly divulged his secrets without restraint. Additionally, Kurizetsu is reluctant. Compared to the troublesome new pawn, Uchiha Madara, Shiro Emiya, a piece that nearly succeeded in the past, is far more advantageous. This represents the simplest path. Upon witnessing Shiro's resurrection, regardless of the thoughts that may arise in Kurizetsu's mind, ultimately, only one intention remains. whether passively or actively, to persuade Shiro Amiya to align with him. Shiro, a nearly maxed-out character, possesses extensive knowledge of dungeon strategies, capable of disrupting the game at any moment. Uchiha Madara, a freshly created novice account, lacks even basic equipment. This delineates Kurizetsu's options. Chapter 12. I implore you, Shiro Amiya, do not fall for deception again. On a tranquil night, a cool breeze wafted through the window. Shiro Amiya felt no chill, for his reanimated form rendered his senses akin to that of a corpse. Nonetheless, he closed the window as if he were still alive. Perhaps this was the only way to truly grasp the essence of living. The dwelling had been arranged with the assistance of Tobirama Senju. Although Shiro did not require a room for rest, he sought a serene environment, citing to Tobirama that he needed to observe the medical ninjutsu of this era. Naturally, a member of the Umbu encircled the premises. This Umbu ninja was not there to surveil Shiro, but rather to safeguard him and await any requests he might present to Konoha. In truth, Tobirama believed that with a mere thought, he could control Shiro's body. Yet he chose to maintain a semblance of respect, hoping that Shiro would not perceive the Edo Tensei technique as a means of manipulation. Do not stay up too late. Rest early, Shiro remarked as he closed the window, addressing the concealed Umbu ninja below the windowsill. Please bring me a map of the ninja world tomorrow morning. The Umbu ninja hesitated momentarily. However, recalling Tobirama's orders, he swiftly retreated, heading towards the Hokage's office to report Shiro's request. Shiro's mood settled into tranquility. I have only left one path for it. He idly adjusted the lamp's wick, musing over Kurizetsu. Why has my ally not come to see me yet? Kurizetsu, why has it not come to seek me out? If Kurizetsu's intellect had been honed over a millennium, it would surely realize that I, its former ally, remain its sole option. Surely, Kurizetsu cannot still be as gullible as it was over 1,000 years ago. The candlelight flickered, casting a shadow upon the wall. A dark entity silently emerged from the depths. Just as Shiro began to worry about Kurizetsu's stagnant intellect over the years, Kurizetsu's figure materialized quietly behind him. Long time no see. Lord Shiro, Kurizetsu's chilling voice whispered in Shiro's ear. Lord Shiro. This title was one of intimate respect. Typically, it was only used by the slug that Shiro had raised since childhood. However, Kurizetsu fancied their relationship to be quite close and occasionally employed this form of address. Though Kurizetsu had always regarded Shiro as a mere pawn, it only dared to harbor such thoughts in the recesses of its mind, refraining from voicing them aloud. After all, the disparity in their strengths was formidable. Kurizetsu could only deceive and manipulate Shiro. They were once comrades in collaboration, not master and servant. And the title Lord Shiro was merely an affectionate form of address. The voice. Shiro Amiya found himself frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend the sound that reached his ears, causing his fingers, which had been adjusting the wick, to come to an abrupt halt. It is I. The voice of Kuratsuchi wavered, as its form once again slipped beneath the earth. If you remember me. The one who shared a common dream, only to be ultimately forsaken by Lord Amiya. I apologize. A hint of guilt manifested on Shiro Amiya's face. As he could not help but bow his head in remorse, he noticed Kuratsuchi emerging from the ground before him, truly standing there. You did not expect this, did you, Lord Amiya? Kuratsuchi observed the blend of shame and astonishment on Shiro Amiya's countenance, and its mood gradually shifted from tension to a satisfied smile. I too did not foresee that, after enduring a long stretch of solitude, I would have the opportunity to meet Lord Amiya from over 1,000 years ago. Indeed, Shiro Amiya gazed at Kuratsuchi standing before him. The present Kuratsuchi bore some differences from its form a millennium ago. It appeared taller, resembling an adult more than ever. You have grown taller, Kuratsuchi. Suddenly, a gentle smile graced Shiro Amiya's face, reminiscent of the countless times he had praised Kuratsuchi in the slug in years gone by. The smile on Kuratsuchi's face froze. Upon hearing Shiro Amiya's compliment, Kuratsuchi found itself momentarily at a loss for words, caught off guard by the unexpected praise. This fellow still retains that disposition? Kuratsuchi had prepared itself to unleash the harshest words as a means to rouse Shiro Amiya. yet its fist had yet to strike. However, before Kuratsuchi could inflict any emotional wounds upon Shiro Amiya's kind heart, it seemed that Shiro had already willingly succumbed to hurt. A shadow of sorrow crossing the face of its reanimated form. Its fingers resumed their gentle manipulation of the wick on the table, reaching forth to disregard the flame's flicker as it danced in the candlelight. How wonderful! After more than 1,000 years, I still have the chance to reunite with my former companion. The ninja sect of this era. No, they now refer to themselves as ninjas. A note of joy seemed to escape Shiro Amiya's lips, yet his face bore an ineffable sadness, one that even Kuratsuchi could sense, as he struggled to suppress his grief and anguish. Kuratsuchi, the ninjas of this era are truly prodigious. They have managed to resurrect me, this long-deceased entity, utilizing the very specimen I left behind for future generations. In the midst of anger, Heiju sneered, ungraciously mocking the ninja world of over 1,000 years later. Surely, this must be the worst of times. To which Amiya Shuan raised his head, his tone tinged with self-deprecation, responding, "The ninjas of this era assure me that it is their finest age in a millennium. Indeed, for the descendants of the vile, this is the best of times in 1,000 years." Heiju's face darkened menacingly as he scorned the ancestors of the ninjas, those wretched beings who acquired chakra. They instigated countless wars in their greed for power, ushering in a protracted era of warfare that spanned a millennium. Even as I have endeavored to share the tales of Lord Shiwan, enlightening the ninjas about the noble ideals of ancient times. That chakra was meant to alleviate the suffering of humanity. They persist in wielding its power for relentless conflict. Naturally, Heiju concealed his own role in igniting wars. Lord Shiwan, a peculiar smile crept across Heiju's lips. The atmosphere had reached a critical point, prompting him to voice the question he had harbored for over 1,000 years. Observing the ceaseless strife among the ninjas, and hearing the chaos of 1,000 years' worth of warfare, Heiju found a growing satisfaction as he noted the increasingly grim expression on Shiwan's face, compelling him to deliver a decisive blow. "Now, Lord Shiwan, do you regret ever believing in Ashura's foolish words?" Amiya Shiwan fell silent in the face of Heiju's inquiry. In Heiju's eyes, this silence spoke volumes, eliciting a broader smile from him, as he longed to provoke further responses. Perhaps. Amiya Shiwan's voice, ethereal and hollow, seemed to drift aimlessly as he recounted the past. "I remember Ashura once promised me that he would quell the disputes born of chakra, that he would protect the weak from the oppression of the strong, and that chakra would become a force for the salvation of suffering souls, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. I had believed this world to be beyond redemption. Yet today, I encountered a vessel of Ashura's chakra reincarnation, known as Senju Hashirama, who happens to be a descendant of Ashura himself. I faintly recall the Senju surname, a name I bestowed upon Ashura during our first meeting, one of the names I chose for his descendants. The concept of 1,000 hands symbolizes the unity of individuals coming together to extend their hands. The collective strength of these hands can quell all future calamities that bring suffering to humanity." Amiya Shiro expressed his admiration for Senju Hashirama, recounting the tale he had heard. "I have learned of Senju Hashirama, who gathered many around him, bringing an end to centuries of warfare and the tumultuous warring states period." However, the sinister smile on Kuro's face froze. "No, you still believe in Ashura? How can you be so naively foolish? Haven't you been deceived once already? Why do you still trust Ashura and his descendants? Don't fall for their tricks again. They are only deceiving you. Could you not simply fall for my ruse instead? Is there an issue with the way the protagonist is addressed? Typically, he is referred to as either Amiya or Shiro, and I will standardize the reference to one name if it seems confusing. However, I still see some calling him Inuzuka. Chapter 13 Apologies Kurizetsu for leaving you disappointed is truly disheartening. Kurizetsu's mood was undeniably melancholic. It was one thing for Amiya Shiro to have placed his trust in Ashura during ancient times, but to now endorse Senju Hashirama in this era is perplexing. Indeed, Senju Hashirama did bring an end to the Warring States period. Yet after his demise, new conflicts are destined to arise. Lord Amiya, you are the most astute individual in the history of the ninja world. Despite my relentless pursuit of your legacy over the millennia, I've yet to glimpse a silhouette akin to yours. Kurizetsu's voice was hoarse and somber as he sighed deeply. You ought to comprehend that the peace Senju Hashirama bestowed upon this era is but fleeting. As long as this world harbors ninjas, as long as the hearts of ninjas remain tainted by greed, as long as there exists no power to suppress their avarice, a force capable of curbing the desires of every ninja, the strife among ninjas shall never cease. The reincarnation of Ashura's chakra has proven futile time and again. When Senju Hashirama falls, the ninjas of this world will ignite new wars in pursuit of their own interests, perpetually condemned to endure the agonizing fate that has plagued them since the day of their birth. Lord Amiya, have you truly forgotten your own convictions? To endure the suffering that others cannot bear, striving to liberate those ensnared by torment. Do you intend to stand idly by as humanity endlessly cycles through suffering? Kurizetsu reflected on the arduous task of disseminating Amiya Shiro's tale within the ninja realm, questioning him as if he were a beleaguered believer. Has Lord Amiya truly forgotten the will he sought to instill in future medical ninjas? However, Amiya Shiro furrowed his brow, contemplating how to defend himself against Kurizetsu's admonitions, instinctively searching for a scapegoat. Ashura once spoke to me. Ashura is an arrogant fool. Kurizetsu quickly interjected, urging Amiya Shiro not to dwell on Ashura's words, continuing to advise. Had Lord Amiya chosen not to heed his proclamations, but rather to eliminate Ashura and utterly dismantle the ninja religion, reclaiming all the chakra bestowed by the Sage of Six Paths, this world would not be marred by millennia of warfare. The architects of this world's conflicts are none other than the despicable descendants of the Sage of Six Paths and the ninja religion. Amiya Shiro fell into a contemplative silence. Kurizetsu, having lived for over 1,000 years, had indeed matured considerably. Merely observing the imposing demeanor of Kurizetsu, Shiro Amiya found himself momentarily entranced, perceiving Kurizetsu as the embodiment of righteousness. How absurd this situation had become, what had led to such a transformation. He chuckled softly. Why did he not respond? As Shiro remained silent, Kurizetsu's face once again bore a sinister smile, as if believing that such a reaction might provoke Shiro to awaken anew. Has Lord Shiro realized he has strayed down the wrong path? Yet, Shiro continued to remain taciturn. A sense of unease began to creep into Kurizetsu's heart. Had it spoken too fervently? Might its words have pressed too firmly upon Shiro? Shiro gradually lowered his gaze, as though he had entirely lost his sense of purpose, his voice laden with profound despondency and regret. We cannot succeed. Kurizetsu immediately sought to retort. Allow me to finish. Shiro interrupted Kurizetsu's inclination to speak, calmly and earnestly recounting his past. Upon acquiring the power of the Sage of Six Paths, I yearned to reclaim the chakra that the sage had disseminated. However, I examined the corpse of the sage, yet could not fathom a method to wholly retrieve the chakra. Shiro's tone remained tranquil, though tinged with a sense of disillusionment. Neither the remnants of the divine tree that had favored me with would release, nor the abilities of the Sage of Six Paths Rinnegan could entirely reclaim the chakra from the disciples of the shinobi sect. Thus, when I obliterated the shinobi sect, I had no choice but to slay them without discerning their virtue or vice. Kurizetsu's expression grew somewhat peculiar. This was all its fault. It was to blame for not imparting the correct methods to Shiro in advance. After all, reclaiming the chakra disseminated by the Sage of Six Paths was integral to resurrecting Kagaya Otsutsuki, and it had never anticipated Shiro would reach this juncture. Kurizetsu hastened to explain. Please, listen quietly as I conclude. Shiro again interrupted Kurizetsu, his voice retaining a calmness akin to ashes. Do you recall the deity we revered? The rabbit goddess Kagaya Otsutsuki? Kurizetsu nodded eagerly. After all, the rabbit goddess Kagaya was its mother, and its very existence was to resurrect the mother sealed away by the sage's rebellious offspring. I believe the rabbit goddess should possess the capability to reclaim the chakra. The voice of Shiro Amiya remained calm as he continued to weave the thoughts of his past. I once heard an enigmatic, possibly false, rumor from a disciple of the shinobi sect, asserting that the goddess of the hair was the mother of the sage of six paths, making her the grandmother of Ashura and Indra. To be honest, though I harbor some apprehensions, I can only place my hopes in the goddess of the hair. I can only wish that our revered goddess will uphold the principles of justice in the distribution and reclamation of chakra, transforming it into a force to alleviate human suffering, rather than a means for the disciples of the shinobi sect to ruthlessly oppress the weak. Thus, as I sought the power of the Sage of Six Paths to approach the shinobi sect, I had another significant objective, to inquire about the resurrection of the goddess of the hair from Ashura. However, during my battle with Ashura, I was persuaded by him to forego my inquiry regarding the goddess's revival. As for what transpired thereafter, you're likely already aware. Kurizetsu found itself at a loss, for it had not anticipated that Shiro Amiya harbored such grand ambitions. To speak frankly, Shiro Amiya was already remarkably exceptional. Kurizetsu felt an unaccustomed stir within its heart. It had never imagined that Shiro Amiya would exert such effort to revive Kaguya, even desiring her to reign over humanity, and seeking to extract from Ashura the knowledge of her resurrection. Shiro Amiya. This individual is truly formidable. Had he known the correct steps to resurrect Kaguya, perhaps they could have succeeded in ancient times. In truth, Kurizetsu felt an exhilarating thrill. Let me finish. Shiro Amiya interrupted Kurizetsu for the third time, continuing to articulate his thoughts on his revival in this era. Now, I have been resurrected in this time. I am acutely aware that this world has endured a millennium of painful wars. I realize that in my impulsiveness, I naively trusted Ashura's promises and spared those from the shinobi sect, thereby relinquishing the most viable hope for altering the world. Yet, what purpose does it serve to dwell on these reflections? Shiro Amiya's voice sank into despondency, as if he had relinquished all expectations for the future. The Sage of Six Paths has long since perished, and both Ashura and Indra have been dead for over a millennium. Only their family possesses the knowledge of how to resurrect the goddess of the hair. This era lacks even historical records. The ninjas of this age deify the Sage of Six Paths, who bestowed chakra upon them, treating the tales of ancient times as mere legend. Kurizetsu, our path has come to an end. We are unable to reclaim the chakra of the ninjas from this era, nor can we uncover any news regarding the resurrection of the moon goddess. I am also incapable of eliminating all the ninjas of this time. All I can do is continue to believe in Ashura's promise. I truly do not know what else I can achieve. After uttering these words, Amiya Shiro let out a bitter smile, feeling somewhat lost. Kuratsuchi, I was merely a fortunate soul once favored by the divine tree, not a being endowed with the power to change the world. I apologize for letting your expectations fall short. Chapter 14. Black Zetsu. I shall weave a tale with mere deception. How shall you account for your own origin? In truth, Black Zetsu ought not to experience emotions, for it is the manifestation of Kaguya Otsutsuki's will, birth to resurrect herself. Its very existence was to ensure Kaguya's return to this realm. Yet at this very moment, Black Zetsu's feelings are remarkably intricate. A twinge of sorrow intertwines with a flicker of joy within its essence. To describe Black Zetsu's emotional fluctuations with mere terms of great joy and profound sorrow would be an understatement. Though aware that it has perpetually deceived Shiro Amiya, Black Zetsu finds itself profoundly moved by him, especially as Shiro, even in his defeat, offers apologies to his companion. Perhaps this is what it means to feel a sense of camaraderie. Although Black Zetsu has consistently regarded Shiro as a mere pawn, it recognizes that Shiro sincerely considers it his ally. The arduous path to resurrect Kaguya is exceedingly solitary, rendering Black Zetsu incapable of finding a fellow traveler. Its deceptions have only yielded the genuine sincerity of Shiro Amiya. This ancient being, who once revered the god tree and the moon goddess Kaguya in a bygone era, stands as a rare treasure in this age that has forgotten both. Precious, like a spark of fire, in the protracted, frigid darkness of a millennium. This spark is the sole source of warmth Black Zetsu has felt. Even the slightest flicker of its flame stirs its innermost being. Shiro Amiya, a magnificent genius, now languishes in despair upon losing hope for Kagaya's resurrection. Such despondency ought not to manifest in him. The Shiro of ancient times appeared to possess unparalleled strength, able to stand shoulder to shoulder with deities, and this prodigy nearly altered the world, single-handedly dismantling the legacies of Sage of the Six Paths. Yet, this once proud genius now exhibits a disheartened demeanor. Even in his dismay, he feels compelled to apologize to Black Zetsu, believing himself incapable of reviving Kagaya, unable to transform this world, and feeling as though he has betrayed Black Zetsu's expectations. Should his mother Kagaya learn of Shiro's trials, the sentimental mother might shed tears for this innocent soul. Indeed, Black Zetsu harbors a secret delight, for what appears to be Shiro's greatest despair is but a trivial matter to it, easily surmountable. There is no need for despair over such minor dilemmas. A peculiar smile creeps upon Black Zetsu's visage as it rasps a soothing voice, assuring Shiro that it can resolve these predicaments. In truth, the answer you seek has always been right beside you. Upon uttering this phrase, a sudden jolt surged through the heart of Kurizetsu. No, what absurdity am I speaking? What on earth am I doing here? I was meant to ensure that the resurrected Shiro Amiya kept secrets in this era. Yet I have instead divulged even more to him. Although Shiro Amiya is indeed trustworthy, my own identity must remain the most crucial secret. How could I have revealed it in a moment of emotional upheaval? Shiro Amiya, without granting Kurizetsu a chance to respond, abruptly lifted his head, his face a portrait of shock as he gazed at Kurizetsu, incredulous at the presence of this companion from over a millennium ago. Kurizetsu, could it be that you? Kurizetsu had no time to ponder further. It could not even conceive of whom it should impersonate. While inwardly chiding itself for the breach of secrecy, it simultaneously reassured itself that Shiro Amiya was worthy of trust. Caught in this conflict, it revealed its true identity. Indeed, I am the will of Kagaya, the goddess of the moon. Upon disclosing its true identity, Kurizetsu's mood plummeted to a state akin to that of Shiro Amiya's despair. It was left with no choice but to place its trust in Shiro Amiya, just as Shiro Amiya, in his own despair, could only rely on Ashura. Even if there were regrets, it was far too late. Kurizetsu could only console itself repeatedly, having revealed too many secrets to Shiro Amiya, even exposing its desire to resurrect Kagaya, its true identity. Perhaps one day, Shiro Amiya might uncover it. Maybe constrained by human thought, he would not. Nevertheless, the difference between revealing its wish to resurrect Kagaya and unveiling its own true nature was negligible. The chapter is not yet finished. Turn the page to continue reading. Ultimately, it matters little to disclose this. Shiro Amiya is indeed trustworthy. Kurizetsu, while lamenting its impulsiveness, continued to reassure itself. Shiro Amiya was undeniably sincere, and there was truly no need to conceal its identity any longer. Know this. Shiro Amiya gazed in disbelief at Kurizetsu's self-revelation, his expression as though he had witnessed an event that could never transpire in this world. No. What are you doing? I merely sought to deceive you into trusting me. How could you lay bare your entire self? Heijue, having lived for over a millennium in this world, has somehow found himself reduced to a mere dog. How is it that he appears unchanged, as if he has made no progress whatsoever over the past 1,000 years? It seems far too simple to deceive him. Amiya Shiro recalled his own desires during the ancient times, when he fervently proclaimed his intention to annihilate the shinobi sect. To his astonishment, Heijue echoed this sentiment, insisting that the shinobi sect must be destroyed, ultimately leading to its actual demise at Shiro's hands. His initial intention had merely been to exploit Heijue's vengeful aspirations towards the Sage of Six Paths, to rally a slogan that would earn Heijue's trust. Yet, Heijue fell prey to this manipulation, utterly convinced. Shiro had feigned devotion to the divine tree and lured Heijue with tales of the goddess of the moon, only for Heijue to divulge his desire to resurrect Kagaya, claiming the chakra rightfully belonged to her. And now, Shiro had woven a few heartfelt words, only for Heijue to reveal his true identity. After a millennium, how could Heijue still be so gullible? While Shiro silently criticized Heijue, he began to question whether he had extracted too many secrets from him, leading to this ultimate revelation. Heijue's sincerity was almost disarming. Shiro felt a twinge of embarrassment. He could scarcely imagine how Heijue would react upon discovering his true nature in the future, likely with a heavy heart. At present, Heijue was still actively apologizing, expressing his regrets. "I am truly sorry." Heijue remained oblivious to Shiro's internal musings and felt compelled to explain his concealed identity. "All this time, I have hidden my true self, yes." Heijue needed to clarify further. He even felt the need to fabricate a narrative, for it was impossible to disclose the complete truth of the rift between Kaguya and the Sage of Six Paths. Instead, he had to contrive stories that favored Kaguya, knowing Shiro was a fundamentally good person. But wait. Shiro found himself overwhelmed by Heijue's apologies. He feared that accepting them at this moment might be a tad excessive and could lead to peculiar changes in Heijue's mindset in the future. Yet, another troubling realization struck him. Given his inherent sincerity in the ancient era, he knew he could not immediately forgive Heijue for concealing his true identity, even if that identity represented the will of the goddess of the moon he revered. To forgive Heijue outright and accept him as he was could easily arouse suspicion. It seemed prudent to feign confusion and struggle for a while, to display a facade of being unable to withstand the shock of Heijue's true identity, allowing him to plead for forgiveness. Only in this manner would Heijue's trust in him deepen. People tend to believe in what they have strived to attain, rather than accepting gifts bestowed upon them by others. The intricacies of human interaction can indeed be quite challenging. At times, managing interpersonal relationships proves to be a formidable task. Just a moment. Shiro weakly gestured towards Black Zetsu, seemingly overwhelmed by a profound emotional upheaval. Black Zetsu. A shadow of despondency crossed Shiro's face, as if he struggled to accept the betrayal from a former comrade who had concealed such a staggering identity from him. "I find myself somewhat taken aback. In any case, allow me a moment to reflect, to act, just a little." In ancient times, Black Zetsu had nearly revealed its intentions before Shiro, having disclosed its desire to resurrect Kaguya. Chapter 15. The Tale of Kaguya, Black Edition. At this juncture, how could Shiro Amiya be allowed the luxury of quiet contemplation? Black Zetsu, having endured for millennia, was certainly aware of the necessary course of action. When an individual is confronted with information that is difficult to accept, their mind can easily spiral into chaotic thoughts, even leading to the consideration of world-ending conspiracies. At such moments, regardless of any future corroborative evidence, the notion of a cataclysmic plot may linger indelibly in their consciousness. Black Zetsu was acutely aware of this reality. Indeed, it harbored genuine intentions of world destruction, particularly since Shiro Amiya, originating from an ancient epic, possessed a wealth of knowledge. If left unchecked, his imagination could very well lead him to uncover the truth behind the disappearance of Kaguya Tsutsuki. Thus, it was imperative to seize this opportunity to implant its thoughts into Shiro, guiding him to embrace his identity and the so-called truths that were being imparted to him, ultimately indoctrinating him with the narrative concocted by Black Zetsu. "Listen to me," Black Zetsu began, sensing an intriguing familiarity in its own words. Indeed, these words echoed those recently spoken by Shiro Amiya. Black Zetsu found this to be a curious twist of fate, compelling it to adopt Shiro's mannerisms and weave a slightly fabricated tale. In our time, you have undoubtedly heard of the legend of the divine tree. In antiquity, the divine tree emerged in this world, becoming the object of human reverence, alongside Kaguya, who also descended as the goddess of this faith. However, what you may not realize is that humanity during that era was rife with conflict. Black Zetsu strained to activate its mind, endeavoring to present a more favorable image of its progenitor. The suffering humanity of that time beseeched Kaguya for an end to warfare, and she, hearing their prayers, utilized the power of the divine tree to quell the strife of that age. Yet this was not the conclusion. Even with her godlike abilities, and despite the might of her intellect akin to your research on the human form, she ultimately found herself ensnared in a profound predicament. Black Zetsu did not waste time. It had acquired certain skills in communicating with humans, such as weaving tales that would subtly draw Shiro Amiya into the narrative, fostering empathy towards its words. Could it be? Shiro Amiya furrowed his brow in contemplation. Indeed, there were far too many humans in this world. Kurizetsu did not wait for Shiro Amiya to utter his response and swiftly continued weaving a tale. Kaguya wished to disperse her power, that is, the chakra within her, to seek out noble souls like you, so they could assist in alleviating the suffering of humanity. Shiro Amiya shook his head, unwilling to accept Kurizetsu's flattery. I am not of such noble character. I am merely a fortunate recipient of the remnants of the divine tree's power. I do not wish to squander this gift, which is why I aspire to alleviate the suffering of the world, akin to the goddess of the moon. Do not be modest. Kurizetsu resolutely refused to allow Shiro Amiya to decline, continuing his praise. I have traversed this world for a millennium and have never encountered a soul like yours. In this realm, individuals of your caliber are exceedingly rare. Kurizetsu sighed and continued the narrative. However, Kaguya was aware of the formidable influence of chakra. She believed that such power should not be carelessly bestowed upon the masses to prevent it from being misused. Indeed, noble individuals are always in short supply. Hence, Kaguya's endeavors were not particularly successful. Nevertheless, this posed no significant obstacle for Kaguya. With her extensive lifespan, she could endure countless ages in this world, possessing ample time to seek those worthy of her chakra. Caution is indeed warranted. Shiro Amiya nodded in agreement, seemingly in favor of Kurizetsu's portrayal of Kaguya. If chakra were to be distributed indiscriminately. Yes, Kurizetsu sighed deeply, earnestly continuing his tale. However, Kaguya's two sons held a different perspective. Two sons. The chapter is not yet complete. Click to continue reading. Shiro Amiya felt as though he were hearing a fresh rendition. Indeed, Kurizetsu's voice took on a sinister tone. Aside from the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, Kaguya also had another son, Otsutsuki Himura. Since their birth, Kaguya's two sons possessed chakra within them, and thus they did not regard chakra as a precious power. They believed their mother should willingly share chakra with humanity, guiding them to shape their own destinies. Kurizetsu was rather subtle. He refrained from speaking ill of the Sage of Six Paths, as he and Shiro Amiya belonged to the same era. However, Kurizetsu knew that the words he spoke were sufficient to elicit Shiro Amiya's discontent towards the Sage of Six Paths. The brows of Yamiya Shiro furrowed once more, seemingly displeased with the approach suggested by Kaguya's two sons. The reckless distribution of power capable of harming humanity appeared rather naive. Indeed, Kurizetsu nodded in agreement. Speaking softly, we have witnessed the consequences of chakra being bestowed upon the world. Such a naive notion. Naturally, it encountered Kaguya's rejection. Kaguya, stronger than any being on this earth, and having lived longer than any, possessed the insight and broad perspective to foresee the outcome we witness today far earlier than her two sons. The goddess of the moon, with unparalleled wisdom and expansive vision. Could it be that Kurizetsu was serious? Shiro found himself doubting the sincerity of Kurizetsu's intentions. However, he would certainly not undermine the situation at this moment. Instead, he feigned admiration for the goddess Kaguya. It is no wonder that those of our era could never forget the divine tree and the goddess of the moon who served it. Kurizetsu, slightly embarrassed to interject, thus began recounting a tale. It is regrettable that the naive sons fail to comprehend their mother's greatness. Kaguya, revered by the world, seldom engaged in communication and struggled to make her sons obedient, especially as her excessive affection for them diminished her maternal authority. The naive sons believed they understood better than their mother how to alleviate the suffering of humanity, wielding the power she bestowed upon them to incite a rebellion against her. A conflict that nearly led to the world's destruction. Shiro's expression suddenly shifted, as if recalling something profound. In ancient times, humanity endured a cataclysm, and even upon his arrival in this world, whispers of the terror surrounding that devastating event lingered. Indeed, it was a war that almost obliterated existence. Kurizetsu nodded, conveniently placing the blame upon the Otsutsuki brothers. Having matured, they were the first to unleash the power within them. They had never fathomed the true horror of Chakra's unleashed potential. A mere strike from them could claim countless lives. That was a true calamity. This was precisely why Kaguya wished to prevent the dispersal of Chakra's power. Humanity, upon receiving Chakra, would undoubtedly wield it in pursuit of their own interests, only to inflict greater suffering upon themselves. Kaguya did not desire to use her power to vanquish her sons. Yet upon witnessing the near ruin of the world due to conflict and seeing her devoted followers perish in its aftermath, such a sight was a profound agony for Kaguya. Those whose homes have been ravaged, those innocent souls who perished in the aftermath of battle, coupled with her most cherished two sons who opposed her. The goddess of the moon, in the end, softened her heart. As a mother, she ultimately chose to relent amidst the chaos of war. The voice of Black Zetsu paused momentarily as it gazed upon Shiro Amiya, engrossed in the narrative, nodding in satisfaction before continuing to recount the tale's conclusion. Ultimately, the war came to an end. The once formidable Kaguya was sealed away by her own sons. At this juncture, Black Zetsu conveniently provided an excuse for the Sage of Six Paths and his brother, further attributing blame to them. Concerned about their limited lifespans, they feared that their mother would reclaim the chakra they had disseminated after their demise. Thus, the goddess of the moon vanished. Please support with your votes. In the animated adaptation, Black Zetsu frequently refers to Kaguya by name. When narrating the story to Naruto and Sasuke, he often directly addresses Kaguya, only referring to her as mother during their exchanges. Chapter 16. Dare you call Wei Yuan? It must be said that Heiju possesses a remarkable talent for storytelling. In the tale, narrated by Heiju, Kaguya transforms into a goddess of compassion, a victim suffering at the hands of those she holds dear. Despite her tragic fate, the noble Kaguya chooses to prioritize the lives of humanity above her own grievances. This narrative eloquently captures the image of the goddess that humanity yearns to believe in, particularly for someone like Amiya Shiro, who has long revered the god tree and Kaguya. Amiya Shiro finds himself momentarily disoriented. Is this truly the shinobi world? Is this the genuine shinobi world? Had the storyteller not been Heiju, he might have been inclined to accept this sorrowful tale, for it appeared to be riddled with only a few inconsistencies. The sole flaw, however, is Heiju itself. In ancient times, Heiju harbored a desire for vengeance against the Sage of the Six Paths. Heiju represents the lingering will of Kaguya in this world, a mother who, despite her fierce love for her son, willingly retreated amidst the cataclysm that threatened the world, yet her lingering essence yearns for retribution against her own child. Clearly, Heiju lacks an understanding of human emotions. As a benevolent individual, Amiya Shiro feels compelled to help Heiju address this inconsistency, thereby alleviating some of his own guilt towards Heiju. Truly, what a venerated deity. It is almost beyond my imagination. Amiya Shiro sighed deeply, inadvertently revealing a hint of sympathy. Such a magnificent deity, steadfast in righteousness, yet betrayed and sealed away by her beloved offspring. How much anguish must she endure within? Suddenly, Heiju's expression faltered. It had not anticipated that its narrative would resonate so profoundly. Amiya Shiro's reverence for Kaguya was escalating. This fellow even contemplated Kaguya's suffering during her sealing, while Kaguya's entrapment by the Sage of the Six Paths was indeed fraught with pain. It also encompassed her wrath and indignation against her two sons for their betrayal. Nevertheless, Amiya Shiro's words sparked a new idea within Heiju, leading it to discover the origins of its own existence. Yes, this unbearable pain. Even the goddess of the moon cannot endure it. This suffering is the very reason for my birth in this world. Heiju's voice grew somber, taking upon itself the burden of blame. That great mother, prior to her sealing, was unwilling to harbor hatred towards her sons. Kaguya extracted her anguish from within, and thus I was brought into existence in this world. Therefore, I have always concealed my true identity. Heiju, seemingly afflicted with a sense of inferiority, wove a narrative of its own. For I am the sorrowful birthed by my mother, and thus dare not reveal my authentic self. Amiya Shiro gazed at Heiju with a sense of bewilderment. Kurizetsu, Amiya Shiro seemed to have developed a sense of compassion. In that moment, it appeared as though this man had fully embraced the identity of Kurizetsu, forgiving the deceptions of the past, and even feeling a twinge of sympathy for Kurizetsu's life. You are the will of the goddess of the hair. This should be a matter of pride. Amiya Shiro consoled Kurizetsu, imbued with a hint of melancholy. Deities are always rescuing the suffering souls of the world. Surely, someone must come to alleviate the pain of the gods themselves. Amiya Shiro gently soothed Kurizetsu's inner turmoil. As the lingering will of the hair goddess, you too must be indignant on her behalf. Lord Shiro. Kurizetsu felt a stir of emotion. From this day forth, Amiya Shiro would become the perfect pawn under Kurizetsu's control. No, such thoughts should not take root at this moment. Rather, it could be said that Amiya Shiro was truly a companion in the revival of Kaguya. Although Kurizetsu sensed that once Shiro resurrected Kaguya and beheld her true form, he would likely erupt in fury. Nevertheless, to prevent Shiro from becoming excessively enraged, Kurizetsu resolved not to allow him to witness Kaguya's resurrection. For Amiya Shiro was intended to serve as the vessel for Kaguya's revival, as he was the only pawn Kurizetsu truly trusted. As for Uchiha Madara, Kurizetsu had entirely forgotten about this once useful piece. Kurizetsu envisioned the future, contemplating the success of the plan and the moment when he would pierce Amiya Shiro's heart to revive Kaguya. Should he express triumph or adopt a fade of sorrowful inevitability? Perhaps a blend of both. He could lament his tragic circumstances while simultaneously reveling in the deceit he had meticulously orchestrated over the years. This state of mind felt somewhat fragmented. Although Kurizetsu felt a twinge of guilt for betraying Shiro's trust, he rationalized that he was merely the will of Kaguya, and all his motives centered around her resurrection. Well, when that time comes, it would suffice to utter a few kind words, to praise Amiya Shiro and express just how much he cherished this pawn, to convey the joy he derived from manipulating him. Before his demise, he ought to reveal the truth to Shiro. This would honor the bond they had forged over the years. In his heart, Kurizetsu calculated his future schemes, feeling a flicker of guilt, and instinctively warmed to Amiya Shiro's presence. Shiro. Upon hearing Kurizetsu's address, Amiya Shiro's emotions became somewhat complex. Heiju, that fellow, believes himself to be the will of Kaguya, thinks his status has elevated. Has he even forsaken the respectful title of Lord Wei Yuan? The name Wei Yuan is reserved for true friends. It signifies a bond where one can entrust their future to another. The name Wei Yuan was something he had willingly allowed the slug to call him. Yet that little fool insisted on appending a title of respect. As for Heiju, to call him Lord Wei Yuan is one thing, but now he even refuses to add a respectful title, truly believing that being the will of Kaguya grants him the arrogance to look down upon me. Although I am a person of broad mind, not inclined to dwell on such trifles, Heiju's demeanor is indeed rather haughty, having gained a modicum of power, though he has yet to truly attain it. Heiju already assumes the airs of divine authority. While I am magnanimous and do not hold a trivial title against him, his attitude has certainly crossed the line. Has he forgotten the gravity of our situation? He still requires assistance. Wei Yuan. Heiju takes great pleasure in this intimate appellation. Heiju believes his relationship with Shiro Amiya has deepened, convinced that Shiro has fully accepted his identity and even forgiven the concealment of it. The time has come. It is time to discuss serious matters. Reviving Kaguya is no simple task. When Mother was sealed away, it was over 1,000 years ago. At that time, resurrecting her was relatively easy, but now her chakra has gradually dissipated over the millennia. At this point, Heiju paused momentarily, then fabricated another tale. Now, Mother has left only her essence, still safeguarding the world she once cherished. Truly magnificent. Shiro Amiya could not help but exclaim in admiration, only to suddenly realize something. Furrowing his brow in apprehension, If Lady Kagaya remains merely as a residual essence, this is a realm of divinity I have never encountered. I may need considerable time to explore and study, yet I fear I might not succeed. Heijue smiled. Heijue was unconcerned with Shiro Amiya's feelings of helplessness. Heijue was exceedingly pleased with Shiro's attitude, even feeling a blossoming joy within, for Shiro's words rekindled a familiar sensation. Truly, Shiro Amiya. Truly my favorite pawn. When faced with a problem, Shiro instinctively seeks solutions. However, this time, Shiro will surely find himself at a loss. For the method of Kagaya's revival is beyond his imagination. I believe, Shiro had originally intended to continue the conversation, curious about what further deceptions Heijue might conjure, when he sensed someone rapidly approaching his direction. The perception ability of the Black Absolute is remarkably powerful. It detected someone rapidly approaching and felt somewhat vexed at being interrupted while enjoying a conversation with Shiro Amiya. Someone is coming. Wait. The Black Absolute was taken aback by the identity of a newcomer, seemingly unable to believe who it was. How could he come here? Chapter 17. Uchiha Madara. An unexpected arrival that Black Zetsu could never have anticipated. In contrast to Shiro Amiya, Madara was merely a pawn that Black Zetsu intended to abandon. It was unimaginable that this piece would find its way here at such a moment. This seemed rather incongruous, for Uchiha Madara could neither recognize Black Zetsu nor Shiro Amiya. So why, at this particular juncture, did he come here? Theoretically speaking, Madara should not have arrived. However, in reality, he possessed compelling reasons to seek this place. While covertly visiting the Konoha hospital to see Hashirama Senju, Madara overheard a conversation within its walls. Hashirama, resting in his hospital bed, was accompanied by his wife, Mito Uzumaki, who sat beside him with an air of tranquility. The couple shared a harmonious bond, exuding an atmosphere of mutual respect. After all, the awakening of Hashirama could hardly be concealed from his wife. Tobirama Senju held great respect for his elder brother's wife, Mito, and upon Hashirama's awakening, he promptly dispatched word to Mito, stationed at the rear mountains of Konoha, watching over the Nine Tails, assuring her that there was no need for concern regarding her husband's condition. Mito, aware of her husband's state, reasoned that he would awaken later than anticipated. Fearing the possibility of any unforeseen events should Hashirama awaken too soon, she hurried to the hospital to ascertain his condition before returning to her post. At this moment, there was nothing amiss. Mito had always understood and respected her husband, knowing the profound camaraderie between Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Upon her arrival at the hospital, Mito sensed her husband's turmoil over having to kill Madara with his own hands and hoped to persuade him to release his burdensome thoughts. In truth, prior to Madara's intent to destroy Konoha, Mito had held a favorable view of him. As Hashirama's wife, she had never harbored animosity towards Madara, always respecting her husband's friend and being well aware of the deep bond shared between the two men. Naturally, the couple began to discuss Madara. Hashirama, known for his straightforward nature, did not shy away from expressing his thoughts. In the presence of his wife, he recounted the determination that arose from their fateful clash, his resolve to protect Konoha, which compelled him to take Madara's life. At that moment, I knew I had to eliminate Madara. I must sacrifice everything to protect Konoha, even if it means turning against my friends, my brothers, or even my own children. This resolute determination arises from my commitment to safeguarding the village. In comparison to the will to protect Konoha, my friendship with Madara has become inconsequential. He will never grasp the depth of my resolve to defend our home. Outside the room, Uchiha Madara listened with a cold expression. Within, Uzumaki Mito furrowed her brow. Her chakra severely depleted from guarding the Nine Tails, which had been brought back by Senju Hashirama. The weight of her husband's serious injuries further drained her spirit. Yet, despite her exhaustion, the inherently resilient Mito struggled to maintain her focus, pondering whether her husband's thoughts were justified. Is everything expendable for the sake of protecting the village? A sense of unease washed over Mito as she recalled how her husband had lamented the loss of his friendship with Madara during his absence from Konoha. She worried about his state of mind. To protect the village, is anything truly forsakable? Friends, brothers, children. These are the very people Hashirama had desperately sought to shield. To protect Madara, Hashirama had engaged in countless disputes with his brother, Tobirama, unwilling to strike a lethal blow against Uchiha Madara during the tumultuous Warring States period. For the sake of protecting Tobirama, Hashirama had even contemplated ending his own life before Madara. Now, in the name of safeguarding Konoha, Hashirama had chosen to sacrifice those he had once fought so valiantly to protect. Yet, was not the very purpose of founding Konoha to ensure that such individuals would never again endure the agony of war? Hashirama's rationale troubled Mito, but her recent chakra depletion clouded her ability to discern the rightness or wrongness of his words. Hashirama. Mito's brow knitted in confusion as a terrifying thought struck her. If everything must be sacrificed to protect the village, how would we cope when that sacrifice becomes unbearably painful and unacceptable? Hashirama hesitated for but a moment. Yet, the memory of having personally slain his dear friend Madara in his quest to preserve Konoha loomed larger than the sacrifice of his own life, rendering this choice far more agonizing. The painful cost? Senju Hashirama lowered his head, grappling with his anguish yet resolutely providing an answer. If it is for the sake of protecting Konoha, then no price is too steep to bear. Uzumaki Mito suddenly realized the terrifying implications of such a thought. This notion seemed rather too horrifying. Should Hashirama's will endure into the future he cannot witness? What fate awaits Konoha? The price of human imagination. The first thought that comes to mind is one's own life. There are those who sacrifice their lives in the name of protecting Konoha. Such individuals inevitably become revered heroes in the eyes of the village. And then, the cost would continue to escalate. For there exist far more harrowing sacrifices than that of one's own life. Companions bound by life and death. Some have taken the lives of their friends under the guise of safeguarding Konoha. To the casual observer, these individuals appear to have protected the village. Yet after spilling the blood of a friend, can one truly cleanse the stain from their hands? Such things should not occur. Under normal circumstances, such events should not transpire. Hashirama's slaying of his friend Uchiha Madara was entirely due to Madara's manipulation of the Nine Tails, intent on annihilating Konoha and its inhabitants. Such cruel actions by Madara are unforgivable in Mito's eyes. What other costs might there be? Perhaps those with whom one shares a household. Some have taken the lives of their own family members in the name of defending Konoha. Such an event is unfathomable. The future of Konoha cannot deteriorate to that extent. Even amidst the tumult of the warring states, the purpose of ninja conflict, aside from personal gain, was to protect their loved ones. No one could ever harm their own kin. Mito's moral perspective remained exceedingly simple, and her imagination quickly faltered, leading her to believe she had been overthinking lately. Perhaps I have pondered too much. Mito sighed, choosing to refrain from further discussion on the topic. It must be exhausting. Hashirama noticed the weariness etched upon his wife's face and gently inquired about the Nine Tails. I worry about the Nine Tails causing havoc. Bringing it back to the village, will it remain obedient? Thankfully, Mito recalled the mischievous Great Fox. She understood that Konoha could not indefinitely keep the Nine Tails sealed within the village's rear mountains, for its power was far too formidable. They would eventually need to confront this troublesome issue. If you insist on sealing the Nine Tails, confining it to the back mountains of Konoha is undeniably perilous. Each passing day, it may break free from its bonds. Uzumaki Kushina stands resolutely by her husband's side, willing to sacrifice herself for his ideals. The sole secure method is to swiftly seal the Nine Tails within my own being, utilizing the unique chakra of our Uzumaki clan to ensure its complete confinement. With this course of action, the Nine Tails may indeed become increasingly volatile. A slight error in the seal could unleash chaos upon the village. After articulating these thoughts, Senju Hashirama spoke with a tinge of remorse. Should that be the case, you, harboring the Nine Tails within you, may be perceived as a threat by the villagers. I shall endeavor to minimize my appearances in the village. Kushina's voice softened. I'm sorry, it's of no consequence. The couple in the hospital room appeared to remain harmonious. Outside the ward, Uchiha Madara, long accustomed to solitude, found the dialogue between Hashirama and Kushina rather mundane and contemplated stealthily departing. However, a particular phrase captured his interest. Speaking of which, the doctor sent by Tobirama is indeed peculiar. His identity shrouded in mystery, so much so that even I must keep it concealed. Yet, his medical prowess is remarkably adept, alleviating my concerns to some degree. Uchiha's silhouette slipped away quietly. This turn of events was fortuitous. Madara believed he too required a physician to assist him with Hashirama's flesh transplant surgery. Coincidentally, this would serve a dual purpose. Should this enigmatic doctor, privy to Hashirama's condition, suddenly vanish, it would undoubtedly incite panic throughout Konoha, for Hashirama's ailment is classified as a state secret. Such a secret would inevitably divert Tobirama's attention. As long as this mysterious doctor remains unaccounted for, he is a blade suspended in the air, with the potential to disclose that Hashirama's lifespan is limited to merely 10 years. Tobirama could hardly remain composed while scrutinizing the corpse he left in that secret chamber. He would certainly mobilize Konoha's ninjas to search fervently for the whereabouts of the doctor, simultaneously directing his remaining focus on resolving internal issues within Konoha before the decade concludes. As for what transpires after the abduction of this doctor, the fact that my old friend Hashirama has but 10 years left. Uchiha stood outside the residence of Amiya Shiro, observing the flickering candlelight by the window, a cold smirk of mockery gracing his lips. Hashirama, in comparison to the aspirations I pursue, our friendship holds little significance. Hashirama, I have resolved to eliminate you to achieve my goals. Jiraiya made his debut at the age of 50, while Tsunade appeared between the ages of 50 and 51, according to the initial timeline of the first 60 years of Konoha. Tsunade was born approximately 10 years after the establishment of the village, as the daughter or son of Hashirama Senju. Furthermore, Uzumaki Mido must have married Hashirama during the Warring States period, thus giving rise to Tsunade as his granddaughter. Chapter 18. Susu, the Turmoil of Konoha. Uchiha Madara, an unexpected visitor. Amiya Shiro was aware of certain intelligence regarding Uchiha Madara. However, he could not reveal this knowledge in the presence of Kagaya's Black Zetsu, and he looked at Black Zetsu in surprise, hoping for assistance in uncovering information about the uninvited guest. Black Zetsu, do you know him? Black Zetsu hesitated, unsure how to respond. After all, Uchiha Madara was a new pawn and had sought to resurrect Kagaya, having meticulously crafted a plan for Madara's eventual entrapment. Yet, upon encountering Amiya Shiro, it contemplated discarding Madara as a pawn immediately. Naturally, such thoughts were best kept unspoken. I know him, Black Zetsu nodded. However, there was no time for extensive conversation before Madara's arrival. It needed to ask a pivotal question. Shiro, when you acquired the power of the Sage of Six Paths, Black Zetsu gazed into Shiro's ordinary eyes. Is the pair of Rinnegan you once transplanted still in this world? The Rinnegan had always been a crucial concern. They were the genesis of Black Zetsu's ambition to resurrect Kagaya. That pair of Rinnegan. I recall instructing the slug to destroy them, Shiro replied, rubbing his brow, seemingly confronted by a perplexing dilemma. I intended to preserve my body as a medical specimen for posterity, fearing that the Rinnegan might fall into the wrong hands and be used to endanger the ninja world. Upon returning to the wet bone forest, I removed the Rinnegan and reimplanted my own eyes. Black Zetsu fell into a contemplative silence. In truth, it had anticipated this outcome. The destruction of the Sage of Six Paths' eyes was inevitable, and Black Zetsu had been more concerned about the potential complications arising from their existence. Never mind. Black Zetsu waved a hand dismissively, striving to reassure Shiro. Though the emergence of Rinnegan is rather troublesome, it is not insurmountable. Moreover, the newcomer is indeed a suitable individual, one who can genuinely awaken the Rinnegan. Black Zetsu sensed Uchiha Madara drawing nearer, stealthily retreating into the shadows, leaving behind a final admonition. Shiro, do not disclose our secret, nor harm him. First, ascertain his intentions thoroughly. A flicker of unease crossed Shiro's eyes. This was a formidable challenge, for in the presence of Black Zetsu, he was a man ill-suited to deceit. He could not lie to Uchiha Madara without reservations. Communication was essential, for any deception would erode Black Zetsu's trust. Even if it meant placing the uninvited guest in jeopardy, he could not recklessly deceive Uchiha Madara. Deceiving oneself is an unfamiliar endeavor that may arouse suspicion in Uchiha Madara. Conversely, being overly adept at deceit could lead Kurizetsu to question one's authenticity. Moreover, Uchiha Madara is evidently not a man to be trifled with. Due to the constraints imposed by the Edo Tensei body, Shiro Amiya's innate powers remain largely inaccessible. Coupled with Kurizetsu's watchful gaze, he cannot wield the powers of the eternal Manjiki Sharingan or the Rinnegan. Should he encounter Uchiha Madara seeking conflict, a confrontation would prove quite formidable. At this juncture, it is highly probable that Uchiha Madara has come to instigate trouble. Perhaps Uchiha Madara harbors intentions to eliminate him, unless Madara, in his arrogance, chooses to employ his Sharingan Genjutsu without observation. Creak. The window was quietly pushed open. Shiro instinctively turned a glance. A pair of crimson eyes appeared before him. These scarlet orbs, reminiscent of a full moon, reflected into Shiro's pupils. 3 inky tomo within them creating an unsettling aura. Perhaps he is captivated by the illusions of the Sharingan. A cold smirk graced Uchiha Madara's lips. This man, exuding pride, stood at the window, utilizing his Sharingan Genjutsu to attempt to control Shiro. This method of combat is the simplest, the most effective, and the safest. Madara sought to abduct Shiro without causing a stir, for he possessed the strength to do so. Uchiha Madara wielded the highest tier of eternal Manjiki Sharingan, even with one eye blinded from the use of his Anaji. The Genjutsu cast through his remaining eye was sufficient to effortlessly manipulate tailed beasts. Except for Hashirama, a sneer of disdain crossed Madara's face. Brimming with confidence in his Genjutsu, no one in this world could escape such an elevated illusion. In an instant, Shiro fell into the clutches of the Sharingan's Genjutsu. However, the clash of illusions often hinges on mental fortitude, as Uchiha Madara's spiritual will infiltrated Shiro's mind. Seeking to imprint a Genjutsu control, he sensed an unsettling anomaly. 4. Madara glimpsed a small leg. Under normal circumstances, when the Uchiha clan deploys Genjutsu, they manifest in the opponent's psyche as an overwhelming divine presence, transforming into a terrifying figure or eye. Such a godlike spiritual energy is inherent to the Uchiha, capable of crushing the opponent's mental will, instilling a paralyzing fear that renders them susceptible to the direct control of their Sharingan. Yet, as the strongest of the Uchiha clan, Madara discerned that his Genjutsu was encountering complications. In the realm of the mind, Uchiha Madara lifted his gaze, following the slender leg upward to behold a towering figure whose stature dwarfed him several times over. The intensity of the opponent's spiritual energy was formidable. Within this individual dwelled an incredibly potent soul. The Crimson Sharingan was filled with astonishment. Good evening. Within this mental domain, accompanied by the thunderous resonance of Amiya Shiro's voice, a hand descended from the void, delicately resting upon Madara's shoulder of spiritual energy, instantly shattering his will. How is this possible? Uchiha Madara agonizingly shielded his eyes. What sort of jest is this? Apart from Senju Hashirama, how could anyone in this world withstand his Genjutsu, let alone effortlessly unravel it? The collapse of the mental realm. The backlash from the failure of the Genjutsu was more intense than ever before. Before Madara could fully comprehend the situation, Shiro had already closed in, his fingertip manifesting a dark seal that pointed towards Madara's arm. A seal? Uchiha Madara swiftly evaded. There was no time. His chakra reserves were nearly depleted. Shiro's fingertip connected with Madara's arm. The inky seal rapidly emerged upon Madara's limb. Uchiha Madara forcibly suppressed the excruciating mental anguish that threatened to shatter his mind. He attempted to lift his finger to dispel the seal, only to realize in an instant that this seal's energy was extraordinary. This is natural energy. Madara was not entirely ignorant of natural energy. For Hashirama had boasted on numerous occasions about achieving Sage Mode through its power. Who is this individual? Where did Senju Tobirama find such a remarkable doctor? Uchiha Madara struggled to fathom that the shinobi world harbored such a formidable figure, only vaguely recalling that Tobirama had once referred to this person as Lord Amiya. How reckless! His actions had been far too hasty. He had initially thought the honorific Lord Amiya reflected respect for the doctor's status, not realizing it might also signify acknowledgement of his strength. This is dire. Madara was acutely aware of his own frailty. Though he had indeed escaped death through Izanagi during his battle with Hashirama, his chakra reserves were nearly exhausted, and his ocular power had yet to fully recover. With the current level of ocular power, he could barely manifest a third stage Susanoo. This time, he had truly been too careless. Most importantly, his plan to stealthily abduct the individual had failed. Any disturbance would undoubtedly alert Konoha. No, they were already on high alert, and he could potentially find himself in significant trouble. This was the worst possible outcome. What was meant to remain concealed, his faked death, had been exposed due to his underestimation of the opponent. Uchiha Madara, disregarding the pain coursing through him, leaped into the air, acutely aware that he could not linger any longer in this place. Do you wish to flee? Amiya, Shiro raised his finger. Accompanied by Shiro's manipulation, dark seals materialized upon Madara's body, the natural energy seals rendering him utterly incapable of utilizing chakra. He was even unable to move a muscle, unless he resorted to Susanoo. Should he invoke Susanoo, the truth of his feigned death would inevitably be revealed. Yet, should he continue to engage in this battle, defeat would be an imminent certainty, merely a matter of time. Madara was acutely conscious of Senju Hashirama's formidable regenerative abilities. He knew that once his adversary learned of his predicament, he would hasten to his side, undoubtedly recovering at a pace surpassing Madara's own. Coupled with the treachery of Senju Tobirama and the forces of other ninja clans from Konoha, this fiend, Madara clenched his teeth in fury, his hands forming tight fists, and the minuscule amount of ocular power he had just regained surged forth. His emotions significantly influenced the prowess of his Sharingan. Only through the ocular strength of Susanoo could he break the seals binding his body. With a thunderous roar, a towering blue Susanoo materialized. Even though this grand Susanoo lacked armor and merely retained a tenuous humanoid form, with portions yet unfilled, it was unmistakably familiar. This blue Susanoo had been witnessed by countless individuals. The entire Konoha erupted into a frenzy in an instant. Was it Uchiha Madara's Susanoo? In a world rife with chaos and peculiar artifacts, Shio too found himself entangled in the affairs of significant figures. Having been discovered, would he simply let things unfold naturally? To bolster his strength, cultivate his influence, and unearth beauty, formidable and captivating subordinates, he would ascend to the pinnacle of this world. His disaster abilities and peculiar items included a yellow stone capable of erasing his impression in others' minds, a mirror that allowed him to freely adjust his appearance and mimic others' looks and voices, a beast's head that could summon storms upon a kiss, a piggy bank that could store emotions, a potion that, despite causing harm, could enhance favorability, and more. Chapter 19. Upon seeing you, I was reminded of the first encounter I had with a wielder of the Sharingan. Konoha was bustling with commotion. The towering Susanoo, soaring dozens of meters high, was strikingly conspicuous, rendering it impossible for the ninjas of Konoha to ignore its presence. In this village, where many had lived through the tumultuous Warring States period, far too many had once witnessed this familiar hue of Susanoo on the battlefield. How could this be? The Susanoo of Uchiha Madara could not possibly manifest here. The very Uchiha Madara, slain by the first Hokage, was still alive. Uchiha Madara had returned. The ninjas of Konoha were vociferously exclaiming, their faces etched with fear. Although they were unaware of how Uchiha Madara survived, they understood the formidable power of his Susanoo. In the Warring States era, it was said that any enemy who beheld Uchiha Madara's Susanoo would be doomed to perish. The Blue Terror, the divine warrior of the battlefield. Such was the impression that people held of Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Of course, such tales were undoubtedly exaggerated. Many ninjas within Konoha had encountered Uchiha Madara's Susanoo and survived. Yet this did not embolden them, for they were acutely aware of their own survivor's bias. They understood that many more had fallen beneath the might of the Susanoo. At this moment, memories of being slaughtered by the Susanoo's power flooded back, instilling a profound dread, particularly as the Susanoo that materialized in Konoha was merely a manifestation of Uchiha Madara's ordinary state, far from the terrifying man's true limits. Even so, it was a force beyond the capability of ordinary ninjas to contend with. Quickly, informed the Hokage. This was the immediate thought of most ninjas in Konoha. Hasten to report to Lord Tobirama. This was the sentiment of the few rational members among the Umbun ninjas. In truth, such notification was hardly necessary. Within the Hokage Tower, Senju Tobirama was acutely aware of Uchiha Madara's threat. While managing affairs in place of his elder brother, he had heard the uproar and, upon gazing out the window, beheld Uchiha Madara's Susanoo and its state. Indeed, it was Madara. That scoundrel was still alive. Senju Tobirama recognized him instantly, gritting his teeth as he stared in the direction of the Susanoo's emergence. Though he could not fathom why the Uchiha Madara, who ought to have been slain by his brother, was still breathing, Tobirama's immediate instinct was to intervene. He intended to teleport there at once, yet found himself restrained by the dark curse mark on his arm. This was dire. He had yet to fully master this power and could not wield his chakra freely. He had grievously overlooked his duty to protect Konoha. If only he were granted one more day, just one more day of leisure, and he would be able to fathom the power contained within the seal. He had been too careless in his pursuit of the ancient era's secret forces. It was imperative that he locate Amiya Shiro. Only then could he unravel this seal. Only then could he freely harness the chakra within him. However, Senju Tobirama recalled the location where he had placed Amiya Shiro, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. For that was the area designated for distinguished guests from afar in Konoha. It was also the zone where Uchiha Madara had made his appearance. What business could that wretched Uchiha have there? Senju Tobirama hastily rushed towards the scene with his Umbun ninjas, observing the damaged state of Madara's third stage Susanoo. I had seen this form before, yet he is unable to maintain even this state. It seems that this vile scoundrel has narrowly escaped death, ultimately exhausting nearly all his power in that battle. Madara has re-emerged. Senju Hashirama had no time for further contemplation. He could not even spare a moment to converse with Uzumaki Mido. This couple hastened towards the direction of Madara's manifestation, with Hashirama disregarding his own injuries and Mido overlooking her fatigue. Within the towering Susanoo, Uchiha Madara stood, gritting his teeth, his gaze sweeping across Konoha, where countless figures were rushing towards him. This swarm of insignificant ninjas. At this moment, they posed a threat to his escape. Undoubtedly, the most troublesome among them was the enigmatic figure before him. Through the damage in the Susanoo's head, Uchiha Madara caught sight of the one standing before the Susanoo. To think I could witness such an astonishing power in this era. Amiya Shiro raised his head to gaze at Madara's Susanoo, speaking earnestly and humbly. Though I have never been fond of battle, might it be a tad presumptuous to consider your adversary when merely employing the third stage of Susanoo? Madara's eyes narrowed slightly. This fellow possesses an astonishing understanding of Susanoo. He seems utterly unconcerned by the threat posed by the third stage of Susanoo. Yet, Madara could not dwell on such thoughts. His urgent activation of Susanoo was solely to break the seal within him, and his true intention was merely to leverage Susanoo's power for his escape. Who on earth are you? Uchiha Madara squinted his eyes, calculating the time it would take for Senju Hashirama to arrive, eager to discern the identity of the one who had caused him such distress. Undoubtedly, the opponent before him was an immensely terrifying force. At the very least, Uchiha Madara had never encountered a man capable of effortlessly unraveling his genjutsu, especially one who wielded such formidable mental prowess to crush him in an instant. Even during his prime, he could not have been a match for this individual. Particularly perplexing was the mysterious identity of this man, one so elusive that even Senju Hashirama was unaware of who he was. As a warrior from the Warring States period, Madara had never considered the possibility of another formidable opponent beyond himself and Hashirama. He had always believed that Hashirama was his only rival. It was truly astonishing to discover that within this seemingly diminutive ninja world, there existed someone like him. Madara's remaining Sharingan fixated on Amiya Shiro, warily observing his demeanor while he continued to question him in a low voice. A person as powerful as you should not be an inconspicuous figure. This statement. It seemed oddly familiar. Amiya Shiro furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before suddenly lifting his gaze, saying, "It reminds me of the first Uchiha ninja I defeated." Madara's curiosity was piqued. Could it be that someone from his clan had clashed with this individual? "Indra," Shiro replied, looking up at Madara, and introduced Indra's identity. "If there are records in your clan, Indra is the ancestor of your Sharingan lineage." When I defeated him, Amiya Shiro spoke candidly, without deceit, revealing that he had spoken similar words to Madara in the past. This was the absolute truth. When Shiro first attempted to assassinate Indra, the latter had expressed disbelief, declaring that there existed individuals like Shiro in the ninja world, similarly asserting that someone as powerful as Shiro ought not to be unknown. Such a claim, Madara certainly found it hard to believe. What nonsense! Are you mocking me? Anger surged across Madara's face as he clenched his fist, intending to unleash his Susanoo upon Shiro with a fierce strike. This scoundrel dared to toy with him in such a manner. Although Madara was unaware of his ancestor's name, he was resolute in his refusal to accept such foolishness. "I am Amiya Shiro." Shiro shook his head, seemingly indifferent to Madara's fury, calmly raising his finger and sighing, "I have never been fond of deceiving others." Suddenly, a massive stone arm emerged from the ground, forcefully colliding with the fist of Susanoo. What? A storm of shock surged within Madara. He was not taken aback by the ease with which his attack was thwarted. Rather, he was astonished by the name he had just heard. Amiya Shiro. He had encountered that name far too many times before. A new day dawned. Chapter 20. Dance freely here, QB. Madara, the most illustrious medical ninja in the ninja world, had never harbored a desire to become a healer. However, upon his childhood acquaintance with his friend Senju Hashirama, he often heard tales of the legendary figure, Amiya Shiro. Memories from the depths of his mind resurfaced, vivid and poignant. "Madara, have you heard of the story of Amiya Shiro? The tales of Lord Amiya Shiro have been passed down in our clan for generations." "Ah, did you also hear his stories in your youth? Enduring the unbearable pain that others cannot. Rescuing those who suffer. This is the ninja way that Lord Amiya Shiro has bequeathed to this world. Madara, today I caught a glimpse of something extraordinary. You mustn't tell anyone. I have a crystal coffin left behind by Lord Amiya Shiro at my home. Madara, my father forbids me from becoming a medical ninja. Moreover, my younger brother, Itama, has passed away. Acquiring medical skills cannot shield those I wish to protect. A healer cannot alter the tumultuous times we live in." These memories dispersed like leaves in the wind. Uchiha Madara was on the verge of forgetting them entirely, nearly erasing the recollection that Hashirama had long since relinquished something of great significance. Amiya Shiro, an ancient sage, renowned as the most skilled medical ninja of his era. Madara comprehended why Konoha kept Shiro's identity a secret. It was clear that Senju Tobirama, who was always inclined toward the study of nefarious jutsu, must have developed some unspeakable forbidden technique to resurrect the ancient sage Amiya Shiro. Indeed, only Amiya Shiro could potentially heal that fellow, Hashirama. A flicker of realization crossed Madara's face. Given that the other was a ninja from ancient times, possessing unique abilities was hardly surprising. Suffering a defeat at his hands was not a matter of shame. Moreover, learning of his identity as the legendary sage from antiquity did not seem a disadvantage, despite the exposure of his own identity. However, it was time for him to depart from Konoha. Madara, a figure clad in crimson armor, descended. "You are still alive." Senju Hashirama appeared before them, nearly fully armed, his gaze fixed intently upon Uchiha Madara, ensconced within his Susanoo. The complexity of emotions flickered in his eyes as he confronted the friend he had once slain, now resurrected and standing before him once more. In a bid to prevent the devastation wrought by Madara's Susanoo, Hashirama, disregarding his own unhealed wounds, rushed forward with fervor. How swift you are, Hashirama! As Hashirama emerged, Madara's gaze instinctively gravitated towards the striking figure clad in red armor below. Indeed, you are. Senju Hashirama instinctively glanced at Amiya, Shiro, beside him. A vague familiarity stirring within him, reminiscent of the doctor who treated him today, or perhaps someone he had encountered before, a good soul. As the Hokage of the village, he had long memorized every ninja and even the children within the community. Yet, this individual was neither from Konoha nor an enemy of the village. He seemed to be a guest, albeit one enveloped in an eerie stillness that appeared rather unsettling. Although Hashirama had not fully discerned Shiro's appearance at the Konoha hospital, he recognized that Shiro was an outsider brought in by Tobirama Senju. Otherwise, he would not have been assigned accommodations prepared for distinguished guests from afar. I am Shiro, stepped forward, intending to introduce himself. Quickly seek refuge. Leave this to me, Hashirama commanded nonchalantly, redirecting his gaze to Uchiha Madara. He noted that one of Madara's eyes had taken on an uncanny grayish-white hue. That eye had seemed functional during combat. Why had it now succumbed to blindness? Madara, your eye, Hashirama observed in surprise. There is no need for curiosity. It's merely the price of evading death at your hands. Madara's fist clenched, his expression shifting to a fierce coldness, his palm abruptly opening and tightening again as he strained to harness his ocular power. It appeared that what was intended as a brief exchange had evolved into a more complicated affair. Indeed, it was troublesome. Hashirama was an unshakable annoyance. Boom! The damaged Susanoo rapidly began to repair itself. The third form of Susanoo loomed like a cerulean giant over Konoha. Mokutan. Hashirama's palms came together with sudden intensity. Vines erupted from the earth, entwining around Susanoo's arms. Not this trick again, Madara scowled, swiftly grasping the air. A curved, blue-glowing great sword materialized from Susanoo's hand, cleaving through the encroaching vines. Thus, their battle reignited. The remnants of their previous life and death struggle lingered in the air. As the injured Hashirama and the resurrected Madara seemed poised to clash once more, Hashirama Uzumaki Mido gazed at her husband with concern. You must restrain your chakra due to your injuries. Otherwise, no, I cannot, Hashirama retorted, disregarding his own well-being, his voice low and resolute. You must leave this place. While I am somewhat relieved that Madara still lives, I must ensure that he is utterly vanquished here. Are you suggesting that you could attempt to slay me once more? The voice of Uchiha Madara reverberated through the air, an eerie malevolence flashing across his visage as he laid eyes upon Uzumaki Mido. Madara, I shall never permit you to escape. A resolute expression crossed Senju Hashirama's face. Even if you have eluded death, you now seek to obliterate our village. Suddenly, Hashirama's palms came together, and colossal vines, akin to great trees, erupted from the surrounding void, extending relentlessly. No matter the circumstance, he could not allow Uchiha Madara to slip away again. Even at the cost of his own life, he was determined to detain Madara, for he harbored concerns that Madara might return to wreak havoc upon Konoha once more. Then I shall await the spectacle. Uchiha Madara extended a finger, letting a droplet of blood trickle forth, while his hand slowly formed hand seals, his tone taking on a somewhat languid quality. This situation bore an unsettling, ominous quality. Senju Hashirama furrowed his brow, contemplating the potential outcomes. He sensed that both he and Madara were nearing exhaustion. Even Madara's ocular prowess could not bolster his Susanoo's defenses, while Hashirama's regenerative capabilities surpassed Madara's. Could he possess other means? Furthermore, the ninja of Konoha were steadily converging. Though Hashirama hoped they would refrain from approaching, he understood that in the brutal conflicts of the Warring States era, even the slightest assistance could prove invaluable, such as that of his brother, Senju Tobirama. Hashirama did not require their aid. He simply found it difficult to conceive of how Madara might turn the tide, leading him to further question Madara's capabilities. Hashirama, in our struggle, even the slightest misstep could be fatal. Even the most inconspicuous assistance could claim the life of an enemy. A smirk curled at the corners of Madara's mouth as he completed his hand seals, casting a cold gaze towards Uzumaki Mido, who stood not far behind Hashirama. What if it were the most malevolent ally in this world? Both Hashirama and Mido felt a sudden tension. This is bad. They have already discerned something. However, Madara continued, I have no interest in prolonging a repetitive battle. Standing within his Susanoo, he unveiled a self-satisfied, yet sinister smile towards Amiya Shiro, stating, Today, I have garnered significant gains, and many questions may find their answers. Should the opportunity arise, I shall revisit. Madara. Hashirama and Mido watched anxiously as Madara's hand, having completed the seals, descended. You intend to summon. The summoning technique. Madara's voice and gaze were equally frigid. His palm struck heavily against his Susanoo, unleashing a torrent of surging smoke and waves. The force of this tempest was overwhelming. Many arriving Leaf Village ninjas were toppled along the way. The entirety of Konoha's structures became enveloped in the swirling fog of this formidable blast. Dance freely in this place. Nine Tails. Uchiha Madara's menacing voice reverberated through the mist. Utilizing the cover of the smoke, Uchiha Madara's figure vanished before the onlookers, leaving behind a colossal being adorned with 9 tails. The most fearsome of tailed beasts in existence. As I concluded my writing, a sense of familiarity washed over me. This seemed reminiscent of the first and fourth Hokages. Chapter 21, A New Mission Assigned, Quelling the Chaos of the 9 Tails. The 9 Tails, the most malevolent of tailed beasts, derives its fearsome reputation from its immense power. As the tailed beast, boasting the largest chakra within the shinobi world, coupled with its formidable abilities, the 9 Tails possesses an almost invincible strength. In contrast to Uchiha Obito, who had just stealthily departed from Konoha amidst the dense mist, the 9 Tails emerged as the primary threat to the village, especially since it was brought back by Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Obito wielded the power of his Sharingan to manipulate the 9 Tails into attacking Konoha, thereby igniting a life-and-death battle with Senju Hashirama, during which he inflicted severe damage upon Hashirama using the 9 Tails might. After the conclusion of this fierce confrontation, Hashirama brought the 9 Tails back to Konoha, temporarily sealing it in the mountains behind the village, where Uzumaki Mido remained guarded, ensuring that no unforeseen incidents would occur. However, with Uzumaki Mido's unexpected appearance, the 9 Tails found itself in turmoil, summoned by Uchiha Obito, who sought to exploit the situation to escape Hashirama's entanglement. Now, this ferocious beast has broken free from its constraints. But no, it remains under control, for within its blood-red pupils reside 3 ebony tomo, a clear sign of Obito's regained dominance over it. Roar! The 9 Tails unleashed a deafening roar, expressing its pent-up fury. In an instant, this colossal beast crushed a multitude of buildings, its 9 orange tails thrashing wildly behind it. For the 9 Tails, these past days have been nothing short of disgraceful. Whether it was being forcibly bound by Obito's Sharingan to forge a summoning contract and participate in a great battle, or being subdued by Hashirama during the conflict, or being imprisoned within the sealing cage by Uzumaki Mido in the mountains, each ordeal was a mark of humiliation. This conflagration of rage was further exacerbated by the allure of the Sharingan. After the 9 Tails' skyward howl, its gaze immediately fell upon Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mido standing before it. One had subdued it through sheer power. The other had suppressed it with sealing techniques. This couple was deserving of utter destruction. It yearned to rend them asunder. Obito had audaciously forged a summoning contract with the 9 Tails. Yet Hashirama remained unfazed by the threat posed by the beast. Although the 9 Tails represented an insurmountable terror for most shinobi, to him, it was a creature that could be subdued with some effort. He was confident in his ability to tame it. Nevertheless, Hashirama could not ignore the imminent danger the 9 Tails posed to Konoha. He had to prioritize neutralizing this threat over pursuing Uchiha Obito. Allow me to handle this. Uzumaki Mido stepped forward decisively. For her, the 9 Tails was not an insurmountable dilemma. Although she felt somewhat weak and fatigued, She believed herself better suited to confront the Nine Tails than her husband, whose injuries were more pressing than dealing with the beast. Just then, a golden rod descended from the heavens. The formidable adamantine staff manifested numerous shadow clones, forming an immense barrier that firmly separated the raging Nine Tails from the couple. Senju Hashirama and his wife, Sarutobi Sasuke, deftly wielded the staff to temporarily halt the Nine Tails, leaping before the couple. Hokage-sama, Mito-sama. As a guardian ninja, Sarutobi Sasuke felt a twinge of inadequacy. His speed had faltered slightly, and he hurriedly arrived with his protective entourage. This scene felt somewhat peculiar. Amiya Shiro stood behind the couple, sensing the strangeness of the moment, as if there were an excess of odd elements at play. The Nine Tails was being manipulated by Uchiha, while the heroic Hokage had come to quell its rampage, accompanied by his wife, a member of the Uzumaki clan, skilled in sealing techniques particularly effective against tailed beasts, albeit weakened for reasons unknown. Coincidentally, a ninja of the Sarutobi clan endeavored to restrain the Nine Tails. If Amiya Shiro found this odd, it was understandable. Perhaps his ninja system had detected an abundance of aberrant factors, prompting the emergence of a new mission. SSS rank mission. Suppress the Nine Tails rampage in Konoha. No, something feels amiss. The timing is all wrong. Why would I need to intervene in the Nine Tails disturbance at this moment? Simply one of Senju Hashirama or Uzumaki Mito could easily subdue the beast. No, that isn't the crux of the matter. Amiya Shiro realized he had grasped something significant. This Nine Tails incident had never occurred in his past memories. Due to his healing of Senju Hashirama, he inadvertently attracted Uchiha Madara, thus exposing Madara's existence and compelling him to summon the Nine Tails, which then seized the opportunity to escape from Konoha. This Nine Tails disturbance could even be said to have been instigated by him. Amiya Shiro's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he began to comprehend a certain mechanism that triggered mission assignments, having seemingly uncovered a specific activation criteria for these tasks. Even with his formidable strength, only lacking the perfect resurrection, he still lacked complete assurance. This era still possessed some rather extraordinary techniques, perhaps even methods to further enhance his chakra. Who would deem their power excessive? Who would reject the prospect of becoming even more formidable? Moreover, this task does not appear particularly arduous. Speaking of which, he felt he had some prior dealings with the tailed beasts. The only concern was that the Nine Tails, in its current state, might not recognize an old friend. Of course, even if it were lucid, it would likely have forgotten long ago, as that was a matter over a millennium past. Incomplete Ninja Mission 3-3. Allow me to handle this. Aimi Shiro accepted the commission to quell the chaos of the Nine Tails and stepped forward to address the crowd softly. It is advisable for the patient not to use chakra recklessly, as it may harm your body. For now, allow me to handle this. Who might you be? Both Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mito turned to him simultaneously. Surprisingly, Sarutobi Sasuke's face illuminated with a mixture of astonishment and concern as he remarked, "You are a guest of Konoha. How could we allow you to take such risks?" However, they had no time for further discourse, as the Nine Tails unleashed a torrent of chakra. When this chakra erupted, it swept through the surroundings like a tempest, the beast's eyes radiating uncontrollable fury. Roar! The Nine Tails swiped its claws downwards. In an instant, a barrier formed from a line of adamantine rods was shattered into a cloud of mist. Although Sarutobi Sasuke's rods were sturdy, the true essence was singular, the others mere projections of the original. Aimi Shiro suddenly leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick that sent the Nine Tails' claws flying. Utilizing the momentum, he soared into the sky, his feet aglow with a faint chakra light. In the next moment, a tremendous force struck the beast's nape. Boom! This colossal creature was brought crashing to the ground by that single blow. For Aimi Shiro, the amount of chakra he could wield was limited, yet it was sufficient to execute his formidable physical technique. The Konoha ninjas were astounded by this strike. None had ever witnessed the strongest beast in the ninja world being felled by a single blow. Roar! Yet this assault only provoked the Nine Tails' ferocity further. It roared and lunged at Aimi Shiro, only to be met with another kick to its chest, sending it sprawling once more. This is the strength of our clan. Senju Hashirama gazed in amazement at the power displayed. Perhaps this extraordinary strength was not solely a product of their lineage. Senju Tobirama's voice echoed in their ears as he instinctively defended Aimi Shiro. Such strength is fundamentally derived from chakra control. Through meticulous chakra manipulation, one can concentrate and unleash it precisely from a specific part of the body. Typically, only medical ninjas possess such refined control in the ninja world. This remarkable strength resembled the expertise of a medical ninja. Aimi Shiro, the one demonstrating this power, was indeed the first medical ninja in the entire ninja realm. Given Aimi Shiro's connection to their Senju ancestry, it was possible that this technique was a gift from him to their clan. After all, their surname originated from Aimi Shiro. With numerous factors at play, my immediate reaction was that the chaos of the Ninetales had erupted. Chapter 22. Ninetales, it appears that you have not fared well over the years, Kaibai. In truth, Tobirama Senju arrived somewhat belatedly. Tobirama had initially intended to rush to the scene immediately. However, upon noticing the exceedingly weakened state of Uchiha in the presence of his elder brother, he promptly discerned his duty. He must remain vigilant against Madara's potential escape from Konoha. To obstruct Madara's possible retreat, Tobirama took a moment to coordinate the village's Umbu ninjas, dispatching them to various locations to preemptively sever his escape routes. Only after arranging these measures did he hastily arrive here, seeking to have Shiro Amiya lift his curse mark. Once he regained his strength, he could swiftly pursue the equally weakened Madara, a prime opportunity to eliminate him once more. Alas, it seemed he had arrived a beat too late. It was Shiro Amiya who was currently aiding in subduing the Ninetales. However, as Tobirama stood there, he realized that this might indeed be the most advantageous choice for Konoha, as the village was not particularly strong at present. His elder brother, Hashirama, had yet to fully recover, and his sister-in-law, Uzumaki Mido, was somewhat exhausted from containing the Ninetales. Meanwhile, Tobirama, the first of the swift ninjas, found his chakra temporarily sealed by the curse mark. Shiro's willingness to assist was thus most fortuitous. Sasuke, Tobirama called out, observing the clash between the Ninetales and Shiro Amiya, no longer preoccupied with the Ninetales' predicament. He commanded, "You must immediately lead a team to assist the Umbu units in searching for Madara's whereabouts. Once we resolve the issue with the Ninetales, we shall join you." "Understood." Sarutobi Sasuke swiftly replied. Tobirama, this individual seems vaguely familiar. Hashirama, watching Shiro Amiya engage in battle with the Ninetales, noted the profile of Shiro and quietly inquired, "Though his condition appears peculiar, I feel as if I have seen him in my childhood. Surely, this is not merely a figment of my imagination?" Tobirama fell silent. "Brother, how could you pose such a question? Have you truly forgotten your childhood, where you would secretly crouch before Shiro's crystal coffin, receiving profound lessons from father?" Tobirama wished to bypass the subject of Shiro Amiya and, regrettably, broach the topic of the man he despised most. What on earth is the situation with Madara? How could he have escaped death? Or is it possible that this has all been an elaborate scheme? Tobirama suspected that Madara had feigned death, lurking in the shadows to observe Konoha. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for him to have tracked down this location. Tobirama even surmised why Madara had come to Shiro's residence, speculating that a confrontation had undoubtedly ensued between them. Perhaps Madara sought either to kill or abduct Shiro. At that moment, Konoha would certainly find itself in grave peril. After all, only Amiya Shiro was fully aware of his elder brother's condition, and the hope for his brother's recovery rested solely on his shoulders. The information regarding his brother must not be leaked, otherwise the other vigilant ninja villages would undoubtedly take some covert actions. Should Uchiha Madara truly proceed with his intentions, it could potentially ignite an unprecedented war, ensnaring all ninjas within its chaos. This time, it was Senju Hashirama who fell into silence. After a brief pause, he redirected his gaze towards the Ninetales. "Let us first address the Ninetales. Once we resolve this matter today, I intend to leave the village for a while to investigate Madara's whereabouts and discern his true motives. If he still harbors intentions to harm Konoha, I will stop at nothing to eliminate him. On the battlefield's opposite side, the confrontation between Amiya Shiro and the Ninetales was nearing its climax. The Ninetales let out a piercing roar, unable even to unleash its tailed beast bomb. Let us quiet down for a moment. Amiya Shiro suddenly descended to the ground, raising his left hand with fingers poised towards the nearby Ninetales. Earth-style, countless clods of earth and stone erupted from the ground, swiftly converging to envelop the Ninetales' form. With a fierce struggle, the Ninetales attempted to break free from its bindings, its claws swiping towards Amiya Shiro. Yet, Shiro remained undeterred by the imminent danger. His fingers firmly clenched as the earth and stones continued to surge forth relentlessly. A pitch-black curse seal materialized beneath Amiya Shiro's feet, its energy swirling like a flowing stream, intertwining with the emerging soil and stones, infusing them with an eerie darkness. Perish! The Ninetales' claws came crashing down. Just one strike, and it could shred Amiya Shiro into pieces. However, the claws were ultimately unable to descend. The earth and stones transformed into a towering mound, ensnaring the beast entirely within its grasp, while dark seals manifested upon the mound. This cursed seal solidified into an unbreakable seal, thoroughly binding the Ninetales' movements, rendering it immobile. The Ninetales' head remained exposed, baring its teeth in fury as one of its claws loomed perilously close to Shiro's head. What a familiar sensation. Amiya Shiro gazed at the ferocious visage of the Ninetales, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. It felt just like when he was a child, always falling just short at crucial moments. Truly formidable, Senju Hashirama remarked with an air of admiration, though given his strength. The statement bore more of a sardonic undertone than genuine praise. Indeed, Uzumaki Mito could not help but express her admiration as well. Despite her remarkable abilities, her words carried an undertone of sarcasm. To unleash such formidable earth-release ninjutsu without the need for hand seals. When Senju Tobirama openly praised her, he also acknowledged her strengths. Even while performing the earth-release technique, she still had the capacity to infuse it with the energy of the sealing curse. The ninjas of ancient times were undoubtedly formidable. Merely a medical ninja possessed such immense power. This was particularly remarkable given that she was operating under the constraints of the Edo Tensei state. However, this was not the end. Amiya Shiro steadily approached the Ninetales. He raised his finger, pointing it directly at the Ninetales' head, and released it from the genjutsu of the Sharingan, restoring its clarity of vision. Release. Roar. Yet, even liberated from the control of the Sharingan, the Ninetales remained furious, as if its emotions were manipulating it, desperately howling in an attempt to break free from its seal. The Ninetales, whenever it encountered humans, it could only respond with rage and a desire to kill. For the chakra within it was a conflation of hatred and suffering. Snap! A sudden sound echoed near the Ninetales' ear. The noise was abrupt, yet it instantly heightened the Ninetales' alertness. In an instant, the most ferocious beast in existence regained its composure as ancient memories began to resurface in its mind. Kurama, have you awakened? Amiya Shiro's voice was somewhat familiar to the Ninetales. With this familiar sensation came a wave of weariness, reminiscent of ancient times when it had been forcibly awakened from slumber to pull a cart on a long journey. Let me sleep a little longer. The Ninetales instinctively wished to snort dismissively. The next moment, the Ninetales abruptly realized this was not the ancient era. How could that long-dead human from its memories possibly appear over a millennium later? Even the Sage of Six Paths could not achieve immortality. That insignificant and fragile human had long since perished. Amiya Shiro. The Ninetales' pupils shifted, finally focusing on the figure before it. It recognized the familiar face of that once small and weak human, sending a shiver through its being. Indeed, it is you. How could you have appeared in this age? Do you truly remember me? A look of astonishment crossed Amiya Shiro's face. I nearly forgot that we were old friends. SSS class mission request. Suppress the chaos of the Ninetales in Konoha. Mission completed. Reward. Ninetales chakra, SSS class chakra, and tail beast ball. Currently unable to utilize due to the limitations of the Edo Tensei state. This was a power that had never been attained, even in ancient times. In ancient times, rewards were readily available, yet they were not chosen. Amiya Shiro nearly became the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails in the ninja world, but for certain reasons, he opted to forego this opportunity. How could you possibly forget? The Nine Tails' gaze suddenly turned fierce. The beast seemed as if it had been provoked, fixating intensely on Amiya Shiro, as if any misstep in conversation would prompt it to break free from its seal and tear him apart. You've even learned to curse. Amiya Shiro looked at the Nine Tails with a hint of surprise. You, creature. The Nine Tails glared menacingly at him. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Its chakra turned malevolent. The emotions influenced by the chakra grew increasingly extreme. Under the incredulous gazes of the onlookers, Amiya Shiro extended his hand, symbolically scratching the Nine Tails' chin. It seems you haven't fared well over these 1,000 years. Chapter 23. The Tale of the Nine Tails and Shiro Amiya. The time Shiro Amiya spent with the Nine Tails was rather brief. In ancient times, during his journey, Shiro paused in a small village to heal the sick and injured. It was then that he fortuitously encountered a young Nine Tails, who, filled with curiosity about humans, dared not approach. At that time, the young Nine Tails was exceptionally adorable. Though its size was considerable, its appearance was somewhat endearingly foolish, occasionally displaying childlike temperaments. The young Nine Tails found Shiro, who treated humans with great respect, to be a source of fascination and stealthily followed him, naively believing it could conceal its massive form. Shiro, in turn, harbored no intentions of harming the young Nine Tails. He merely wished to engage in conversation, sharing tales of his journey to heal others. As a result, the young Nine Tails expressed a desire to accompany him, even insisting on helping him pull his cart like a little fool. In that moment, the young Nine Tails felt immense joy, realizing that it would no longer have to endure solitude. Together, the young Nine Tails, Shiro, and a slug embarked on a delightful journey, traversing numerous villages and witnessing breathtaking landscapes. They saved many lives along the way. Despite its considerable size, many humans were frightened of the young Nine Tails, which led it to contemplate making Shiro its human vessel. It was willing to seal itself within Shiro, believing it would enhance his chakra. However, Shiro ultimately chose to decline this offer. Regrettably, this fleeting friendship soon came to an end. Shiro did not conceal his intentions to dismantle the shinobi sect in opposition to the Sage of Six Paths. After some deep contemplation and earnest attempts to persuade Shiro to abandon his course, the Nine Tails chose to leave him quietly one fateful night. After all, it had been created by the Sage of Six Paths and had followed Shiro in faith, believing the sage's words that one day they would encounter companions with whom they could forge bonds. Though the young Nine Tails cherished the travels it shared with Shiro, it did not wish to be utilized as a weapon against the Sage of Six Paths. When it departed, the Nine Tails felt a profound sorrow. Later, it overheard news of Shiro's conflict with the shinobi sect and learned of his demise following an unsuccessful attack, which left it with a lingering sadness. In time, the Nine Tails hoped to forge a friendship with Shiro, believing it could also connect with other humans. Yet, it soon realized that humanity was not as splendid as it had imagined. The Nine Tails possessed a unique ability. As the most powerful among the nine-tailed beasts of the ninja world, it was intelligent and could discern the goodness and wickedness within most humans. Unfortunately, the chasm between humans was far too vast. Humanity, while simultaneously fearing its existence, seeks to exploit its power, even attempting to deceive or forcibly seize its chakra. These individuals aspire to obtain its chakra, yet they have failed to secure the companionship of their soul friend, Amiya Shiro. Such experiences incite profound anger within the Nine Tails, a creature capable of discerning good from evil. It effortlessly annihilates those who dare to wield its power for dominion. As the Nine Tails matures, the toll of its actions mounts, and its animosity towards humanity intensifies. It has not encountered a friend in this world for far too long. Ultimately, through the whispers of humanity, the most malevolent tailed beast, Kurama, is born. Amiya Shiro gazes at the now fearsome Nine Tails before him, shaking his head in regret. It seems you've lost all the charm of your youth. You, The nine-tailed snarls, its rage palpable, ready to strike. This creature represents its first friend, perhaps its only one. It was Shiro's presence that ignited within it the desire to coexist and forge friendships with humans. Yet this aspiration led to tragic consequences. When a nine-tails truly begins to clash with humanity, mercilessly slaying them, it inevitably becomes ensnared by the weight of its emotions, gradually manifesting chakra steeped in anger, pain, and hatred. Enough. Amiya Shiro, let me go. The nine-tails' gaze shifts to the couple, Senju Hashirama and his wife, standing behind Shiro, before returning to him. I shall slay them. Kurama, the nine-tails, reflects. Conflict breeds only suffering and animosity. This chapter is not yet complete. Click the next page to continue reading. Amiya Shiro echoes the words once spoken to him by the nine-tails, reminding it, "This is what you told me before you departed." You. The nine-tails nearly chokes on its indignation. It never anticipated that, after a millennium, it would be pierced by the very boomerang of its youthful naivety. Back then, how naive I was. A group of Konoha ninjas gazes in astonishment at this scene, their expressions revealing a hint of disbelief. They never imagined that this fearsome beast could coexist so amicably with humans. Indeed, the nine-tails appears significantly more benevolent than before, even engaging in equitable dialogue with Amiya Shiro. In stark contrast to the nine-tails' newfound gentleness, the most astonishing revelation is the identity of Amiya Shiro. Amiya Shiro. Surely I did not mishear. Senju Hashirama recalls the ninja he idolized in his youth, realizing why Shiro's profile seems so familiar. It is because, as a child, he often sneaked glances at the half-buried corpse within the crystal coffin. This is why he found the face somewhat familiar when viewing it head-on, yet it appeared exceedingly recognizable in profile, leading him to believe they had encountered one another before. Is it truly Lord Amiya? Senju Hashirama became acutely aware of the issue at hand, suddenly recalling that his brother had once mentioned a forbidden technique he had long since ordered to be sealed. Wait. Tobirama, I distinctly remember instructing you to confine the Edo Tensei. This brother of mine, disregarding his commands is one thing, but he must have also damaged the sacred crystal coffin, a treasured artifact of the Senju clan, disturbing the peace of the deceased Amiya Shiro, and sacrificing a living soul in the process. Brother, this is an unavoidable course of action. Senju Tobirama clasped his arms, fully aware that his elder brother would undoubtedly oppose him. Yet, he possessed a strategy to counter his brother's objections. Your focus should not be on Lord Amiya, but rather on that scoundrel Madara. Lord Amiya. Tobirama was a man of intellect. He discerned the amicable rapport between Amiya Shiro and the nine-tails and took the initiative to propose, let us handle the forthcoming matters. Konoha will devise a means to safeguard the nine-tails, preventing it from being exploited by Madara's Sharingan. This is a pragmatic concern. Tobirama articulated his reasoning convincingly. If the nine-tails wishes to escape Madara's grasp, we may need to impose certain restrictions on its freedom. Madara has already fled. Tracking him down will require a considerable amount of time. We have witnessed that Madara has forged a summoning contract with the nine-tails. He can locate it at will, and his Sharingan can control the nine-tails to wreak havoc within the ninja world. We must make a decision promptly. In truth, Senju Tobirama held no regard for Amiya Shiro's perspective. He could have firmly declared that Konoha would determine the fate of the nine-tails. However, he needed to leverage Amiya Shiro's abilities to heal his elder brother, thus choosing to articulate his stance more diplomatically. This presents a conundrum without a resolution. It forces Amiya Shiro to choose whether the nine-tails shall be protected by Konoha or remain under the control of Uchiha Madara in the future. Once these words were spoken, even Amiya Shiro could find no fault in them. Amiya Shiro turned to the nine-tails behind him, allowing it to decide its own fate. What are your thoughts, Kurama? I want to kill them. The nine-tails emitted a murderous intent through its clenched teeth. If that scoundrel Madara dares to summon me again, I will personally slay that wretch. Amiya Shiro rubbed his forehead in exasperation. No. Why are you still boasting? It's rather embarrassing to be controlled with such ease. How do you intend to protect the nine-tails? Amiya Shiro looked towards Tobirama. Lord Amiya. The whirlpool of water stepped forward. Her arm raised delicately, as she spoke the truth softly. Konoha had originally intended to seal the nine tails within my body, making me its Jinchuriki. Strictly speaking, this was not a form of protection, but merely a means to avoid. Oomph. The nine tails let out a cold snort, visibly displeased with the whirlpool of water. It recalled a past thought. The last individual who aspired to become a Jinchuriki was that fellow, Shiro Amiya. Very well. It was indeed my desire to become the nine-tails Jinchuriki. Shiro Amiya rubbed his brow, believing that the fox's memories were somewhat muddled, lamenting, "Alas, I am already deceased and cannot become the nine-tails Jinchuriki. Such aspirations are no longer within my reach, nor do I possess the capability." Gibi, Shiro Amiya gazed upward at the nine tails, his demeanor reflecting an unprecedented honesty. "You should seek out your true companions, those genuine friends who can accompany you on your journey." The young nine-tails was quite endearing. Unfortunately, during its formative years, it was cherished by Sage of Six Paths, rendering it incapable of betraying him. Chapter 24, Konoha. What makes you believe that you are worthy of the esteemed recognition of Shiro Amiya? In the hills behind Konoha, the nine-tails, feeling despondent, chose to accept Uzumaki Mido. After all, it was reluctant to be exploited by that Uchiha Madara. At the very least, Uzumaki Mido appeared to hold Shiro Amiya in high regard. Not to mention, as long as Uzumaki Mido was willing to respect Shiro Amiya, it indicated that this woman was not as dreadful as she might seem. Thus, Uzumaki Mido became the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. By sealing the Nine Tails within herself, she could prevent it from being summoned by Uchiha Madara and stop it from wreaking havoc across the ninja world. She also promised to strive to alleviate the Nine Tails' negative energy. The Nine Tails harbored no significant resentment, for it understood that this was indeed the best course of action. Uzumaki Mido treated it with a gentle demeanor, unlike Uchiha Madara, who sought to manipulate its power. Moreover, this woman was married to Hashirama Senju, a man of extraordinary strength. Regrettably, the Nine Tails still felt a tinge of sorrow. Proudly standing within the sealing barrier, its chakra continuously flowed into Uzumaki Mido's body, its gaze haughtily directed at Shiro Amiya. "Shiro Amiya, you shall come to regret this. Once you witness the true power of the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails unleashed, you will surely lament your refusal over a millennium ago to allow me to become its host." Hashirama Senju, curious, turned to Shiro Amiya and inquired with surprise. Was it not said that Lord Amiya wished to become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? What does this mean? Damn it. The Nine Tails shot an annoyed glance at Hashirama. Hashirama, Uzumaki Mido quickly sent a mental call to her husband. Elder brother. Tobirama Senju frowned and swiftly pulled his elder brother aside, hoping he would refrain from speaking and jeopardizing the sealing process. Seeing his elder brother still intent on questioning Shiro Amiya, Tobirama quietly relayed the true answer to him. At this juncture, does he still not comprehend the Nine Tails implication? This tailed beast must have some embarrassing history. It was undoubtedly the case that it sought to be sealed within Shiro Amiya, only to be rejected. This legendary sage. Even the tailed beasts were willing to voluntarily become his companions. Even the most ferocious and powerful Nine Tails in the world. Shiro Amiya watched as the Nine Tails gradually faded from view within the sealing barrier, transforming into a radiant orange light that merged into Uzumaki Mido's body. Shiro Amiya carried many secrets. The truths of the Jinchuriki often eluded the tailed beasts. Even in this era, the Nine Tails' understanding and its own perspective would inevitably diverge. It could not fathom Shiro Amiya's thoughts. These tailed beasts, created by the Sage of Six Paths, were inherently bound to him. In ancient times, the Nine Tails once departed, and this departure was indeed a choice. Within Amiya, Shiro's heart lingered a sense of longing for the slug. Believing that perhaps only the slug he had raised since childhood would unconditionally support any decision he made, even if it were to know his true nature. The Nine Tails would eternally hold a deeper affection for the Sage of Six Paths. Amiya, Shiro, bore no regrets, for he understood that this old friend, the Nine Tails, was ultimately a creation of the Sage of Six Paths, and the profound bond between them was something he could never truly attain. A gentle breeze brushed against him. Suddenly, A golden light enveloped Uzumaki Mito. This red-haired woman of the Uzumaki clan seemed to be draped in gold. Her hair and attire were shrouded in a luminous chakra of golden hue. Two golden, ribbon-like fox ears sprouted from her head and at the collar of her golden garments. 6 pitch-black tomo emerged. The abundance of this golden chakra invigorated Uzumaki Mito, revitalizing her weary spirit. As the first host of the Nine Tails, the chakra emanating from Uzumaki Mito was particularly striking, and her aura continually ascended, bestowed upon her by the Nine Tails. In the form of the Nine Tails chakra mode, only a Jinchuriki could truly unleash the power of the tailed beast. Uzumaki Mito, as the Jinchuriki, distinctly felt the terrifying amplification of her physical prowess under the influence of the Nine Tails chakra. This revelation drew a look of astonishment from Senju Hashirama, who gazed in disbelief at the chakra radiating from his wife. This chakra is nearly rivaling my own. To think she could directly wield the chakra of Kurama. Amiya Shiro observed the golden radiance emanating from Uzumaki Mito and softly remarked, "It is willing to allow you to use its chakra. It appears that you have formed a commendable rapport with Kurama." Indeed, the Nine Tails was quite amicable. The chapter remains unfinished. Turn the page to continue reading. Uzumaki Mito's gaze lowered slightly. The Nine Tails was, after all, quite audacious. Yet, Uzumaki Mito could only speak well of the Nine Tails, as it was a friend of Amiya Shiro, and she dared not directly imprison it completely. Fortunately, the Nine Tails did not seem to mind her presence. The only vexation was the Nine Tails clamored within the ceiling space of her body, urging her to swiftly harness this chakra to eliminate her husband, Senju Hashirama, before challenging Amiya Shiro. However, this was not the conclusion of the relationship between a Jinchuriki and a tailed beast. Uzumaki Mito could distinctly perceive that her utilization of the Nine-Tailed chakra was still not entirely seamless. True trust between her and the Nine Tails had yet to be established. This simplistic and brute Nine Tails chakra mode was merely a concession made by the Nine Tails out of consideration for Amiya Shiro, reluctantly permitting her to wield its chakra. The path of the Jinchuriki had only just begun. A long journey lay ahead of her, in contrast to her ability to wield the chakra of the Nine Tails. Uzumaki Mito found herself preoccupied with a troubling realization. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, she naturally possessed a vast reservoir of chakra and had always boasted formidable sensory abilities, even capable of discerning the morality of humanity. The chakra mode of the Nine Tails also had this capacity for perceiving human virtue and vice, and with the synergy of these dual powers, her sensory perception had intensified. Yet, it was precisely this enhancement that left her feeling unsettled. She could distinguish the essence of good and evil among all present. Yet despite the restoration of her chakra with the aid of the Nine Tails, she could not glean any emotional resonance from Amiya Shiro. Only when Shiro spoke of the Nine Tails did she catch a faint glimmer of kindness. Mito furrowed her brow in contemplation. What might this ancient medical ninja think of their modern descendants? Why was she unable to sense his benevolence or malevolence? "It seems you are probing me," Shiro's words pierced the veil of truth, tinged with curiosity as he inquired. "Is there something amiss about me?" As a ninja with heightened vigilance and sensory prowess, Shiro placed great emphasis on this aspect of training, fully aware of the perils that beset the ninja world. In ancient times, he had harbored fears of being watched by Kagaya's dark essence. After a moment of silence, Mito reflected on Shiro's reputation and his assistance in her becoming the Nine-Tailed Jinchuriki, ultimately acknowledging her peculiar thoughts. "Our Uzumaki clan possesses remarkable sensory abilities. I can sense the good and evil within humanity, and so can the chakra of the Nine Tails, yet we are unable to perceive." Mito's brow knitted tightly as she focused intently on Shiro, her lips parting to reveal her unease. "There exists an emotion within you." My lord, the atmosphere shifted subtly, becoming somewhat eerie. Only the Nine Tails had shared experiences with Shiro in ancient times. From a young age, the Nine Tails had sensed human morality and had been puzzled by its inability to feel Shiro's emotions. At that time, the Nine Tails was innocent and naive, prompting it to seek answers from Shiro. In its youth, the Ninetales received a response from Shiro, one that left it somewhat discontented. Now, as Mito recognized that her own Jinchuriki had also posed this foolish question, she could not help but mockingly deride the situation. Alas, it appears that you, dear lady, are overthinking the matter. Amiya Shiro, during the ancient times, devoted his life to healing and saving others, having aided more patients than you could ever encounter in your lifetime. To him, every patient is indistinguishable. However, for us, Uchiha Madara is a scoundrel who deserves execution. You lofty individuals regard the common folk as nothing more than worthless debris, unworthy of your attention. Yet for Amiya Shiro, whether confronted with a gravely injured Uchiha Madara or an ailing stranger on the street, he would choose to save a life. For he is a healer at heart. Even the revered sage of 6 paths holds no more significance to him than an ordinary human. Who do you think you are, dear lady? What gives you the audacity to believe that you and your ilk deserve any special regard from Amiya Shiro? Such presumption is rather excessive. I implore you for your monthly votes and continued support. The chakra mode of Naruto Uzumaki, infused with the Ninetales, is capable of discerning the morality of humanity. Shikamaru's Kagaya's heart possesses the ability to detect lies. Furthermore, the Ninetales chakra mode embodies a profound understanding and trust between Naruto and Kurama. Chapter 25. I detest this era. Is it not the fault of your generation? A tremor coursed through Uzumaki Mizuho's heart. The response from a Ninetales within her was painfully discordant. Yet, how profoundly genuine it was. What right did Konoha have to expect goodwill from a sage who was indifferent to the 6 paths? My lord Amiya, Uzumaki Mizuho, having absorbed the Ninetales explanation, became acutely aware of her own arrogance and felt a tinge of shame, wishing to offer a clarification. I sincerely apologize. My inquiry was rather abrupt. Mizuho felt regret for her impulsive question. The explanation from the Ninetales deepened her remorse, making her lament the instinctive utterance of that query. And now, alas, the Ninetales had delivered a response that instilled a sense of inferiority within her, leaving Mizuho with a vague impression that she, alongside the people of her era, could scarcely hold their heads high in the presence of Amiya Shiro. Mizuho's perception must surely be flawed. Senju Hashirama hastily interjected, his childhood idol still casting a veil over his sentiments, and exclaimed, "There is certainly no error in utilizing the Ninetales chakra for the first time." Amiya Shiro chuckled graciously, seemingly oblivious to Mizuho's ability to glean answers from the Ninetales, dismissively waving his hand. The question you wish to pose is somewhat familiar. I recall someone inquiring about this long ago. Mizuho felt a twinge of embarrassment. Indeed, this question had been posed by the Ninetales, and she had already discerned the answer, contemplating how to navigate the situation gracefully. However, what Mizuho could never have anticipated was that this very question and its answer were among the initial reasons for Amiya Shiro's encounter with the Ninetales. The Ninetales chakra mode could sense the morality and malice inherent in humanity. Initially, Shiro had recognized this potential risk and sought to preemptively avert future troubles. Yet, he had not foreseen that this issue, which was meant to arise decades later, would emerge at this very moment, perhaps as a consequence of the friendship forged between himself and the Ninetales. Your demeanor does not strike me as abrupt. In fact, I find it rather gentle. Shiro reassured Mizuho, his tone gradually turning more impassive. I cannot ascertain the extent of your perceptive abilities. Perhaps you should realize that my sentiments towards you extend beyond mere goodwill, perhaps even bordering on disdain. A collective shock rippled through the onlookers. I do not harbor animosity towards your desecration of my remains, nor the shattering of the crystal coffin I left for future medical ninjas. Nor do I resent the disturbance of my soul's tranquility. In truth, I am somewhat relieved to have returned to the realm of the living. Shiro candidly expressed his thoughts, his arms extending slightly as he gazed upon his own hands. If only I had realized that this forbidden technique, which allows me to return from the underworld, required the sacrifice of a living soul during my own struggle. Tobirama Senju Hashirama once again cast a glance at his brother. This is my blunder. Tobirama Senju, unconcerned about his mistake, began to explain nonchalantly. The ninjas of our era differ significantly from those of your time, and our methods towards enemies are exceedingly harsh. We do not hesitate to exploit their lives. Is this truly something to be alarmed about? It is merely a divergence in the philosophies of two eras. Perhaps I am simply being overly sensitive. Amiya Shiro seemed to accept Tobirama's words, calmly stating, however, the use of living beings as sacrifices to create a forbidden technique signifies a fundamental lack of respect for life. They regard human lives merely as expendable tools. A hint of unease crept across Tobirama Senju's face. No, is not this accusation a tad excessive? I apologize. In truth, I harbor a certain disdain for this era. As a medical ninja, saving a life is an arduous task. Yet for the ninjas of your time, taking a life is as effortless as breathing. It is a norm I cannot comprehend or accept. Amiya Shiro observed the somewhat ashamed expressions of Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mido, as well as the troubled countenance of Tobirama Senju, and expressed the sentiments he had long wished to convey. If you believe that I harbor no goodwill towards you, and may even regard your actions with disdain, please do not be surprised. After speaking, Amiya Shiro offered a slight bow to Uzumaki Mido in a gesture of apology, hoping she would forgive his candor. From this moment forth, it is likely that no one will doubt him again. The chapter is not yet complete. Click the next page to continue reading. The only lingering concern is that when the truth eventually comes to light, aside from Kagaya, there may be others who will not take it well. Uzumaki Mido quickly stepped back. After all, she understood this was not Amiya Shiro's fault. This is not the issue of Lord Amiya. Tobirama Senju sighed, a hint of shame on his face. It is an error of our era. We are the ones who should truly feel ashamed. Nevertheless, Tobirama's brow furrowed. Ultimately, he refrained from arguing, merely sighing. Now is indeed the best era in a millennium. Just let him speak. After all, he will always care for the sick and the weak. The Nine Tails lay within the ceiling space of Uzumaki Naruto, unperturbed by the absence of Saber, mockingly taunting him. What should we do? What should we pursue? That fool's Navet is astonishing. This world is rife with individuals who deserve their fate. Yet Saber clings to that foolish notion of respecting life. Truly, how naive. In ancient times, he saved many who were not meant to be saved, while it was the slug that stealthily followed and eliminated those with ill intentions. However, Uzumaki Naruto furrowed his brow, unable to refrain from defending Saber within the ceiling space. Respecting life is not a fault of Lord Saber. He is far too lenient. The Nine Tails grinned wickedly, revealing an insidious smile. Just now, I intended to make him a Jinchuriki, hoping that he would learn to kill. One must understand that individuals like him, inherently good, will inevitably be exploited by the malevolent. Upon finishing, the Nine Tails immediately cited the example of Senju Tobirama. His soul cannot find peace in the afterlife, precisely because he was utilized by you villagers of Konoha. Uzumaki Naruto felt a surge of guilt. Tobirama, release Lord Saber's Edo Tensei. Senju Hashirama's voice had grown calm. The people of our era should no longer disturb Lord Saber's peace. Allowing his soul to manifest in our time would be a desecration. Generally, the more composed Hashirama became, the more resolute his stance appeared. Brother, Uzumaki Naruto cast a worried glance at his husband. Elder brother. Senju Tobirama sought to persuade his elder brother to remain calm, quickly finding a reason. The internal situation of the village is still unstable. Other ninja villages are eyeing our fire country with hostility. Senju Hashirama's resolution was unwavering, his expression starkly serious. If I cannot rectify the shinobi world before my demise, that would be my failure. And then there is Madara's threat. Senju Tobirama raised the specter of Uchiha Madara's menace again. I shall resolve Madara's troubles before I take my last breath. Senju Hashirama's determination was unwavering. Saber fell into silence. It seemed he had exerted himself a bit too much. All right, Senju Tobirama slowly began forming hand seals, casting a sidelong glance at Saber, casually remarking, even if my brother's life were to end one day, and Madara were to destroy Konoha, plunging the shinobi world back into the Warring States era, I would stake my life on it. There is no need for such extremes. Saber fastidi interrupted Senju Tobirama. Fortunately, Senju Tobirama had inadvertently offered an escape route. Even if Senju Tobirama had not offered stepping stone, Shiro Amiya intended to speak up and persuade him. However, receiving such a gesture would undoubtedly facilitate the process. Perhaps those who delight in manipulation share an unspoken understanding. Shiro felt a certain resonance with Tobirama, his gaze gently lowering. The first Hokage of Konoha. I have learned your tale through your brother's words. He spoke a truth. Your existence is intertwined with the peace of this era. Coincidentally, I too wish to linger a while longer, to see if I possess the ability to alter this age. Shiro reminded those present not to take offense at his potential disdain for their ways. During our interactions, let us not be troubled by my possible aversion to your mannerisms. The ability to discern good from evil is indeed too overpowered. This matter must be addressed. Chapter 26. The Child of Daylight. That child is an exceptional ninja. At long last, the troubles have been resolved. This thought simultaneously arose in the minds of Senju Tobirama and Amiya Shiro, albeit regarding different predicaments. While Amiya Shiro was articulating his persuasive words, Senju Tobirama had already ceased his feigned attempts to unravel the impure world reincarnation. The de facto ruler of Konoha had anticipated Amiya Shiro's temperament, knowing well that he would be reluctant to plunge the ninja world into chaos. Amiya Shiro is indeed easily deceived. Senju Tobirama comprehended how to leverage the goodwill of others. Nevertheless, vigilance is still warranted. Senju Tobirama harbored suspicions that Amiya Shiro's benevolence could be exploited by others. Given the constraints on his amiya to restrict Shiro's actions, he might encounter individuals from other ninja villages. Such matters require utmost caution. After all, Amiya Shiro is destined to linger in this era for an extended period. Senju Tobirama contemplated that he might orchestrate circumstances for Shiro to witness the darker facets of the world, ensuring that he would not be so easily deceived in the future. This is a new epoch more brutal than ancient times. Murder, deceit. Ninjas have long acclimated to such a life. For instance, Uchiha Madara might very well manipulate Amiya Shiro. Otherwise, why would he clandestinely approach Shiro after feigning death in the dead of night? Speaking of which, Senju Tobirama narrowed his eyes and broached the subject. Madara, who had feigned death to escape while battling with my elder brother, undoubtedly harbors some ulterior motive for infiltrating Lord Shiro's residence. One Madara's eyes is blind. Senju Hashirama's perspective was rather simplistic. He merely articulated his opinion. This is the price he paid for evading death, perhaps in hopes of restoring his vision. Is that so? Amiya Shiro furrowed his brow, expressing his bewilderment at Uchiha Madara's actions. If he wishes to control me with the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan to heal himself, should he not simply inform the doctor directly? Lord Shiro's thoughts are too benevolent. Senju Tobirama began his instruction while simultaneously berating Uchiha Madara. That fellow is inherently malevolent, always believing that everyone in the ninja world should yield to his might. He presumes that he can manipulate Lord Shiro through the power of illusion. However, Lord Shiro must exercise caution. Senju Tobirama hoped that Amiya Shiro would not fall victim to deception. Madara's nefarious scheme may have failed this time, but it does not preclude him from employing other means to infiltrate Konoha in the future, cloaking his deceit in lies to persuade you to aid in the treatment of his blind eye. The hearts of people in this era are far from simple. Senju Tobirama seized the opportunity to instruct Amiya Shiro. There will always be individuals who, in pursuit of their objectives, craft meticulously designed lies to deceive others. Amiya Shiro merely furrowed his brow in silence. At this moment, Amiya Shiro appeared somewhat unaccustomed to the demeanor of the ninjas of this era, pondering whether Senju Tobirama was subtly hinting at something. Speaking of which, where had Kurizetsu vanished to? Was it truly preoccupied at this juncture? In fact, Kurizetsu was indeed quite busy. It harbored concerns for the safety of Uchiha Madara. The potential for awakening a new pair of Rinnegan resided within Uchiha Madara, and until Shiro successfully forged a new Rinnegan, Kurizetsu was reluctant to witness a weakened Madara left vulnerable to the ninjas of Konoha. Outside Konoha, the village continued to grapple with the troubles posed by the Nine Tails. Meanwhile, The frail Uchiha evaded the pursuit of Konoha's Umbu. Indifferent to these ninjas, but wary of being caught by the Senju brothers. Oomph. That devious little man, Tobirama, always considers every angle. Madara's vigilant gaze darted to the Umbu ninjas blocking his path, recognizing that they were dispatched by Senju Tobirama even before his departure from Konoha. That guy anticipated my escape from Konoha all along. However, Madara knew he could not linger here. Even if he evaded the senses of these ninjas, he could not escape the relentless pursuit of Konoha's forces dispatched to track him down. Within the village, there existed another formidable clan, the Hyuga clan, renowned for their Byakugan. The ninjas of the Hyuga clan could leverage the Byakugan's observational prowess to scrutinize their surroundings, making them adept hunters of adversaries. And it was only a matter of time before he was exposed. Breakthrough. Uchiha Madara's figure surged forth. The 4 Umbu ninjas stationed to patrol the area hastily drew their kunai, shouting loudly in an attempt to obstruct Madara's advance. Uchiha Madara is here. Do not let him escape. Oomph. Madara scoffed disdainfully. In the blink of an eye, the 4 Umbu ninjas were dispatched. Upon witnessing Madara charging at them, the 4 had no time to mount an effective counterattack and were overwhelmed in an instant. This was not merely a disparity in strength, but also an insurmountable gap in talent and experience. Nonetheless, this was sufficient, for another, more troublesome team of ninjas had detected his presence. Led personally by Sarutobi Sasuke, a team composed of the formidable Ino-Shikicho trio raced toward Uchiha Madara's location. Block his path. Sarutobi Sasuke bellowed to his comrades, fingers weaving the necessary hand seals as he urged. We must prevent him from leaving this place. Once the Hokage and Lord Tobirama deal with the Nine Tails, they will be able to pursue him swiftly. Fire release. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Sarutobi Sasuke unleashed a torrent of flames towards Uchiha Madara, resembling a frenzied fire dragon soaring through the air. Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow. A mocking smile crept across his lips as he deftly evaded the approaching inferno, his eyes narrowing with disdain. Oomph. I expected the ninja praised by Hashirama to possess remarkable prowess, yet here I find one foolish enough to challenge an Uchiha with mere fire techniques. Shadow imitation technique. A man with a ponytail pressed his hands to the ground, his shadow extending like a long thread, connecting with the shadow beneath Uchiha Madara. He anxiously cautioned his comrades, "You must accelerate your pace. The gap between him and me is too vast for the shadow to hold him for long." "I'll assist," declared a golden-haired man, raising his finger as his consciousness surged into Uchiha Madara, attempting to seize control of his body. "Do not underestimate us, Madara." Multiplication technique. A robust figure appeared behind Uchiha Madara, his form swelling to a mountainous size, swinging his colossal fists towards him. Should that punch land, Uchiha Madara might be reduced to mere pulp. Such a combination of attacks, no ninja would dare to underestimate it, coupled with a formidable Sarutobi Sasuke. However, Uchiha Madara swiftly extricated himself from the peril. Faced with the golden-haired ninja attempting to wrest control of his body, Madara instantly ensnared the intruder with Genjutsu. Under Madara's illusionary control, the golden-haired ninja directed his consciousness into the shadow-controlling ponytailed man. The golden-haired ninja commanded the ponytailed man to manipulate the shadow of the robust figure behind Uchiha Madara. Boom! The hefty man involuntarily rolled, sending both the golden-haired ninja and the ponytailed man flying, as the seamless combination of the Ino-Shikicho trio met a catastrophic defeat. In truth, their defeat was so utter that it bordered on disgraceful. Indeed, to describe it as disgraceful might even flatter them. For Uchiha Madara had merely cast a glance in their direction. One might even say he hadn't genuinely regarded them at all. This formidable man had effortlessly dispatched the Ino-Shikicho trio using the golden-haired ninja's own invasive spirit, accomplishing the task in mere seconds. Within mere moments, the pursuing squad was reduced to only Sarutobi Sasuke. His chakra had somewhat replenished. Uchiha Madara's gaze remained fixed on Sarutobi Sasuke, who was now sweating profusely. His fingers began to form hand seals slowly. Ninjas like you seem incapable of escaping easily. Thus, I shall indulge you with a glimpse of true fire techniques. Sarutobi Sasuke's eyes narrowed sharply. Half a minute later, the pig deer butterfly squad has hastened back to the battlefield. The target they were tracking, Uchiha Madara, has already departed. A sense of dread enveloped them as they beheld their captain, Sarutobi Sasuke, grievously injured and seemingly in a state of complete unconsciousness, his breath faint and labored. We cannot pursue Madara any longer. The stout, robust man hoisted the critically wounded Sarutobi Sasuke onto his back and swiftly made his way toward the village of Kanagakur. We must first transport the captain to the hospital. The captain's condition appears dire. The blonde ninja, having regained consciousness from the genjutsu due to the severe blow he endured, anxiously inquired of his companions. Should we inform the captain's family about this incident? It would undoubtedly be impossible to conceal. The man with the braided ponytail rubbed his temples. I have met the captain's son. That boy, Hisashi, is an exceptional ninja who will not be cowed by his father's misfortune. I hope that someone in the village can save the captain. Chapter 27. Was anesthesia administered during the surgery? In the Konoha hospital, Amiya Shiro found himself in a role reminiscent of a physician. His purpose here was clear, to serve as a healer within the esteemed Konoha hospital, for he was indeed a genuine medical ninja. Few in Konoha recognized his visage, nor did he harbor any intentions of concealing his identity. However, some within the hospital regarded him with a sense of familiarity. This was largely due to the numerous medical ninjas from the Senju clan, many of whom, in their youth, had surreptitiously found themselves gazing upon Shiro's crystal coffin. Much like Senju Hashirama, as he reminded himself to maintain a proper diet, a faint emerald green chakra emanated from Shiro's fingertips before dissipating into the air. He refrained from glancing at the patient he had just healed, instead instructing the assistant who had been dispatched, kindly inform the family to prepare for discharge. The patient may leave today. Chakra, indeed, it is a wondrous force. It possesses the remarkable ability to expedite the healing of wounds. When combined with exceptional medical expertise and ample experience, even the most arduous and intricate surgeries can be conducted with risks minimized, thanks to the restorative power of chakra. Lord Amiya is truly remarkable. We dared not operate on this patient ourselves. This apprehension is understandable. During surgery, it is imperative to maintain the patient's vital signs, as excessive blood loss from extensive incisions could prove fatal. The duration of the procedure directly correlates with the life of the patient, and the post-operative healing techniques must be swift enough to close the wounds effectively. Amiya Shiro took hold of the medical record and, after jotting down some notes, handed it to the assistant. My proficiency stems from extensive experience in surgeries. Your conservative treatment approach has yielded some results. At the very least, it has preserved his life. The assistant, intrigued, inquired, "What is this?" "This is a list of potential medications for treatment," Shiro replied nonchalantly. "Having encountered numerous patients, I have garnered a bit of knowledge. The last patient of this kind alleviated his suffering with herbal remedies from his vicinity. I found similar herbs effective in treating others without triggering additional ailments. By the way," Shiro continued suddenly, "once you locate this herb, refrain from administering it to the patient until I have conducted further research. The circumstances may vary." This knowledge harkens back to ancient times, over a millennium ago. Human physiology may have evolved, and thus, Shiro was uncertain of the herb's efficacy. Outside the operating room, as Shiro pushed the door open, he was met by an unexpected sight. Lord Amiya! Senju Hashirama knelt before him. The first Hokage bowed his head in reverence, beseeching Shiro to save his subordinate, Sarutobi Sasuke. "Please, I implore you to rescue my comrade, Sasuke." Senju Hashirama was utterly unconcerned about his reputation as Hokage, even shedding tears in his distress. "I am willing to do anything, as long as it means saving Sasuke's life." "I understand." Amiya Shiro observed the twitch at the corner of his eye. This individual seemed rather disruptive, and the notion of saving Sasuke sounded peculiar coming from his lips. Although Shiro was already aware that Senju Hashirama referred to Sarutobi Sasuke, he could not help but feel a slight dissonance. The assistant behind Shiro covered his face. Many in Konoha recognized the first Hokage, Despite his formidable strength, he was easily moved to tears, often kneeling in sorrow when faced with adversity. Sasuke had pursued Madara. Senju Hashirama explained to Shiro the circumstances surrounding Sarutobi Sasuke's injury. He had been gravely wounded by Madara's fire-release ninjutsu, and there were only a few hours left for him in the village. Shiro assessed Sarutobi Sasuke's injuries. A flicker of terror crossed the faces of everyone present. It seemed they needed to save him first, if only he could hold on for a few more days. Shiro instructed the people to carry Sarutobi Sasuke into the operating room, letting out a sigh. Thankfully, the next patient scheduled for surgery could endure for several more years. Everyone present was beginning to sweat. Was this truly a serious medical ninja? It sounded as if, should Sarutobi Sasuke manage to last a few more days, they would still be waiting in line here. Click! The door to the operating room closed. A group of guardian ninjas hurriedly urged their Hokage to sit down. Just as they anxiously awaited the surgical outcome, a young boy wearing the Leaf Village forehead protector rushed in, his face etched with unease and tension. Monkey! Senju Hashirama quickly beckoned the boy to his side. This boy was none other than Sarutobi Sasuke's son, Sarutobi Hisashi, just 14 or 15 years old. Deeply worried about his father's grave condition. Due to the monkey-like nature of his family's summoning beast, coupled with his surname, he often exhibited erratic, jumpy behavior reminiscent of a young monkey, earning him the nickname Monkey from the elders who had watched him grow up in Konoha. Hokage-sama, my father. The young Sarutobi Hisashi stammered nervously, wanting to inquire. Do not be afraid, monkey. Senju Hashirama comfortingly ruffled his hair, gently soothing his emotions. The one treating your father is the greatest medical ninja in the history of the shinobi world. Hisashi. A group of young boys and girls came rushing from the end of the corridor. Upon seeing Senju Hashirama, they hurriedly bowed before anxiously looking toward their friend. In the midst of the tension, young Sarutobi Hisashi nodded slightly as he listened to his friends express their anxiety over his father's condition. Gradually, a calm demeanor enveloped him. Thank you for your concern, he said, a hint of assurance in his voice. The Hokage just informed me that my father will recover soon. Indeed, the face of Senju Hashirama radiated with a broad smile, raising his hand in a gesture of promise. I swear by the name of the Hokage that he will heal swiftly. The surrounding ninja guard were taken aback and hastily attempted to silence him. No, such words should not be spoken carelessly. After all, Sarutobi Sasuke was brought in gravely injured, and none expected the leader of the Sarutobi clan, renowned for his fire techniques, to be so severely wounded. Of course, considering the formidable opponent he faced, it was indeed remarkable that he was alive and transported to the hospital. Where is Danzo? Suddenly, a young girl noticed the absence of one among them. It seemed that Danzo was still diligently training at the training grounds. A bespectacled boy quickly chimed in, explaining, when we all learned of the news, we rushed over, but we haven't had the chance to inform him about Hisen's father's injury. Let's not tell Danzo today. Young Sarutobi Hisen, amidst his worried companions, appeared mature beyond his years as he calmly articulated, once my father's condition stabilizes, I will find a moment to inform Danzo. So he won't worry today. The group of youths nodded in unison. Hisen commanded great respect among his peers. He often lightened the mood with playful banter. Yet in moments of tension, he exuded an air of reliability. However, they were unaware that in such a critical situation, the rescue efforts often demanded a considerable amount of time. They could only patiently await the conclusion of Sarutobi Sasuke's surgery. Inside the operating room, Amiya Shiro maintained a composed demeanor as he performed the surgery. For him, this procedure to treat burn injuries was not particularly daunting, as he had previously navigated more complex internal surgeries. For his assistants, however, the scene was somewhat terrifying. Shiro's left hand wielded a chakra-infused scalpel, delicately excising the burned skin and muscle from Sarutobi Sasuke's body while blood flowed freely from the wound. Simultaneously, his right hand channeled vibrant green yang chakra, swiftly staunching the bleeding and promoting rapid regeneration of the muscle and skin cells at the injury site. Do not be afraid. The patient possesses a robust constitution. As Amiya Shiro diligently channeled chakra, to tend to Sarutobi Sasuke's wounds, he simultaneously found the mental capacity to reassure his assistant beside him. Compared to the intricate surgeries involving the complex organs within the human body, this procedure was relatively straightforward. Fortunately, Sasuke had sustained burns from a fire technique, and remarkably, there were no inhalation injuries, which would have significantly heightened the danger. In the past, he had rescued a patient who survived a fire. Upon encountering him, the patient had horrifying burns in his respiratory tract and lungs. The assistant, somewhat apprehensive, observed Miyashiro as he performed the surgery while engaging in casual conversation. Confused by the assistant's unease, Shiro casually remarked that his skills at that time had been superior to his current state, allowing him to deftly incise the patient's trachea and lungs, ultimately saving the individual. The assistant felt slightly dizzy from the narrative. Truly, the esteemed Amiya was remarkable. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Sasuke regained consciousness amidst the pain, acutely aware of the agony coursing through his body, and struggled to offer a word of praise. "You are awake," Shiro stated, pausing for a moment before asking a question that left his assistant in a state of alarm. "By the way, do you remember if I administered anesthesia to him prior to the rescue?" My tuka," he continued, noting that they would typically refer to Sarutobi Sasuke as Senpai Sasuke. However, Shiro aimed to avoid any potential confusion that might arise from using senpai. Furthermore, it was well known that he had always been an admirer of Sasuke. He invited everyone to peruse the epilogue featuring Sasuke at the conclusion of starting as a worker from Naruto. Chapter 28. You will regret this. As dusk fell, the surgical room door creaked open. Watanabe Shigenori emerged, his expression marked by a tinge of shame, while his assistant trailed behind, fear etched across his face, rendered speechless. Judging by their expressions, it was apparent that the news was not good, prompting the movements of Senju Hashirama and others to become somewhat heavy with apprehension. "Senpai." The young Sarutobi Hyjin mustered his strength to stand, gazing at the unfamiliar medical ninja. He took the initiative to introduce himself. "I am Sarutobi Hyjin, the son of Sarutobi Sasuke." "Senpai, how's my father faring?" Watanabe Shigenori's brows quivered slightly. "Senpai." Young Hyjin felt a sudden swell of dread, fearing the words that might spill from the man's lips. "Everything is fine. There were some complications during the surgery." Watanabe gestured dismissively, his countenance betraying a semblance of nonchalance. "But he ultimately survived." "Complications?" The weight of despair settled in young Hyjin's heart. "What sort of complications?" During missions, ninjas often encounter unforeseen circumstances. Many may suffer lifelong disabilities or even spend their remaining days bedridden. "Could it be that my father—" "Please wait a moment." Watanabe indicated for him to stay put and continued. "He is currently dressing himself. You will be able to see him shortly." "Thank you, senpai." Young Hyjin expressed his gratitude, though confusion flickered across his face, leaving him somewhat perplexed by the implication of Watanabe's words. Dressing himself? What does that mean? How can he be dressing himself after sustaining such severe injuries? Suddenly, the surgical room door swung open. Sarutobi Sasuke stepped out, startled to find a throng of young faces clustered by the door, including his own son. In stark contrast to Sasuke's shock, it was the group of Konoha ninjas who had borne him here in desperate need of aid that were truly taken aback. All present could scarcely believe their eyes as they gazed at Sarutobi Sasuke. Is this some sort of joke? How could he possibly have survived that ordeal? No, it cannot be. Even if he were to survive, he should not be in such a condition. This level of medical skill, it seems almost exaggerated. Not even the Konoha ninjas who had sought help could fathom how a patient, ravaged by a fire-style jutsu to the brink of death, could so swiftly regain his ability to move. It was unfathomable. He bore no visible traces of his injuries. Sasuke Sarutobi bore no bandages upon his form, nor did he exhibit any signs of burns. His skin appeared as fresh and unblemished as that of a newborn, as if the events of the morning, where he was brought forth in desperate need of aid, were merely figments of the imagination. This situation, could it truly be that everyone had fallen under an illusion? Even Hashirama Senju, despite his unwavering confidence in Shiro Amiya's medical prowess, found himself taken aback. questioning the reliability of his own vision. Hashirama rubbed his eyes vigorously. Although he held great faith in Shiro Amiya's healing skills, he was astonished at how effortlessly the gravely wounded Sasuke Sarutobi had been mended. In the Warring States period, when the Senju and Uchiha clans clashed, Hashirama frequently witnessed his kin perish under the onslaught of fire-style ninjutsu. Such injuries were not insurmountable. Yet, there was no trace of arrogance upon Shiro Amiya's countenance. The procedure was not particularly intricate. The most complex aspect lay within the surgical process itself. The medical ninjas of Konoha lacked the courage and experience to undertake such an operation, not to mention the requisite chakra. Only the reanimated Shiro, endowed with limitless chakra, could endure this task, having previously navigated even more challenging surgeries involving internal organs. I am deeply grateful for your life-saving assistance, Sasuke Sarutobi expressed sincerely to Shiro Amiya. Thank you, Senior. The young Sarutobi Hizashi promptly echoed his father's gratitude. You must not refer to him as Senior. Sasuke Sarutobi swiftly corrected his son, earnestly wishing to impart the proper form of address. To merely call him Senior is too disrespectful. One should not even refer to him as my lord in a dismissive manner. It is imperative to address him as my lord. Different titles denote different statuses. Some may call Shiro my lord, believing that sufficient respect has been shown. Others may refer to him as your excellency, deeming that truly respectful. The term your excellency in this era is typically bestowed upon the esteemed daimyos. However, in the ancient times from whence Shiro hails, it is likely that no such daimyos existed, for his renown had already surpassed that of their ancestors. Let us not dwell on such trivialities, Shiro Amiya interjected, dismissing the significance of titles. To me, the manner of address is secondary. Does the senior have any nicknames? Young Hizashi, relieved to see his father unharmed, felt his spirits lift. The 14 or 15-year-old boy, possessing a lively and exuberant demeanor, engaged in conversation with Shiro while cheekily sticking out his tongue and making faces at his healthy father. He found this unfamiliar senior to be quite amiable. Hizashi, Sasuke Sarutobi quickly admonished his son. Perhaps. There are, Shiro replied with a hint of amusement. Shiro Amiya remained unperturbed by the audacity of youth and even took the liberty to respond to his inquiries. There must be plenty of people who secretly regard me as a foolish and naive individual. They might have assigned me various nicknames, though I am unlikely to ever know. How could I? Sarutobi Sasuke quickly reassured Shiro, patting his son's head while emphatically declaring, "Who dares to show disrespect towards you? We shall ensure they face the consequences." It was not merely a matter of saving a life. It also encompassed a profound gratitude for the legacy of medical knowledge in this era. Lying on the operating table, Sarutobi Sasuke heard Shiro imparting his wisdom to the medical ninjas of Konoha, generously sharing his experience. He was indeed a person deserving of respect. Indeed, the visage of Senju Hashirama was imbued with steadfast resolve. However, this first Hokage's whimsical nature soon took hold as he stroked his chin in contemplation. Yet, we must devise a nickname for Lord Amiya that is both catchy and reflective of his unique traits. Hey, Hokage-sama. Tulambu swiftly intervened to halt Hashirama's musings. Enough. Shiro Amiya appeared indifferent to the banter and took the opportunity to remind Sarutobi Sasuke, during your rescue, I accelerated the division and regeneration of some of your cellular tissues, which may inadvertently hasten the aging process of your body. It is quite fortunate that you survived it all. A genuine expression of gratitude graced Sarutobi Sasuke's face, and he chuckled softly. It's quite all right. Our clan has always had a somewhat aged appearance. Simply being alive is indeed a stroke of great fortune. Surviving the encounter with Uchiha Madara, or being gravely injured yet ultimately saved by a figure Shiro's caliber. Such experiences impart a sense of grandeur to his life. This kindness shall be etched in our hearts. After expressing his heartfelt thanks to the first Hokage and his entourage, he took a moment to lightly tap the head of young Sarutobi Hizashi. Do not show any disrespect to Lord Amiya. I still do not know his name. It seems to be Amiya. Could he be a descendant of the legendary sage Shiro Amiya? The young Sarutobi Hizashi, undeterred by the slight pain, gazed curiously at the peculiar and unfamiliar medical ninja, a person he had never encountered in the village. Just then, as the sun began to set, a youthful figure, bathed in the evening glow, rushed through the hospital corridor, his face tinged with urgency, having received the news too late. "Hey, Hizashi," the boy exclaimed upon spotting his friend Sarutobi Hizashi. "I just heard that your father has sustained severe injuries." However, before he could finish, he noticed Sarutobi Sasuke, nonchalantly walking behind the group of boys, a look of tender affection gracing his face. It appears that he is far from being gravely injured. The contrast between his current state and the news just received by the young boy is stark. The boy's expression suddenly shifted as he felt once again duped. "Hizashi, is it truly you playing tricks again? Hey, Danzo, listen to me." The young Sarutobi Hizashi hurried forward, eager to call out to his companion, hoping to avert any misunderstandings. "You dare to deceive me again?" With a face full of fury, the boy dashed out once more, his suppressed anger reverberating through the hallway. "Hizashi, you shall regret this." Finally, I have reached the segment about my favorite, Lord Danzo. The young Sarutobi Hizashi is quite cheerful. It can be inferred that the youthful Hizashi was likely similar to Naruto and Jiraiya. For when Senju, Tobirama, shielded their escape, Hizashi, poised to face death, exhibited a demeanor reminiscent of Jiraiya in his youth. Of course, 55 years later, the elder Hizashi has become exceedingly composed. I find it somewhat peculiar that at this juncture, he is portrayed as overly steady. It should reflect a balance where he remains steadfast in significant matters, yet occasionally loses his composure over trivialities. As for the final character's appearance, one understands, his entrance is always marked by a familiar style, undeniably of pure lineage. Chapter 29. The intrusion from the Hokage Tower with a resounding thud. The doors of Konoha Hospital swung shut. All present witnessed the boy dash out, then turned their gaze to Sarutobi Sasuke, who had miraculously recovered from the brink of death, before finally resting their eyes on Sarutobi Hizashi, the boy who had just been harshly reprimanded. They began to piece together the underlying narrative of this duo. A youth, recently informed of his friend's father's grave injuries, rushed to the hospital, eager to offer his support. Upon arrival, he was taken aback to find his friend's father appearing utterly unscathed, inciting his ire over what he perceived to be a cruel jest by his companion, deceiving the affections of a friend. Such an act seemed utterly reprehensible. "Danzo, allow me to explain." Sarutobi Hizashi hastily pursued the boy to clarify the situation. His father, Sarutobi Sasuke, was indeed gravely injured, but had been saved by an enigmatic medical ninja. "Do you truly speak the truth?" Danzo, the youth, was skeptical of his claim. "Absolutely." As one who had witnessed miracles firsthand, Sarutobi Hizashi, with an inquisitive demeanor reminiscent of a monkey, elaborated on his hypothesis. The identity of the medical ninja remained shrouded in mystery. He was referred to as Lord Amiya, wielding considerable authority and unparalleled medical prowess, likely linked by ancestry to the most illustrious medical ninja of yore. As he stroked his chin, Hizashi mused, "Yet, it is indeed peculiar, despite having revived a patient." He bore an expression devoid of joy, resembling a face carved from stone. "What concern is this of ours?" Danzo frowned, his demeanor starkly contrasting that of his more affable companion. Rarely did a smile grace his features. If the ninja's identity was concealed, it was likely a significant secret of the village, one not meant for lowly shinobi like themselves to investigate. At that moment, Danzo seemed to grasp the notion of hierarchy. He held a certain reverence for the power wielded by Konoha's upper echelons, believing that should he ascend to such heights in the future, he too would enforce strict protocols. However, Sarutobi Hizashi retained his curiosity about Lord Amiya. If indeed a secret, it would be improbable for them to encounter him so freely. Yet, neither the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, nor his father, Sarutobi Sasuke, had obstructed this lowly shinobi from interacting with such an esteemed figure. As Hizashi engaged in discussion with his companion, he noticed two figures emerging from Konoha Hospital, deepening his intrigue. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the day's work at Konoha Hospital drew to a close. Within Hizashi's line of sight stood Senju Hashirama, the esteemed first Hokage, walking alongside the medical ninja. The respect in Hashirama's demeanor suggested he was escorting someone of great significance. Those are the young ones of the new generation from our village. As Senju Hashirama guided Amiya, Shiro, through Konoha, he casually introduced the group of youths. Tobirama established the Ninja Academy in the village, and these youngsters are the first batch of students. The monkey you just met is the most outstanding among them. This is no mere flattery, for Sarutobi Hiruzen's talent is indeed remarkable. The young Sarutobi Hiruzen has already mastered the unique summoning beast of the Sarutobi clan, the Monkey King, and at his tender age, he has refined chakra of 5 different natures, while also learning ninjutsu of all 5 elements under Tobirama's guidance. Moreover, young Sarutobi Hiruzen possesses an endearing personality. At least, his elders, who have watched him grow, have observed a quality in him that is even more precious than his talent: leadership. This is a trait that cannot be overlooked. Although young Sarutobi Hiruzen often appears mischievous and playful, he remains remarkably composed when faced with serious matters, managing to suppress his inner panic and soothing his companions with an unflappable demeanor. For instance, when news of his father's grave injury reached him, the ninjas present witnessed the worry and anxiety etched on his face as he rushed to the hospital. Yet, when his anxious peers arrived, he managed to maintain his composure and actively calm their fears. The boy beside the monkey is named Shimura Danzo. Hashirama noticed the camaraderie between young Hiruzen and Danzo, a hint of nostalgia crossing his features. It is said that during their time at the Ninja Academy, Hiruzen and Danzo were fierce rivals. Yet now they have grown into mutually recognized comrades. Their relationship seems to be quite strong. Shiro nodded, his expression inscrutable. If all goes as expected. The chapter is not yet complete. Turn to the next page to continue reading. Hashirama expressed his admiration for the young Sarutobi and his companions, remarking, "The future of Konoha rests upon the shoulders of these young ones." Is that so? Shiro mused, seemingly intrigued by the group of youths. Humanity always seeks to entrust its will to the hopes of the future. Even the Sage of 6 Paths was no exception, let alone mere mortals like us. Meanwhile, an assistant quietly recorded Shiro's words and actions, as he was sent by Tobirama to assist Shiro, primarily to discreetly gather any intelligence that Shiro might inadvertently reveal. For this era, Shiro holds an abundance of treasures, and Tobirama cannot afford to miss any opportunity, even instructing his assistant to meticulously document everything about him. Within the Hokage building, Tobirama found himself quite busy with work. As Madara had not been killed and managed to evade capture, Senju Tobirama was compelled to increase the number of personnel to continue suppressing and monitoring the Uchiha clan to prevent any internal turmoil within Konoha at this precarious juncture. Moreover, Senju Tobirama had to prepare for another significant endeavor. With only a decade left of his elder brother Senju Hashirama's life, he resolved to utilize the ancient tales of Ashura and the shinobi sect, as recounted by Amiya Shiro, to fracture the various ninja clans within Konoha, thereby reshaping their sense of identity towards the village. The Warring States period was not far behind, and the villagers of Konoha still preferred to believe in their respective clan leaders. It was essential to liberate them from the shackles of clan-centric ideologies and encourage them to collectively embrace and protect their home, Konoha. Only through this unity could Konoha, which had thrived on Hashirama's prestige and strength, endure beyond his death. It appeared that only the Senju clan could take the lead in this endeavor. Senju Tobirama possessed a profound understanding of the situation in Konoha. The most formidable Senju clan needed to set an example for the other ninja clans to recognize his approach. The first step was to disband the Senju clan, even requiring its members to vacate their designated quarters and reside separately throughout the village. Only if the Senju clan acted first would the other clans trust that they did not seek to engulf them. At this point, the subsequent plan could commence. Tobirama could gradually guide the ninjas of the various clans to disperse, encouraging them to cast aside their biases tied to clan surnames and integrate into Konoha. If this plan succeeded, in the future, all individuals would identify solely as Konoha ninjas, no longer as members of specific clans. and the children raised in the village would continue to embrace their identity as Konoha residents. However, the Uchiha clan could not be disbanded. They must remain united for effective surveillance, to prevent the emergence of another dangerous figure akin to Uchiha Madara. The Hyuga clan posed a considerable challenge as well. To safeguard the Byakugan from dissemination, they had long enforced a control curse on the foreheads of branch family members. Even if the Hyuga clan's ninjas were to be scattered, the clan leader retained the ability to control the branch family members. This tradition could not be altered overnight. Moreover, protecting the Byakugan from being lost to the outside world was beneficial for Konoha. If, in the future, the Hyuga clan were to willingly honor Konoha's leadership, it might only be possible to find an opportunity to intervene following internal resistance from the branch families against the main family. As for the other ninja clans, they generally did not present any special circumstances. Senju Tobirama was well aware of the situations concerning the various clans in Konoha. His mind quickly formulated a decisive plan, intending to seek an opportunity to discuss this strategy with his elder brother. A series of knocks echoed from outside the door. The assistant of Amiya, Shiro, delivered today's intelligence. Lord Tobirama, this pertains to Lord Amiya. Most of the information revolved around medical techniques and experiences alongside various remedies for ailments. However, it was noted that any herbs found must first be verified by him. I understand, Tobirama Senju replied, perusing the documents with satisfaction, nodding in approval. It appears that Lord Amiya has treated a considerable number of patients at the hospital today. Indeed, it is truly unfortunate. Tobirama expressed a tinge of regret that the report lacked any content that could enhance the strength of the ninjas. His gaze gradually settled on the final section. Only Konoha is a future worthy of his trust. For the sake of Konoha, employing certain means is not without merit. The text also mentioned that an individual named Kishimoto had once noted in relation to Team 7's design that Haruno Sakura was originally intended to be a descendant of the Senju clan, with even the family crest appearing on the wall behind her, but this idea was ultimately abandoned due to her popularity. Chapter 30. The Enlightenment of Uchiha Madara in the Konoha Hospital. How many patients remain? Senju Tobirama absent-mindedly drummed his fingers on the table. There were still dozens of critically ill patients within the confines of the hospital. The assistant, who had been shadowing Amiya Shiro, was thoroughly impressed by his medical skills after just a day, exclaiming, with Lord Amiya's expertise, these patients will soon be liberated from their suffering. Thus, Tobirama mused with narrowed eyes, seemingly conversing with himself. If our village's hospital were to be devoid of patients, given his temperament, he would not linger in Konoha, but would likely roam as in ancient times, healing the afflicted. Furthermore, he must certainly wish to witness this era. Tobirama's fingers tapping the table resonated with a sense of urgency as he contemplated the dynamics of the shinobi world and the challenges facing Konoha if he departed from Konoha. Lord Tobirama's implication is, the assistant, slightly perplexed by Tobirama's thoughts, tentatively interjected, if Lord Tobirama intends to confine Lord Amiya, I would advise against it. Where are your thoughts wandering? Tobirama gestured for his subordinate to relax, replying coldly, Konoha would never resort to such actions. I am merely concerned for Lord Amiya's safety. Not all in the shinobi world will extend the same respect that our village does. For instance, Uchiha Madara, with his chin resting on his palm, Tobirama displayed a dangerously contemplative expression, devising a plan to fully exploit Amiya Shiro's abilities. Tomorrow morning, gather the monkeys at the training ground. Tobirama commanded, his voice grave. From tomorrow onward, I'll conduct rigorous training for them, selecting suitable candidates from their progress to undertake a special mission. Additionally, assemble the Umbu ninjas. I too must choose a fitting group. As Tobirama contemplated his strategy regarding Amiya Shiro, he was particularly solemn, fearing even the slightest oversight. I must find time to meet with my elder brother. If all goes as anticipated, when Amiya Shiro departs from Konoha, that rascal Uchiha Madara will undoubtedly take action. Tobirama believed he understood Uchiha Madara well enough, convinced that Madara would seek to utilize Amiya Shiro's medical prowess to restore the sight of the Sharingan that had gone blind in a desperate bid for survival. That I belonged to his brother, Uchiha Izuna. Reflecting on the man he had slain in the past, Tobirama's gaze turned icy as he considered. In this world, only that pair of eyes bears the remnants of Uchiha Izuna, and the strength of the Uchiha clan relies on their Sharingan, out of both emotion and reason. Uchiha Madara will undoubtedly find a way to restore that eye's vision. Undoubtedly, once Shiro Amiya departs from Konoha, it would present the most opportune moment for Uchiha Madara, as well as our prime opportunity to vanquish him once again. Indeed, Senju Tobirama's conjectures proved to be remarkably astute. This man possesses an intimate understanding of Uchiha Madara's psyche. However, the sole miscalculation made by Senju Tobirama lies in the assumption that Uchiha Madara seeks to heal his blinded eyes. In truth, Uchiha Madara holds no belief that Shiro Amiya's medical prowess could restore his sight. Rather, he merely wishes to consult Shiro Amiya regarding ancient secrets. In a land of fire, within a clandestine stronghold of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara took refuge briefly after evading the pursuit of the Konoha ninjas, a sanctuary known only to him, the former clan leader. Lacking medical ninjas, Uchiha Madara endeavored to transplant Senju Hashirama's flesh onto his wounds, yearning to acquire the power of Senju Hashirama. Fortuitously, this hasty transplant succeeded. During this precarious procedure, Senju Hashirama's flesh rapidly took root within him. Yet fortunately, it was swiftly contained by his chakra. He succeeded. Uchiha Madara closed his eyes with satisfaction, distinctly sensing the surge of chakra within him. Following the transplantation of Hashirama's cells, both his chakra and regenerative abilities experienced a monumental enhancement. He pondered, "Let me see." Uchiha Madara's fingers sliced through his arm, and as blood flowed from the wound, it rapidly healed under the stimulation of his chakra. This regenerative ability is uniquely Hashirama's. Now, he too has acquired this formidable self-healing prowess. To his astonishment, a vine sprouted from his arm, a manifestation of the wood release Kekkei Genkai exclusive to Senju Hashirama. Something felt peculiar in his chest. Uchiha Madara stood before a smooth pane of glass, whereupon he beheld a white mask emerging from his chest, its visage reminiscent of his dear friend Senju Hashirama. This is the price he pays for obtaining Hashirama's power. The transplantation of Hashirama's cells leaves an indelible mark upon him. Yet the disparity between this and what he truly desires is vast. Uchiha Madara donned a garment to conceal the mask upon his chest, his brow furrowing in dissatisfaction. According to the ancient stone inscriptions of our Uchiha clan, the interplay of opposing forces should yield the power of creation. The gap is too immense. Despite the significant enhancement of his strength, for Uchiha Madara, this augmentation pales in comparison to the cost he has paid, the sacrifice of his eternal Mangeki Sharingan sight. That was the eye entrusted to him by his younger brother, Uchiha Izuna. Could it be that he had misjudged? The power of all things. What indeed constitutes the power of all things? Uchiha Madara found himself ensnared in contemplation once more, convinced that his comprehension could not possibly be flawed. He reached up to caress his eye socket. After acquiring the power of Hashirama, I perceive a reduction in the ocular energy required to utilize the eternal Mangeki Sharingan techniques. Yet, this enhancement does not signify a qualitative transformation. Our clan's stone tablet still harbors some messages, ones that I have yet to uncover even after transplanting Izuna's eyes. If my conjecture holds true, the final content should pertain to how our clan can harness the power of all things to salvage this world. Nevertheless, the matter is not so troublesome now. Madara recalled the man who had exposed his feigned death, the ancient medical ninja, a smirk gracing his lips. If memory serves, that fellow, Hashirama, once regaled me with tales of Shiro Amiya, the first medical ninja in the shinobi world. Perhaps he possesses some knowledge. It seems I must devise a means to seize an opportunity to meet that ancient figure. Perhaps I could glean the hidden messages from the stone tablet through his words. Madara's mind was remarkably agile, no longer entirely constrained by the contents of the Uchiha clan's tablet. Since Shiro Amiya, this ancient personage, has manifested in this era, why not simply inquire directly? Perhaps my confusions might find resolution. Perhaps. Madara raised his hand to grasp a short blade. intending to conceal himself near Konoha, seeking an opportunity to meet Shiro Amiya once more. That man knows how to unlock the power of all things. There may be even greater revelations awaiting. In the depths of this stronghold, Kagaya's shadow lurked silently in the darkness. In contrast to Madara's confidence, Kagaya's thoughts were far more intricate. She had initially believed that after obtaining Senju Hashirama's chakra, Madara would swiftly awaken the Rinnegan from his eternal Mangeki Sharingan, yet the situation appeared to diverge from her expectations. I too must meet with Shiro. One must devise a means for Wei Yuan and Uchiha Madara to meet once more. The shadow of Kurizetsu lurked underground, trailing behind Uchiha Madara as he made his way towards Konohagakure. It was also contemplating a critical matter. Only Wei Yuan could discern the root of the problem, enabling Uchiha Madara to truly awaken his Rinnegan. However, it would be prudent to first instruct Wei Yuan in the art of deception. Uchiha Madara, being fiercely independent, had already encountered the stone tablet left by the Sage of Six Paths. It was imperative to find a way to prevent him from perceiving the ruse inscribed upon the tablet through Wei Yuan's words after their encounter. Such a predicament is indeed vexing. How can one teach Wei Yuan the skill of lying? How can one help him understand that sometimes concealing the truth from others is not inherently malevolent? Chapter 31. Black Zetsu, will you deceive? Within the confines of Konohagakure, Amiya Shiro remained indifferent to the prying eyes of others. Anticipating the clandestine observations of Senju Tobirama, Shiro understood that Tobirama, by nature, would seize any opportunity to fortify the village. Yet, over a millennium ago, Shiro had skillfully positioned himself in a manner that led others to believe in his benign existence, compelling Senju Tobirama to resort to indirect methods to garner his favor. All were inclined to believe a singular notion. Amiya Shiro yearned for a brighter future for this world. Even Black Zetsu, who perpetually sought to upend the shinobi realm, harbored no fears of Shiro's intentions to inflict harm upon it. Rather, it was the prospect of Shiro's indifference that troubled it. This, indeed, constituted Black Zetsu's greatest predicament. Black Zetsu fervently wished for Shiro to abandon his so-called noble morals and instead immerse himself in the dark endeavor to resurrect Kagaya. Regrettably, upon stealthily arriving in Konoha, Black Zetsu was met with the sight of Shiro diligently reviewing the medical records of his patients at the Konoha hospital, an endeavor that only exacerbated its frustration. The lives of ordinary individuals seemed inconsequential. Why should Shiro expend his energy to save them? Are you back? Upon noticing Black Zetsu's unannounced appearance, Shiro continued his writing, casually inviting, "Please wait a moment, I shall conclude this first." Black Zetsu had no choice but to bide its time. Only after Shiro set down his pen could it voice its counsel. "Shiro, what we must pursue is a grander cause. This is not contradictory." Shiro replied with meticulous care as he rolled up the scroll, earnestly explaining, "These trivial matters do not consume my time. I shall persist in this endeavor in the future." As an aside, he inquired, "What of that individual known as Uchiha Madara?" Anticipating Black Zetsu's inevitable mention of Madara, Shiro candidly broached the subject. "I have heard whispers about him within this village. His reputation here is rather unfavorable, and many harbor fears towards him." Uchiha Madara, much like his ancestor Indra, was viewed with trepidation. Black Zetsu promptly seized the dialogue, elaborating on their future pawn. Uchiha Madara firmly believes that power begets dominion and stability. Such affinity for authoritarian means renders him unappealing in the eyes of the weak, often inciting fear. By the way, Black Zetsu continued after detailing Madara, "He wishes to meet you, as he seeks to obtain certain information from you." "What information?" Shiro inquired. "How one might awaken the Rinnegan." As Black Zetsu spoke, his voice took on a sinister tone. The Sage of Six Paths left behind a stone tablet for the sake of his eldest son, Indra's descendants. While silently cursing the Sage of Six Paths, Black Zetsu intended to manipulate his name to deceive Shiro Amiya. The sage foresaw that the path of the ninja clan might not be entirely correct. On the tablet, he provided guidance for Indra's descendants to awaken the Rinnegan, hoping that after the collapse of the ninja order, they could utilize their powers to reconstruct it. Of course, a trace of hatred seeped into Black Zetsu's words. nearly spoken through gritted teeth. Ultimately, he inscribed on the tablet a means to resurrect his mother, Kagaya. Perhaps the sage believed that neither Ashura's nor Indra's paths could bring peace to the world of ninjas. Ultimately, the world still required the existence of the moon goddess, Kagaya. Yet this was merely a fabrication by Black Zetsu. The tablet left by the sage was never intended for Kagaya's resurrection. Rather, it served as a warning for the power-hungry Uchiha clan to be wary of her revival. That scoundrel wished to completely eliminate the possibility of Kagaya's return. To resurrect Kagaya, the bloodline of the Uchiha clan was essential, prompting Black Zetsu to alter the contents of the tablet with his own abilities. The modification compelled him to once again weave a web of deceit around Shiro Amiya. Is that so? Shiro Amiya pondered, nodding thoughtfully. It seemed he placed complete trust in Black Zetsu's words and would certainly not advocate for the Sage of Six Paths, merely expressing his sentiments. What does it amount to? A child, upon growing up, transcends time to finally comprehend the greatness of his mother. As he spreads his chakra, leading to a world in disarray, he recalls the omnipotent mother he had relied upon since childhood. Black Zetsu felt a pang of sorrow within. If his mother Kagaya had heard Shiro Amiya's sentiments, and if the final message on the tablet left by the sage was indeed about resurrecting Kagaya, perhaps the fragile-hearted Kagaya would forgive her rebellious son. Alas, this fellow, Shiro Amiya, could pierce the heart even with the warmest of words. Enough. Shiro Amiya's casual remark stirred Black Zetsu's emotions, causing him to cease dwelling on the matters of the sage and Kagaya, since the sage had left behind a method to resurrect the moon goddess. It appeared that we need not go to great lengths. However, Uchiha Madara remained unaware of all this. Heijue finally broached the serious matter, his tone growing increasingly grave, as if fearing that Amiya Shiro might discern the flaws in his narrative. The Sage of Six Paths concealed the message of Kagaya's resurrection within the stone tablet. I suspect he may be. Indeed, the Sage of Six Paths was quite astute regarding his offspring. Amiya Shiro interrupted Heijue, seemingly entranced by the fabricated tale, and sighed deeply. I have encountered Indra and Uchiha Madara. They embody an arrogance that is unattainable for ordinary mortals. With another sigh, Amiya Shiro voluntarily patched Heijue's narrative. If these proud children were to learn that they ultimately require their ancestor to rectify the situation, they would only entertain such a notion at the very brink of annihilation. Heijue's deceit was so blatant, and yet he expected the deceived to assist in the embellishment. Amiya Shiro had already discerned Heijue's intent. He undoubtedly sought to have him obscure the truth of Kagaya's resurrection from Uchiha Madara. This sort of manipulation. Do not presume to instruct me in deceiving Uchiha Madara, Amiya Shiro sighed, softly stating. If we wish for Uchiha Madara's assistance in resurrecting the goddess of the moon, we must conceal the truth before him. Precisely. Heijue nodded with unexpected enthusiasm, hastily urging Amiya Shiro to abandon any moral scruples. Shiro, sometimes concealing the truth and weaving benevolent lies for those in need is not inherently a wicked act. How peculiar. Amiya Shiro's expression bore a hint of melancholy, as if grappling with the complexities of this era. The ninjas of this age are teaching me the art of deception and concealment. It seems that in this era rife with falsehoods, honesty has become a transgression. Heijue felt a twinge of guilt within. This is the absurdity of the world. Heijue quickly consoled Amiya Shiro, carefully guiding him deeper into the abyss of malevolence. Shiro, this has never been your fault. Everything we do is to steer this world back on course. When Kagaya truly resurrects in this world, you shall no longer need to hide your true self. At that moment, you will no longer have to engage with lies and deceit. Heijue's heart gradually became unburdened as he continued to deceive Amiya Shiro. You can return to your most authentic self. You can genuinely transform this absurd world. I understand. Amiya Shiro sighed at Heijue, seemingly resigned, and nodded in reluctant agreement. Chapter 32. You wouldn't want Kagaya to be disappointed either. Finally, Shiro Amiya acquiesced to the notion of deceit. Black Zetsu breathed a sigh of relief, for it understood that once Shiro began to fabricate lies and conceal truths from others, the future would inevitably become a tapestry woven with further deceptions. Truly splendid. Black Zetsu felt a flicker of anticipation at the thought of Shiro's duplicity, akin to the excitement of witnessing something beautiful succumb to the mire. This sensation was utterly delightful. Shiro, without hesitation, Black Zetsu divulged all intelligence concerning Uchiha Obito, hoping that Shiro would prepare himself. Currently, Uchiha Obito is fervently eager to meet you. This urgency stemmed from Obito's quest to awaken the Rinnegan, guided by the remnants of the Sage of Six Paths inscribed upon a stone tablet, which spoke of the interplay between opposing forces yielding the essence of all creation. The tablet referred to the chakra of Indra and Ashura, oblivious to the fact that the essence of all creation was, in truth, the Rinnegan. Uchiha Obito endeavored to merge his chakra with that of Senju Hashirama. However, his attempts to awaken the power of all creation faltered, prompting him to seek your counsel regarding ancient secrets. I understand. Shiro nodded, reorganizing the scrolls before him. The patients at Konoha Hospital are soon to be attended to. I shall meet him shortly. Very well. Black Zetsu felt a tinge of helplessness, acutely aware that it could not alter Shiro's course in such matters. By the way, Black Zetsu. Shiro noticed that Black Zetsu seemed to have overlooked an important detail, and thus felt compelled to remind it. What did the Sage of Six Paths say about the method to resurrect the goddess of the moon? It is infinite Tsukuyami. Black Zetsu gritted its teeth, realizing it could not conceal this truth. It needed to weave further lies around its own fabrications. The final message contained within the stone tablet left by the Sage of Six Paths pertains to the power of infinite Tsukuyami, an ultimate illusion capable of enveloping the world. When the radiance of infinite Tsukuyami blankets the earth, humanity will be immersed in a world of their most fervent dreams, a dreamscape that satiates all human desires. Is that so? Shiro's brow furrowed in contemplation. In essence, infinite Tsukuyami would allow humanity to revel in eternal dreams. Yet the existence of this dream world could lead them to escape the agony of reality and indulge their insatiable greed. In such a case, humanity may face obliteration due to infinite Tsukuyami. Yet they might also find true tranquility in their final moments. Alas, Shiro ultimately shook his head, resolute in his refusal to make a choice that contradicted his own nature. This is not the future we desire. Indeed, Black Zetsu nodded, feeling a sense of relief for not having exploited the infinite Tsukuyami to deceive Shiro Amiya. He softly reflected, the true purpose of the infinite Tsukuyami is merely to awaken Kagaya, a truth that the Sage of Six Paths never revealed to his descendants. When humanity succumbs to slumber, the shadow of Kagaya will silently emerge. At the moment when human chakra converges, the progenitor of chakra shall once again descend upon this world. Upon awakening from their dreams, humanity will enter an era of eternal peace under Kagaya's protection. Indeed, Shiro Amiya finally nodded in satisfaction. This is what we desire. Only under the protection of the rabbit goddess can the world usher in everlasting tranquility. Black Zetsu realized that deceiving such a noble soul as Shiro Amiya would not be an easy task, as he must concoct a lie that would satisfy him. However, for Madara, perhaps he would be more inclined towards the infinite Tsukuyami. Black Zetsu sighed, reminding Shiro Amiya to conceal any weaknesses in comparison to your willingness to expend more effort to grant humanity true peace. It would be far simpler to lure them into the dream of the infinite Tsukuyami. For those like Uchiha Madara, who have endured the agonies of war, the infinite Tsukuyami is the method they yearn for most. Humanity often struggles to accept the arduous path of crafting a beautiful future, preferring instead to indulge in the bliss of a dream. I understand. Shiro Amiya seemed to grasp Black Zetsu's intent, nodding as he said, so we shall use the infinite Tsukuyami to deceive Uchiha Madara. A calm demeanor settled upon Shiro Amiya's face, as if resigned to the reality that the future would require deception of others. When I meet Uchiha Madara, I will convey what he desires and guide him to join our plan. Black Zetsu was immensely pleased with his progress. At that moment, he unveiled his entire scheme. We need Madara to awaken his Rinnegan, Only the emergence of the Rinnegan can set our plan into motion. I have named this initiative the Eye of the Moon. According to the inscriptions of the Sage of Six Paths, there are considerable complexities involved in executing the infinite Tsukuyomi. Black Zetsu unreservedly divulged the plan for the infinite Tsukuyomi to Shiro Amiya. The only way to summon the divine tree's husk is by harnessing the power of the Rinnegan, subsequently utilizing this husk to gather the tailed beasts and resurrect the divine tree, which must then be absorbed into your own being. Once you truly acquire the power of the divine tree, approaching the moon will awaken the moon eye, enabling you to cast the infinite Tsukuyomi, bringing tranquility to all of humanity and awakening the long-hidden goddess of the hair who guards the world. It sounded. Shiro Amiya furrowed his brow, expressing a trace of curiosity. This plan seemingly requires only the power of the Rinnegan and does not necessitate my involvement. I merely need to assist Uchiha Bido in awakening the Rinnegan. Black Zetsu was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, this plan did not require Shiro Amiya. However, upon witnessing Shiro Amiya's revival, Black Zetsu would invariably recall the terrifying execution prowess he displayed in ancient times. It held little faith in Uchiha Bido's abilities and was more inclined to trust Shiro Amiya. After all, Uchiha Bido could not even triumph over Hashirama Senju. Did Uchiha Bido have any chance of gathering the tailed beast while Hashirama was still alive? Shiro Amiya had personally defeated Azura and the Sage of Six Paths. In Black Zetsu's mind, the original intent was merely to utilize Uchiha Bido to awaken the Rinnegan and then directly control his body, compelling Uchiha Bido to fully resurrect Shiro Amiya. It was aware that Shiro Amiya was not in his prime condition. Such matters were of no consequence. As long as Shiro Amiya was genuinely revived and subsequently obtained the power of the Rinnegan, regardless of the complexities of its Moon Eye plan, Shiro Amiya would undoubtedly succeed. Furthermore, to allow Shiro Amiya to remain absent would be a disservice to the effort expended in deceiving him. Black Zetsu was loath to miss the moment when Shiro Amiya realized he had been duped and grasped the truth, imagining the profound regret and dismay that would manifest on his face. That sense of delight always left Black Zetsu somewhat intoxicated. Shiro, you are the most fitting candidate for the Moon Eye. As Black Zetsu contemplated this, its excitement grew, urging fervently, you alone are worthy to witness the transformation of the world. Black Zetsu eagerly hoped Shiro Amiya would acquiesce. No one, not even Uchiha Bido, could be more qualified to wield the Moon Eye plan. Only you are the one Kagaya yearns to see. Shiro. Black Zetsu's lips curled into a sinister smile, a strange meaning creeping into its words. Surely you wouldn't want to witness your revered goddess, the hair deity, resurrected only to find Uchiha Bido with a smug expression, would you? Shiro Amiya fell silent. This Black Zetsu, clearly wishing to use him as a sacrifice for Kagaya's revival, yet speaking as if it could truly witness Kagaya itself. Very well. Shiro Amiya let out a soft sigh, conceding to the situation. I am merely concerned that my efforts may fall short. If Lady Kagaya awakens and finds dissatisfaction, I hope that neither of us will regret this decision at that moment. How could that be? Black Zetsu's expression brightened with excitement as it stealthily slipped underground. Then I shall return to keep watch over Uchiha Bido, who is currently seeking an opportunity to meet you near Konoha. Chapter 33. The Triumph of Youthful Tens. Happy New Year! In this chapter, it is acknowledged that Lord Amiya will depart from Konoha. The higher-ups of Konoha have already accepted this inevitability. However, no one could devise a compelling reason to persuade him to remain. Before leaving, Amiya sure devoted himself to healing at the Konoha hospital, imparting invaluable medical knowledge to the village, which left even his ever-watchful assistant feeling somewhat ashamed. Naturally, Senju Tobirama would not entertain such emotions. With Senju Hashirama's lifespan still unresolved, Tobirama understood the weight of responsibility he bore for Konoha and would only pursue plans beneficial to the village. At training ground number 3 of Konoha, 2 youths stood poised for battle. They were Sarutobi Hizashi and Shimura Tens, both emerging as formidable opponents during Tobirama's intensive training. At the tender age of 14 or 15, They embodied the essence of rivalry akin to their days at the Ninja Academy. Tens gazed at his friend with sincerity, urging, "Let us keep this match respectful. I harbor no desire to harm you. Do you truly believe you will emerge victorious?" Hisashi retorted, his expression a mix of indignation and resolve. "Tens, do not underestimate me. This time, I shall not succumb to defeat." The outcome of this confrontation remained uncertain. Was that fool already declaring his triumph? In the past, he had indeed tasted more defeats than victories. Yet, this time was different. Tens had poured forth greater effort in this intensive training, mastering an array of techniques. As Senju Tobirama issued the command to commence, Tens surged forward, swiftly drawing his ninja blade to strike. So impatient as ever, Hisashi chuckled, shaking his head. He extracted 2 shuriken from his tool pouch and launched them with a cunning angle. One shuriken arced left while the other veered right toward Tens. However, Tens adeptly deflected one shuriken with a swing of his blade, quickly positioning the hilt to block the second. Having long been accustomed to Hisashi's exceptional shuriken throwing prowess, Tens was acutely aware of his friend's expertise. Hisashi could even masterfully hurl pebbles with precision. Everyone had to concede. Sarutobi Hisashi was indeed a true exemplary student. Though many perceived his demeanor as erratic, his outstanding achievements were undeniable, and his foundational skills as a ninja were remarkably solid. Whether it was the most fundamental chakra, refining technique, basic taijutsu, shuriken throwing, body replacement technique, or ninjutsu, this young man relished in mastering these essential combat skills, never dismissing their effectiveness. Clang! The sharp sound of metal meeting metal resonated through the air. Sarutobi Hiruzen deftly drew a kunai, skillfully wielding it to block the swift strikes of the young Tobirama's ninja sword, his demeanor suddenly turning serious. The youthful Tobirama fixed his gaze intently upon Hiruzen's face, unleashing a rapid flurry of 3 strikes with his blade, all of which were deftly intercepted by the kunai. "You have practiced swordsmanship." Tobirama glared enviously at his companion. "Merely some basic techniques." Hiruzen remained humble, skillfully maneuvering the small kunai in his hands, effectively countering the sharp, long sword with ease. Clearly, this was an expression of modesty, as the swordsmanship that Tobirama took pride in could not overcome Hiruzen, leaving Tobirama feeling somewhat disgraced, and a flicker of dissatisfaction ignited in his heart. As Tobirama advanced with quick strikes, he pushed Hiruzen back and unleashed a sharp gust of wind release ninjutsu. Wind release. Vacuum wave. This technique was executed with devious intent. Even though Hiruzen had anticipated the attack and swiftly tilted his head to evade, the razor-sharp, scythe-like gust still severed his hair. "This is far too perilous." The bespectacled youth standing beside Senju Tobirama felt a twinge of fear, anxiously observing their friends in combat. "We are comrades. Surely the monkey can evade it." Senju Tobirama found this notion rather trivial, perceiving it as an overreaction. Battles among ninjas are never gentle child's play. A single mistake could lead to death. Naturally, Senju Tobirama felt confident in his abilities. Should the two youths ignite a true conflict, or if their battle posed a threat to life, he was fully prepared to intervene and halt the fray. After all, he was renowned as the swiftest in the ninja world. However, he also recognized that Tobirama's combat style was indeed somewhat excessive, employing treacherous tactics intended for adversaries against a fellow comrade. Were it not for his presence, and had the opponent not been the capable Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tobirama's cunning wind release technique could have inflicted serious harm. Wind release ninjutsu was, without a doubt, Tobirama's forte. Wind release shuriken. A diamond-shaped shuriken materialized between Tobirama's fingers, and with a breath, he infused it with wind release chakra, launching the swirling, razor-sharp projectile. Earth release. Earth wall. A solid stone barrier emerged, successfully intercepting the shuriken. TCH. A hint of disdain appeared on Tobirama's face as he grasped his ninja sword, charging forward at high speed, leaping over the stone wall to strike at the concealed Hiruzen behind it. Crack! A piece of wood was cleaved in two with a single stroke. The art of the substitution technique. The young Toanzo instantly recognized that the wooden object before him was indeed the fundamental prop employed by ninjas for this basic skill. His eyes swiftly scanned for the whereabouts of his opponent. When did this happen? Bang! His wrist was suddenly kicked. The ninja blade in his hand flew from his grasp due to the unexpected assault. However, the young Toanzo quickly retreated, pressing against the wall. Having caught sight of his adversary, he raised his hand to seize his opponent's ankle, thwarting a series of kicks, and forcefully flung his opponent away. When unexpected turn, Toanzo Sarutobi Hizashi landed on the ground, undeterred, and smiled as he praised his friend. Your reflexes have improved tremendously since the past. I haven't squandered the results of our special training. The young Toanzo coldly retorted, retrieving a shuriken from his pocket. His chakra was not abundant. He must seize this opportunity to engage in close combat and execute his ultimate technique that would determine the outcome. Wind release, vacuum blade. The young Toanzo exhaled a gust of wind chakra into the shuriken, manifesting an ethereal wind sword, and charged forward once more. Hey, isn't this cheating? The young Sarutobi Hizashi gazed in astonishment at the long sword conjured by the wind technique, drawing only a shuriken to launch himself at Toanzo. The two youths commenced a new round of fierce clashes. This confrontation was unprecedentedly intense compared to their previous encounters, as their abilities had significantly surged due to the specialized training prepared for them during the Thousand Hands Gate. Yet, the ultimate outcome of this battle seemed no different from past ninja duels. As the acknowledged next generation's most exceptional new ninja of Konoha, Sarutobi Hizashi shattered Toanzo's last flicker of hope with his exquisite taijutsu and swordsmanship. When the battle concluded, the young Sarutobi Hizashi still possessed ample chakra. His fist halted before the young Toanzo's face. It's over. Toanzo. Sarutobi Hizashi showed considerable mercy towards his companion, merely employing ninjutsu to defend against Toanzo's attacks, striving to prevent the battle from spiraling out of control and harming his friend, relying on taijutsu to determine the victor. Hizashi, the young Toanzo, raised his finger, looking at his adversary with a disdainful smile. Do you truly believe you have one? In the next moment, a sudden twist occurred. A black mark emerged on Sarutobi Hizashi's arm, this mark appearing simultaneously across his body, binding his movements. This was the self-curse seal. During the brief interlude of battle, he had managed to touch his enemy, implanting a sealing curse on him. Once this curse was fully realized, the caster could trigger it at any time, immediately restraining all actions of the enemy. The voice of Senju Tobirama echoed in their ears as he expressionlessly elucidated the curse techniques employed by the young Toanzo, directly declaring the victor and the vanquished of this confrontation. Monkey, you have lost. This battle was a result of your overconfidence. Both of you follow me. I shall outline your forthcoming tasks. This mission has the potential to alter the future of Konoha and even the entirety of the shinobi world. There exist numerous forms of curse seals. Among them, Orochimaru's involves harnessing natural energy and even fragments of the soul. The curse seal utilized by Shimura Danzo is categorized as a form of chakra sealing technique, yet it is commonly referred to as a seal, such as the tongue calamity eradication seal and the self-inflicted curse binding seal, among others. Chapter 34. Danzo solves Shiro Amiya's problem. In the Hokage Tower, Sarutobi Hiruzen was the first to emerge. A peculiar excitement illuminated the face of this young man. For Senju Tobirama had divulged a secret to him, one concerning a mysterious medical ninja he had encountered at the Konoha hospital, entrusting him with an exceptionally unique task. I believe my conjectures were already quite astounding. Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his fists, striking one palm against the other, unable to contain the exhilaration surging within him, utterly astonished by the revelation. That individual was none other than the legendary medical ninja, Shiro Amiya himself. During this time, the boy had been consumed by curiosity regarding the identity of this enigmatic figure. Even at home, when he inquired about the identity with his father, Sir Toby Sasuke, his father resolutely refused to disclose any information, sternly warning his son against any curiosity and forbidding him from clandestinely investigating this secret, insisting that it sufficed to maintain the utmost respect for that man. For a young lad, the more mysterious the person, the greater the intrigue. He could only speculate in secret that the individual might be a descendant of Shiro Amiya, only to discover that it was indeed the man himself, resurrected by Senju Tobirama through the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei. As for the special task, it was of course to protect Shiro Amiya. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his abilities were insufficient to safeguard such a prominent figure, Senju Tobirama remained resolute in his choice of them. Lord Amiya's strength does not require your protection, Tobirama stated with a calm yet firm voice as he addressed the task. Monkey, you and Danzo are the finest of Konoha's new generation of ninjas. The process of this task is far more significant than its outcome. I hope that, through this endeavor, you both can earn Lord Amiya's respect, allowing him to believe in the future of Konoha, and understand that only the ninjas of Konoha are willing to shoulder the peace of the ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself somewhat perplexed. However, Senju Tobirama offered no further explanation, hastily sending the young man away while keeping Danzo in the Hokage Tower, seemingly intending to reprimand Danzo for his excessively ruthless tactics during training battles with his peers. Though Sarutobi Hiruzen wished to intercede on behalf of his comrade, Tobirama's stern demeanor compelled him to return home, prepared to undertake the task, while also advising him to seek counsel from his father, Sarutobi Sasuke. Within the Hokage Tower, Senju Tobirama sat calmly at his desk, while the young Danzo stood before him, visibly anxious. Danzo, Tobirama's gaze was noticeably cold, lending him an air of authority. Rest assured, I do not wish to admonish you regarding your conduct in that battle. In fact, I ought to commend your astute mind. If, during the Warring States period, you were an exceptional ninja, your technique of releasing wind release would be remarkably exquisite, nearly lethal to the monkey. Even I could find no fault in it. To achieve victory in battle, one must indeed resort to any means necessary, for the monkey's compassion will ultimately become a fatal flaw. Young Tobirama finally exhaled in relief. In truth, he too was somewhat taken aback. Initially, he had anticipated a reprimand, never expecting the usually stern Hashirama to commend him during such a moment of trepidation. However, he reminded himself to be gentle with his comrades. Hashirama cautioned Tobirama, his tone grave. You and the monkey are comrades entrusted with each other as lives, never enemies facing off against one another. Indeed. Very well. Hashirama nodded earnestly before addressing the matter at hand. You have already heard about the mission to protect Lord Amiya. Yes. Tobirama's spirits began to soar. He understood that matters regarding Amiya Shiro were classified secrets among the higher echelons of Konoha. Being chosen by Hashirama for such a confidential task at the tender age of 14 or 15 filled him with a sense of profound responsibility. He felt as though he had been acknowledged as one of Konoha's future leaders, and the thought stirred his emotions. In that case, the position of Hokage in the future. A surge of ambition suddenly ignited within Tobirama. Every child raised in Konoha had witnessed the villagers' reverence for the first Hokage, who would not aspire to become Hokage of the village. In times past, such aspirations were unthinkable. Yet, with Hashirama designating him and Hiruzen as Konoha's future, he could indeed bear the mantle of Hokage when he grew older. However, you are aware of the monkey's nature. Hashirama's expression gradually grew more solemn, and he commanded in a low voice, "This mission requires you to diligently check for any oversights from the sidelines." Yes, Tobirama responded promptly and with vigor. What did such words imply? Clearly, it indicated that Hashirama held him in even greater regard. Although Hiruzen was exceptionally talented, Hashirama's apparent dissatisfaction with Hiruzen's character suggested he placed higher value on Tobirama. This chapter is unfinished. Click the next page to continue reading. Otherwise, why would he have chosen to keep me here? Tobirama, the burden you carry will be substantial. Hashirama's eyes narrowed slightly as he discerned the excitement within the young boy. Yet he paid no heed to his ambitions. You must understand that the great nations of the ninja world have established their own villages, and competition exists among these villages. Lord Amiya is also a significant figure we need to contend with. Konoha's Senju, Tobirama, pondered the issue of his elder brother's lifespan, a weight of concern settling heavily upon his countenance. For Konoha, Lord Amiya was an indispensable presence, particularly as he was privy to many of our secrets, including the highest of them. Young Danzo, somewhat perplexed, ventured to inquire of Senju Tobirama, shouldn't we retain Lord Amiya within Konoha? At least for the time being. Konoha cannot dictate his will. Senju Tobirama refrained from disclosing the critical nature of Amiya Shiro and Senju Hashirama's lifespans. Instead, he articulated in simpler terms the significance of Amiya Shiro's position, a figure of immense contribution throughout the lengthy history of the shinobi world. Konoha could not afford to act disrespectfully toward him or employ coercive measures. However, the fact that Lord Amiya possessed ancient secrets and formidable powers rendered it imperative for us not to underestimate his influence on the shinobi world should he depart from Konoha. As Senju Tobirama spoke, he extended his arm to showcase the cursed seal upon his skin. For instance, the energy from Lord Amiya's cursed seal can dramatically enhance a ninja's combat prowess. An ordinary ninja, acquiring it, could swiftly attain the strength comparable to a Jonin. A chill of realization washed over young Danzo at that moment. Within his heart, a flicker of greed ignited. He swiftly comprehended the value of such power, asserting, "This power must not fall into the hands of other shinobi villages." Indeed, Senju Tobirama replied with a nod of approval. For the sake of Konoha, we must resort to alternative measures. Tobirama hoped the youth would grasp the gravity of his intentions. Danzo, your assignment alongside Sarutobi is merely a facade to protect Lord Amiya. Your true mission is singular. By whatever means necessary, you must prevent him from gravitating toward other shinobi villages. To this end, I shall dispatch a covert team to accompany you, tasked with assisting you in clearing away any unwelcome individuals. Understood. Young Danzo knelt on one knee in acknowledgement. Excellent. A semblance of tranquility returned to Senju Tobirama's visage. Officially, they will assist you, but in truth, the Umbu will be the ones executing the directives. Nonetheless, Tobirama recognized the necessity of placing a suitable individual near Amiya Shiro. He had initially considered assigning his own aide to Amiya, yet that aide had been swayed by Amiya's noble character and might not willingly undertake such a task. However, Tobirama harbored additional thoughts, which he deemed inappropriate to share with Shimura Danzo. In this mission to safeguard Amiya Shiro, it was the young Sarutobi Hiruzen whom Tobirama truly intended to leverage as a trump card, for both he and his brother held great expectations for Sarutobi Hiruzen. The young Sarutobi Hiruzen possesses mastery over 5 elemental chakra types, exhibiting a remarkable talent for ninjutsu. In times of adversity, he exudes a leadership charisma that instills confidence in his peers. His compassion and leniency could be seen as a form of benevolence. After all, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, has always approached others with similar kindness. Senju Tobirama believes that Hiruzen is the most likely candidate to gain the approval of Amiya Shiro, while the young Danzo is merely a pawn he has strategically placed to address certain troublesome matters in the shadows. Of course, Tobirama has contemplated the future of Shimura Danzo. He has noticed Danzo's unscrupulous methods and sees a reflection of himself in the boy, which he does not consider entirely negative, as such a demeanor is essential when confronting foes. Unfortunately, the young lad lacks exceptional talent. Danzo's path in cultivation has deviated somewhat. He is enamored with powerful ninjutsu and seeks shortcuts to attain strength. In this regard, Tobirama must concede that Danzo bears a resemblance to himself. His own talent is not particularly high, and he can never hope to rival titans like his elder brother and Uchiha Madara. Lacking any formidable bloodline limit, he has had to develop peculiar and unorthodox techniques to compensate for this disparity. It seems you have a penchant for utilizing sealing techniques in battle. Tobirama glanced down at the seal on his arm and advised the young Danzo, "This particular seal's energy is something I have yet to fully comprehend. However, it is undoubtedly the most powerful enhancement seal I have encountered. If you can acquire this seal's energy from Lord Amiya during this mission, it would greatly benefit your future and pave a smoother path ahead. Happy New Year! On the first day of 2025, I wish everyone a year filled with fulfilled wishes, smooth endeavors, and continual progress. Today marks nearly 6,000 words. It's that time again to unabashedly seek monthly votes for my new book. Chapter 35. The Future of Konoha's 3rd Hokage and 5th Hokage. Outside the Hokage building, the youth Danzo felt a twinge of anxiety as he departed. He even cast a furtive glance back at the Hokage building. Suddenly, the figure of his friend, Sarutobi Hiruzen, leapt into view. The unexpected appearance of his companion nearly startled Danzo out of his wits. Don't worry about it. Sarutobi Hiruzen hadn't returned home. He lingered, concerned that Tobirama Senju might scold Danzo harshly. He intended to offer comfort to his friend, only to witness Danzo sneaking glances back at the Hokage building as he left. It was evident that he was shaken. As a loyal friend, Sarutobi Hiruzen earnestly reassured him, "Do not heed Tobirama-sensei's words. They cannot possibly wound me." In truth, the timing of that seemingly perilous wind release technique during the battle was impeccable. Danzo's forehead twitched. This statement made it sound as though the scoundrel were the actual victor. The outcome of their special ninja training battle was undeniably in Danzo's favor. Moreover, Tobirama-sensei had not scolded him, but rather praised him for his performance in the match, even secretly assigning him a significant task. Regrettably, these details could not be disclosed to this fellow. After all, he bore a heavy responsibility. A sudden sense of superiority welled up within Danzo. He was the true linchpin tasked with protecting his excellency, while Sarutobi Hiruzen was merely a diversion sent by Tobirama-sensei to obscure his vital covert mission. It was truly unfortunate that this joy and pride could not be shared. "What troubles you, Danzo?" Sarutobi Hiruzen waved a hand before Danzo, concerned that his friend had been rendered somewhat dazed by Tobirama's admonitions. "I'm fine." Danzo swiftly brushed aside the hand, speaking with the gravitas of an adult. "Let us return and prepare. The mission could commence at any moment." "Indeed," Hiruzen replied, stroking his chin in contemplation. He murmured about the state of the Konoha hospital. "I hear there are hardly any patients left in the village hospital." With the hospital devoid of patients, there seemed to be little reason for the esteemed medical ninja, Uchiha Shurjin, to remain in Konoha. As a renowned healer, he could not idly linger in the village. He would undoubtedly travel the ninja world, practicing medicine as his legendary tales foretold. However, the villagers were oblivious to these circumstances. The residents of Konoha were only aware that the hospital boasted an exceptional medical ninja, skilled enough to cure any ailment. They were far more preoccupied with another matter: moving. Konoha was gradually becoming more vibrant, as an increasing number of people began to relocate. As the architect of the internal migration plan for Konoha, Senju Tobirama did not anticipate the seamless execution of this initiative. Remarkably, the leaders of various clans swiftly concurred with his vision upon witnessing the Senju clan's willingness to embrace change. The times have indeed transformed. Other nations have established their own ninja villages, and the village system has become an inevitable future. They can no longer be bound by familial gains and losses. The protection of Konoha has become the paramount mission for these ninjas. This shift is partly due to the clans being impressed by the magnanimity of Senju Hashirama. And during the implementation of this plan, they observed the Senju clan relinquishing their surname, allowing their members to wholly integrate into Konoha. From this point forward, conflicts among the ninja clans would cease. All would unite beneath the emblem of Konoha, where the ninjas could find solace under this great tree. Senju Tobirama felt immense satisfaction with the progress made during this period, accompanying Amiya Shiro and Senju Hashirama as they surveyed the flourishing village, hoping that Shiro would recognize Konoha's future as more promising than the ancient ninja clans. Indeed, they had sacrificed the Senju clan, which would now serve as the vital nourishment for Konoha's prosperity. Many ninjas of the Senju clan would no longer bear the Senju surname starting from the next generation, as they would choose new surnames for their children, gradually merging with Konoha entirely. The Senju name would fade into obscurity, reflecting on the origins of the Senju clan. Tobirama spoke solemnly. "Perhaps we owe an apology to Lord Amiya, who bestowed upon us our surname, but this is a necessary choice." The Sage of Six Paths forbade his sons from using his surname, perhaps to facilitate the integration of other ninjas into the ninja religion. The chapter is yet unfinished. Turn to the next page to continue reading. For the sake of Konoha's future, our next generation shall no longer bear the Senju surname, as everything associated with the Senju will merge with Konoha. Indeed, one can only express respect for such decisions. The Sage of Six Paths prohibited his children from using the Otsutsuki surname, primarily to prevent the people of that era from recognizing their connection to Kaguya Otsutsuki, the goddess of the moon, ensuring that future generations would not retain the memory of her existence. Lord Amiya is departing, is he not? Tobirama suddenly shifted the conversation to address his most pressing concern, his expression grave as he expressed gratitude. In these recent days, Lord Amiya has been practicing medicine at the Konoha hospital, and Konoha shall forever be grateful for your benevolent deeds. Tobirama, Senju Hashirama attempted to intervene, but his brother remained resolute. I truly wish to see the world. Shiro did not deny his desire to leave Konoha, providing a fitting rationale. I seek to discover a means to heal the first Hokage. Perhaps there exist precious materials within the ninja realm that can restore his health. At the very least, the ancient era undeniably existed. The heart and mind of Senju Tobirama trembled when it pertained to matters concerning his elder brother. His words inevitably bore a sense of impatience. Where can one procure the remnants of the divine tree? They must be the living remains. The divine tree is the origin of wood release, and indeed, the very essence of chakra itself. Should we succeed in locating the living remnants of the divine tree, it may hold the potential to heal the first Hokage, alleviating your concerns regarding his lifespan. Eminently, Amiya Shiro did not conceal this information, merely cautioning. In the ancient era, the Sage of Six Paths and the ninja clan eradicated nearly all remnants of the divine tree. I am uncertain if any traces remain in this time. Senju Tobirama nodded contemplatively. Excellent. Another secret, particularly one concerning the legacy of wood release. He discreetly committed the matter of the divine tree's remnants to memory before articulating his true intentions. In truth, Lord Amiya appears somewhat unfamiliar with this era. As a gesture of gratitude towards him, Konoha wishes to dispatch 2 genin to assist. Theoretically, we should send 4 stronger ninjas. However, as Lord Amiya abhors conflict, having 2 genin by his side would not provoke the vigilance of rival nations. Evidently, Amiya Shiro hesitated. In fact, had Senju Tobirama not broached the subject, he too would have sought to commission Konoha to assign ninjas to his side. Kaguya's Black Zetsu harbored malicious intentions, seeking to make him a sacrificial pawn for her resurrection. Should he have 2 Konoha ninjas continuously monitoring him, Black Zetsu would be compelled to conceal its identity and secrets, thus refraining from hastily appearing to urge him to accelerate the Moon Eye plan. Recently, Black Zetsu had been haunting Amiya Shiro's residence in Konoha, pressuring him to depart swiftly. What is all this urgency? Does it truly believe itself to be a devoted son? Reviving Kaguya would only bring discontent to all, even with Amiya Shiro's magnanimity. He found it increasingly difficult to tolerate Black Zetsu's incessant nagging. Now, Tobirama's arrangement would provide him with respite from the relentless chatter. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo. Tobirama called forth the 2 young men he had previously designated, gesturing towards the duo who leapt forward. These 2 youngsters are Konoha's most exceptional new generation ninjas. Amiya Shiro regarded Senju Tobirama with a hint of skepticism. Are you serious? You wish to send Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo? They are the future 3rd Hokage and the 5th Hokage, after all. Allowing these 2 young ones to remain by Lord Amiya's side is a hope that they may follow and learn from him. Senju Tobirama harbors concerns about Amiya Shiro's potential refusal. He gently strokes the heads of the young Sarutobi Hiruzen and the young Danzo, sincerely explaining, should they be fortunate enough to receive Lord Amiya's guidance, inheriting the shinobi way that resides within him, they too could one day bring about transformation for the future of Konoha. Lord Amiya, Konoha aspires to ensure everlasting peace within the ninja world. Relying on Amiya Shiro's good nature, Senju Tobirama once again resorts to moral persuasion. However, these next-generation children ultimately require guidance. Only in this manner can the ideals of peace within the ninja realm be continuously passed down. Happy New Year! Happy New Year! Chapter 36. The mantis catches the cicada while the yellow bird awaits. Wang Yuan acquiesced. Faced with the moral coercion exerted by Senju Tobirama, he felt compelled to go along with the flow. After all, Tobirama's arrangements were exceedingly advantageous for him. Ultimately, setting aside the influence of Kurizetsu, the future identities of these two youths were anything but ordinary. Wang Yuan's gaze slightly lowered as he surveyed the two boys before him, particularly noting the intricate connections between their future selves and the genuine contingency plans he had orchestrated. "I look forward to your cooperation," he stated. The young Sarutobi Hizashi beamed with delight. "Please, do take care of us." In stark contrast, the young Danzo struggled to muster a smile. "Then let us prepare." A trace of compassion graced Wang Yuan's features as he gently patted Hizashi's head. "Today, accompany me to the village to procure some items. We shall depart tomorrow." "Yes," the two boys eagerly responded. After Wang Yuan departed with the two youngsters, Senju Hashirama gazed at his retreating figure, a hint of reluctance evident on his face. "What a pity. I did not anticipate that the time for parting would come so swiftly. It is but a brief separation." Senju Tobirama's expression turned icy as he broached another significant matter regarding the potential utilization of Wang Yuan. "Brother, there is something crucial I must disclose. What about Uchiha Madara?" Tobirama narrowed his eyes, revealing a dangerously intense glimmer. "If all goes as anticipated, that fellow Madara is likely aware that Lord Wang Yu has left Konoha, and he will undoubtedly seek him out." Hashirama fell into a contemplative silence. "This presents us with an opportunity," Tobirama continued, unperturbed by his brother's friendship with Madara. His voice took on a grave tone. "We have been discreetly dispatching individuals to trace Madara's whereabouts, yet we have uncovered no leads. However, we know he must be lurking within the shinobi world, awaiting his chance. Now this is that chance. Only by having Lord Wang Yu assist in restoring Madara's blinded Sharingan will Madara possess the confidence and strength to launch an offensive against Konoha." Hashirama remained silent. "Brother, we must not let this opportunity slip away." Tobirama, fully aware of his brother's inner turmoil, solemnly reminded him, "If we fail to eliminate Madara, he will inevitably bring ruin upon Konoha. After your battle, his animosity towards Konoha will only intensify." "I understand." Hashirama sighed deeply, having already reconciled with his brother's proposal. "Rest assured, I will not allow Madara to escape this time." Yet, he hesitated, voicing his discontent. "This course of action feels as though we are manipulating Lord Wang Yu. For the sake of Konoha, such measures are imperative." Senju Tobirama was quite adept at persuading his elder brother. "Brother, would you want someone like Amiya Shiro to be deceived by that scoundrel Obito?" Senju Hashirama felt a twinge of embarrassment. If his friend Uchiha Obito had indeed deceived Amiya Shiro, it would undoubtedly amplify Hashirama's already significant remorse toward Shiro. Thus, he resolved to cast aside all reservations. The following day, a throng gathered at the entrance of Konoha to bid farewell. Notably absent was the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. According to Tobirama, his elder brother could not bear the thought of this parting and thus refrained from attending the farewell for Amiya Shiro. Such an explanation seemed rather far-fetched. Despite being an emotionally rich Hokage, Hashirama had never shied away from confronting issues. It was implausible that he would evade a farewell. Nonetheless, the gathering seemed unconcerned. For the true protagonists were Amiya Shiro and the two young lads. Sarutobi Hizashi gently patted his son's shoulder, earnestly reminding him, "Take good care of Lord Amiya. Do not let anything go awry." "Rest assured," young Sarutobi Hizashi declared confidently, thumping his chest. Amiya Shiro wore a benevolent smile, gazing at the two youths before him, and with warmth, he assured Sarutobi Hizashi and the others, "I will look after these two little ones." "I truly apologize," Sarutobi Hizashi replied sheepishly, breaking into a chuckle. Tobirama, however, remained silent, his gaze serious as he observed Sarutobi Hizashi and Shimura Danzo, hoping they would execute his plans effectively. Compared to Amiya Shiro's concerns, another matter weighed more heavily on Tobirama's mind. Outside Konoha, Senju Hashirama stood atop a tree, clad in crimson battle armor and bearing a massive sealing scroll on his back, gazing intently towards the village entrance. A contingent of Umbu ninjas occupied other trees, tasked with two crucial missions. The first was to assist the first Hokage in locating Uchiha Bido. The second was to discreetly eliminate any rogue ninjas from other villages attempting to approach Miyashiro. The priority lay firmly with the first mission, for Uchiha Bido posed the greatest threat to Konoha. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole lurking behind. No, it would be more accurate to say that the cicada had long sensed the mantis's peril, for Uchiha Bido had been lurking outside the village, seeking an opportunity to meet with Miyashiro, hoping to persuade him to ally with him and unveil the secrets of the ancient era. Thus, when Senju Hashirama and the Umbu ninjas embarked on their mission, Uchiha Madara had already sensed the unusual circumstances. He stealthily concealed himself amidst the gathering of Konoha ninjas. Leaning languidly against a robust tree outside the forest, Uchiha gazed disdainfully at the assembly of Konoha ninjas, particularly at the leading figure, Senju Hashirama, as if he had anticipated their actions long before. Such a display. Hashirama, this hardly seems to be your style. Surely that despicable Tobirama has surmised my desire to engage with this esteemed individual, compelling you to rally your forces for my demise. If it were truly Hashirama's intention, Uchiha Madara, well acquainted with his old friend's nature, knew that Hashirama would confront him alone rather than mobilizing a contingent of Umbu. Just as Senju Tobirama fancied himself as having discerned the malevolent essence of Uchiha Madara, Madara, too, possessed a profound understanding of Tobirama's insidious tactics, leading him to conclude that Hashirama's and the Umbu's movements were indeed orchestrated by Tobirama's directive. What a pity! A gentle breeze tousled Uchiha Madara's hair, unveiling his blind, gray-white eye that had been obscured until now, rendering him a rather fearsome figure. It was indeed regrettable. Uchiha Madara lamented the fact that he could no longer engage in battle with Senju Hashirama, even though he had transplanted Hashirama as cells. Acquiring would release and formidable regenerative abilities. The loss of one Sharingan rendered him incapable of being Hashirama's equal, with a significant likelihood of facing true death at Hashirama's hands. Then, perhaps a slight ruse would suffice. Uchiha Madara raised his finger, a glint of peculiar sharpness flickering in his remaining eye. Hashirama, during our last encounter, this eye failed to perceive you would clone. Now let us see if you can uncover my wood clone. As Uchiha Madara formed hand seals, a wood clone began to emerge from the great tree behind him, slowly taking shape from the trunk. This clone bore an uncanny resemblance to Uchiha Madara himself, standing coldly before him, its gaze imbued with a chilling intent to kill. Go forth. Keep Hashirama away from that esteemed individual. Uchiha Madara issued his command with a stoic demeanor, watching as his wood clone vanished in an instant. He was then compelled to ponder a truly vexing dilemma: how to persuade that esteemed individual without resorting to violence, for brute force may not suffice against Shiro Amiya. After all, the lesson from his last encounter with illusionary techniques was far too profound. That man, with a soul power as colossal as a deity's, had shattered his will in an instant, subjecting him to an unprecedented spiritual backlash. Even the illusions he could conjure at his peak would stand no chance against him. As for persuading Shiro Amiya, Uchiha Madara felt a tinge of uncertainty within himself. He possessed a profound self-awareness, acknowledging that he had never been adept at preaching. Rather, he often found himself on the receiving end of such admonishments. Turning his gaze towards the entrance of Konoha village, he spotted Shiro Amiya departing accompanied by two young ninjas from the village. It was worth a try. Perhaps deceiving the other party would yield results. Uchiha Madara appeared to excel in the art of sarcasm, possibly due to his disdain for others. While he had made attempts to convince Senju Hashirama, he had never truly succeeded. Taking into account the issues surrounding Hashirama and the reincarnated Asura chakra bearers like Naruto Uzumaki, it would be unfair to label his preaching as inept. Chapter 37. Kakuzu, Go Slay Shiro Amiya. In the land of fire, Shiro Amiya embarked on a journey accompanied by two young companions. Senju Hashirama, leading a cadre of Umbu ninjas, trailed them through the adjacent forest, silently anticipating the potential appearance of Uchiha Madara. Curiously, Madara had yet to reveal himself. This absence left Hashirama in a state of uncertainty, concerned that Madara might seize the opportunity to stealthily attack Konoha while he was away. However, Senju Tobirama believed that Madara, having lost one of his eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, would think twice about assaulting Konoha, especially with the formidable chakra of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Mido, present. It was likely that Madara would prioritize Shiro Amiya as his target. Could Tobirama's assessment of Madara's intentions be flawed? Hashirama and his Umbu followers pursued their path to the borders of the land of waterfalls. Yet still, no sign of Madara emerged, causing him to doubt Tobirama's judgment. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to Hashirama's anxiety, there existed an even greater sense of trepidation within the shadows. Kagaya's Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu had been covertly trailing Madara, suspecting that, following their last unpleasant encounter, Madara might resort to certain tactics to approach Shiro Amiya. However, the method he chose was perplexing. Black Zetsu watched in disbelief as Madara stealthily infiltrated Takigakure, employing his eternal Mangekyou Sharingan to exert control over the village's leader, commanding him to dispatch Takigakure ninjas to ambush a small team poised to enter the land of waterfalls. Black Zetsu was utterly flabbergasted. What was he doing? He could have simply confronted Shiro Amiya directly. Could he truly rely on this band of Takigakure ninjas to capture Shiro? Collectively, these little ninjas were no match for even one of Shiro's hands. Nevertheless, Madara exuded an air of unwavering confidence, leaving Black Zetsu baffled about Madara's true intentions. Did Madara genuinely believe that these ninjas could distract Shiro long enough for him to intervene at a critical moment? What a redundant endeavor. Black Zetsu could only watch in astonishment as Madara executed his plan, longing to warn Shiro Amiya, but unable to find an opportune moment, particularly with two Konoha children at his side. He was reluctant to reveal his presence in front of others. At the border of the land of waterfalls, Shiro Amiya maintained an air of calmness. The young Danzo, however, was not concerned. He was aware that an Umbu team accompanied them, providing a sense of security against any potential hostile ninja attacks. Yet, the young Sarutobi Hizashi exhibited heightened vigilance. Once they left the land of fire, their small team would no longer enjoy the protection of Konoha's reputation, and any trouble they encountered would have to be resolved by their own means. Lord Amiya. As Sarutobi Hizashi roasted fish over a fire with a branch in hand, he inquired about Amiya Shiro's intentions. Why have we come to the land of waterfall? It seems irrelevant where we go. Amiya Shiro, engrossed in documenting the medical histories of patients from a nearby town, replied without lifting his gaze. I merely chose a direction. Perhaps fate will lead us to a ninja suitable for inheriting medical arts, or maybe we might discover what I seek. Young Sarutobi Hizashi nodded thoughtfully. When will our journey come to an end? Instinctively, the young Danzo furrowed his brow, suddenly realizing that this aimless expedition could significantly waste his time. Within 10 years, Amiya Shiro responded, still focused on his writing. Upon hearing this, both Sarutobi Hizashi and Shimura Danzo struggled to maintain composure. For the youth, such a duration seemed unbearably long. Fear not, Amiya Shiro reassured, putting away his pen and carefully rolling up the scroll. He comforted the two boys. If you no longer wish to accompany me, you may return at any time. I will ensure your safe passage back to Konohagakure. Not at all. Young Sarutobi Hizashi chuckled, taking the scroll from Amiya Shiro's hands and stowing it in his backpack, playfully nudging Danzo's shoulder. There is no one else in this world as fortunate as us to travel with Lord Amiya for such an extended time. Young Danzo rolled his eyes at his companion. What is there to be so cheerful about? If it were merely a matter of weeks or months, I could accept that. But must we truly spend 10 years accompanying Amiya Shiro? Rest assured, Amiya Shiro continued, taking a blank scroll from young Sarutobi Hizashi's hands. You do not possess the talent of a medical ninja. While I am not fond of combat, conflict is an inescapable reality of this era. To maintain peace, mere words are insufficient. One must possess sufficient strength to uphold their ideals. Young Danzo's breath became heavy. Truly, Lord Amiya is remarkable. Young Sarutobi Hizashi quickly settled beside Amiya Shiro, unabashedly expressing, "Then I look forward to your guidance." Guidance may be too grand a term, Amiya Shiro remarked, tapping the young Hizashi's head with his pen, speaking nonchalantly. "I cannot promise to teach you any formidable techniques until I assess your talents. I hope I do not disappoint you." Young Danzo suppressed his ambitions, aware that Amiya Shiro possessed what he desired, the seal that could elevate the power of an ordinary ninja in an instant. Just as Sarutobi Hizashi was about to speak, his gaze suddenly sharpened, fixating intently on a direction within the forest. Someone was approaching. How could this be? The young Danzo stared in disbelief at the group of Takigakure ninjas emerging in single file. The perimeter should have been guarded by Konoha's AMBU. How could there be ninjas from another village drawing near, especially those from Takigakure, who exuded a menacing aura? Within the forest, Konoha's AMBU had already departed. 2 hours prior, they had discovered the target they had been tracking, the Hokage. One of the AMBU, while resting, noticed a flash of red conceal beneath a large tree and promptly gestured towards Senju Hashirama. Madara. Hashirama immediately recognized the figure. As longtime friends, he was familiar with his old companion, and without waiting for the ANBU behind him, he leaped forward. Hokage. A group of ANBU swiftly followed in his wake. When the figure clad in red armor emerged, everyone recognized the identity of the individual they had long sought, Uchiha Madara. However, upon noticing Hashirama and the pursuing ANBU, Madara merely cast a cold glance at them before swiftly darting away, clearly unwilling to engage in combat with the Konoha ninjas. Madara. Hashirama could only pursue closely behind. The ANBU glanced back at the resting area of Amiya Shiro, then chose to follow after Hashirama and Madara. Their primary mission was to assist the first Hokage in encircling the greatest threat to Konoha, Uchiha Madara. As for Amiya Shiro, his team included a ninja placed by Konoha. The young Danzo served as their liaison and knew how to leave behind communication signals, so there was no rush to complete their secondary task. Moreover, Shiro's strength was not to be underestimated. According to Senju Tobirama, Shiro possessed the power to single-handedly suppress the Nine Tails, alleviating concerns about the safety of that significant individual. Lord Amiya, it seems our visitors come with ill intentions. The young Sarutobi Hizashi grasped a kunai, his expression tense as he observed the towering Takigakure ninjas encircling them. "We should escape. It is likely we cannot flee." Shiro's eyes lifted, his demeanor devoid of panic. He sensed that the surrounding Konoha ANBU had already left, drawn away by Madara's wood clone. However, the true Uchiha Madara had long since concealed himself among the group of Takigakure ninjas surrounding them. What could this person be plotting? Shiro found himself perplexed by Madara's intentions, surmising that the appearance of these Takigakure ninjas was undoubtedly connected to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, this fellow, surely does not intend to stage a clumsy performance. However, at this moment, Uchiha Madara has become irrelevant. Amiya Shiro's gaze fell upon the group of Takigakure ninjas, seeking to identify his objective for venturing into the land of waterfalls. Kakuzu advance. The captain of the Takigakure team called out to his most formidable subordinate, commanding, "Go and eliminate that man. We shall handle these two brats." I must admit I have a certain fondness for Kaku. Chapter 38. Kakuzu. Go and slay Uchiha Madara. Kakuzu, a name that seems to possess a certain enchantment, at least upon hearing their leader's summons. This group of Takigakure ninjas immediately halted their steps, their eyes wide as they beheld a towering companion emerge. "We are the ninjas of Konoha." Young Sarutobi Hizashi stepped forward, hoping to leverage the name of Konoha to negotiate with the Takigakure ninjas. Konoha harbors no hostility towards Takigakure. Kill them. The ninjas of Takigakure were indifferent to such declarations. Residing deep within the mountains, they paid no heed to what constituted a great ninja village. Their sole duty was to execute the orders of the Takigakure leader, even if it entailed assassinating the Hokage of Konoha, let alone targeting mere children of the village. A swarm of Takigakure ninjas surged swiftly towards Sarutobi Hizashi and Shimura Danzo, with only the named Kakuzu charging towards Amiya Shiro. There was no other reason Kakuzu's strength was unparalleled within Takigakure. Consequently, he was often tasked by the village's higher-ups to tackle the most troublesome of issues. Die in Kakuzu's hand was a kunai. His speed remarkable as he instantaneously dashed behind Amiya Shiro, thrusting towards his heart. Lord Amiya! A flicker of fear blossomed within young Sarutobi Hizashi. Even young Danzo gazed in horror at the unfolding scene. This must be a jest. Their mission had only commenced a few days prior. Both Sarutobi Hizashi and Shimura Danzo felt as though the sky were about to collapse. Unable to fathom the repercussions they would face upon returning to the village if Amiya Shiro were to be slain desperately, they attempted to rush forward, but were obstructed by a throng of Takigakure ninjas, fighting fiercely to approach Amiya Shiro. However, at this tense moment, Amiya Shiro's countenance remained unperturbed. He even seized the fleeting opportunity to accept a newly refreshed task on his ninja system panel. Time was of the essence. This task had arrived rather abruptly. The future might not afford such opportunities again, and fortuitously, his Edo Tensei state was highly conducive to completing this task, as the reward was likely to yield a true artifact of immortality. Incomplete Task 3-3 S-Rank Task showcased the ability of immortality before Kakuzu. As Amiya Shiro accepted this task, his heart was precisely pierced by Kakuzu's kunai, an instant that rendered many faces pale with disbelief. Amiya, the hidden Kurizetsu beneath the earth, could scarcely believe such an occurrence. This must be a jest. Concealed within the forest, Uchiha Madara gazed in astonishment at the scene, unable to believe that Amiya Shiro would be rendered defenseless before this group of Takigakure ninjas. Lord Amiya Sarutobi Hizashi and Shimura Danzo felt as though the very heavens had crumbled. What transpired? Only a singular force pierced the heart of Shiro Amiya. And even Kagaya felt an unsettling sense of disquiet as he beheld the swirling dust and debris around Shiro's heart. In the next moment, a resounding explosion echoed through the air. A figure clad in crimson armor descended from the heavens. Move aside, Uchiha Madara realized that there was no longer any purpose in concealing himself, and with a swift kick, he sent Kagaya, who had attempted to assassinate Shiro, flying, then turned his attention to Shiro's condition. When Uchiha Madara observed the dust and fragments coalescing once more around Shiro's heart, he finally felt a wave of relief. It appeared that Shiro would not perish. Madara's mood lightened slightly, and he inwardly derided Senju Tobirama. The sinister techniques devised by that treacherous individual were indeed perpetually vile. Once resurrected by such arts, the deceased found themselves trapped in a limbo of existence, yearning for life, yet unable to embrace death. That is, Uchiha Madara. The voice of the young Danzo erupted in shock. When Uchiha Madara appeared before them, Sarutobi Hizashi and Shimura Danzo felt as though the very heavens had collapsed. An ordeal even worse than Shiro's death. Is that truly Uchiha Madara? Even the distant Takigakure shinobi recalled the legendary figure from the Warring States period. Terror etched upon each face. Ever since Madara's emergence in Konoha, news of his whereabouts had spread across the shinobi world, and for the first time, he was defined as a rogue shinobi of Konoha, albeit without an official bounty issued. Aside from a first Hokage, it was likely that no one in the shinobi realm could vanquish Uchiha Madara. Regardless, the truth of Madara's feigned death could no longer be concealed. Upon witnessing his presence, the Takigakure shinobi felt their fighting spirit wane, a foreboding sense of calamity creeping into their hearts. What if Uchiha Madara decided to slay them at whim? Kagaya, eliminate him. The captain of Takigakure shouted urgently to Kagaya, hastily retreating with his subordinates. We must withdraw. The leader's task is entrusted to you. Do not forget to eliminate these two squads. Abandoning their comrades was an act of sheer cowardice. This chapter remains unfinished. Click the next page to continue reading. Sarutobi Hizashi was left dumbfounded by the actions of the Takigakure shinobi. Even young Danzo was taken aback by their shamelessness, as if witnessing a most peculiar phenomenon in the shinobi world, who would abandon their teammates to face death in order to ensure their own escape. Yet, it seemed they too ought to retreat. Young Danzo quickly moved towards Sarutobi Hizashi, suddenly realizing why the surrounding Umbu shinobi had not intervened against the Takigakure. Perhaps the Umbu of those villages had already fallen to Uchiha Madara. If that were the case, they would have no allies whatsoever. Neither he nor Sarutobi Hizashi could contend with Uchiha Madara. Even the first Hokage could not vanquish Uchiha Obito. What could these two leaf ninjas possibly achieve? They have already exerted their utmost to safeguard Amiya Shiro, haven't they? Hizashi, we should retreat. The young Danzo quietly urged Sarutobi Hizashi. The young Sarutobi hesitated. However, at that very moment, the abandoned Kaku silently seized his kunai. This robust man, gazing at Uchiha Obito's figure, charged forward with fierce resolve, seemingly willing to risk his life for the village's command. You fool! Uchiha Obito was somewhat astonished by the actions of the Takigakure ninja, but he was even more taken aback by Kakuzu's audacity in charging towards him. Have you lost your mind? Is this man truly a fool? Can't he see that his companions have forsaken him? Is he unaware that his leader has sent him to his death? Kakuzu's gaze remained resolute as he brandished his kunai towards Uchiha Obito, only for Obito to swiftly seize his wrist with a single hand. Crack! Uchiha Obito twisted Kakuzu's wrist with ease. The kunai fell from Kakuzu's grasp, yet he refused to concede, enduring the pain to kick towards Uchiha Obito. Crack! A leg was broken. The disparity between them was insurmountable, both in strength and combat experience. Kakuzu found himself powerless before Uchiha Obito, who now grasped Kakuzu by the throat, poised to end his life on the spot. Just then, Amiya Shiro's voice interrupted Obito's actions. To take a life before a medical ninja would surely desecrate our ninja way. Is there anything I can do to spare his life? Uchiha Obito regarded Amiya Shiro with perplexity. Kakuzu's eyes mirrored Obito's confusion, as if questioning why Shiro still lived, and why he would consider sparing him. Lord Amiya, the young Sarutobi felt a flicker of hope. Hizashi, the young Danzo hurriedly grasped his sleeve, urging his friend to remain calm, as they were both at risk of being slain by Uchiha Obito at any moment. Uchiha Obito disdainfully released Kakuzu's throat. To him, Kakuzu and the Takigakure ninjas were merely tools to gauge Amiya Shiro's character. The fate of such tools was of no consequence. Moreover, this man's life could be exchanged for a promise from Shiro. Obito had originally come to extract information from Amiya Shiro, and the willingness of the latter to make a commitment for an unrelated individual was fortuitous indeed. Kakuzu, battered and disheveled, struggled to rise, remaining silent as he limped away. Having endured such a humiliating battle and faced with the abandonment of his comrades, he found himself at a loss for words, questioning the very essence of his existence. Perhaps the purpose of being a ninja is solely to fulfill the leader's mission. Suddenly, Amiya Shiro called out to Kakuzu. All present turned their gaze towards Amiya Shiro. Your wounds. Amiya Shiro's expression was devoid of emotion. His face, tainted by the impure body, appeared somewhat lifeless. Yet, under the glow of the setting sun, Amiya Shiro's figure radiated an ethereal sanctity. It seemed rather unbecoming to allow an injured person to depart in the presence of a medical ninja. The village of Takigakure indeed felt somewhat remorseful towards Kaku. It was akin to sending me to battle Taro. If I could not defeat Taro, they would seek to eliminate me instead. Chapter 39. I will not lie. Please forgive my errors. Why did you save me? Kakuzu sat quietly before Shiro Amiya. Because you are an injured soul, Shiro replied, his palms radiating a vibrant emerald chakra, watching as Kakuzu's fractured bones slowly reconnected. And I happen to be a medical ninja. He will surely be eliminated upon his return. Uchiha Obito criticized Shiro's benevolence, casually revealing a harsh truth. Those imbeciles from Takigakure would never consider him an ally. His frail strength is merely considered exceptional in that insignificant village. While Obito did not view Kakuzu as his equal, he couldn't help but recall his own misfortunes. Disdainfully scoffing, those narrow-minded individuals in the ninja world despise the thought of others possessing power that surpasses their own. For example, that petty Senju Hashirama, and that treacherous Senju Hashirama, and that despicable, cunning Senju Hashirama. Shiro understood that Obito was undoubtedly disparaging Senju Hashirama behind his back, yet he felt an inexplicable sting, as if he had been stabbed, though he was certainly not one to relish the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. When true atrocities were committed by the powerful, no one wished to be among the innocent victims. So they wanted to kill me? Kakuzu immediately grasped Obito's insinuations, momentarily lost in thought, his voice heavy. In this world, what can ninjas like us do besides executing missions? Of course, kill them. Obito shot a glance at Kakuzu, his expression filled with mockery. What a fool you are. Groveling before the weak is merely a desecration of one's own life. Kakuzu instinctively began to ponder. As a typically reticent individual who enjoyed contemplation, his thoughts were never confined, nor did he hold any particular reverence for authority. If one seeks to take my life, I shall take theirs. Obito's reasoning was undoubtedly sound. What of a so-called captain? What of the so-called higher-ups? What of a so-called leader? If they sought his demise, he could just as easily claim theirs. But why did this medical ninja choose to save him? Was it solely because he was a healer? In this world rife with deception and bloodshed, Kakuzu, ever the thinker, found it difficult to comprehend the other's motives. Strive to survive, Shiro said as he healed Kakuzu's wounds and patted his shoulder, signaling that he could depart. Do not squander my chakra. Oomph. Saving his life truly wasted my and Lord Amiya's precious time. Obito crossed his arms, his disdain for Kakuzu palpable, even refusing to meet his gaze when deriding him. Thank you. Kakuzu was acutely aware that he could not provoke Uchiha Madara. He merely nodded in gratitude to Amiya Shiro before inquiring in a deep tone, might I ask for your esteemed name? Leave at once. Uchiha Madara erupted in anger, clearly unwilling to waste any more time. The crimson hue in his eyes suddenly intensified. If even a figure of such stature had not heard of this surname, he might as well abandon any hope of encountering Amiya Shiro again in the future. I am Amiya Shiro. Amiya Shiro's demeanor was markedly different. He always approached patients with utmost gentleness, unperturbed by the fact that Kakuzu was merely a shinobi from small village. Kakuzu's pupils abruptly contracted. This name, it cannot be. That is the legendary figure. As a shinobi, Kakuzu had heard tales of Amiya Shiro since childhood, his expression rife with incredulity, struggling to accept that the Amiya Shiro before him was indeed the renowned figure from the land of waterfalls. According to ancient legends, when the land of waterfalls was still a small village, a mysterious curse plagued the land, causing the inhabitants to suffer from strange ailment from the food they consumed and the water they drank. The village's population dwindled year by year, heading towards extinction. It was not until the legendary medical shinobi, Amiya Shiro, arrived in the land of waterfalls that he cleansed the land of its curse, healing the afflicted villagers and liberating them from the crisis of annihilation. Subsequently, the village flourished and eventually evolved into the land of waterfalls. Due to the widespread tales of Amiya Shiro throughout the shinobi world, perhaps the land of waterfalls believed they could not exist without recounting the deeds of this medical ninja. The stories of Amiya Shiro's benevolence in rescuing the people of the land of waterfalls have been passed down through generations. Is it truly the esteemed Amiya? The chapter remains unfinished, and to continue reading, please turn to the next page. Kakuzu, who had always prided himself on his composure, found his emotions in turmoil. However, standing before Amiya Shiro, Uchiha Madara would certainly not resort to deception. Even a powerhouse like Madara exhibited a certain humility towards Amiya Shiro. Perhaps only the esteemed Amiya possessed such magnanimity. The shinobi of the world had long grown accustomed to bloodshed. Even during the era of shinobi villages, conflicts were inevitable. Only the legendary Amiya could embody such kindness. Aside from the fabled Amiya, could anyone else be so forgiving and generous? Uchiha Madara cast a scornful glance at Kakuzu, harboring ulterior motives regarding Amiya Shiro while not hesitating to offer a few compliments at this moment. Return home promptly. Amiya Shiro gestured dismissively at Kakuzu. Kakuzu hesitated, lingering in place, for he still had many perplexities he wished to voice. For what reason has Lord Amiya appeared in this era? How is it that he could survive having his heart pierced by his own kunai? Why does his body seem so peculiar devoid of any semblance of vitality. Akin to mere dust and fragments, Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow, evidently displeased with the recuperated Kakuzu, who seemed intent on wasting his time. Is sparing your life today not sufficient? Perhaps Kakuzu's life had indeed lost its way. As Amiya, Shiro regarded Kaku. A smile graced his lips. He perceived that Kakuzu had succumbed to confusion and offered him an idea. If he were truly ostracized by his village and left with nothing to do, it would be better to seek out something to reinvigorate his lost purpose. What could serve as such a vessel? Kakuzu shook his head, struggling to recall. Amiya, Shiro intervened, tempering Uchiha Madara's wrath, and casually suggested, why not attempt to save those who are engulfed in suffering? Kakuzu fell into silence for a moment. The man walked away without a backward glance, as if he had resolved upon a certain determination. Kakuzu still yearned to return to the village, to test whether Madara's words held any truth, for he had always been a compliant subordinate. If they truly wished to end his life, he would eliminate those complacent higher-ups. As for the life that would follow the downfall of the higher-ups, perhaps the words of this noble Amiya Shiro were indeed wise. However, he lamented that he lacked medical ninjutsu. It would be splendid to follow such a paragon as Lord Amiya. Yet, as a mere ninja from a small village, Kakuzu felt a twinge of inadequacy. He did not consider himself worthy of following such a prominent figure. Perhaps there existed another form of existence. Kakuzu recalled the essence of a ninja. Ninjas exchanged entrusted tasks for bounties. He could perhaps devise a way to earn money to aid those in need, which might constitute a peculiar yet meaningful life. Yet relying on entrusted tasks for income was a slow endeavor. As a ninja from Takigakure, the high-ranking assignments were dreadfully scarce, yielding little throughout the year. Moreover, having turned against his village, becoming a wandering rogue ninja, it would likely be even more challenging to earn a living. He needed to find a profitable avenue. How dreary! Uchiha Madara observed Kakuzu's departing silhouette and indifferently inquired, is it worth wasting time on such a fool, given Lord Amiya's stature? For me, it is indeed worthwhile, Kakuzu replied. Amiya Shiro's fingertips twitched slightly as he discreetly retracted a black vein, which was a reward from a recent assignment. S-rank assignment. Demonstrate the ability of immortality before Kakuzu. Reward. DN. A unique chakra creation. DN can unleash formidable ninjutsu. Seize the hearts of foes to attain eternal life and acquire the elemental transformations of enemies' chakra, up to 5 basic elements: fire, wind, earth, water, and lightning. During battle, the DN fused with various hearts can be separated to engage in combat. It is truly regrettable. If only I had acquired the power of the earthly grudge in ancient times, I could have devised a means to attain immortality, thus sparing myself the trouble of meticulously planning so many contingencies. However, it is not too late to obtain such power now. Should fortune turn against me in the future, and I find myself in need of eternal life, this power may very well serve as my ultimate recourse. With that said, Amiya Shiro reined in his thoughts and focused intently on Uchiha Madara, his words wavering slightly. Speaking candidly, I am not particularly adept at deceit. If I err in my statements, I kindly ask for your understanding. The earthly grudge is indeed quite grotesque. Chapter 40. Those eyes. Known as the eyes of rebirth, what exactly is Amiya Shiro saying? What on earth is he doing? Why would I believe that Amiya Shiro has learned to deceive? Hidden beneath the earth, Kagaya's essence listened intently to the conversation between Amiya Shiro and Uchiha Madara, feeling as if his mind was on the verge of unraveling. What does it mean to say, I do not lie? If I misspeak, please forgive me. Such words, uttered voluntarily, seem to blatantly indicate to Uchiha Madara that he intends to weave a web of deceit. How could he ever gain Madara's trust with such a tactic? Uchiha Madara's expression subtly shifted to one of intrigue. Is Amiya Shiro truly speaking in earnest? What does it mean to declare, I do not lie? If I misspeak, please forgive me? This ancient figure dares to attempt to deceive me with such a clumsy fabrication? Lord Amiya. Madara's countenance began to darken, suspecting that Shiro was merely toying with him. However, upon witnessing the sincerity etched across Shiro's face, he was suddenly reminded of the village where Shiro once resided. Quickly identifying the source of Shiro's desire to deceive, Oomph. If I am not mistaken, Uchiha Madara smirked coldly, ridiculing the individual he loathed the most. It must be that Senju Tobirama instructed you to use lies to mislead me when we meet. Is that correct? No. Amiya Shiro hesitated before revealing the truth. It must certainly be him. Uchiha Madara grew more convinced of his suspicion, continuing his sardonic laughter. That despicable little man, Senju Tobirama, remains as treacherous as ever. Very well. Amiya Shiro could only let out a resigned sigh, seemingly lamenting his inability to restore Tobirama's reputation, and continued. Tobirama once mentioned that you sought me out to assist in healing your blind eye. A flicker of astonishment ignited in Uchiha Madara's pupils. No wonder Senju Tobirama shamelessly lured such a formidable figure into deception. Uchiha Madara suddenly realized the terrifying potential of Amiya Shiro, his hand instinctively brushing against his blind eye. Could it be that even his blinded eye could be restored? This was the price of employing the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi. Given the formidable nature of that technique, Madara had never harbored hopes of regaining sight in that eye. However, could Amiya Shiro truly heal it? If Shiro could assist in restoring his sight, he would possess the strength to re-engage in a new struggle against Senju Hashirama. Lord Amiya, Uchiha Madara pushed aside his disheveled long hair, revealing his pale gray eye, and asked in a low voice, "Can this blind eye truly be healed?" Shiro Amiya hesitated once more, caught in a quandary as if ensnared in an impasse. Am I capable of healing it, or not? Madara's heart swelled with anger. A great medical ninja. Could he truly be uncertain about his own medical prowess? Such indecisive words were undoubtedly the machinations of that despicable and shameless little man, Senju Tobirama, attempting to thwart Shiro Amiya from restoring his vision, luring a distinguished medical ninja into deception and concealment. Fortunately, this ancient figure was not adept at lying. Even his attempts at deceit were riddled with flaws, akin to a novice. Madara's emotions were a tumult of delight and irritation. He was certain that Shiro Amiya could indeed restore his sight, a monumental stroke of fortune. This is indeed possible. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Madara's mouth as he urged Shiro Amiya, "My lord Amiya, there is no need to heed the lies of Senju Tobirama. That vile and insidious man has disrupted your soul's tranquility with dangerous forbidden techniques, attempting to deceive you into concealing the truth from your patient, thus tarnishing your noble character. Do you still believe his words to be accurate?" Shiro Amiya felt a pang of reflection. Through Madara's choice of words, he deeply sensed Madara's animosity towards Tobirama, realizing that he was at a loss to defend Tobirama's reputation against such slander. Anyone could testify to this. These were merely Madara's own fabrications. He had never even mentioned Tobirama and had even sought to defend him. Yet Madara remained obstinately disbelieving. "Very well, I can assist you in healing that eye." Shiro Amiya resigned himself to relinquishing the hope of restoring Tobirama's honor, letting out a sigh as he continued. "However, I hope you can agree to one condition. Do not, as Tobirama warned me, unleash new conflicts in the ninja world upon regaining your power." Indeed, it was he. The hatred within Madara for Tobirama intensified. Yet, Madara also understood Shiro Amiya's modus operandi. He did not intend to ignite a new war. He even chuckled softly and assured, "Rest assured, if my eye is restored, it will solely be utilized to achieve true peace in this world. I hope you will not deceive me." Shiro Amiya nodded, meticulously examining Madara's blind eye, and with a single utterance, unveiled the cause of its blindness. "This is the permanent blindness of the Sharingan. You have employed a peculiar technique, utilizing the Sharingan as a catalyst, which has ultimately led to the total loss of vision in this eye." Indeed, Uchiha Madara harbored no doubts that his opponent could perceive his use of Izanagi, for he had subtly come to believe in Amiya Shiro's unparalleled medical prowess. "Theoretically, I do possess a means to heal it." Amiya Shiro furrowed his brow, seemingly ensnared in a dilemma. If it were the ancient times, I could forcibly enhance its ocular power using in release, a method that could restore its light. Ah, how curious. Healing Senju Hashirama necessitates yang release, the pinnacle of yang chakra, whereas restoring your eye requires yin release, the epitome of yin chakra. Yin and yang. Uchiha Madara's heart raced as he recalled his initial purpose for visiting Amiya Shiro, remembering the inscription on the stone tablet. Wait, does this imply that the Uchiha clan's eternal Mangeki Sharingan still harbors the potential for ocular enhancement? This assertion undoubtedly corresponds with the content of the Uchiha clan's stone tablet. The yin and yang powers mentioned by Amiya Shiro are indeed the quintessence of yin and yang chakra, perfectly capable of acting upon both himself and Senju Hashirama, the forces of opposites. A multitude of ideas surged within Uchiha Madara's mind. It was truly fortuitous that he had come. This ancient medical ninja had inadvertently revealed a wealth of information, illuminating many of Madara's thoughts. However, my current state renders me incapable of achieving this. Amiya Shiro shook his head, his words shattering Uchiha Madara's hopeful illusions. In this Edo Tensei state, I cannot wield the ultimate yin release. Uchiha Madara's expression immediately darkened. Although his visit to Amiya Shiro was not initially intended to seek healing for his blind eye, the sudden revelation of its potential for restoration, only to be swiftly extinguished, inevitably dampened his spirits. Yet, there's no need for concern. A single statement from Amiya Shiro rekindled Uchiha Madara's anxious heart, his gaze sharpening as if to pierce through the very essence of Madara's being. This blind eye has recently been influenced by a formidable chakra. Under the nurturing of this chakra, it shall gradually regain its ocular power. Uchiha Madara's expression slowly transformed. His counterpart had discerned the truth. Truly, a figure from ancient times, capable of perceiving even the acquisition of Senju Hashirama's chakra in such a brief span of time. Not only that when it regains its brilliance, the power of your eyes will become even more formidable. Amiya Shiro gazed into Uchiha Madara's eyes, his voice gradually lowering, weaving a narrative that ensnared Madara's attention. This pair of eyes will ascend in power, becoming those that can communicate the realms of life and death in ancient times. Such eyes manifested in a figure revered by the ninjas of your era as a deity. I once possessed those eyes, which amalgamated all chakra nature transformations, embodying the essence of all existence. Uchiha Madara's pupils widened suddenly. The essence of all existence. This is the power of the essence of all existence. This is what is inscribed on the Uchiha clan's monument. In this moment, the entangled questions that plagued him found resolution. In this moment, Uchiha Madara's confusion was completely unraveled by Amiya Shiro's words. He now understood what the essence of all existence recorded on the monument truly signified. The name of such eyes is Amiya. Shiro's gaze seemed to pierce through Madara's eyes, glimpsing the past, as if it could also foresee the future slowly emerging from the shadows of conspiracy and deception. The Rinnegan. Chapter 41. The lies without lies. Everything is so clear. The hidden truths of the world have been unveiled. Uchiha Madara realized that he was gradually comprehending everything. The information he gleaned from Amiya Shiro's words was sufficient to decipher the secrets inscribed upon the stone tablet of the Uchiha clan, even revealing the ultimate destiny of the Sharingan's evolution. The forces of light and darkness indeed refer to the powers of the Uchiha and Senju clans. The interplay of these opposing forces signified the chakra of Hashirama Senju, which could elevate the power of the Uchiha clan's supreme bloodline, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, ultimately ascending to the Rinnegan, symbolizing the force of all existence. The Rinnegan. I recall it is said to belong to the legendary sage of six paths. Madara reminisced about the lore surrounding the Rinnegan. In the shinobi world, tales of the three great ocular jutsu have always circulated. The Rinnegan of the sage of six paths, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, and the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. The Rinnegan, representing the power of the sage of six paths. Madara also grasped why the stone tablet of the Uchiha clan was left behind by the sage of six paths. The path inscribed upon it served as guidance from the sage to their clan. At this moment, he had truly found the answer. His eyes were slowly evolving into the Rinnegan. Indeed, the Rinnegan is the eye of the sage of six paths. Amiya Shiro did not conceal the truth and elaborated on the connection between the Uchiha clan and the sage. The culmination of your Sharingan leads to the Rinnegan. As its origin, the Sage of Six Paths is the father of Indra, the ancestor of the Uchiha clan. Madara recalled something mentioned by Amiya Shiro. The ancestor of the Uchiha clan, Indra, had once battled Amiya Shiro, only to suffer a devastating defeat, a fate likely similar to his own impending challenge against Shiro. Speaking of which, the answer he had acquired was now more complete. It was precisely because the Uchiha clan were descendants of the Sage of Six Paths that the sage entrusted the stone tablet to them, inscribing it with knowledge only accessible through the Sharingan. Thank you. Madara clasped his arms, his demeanor exuding pride as he expressed his gratitude, thoroughly satisfied with the resolution of his perplexities. It is of no consequence. In that era, such matters were common knowledge. After Shiro, Amiya concluded his statement. He took the initiative to clarify, I am uncertain whether discussing matters excessively in your era might lead to complications. After all, Tobirama cautioned me against revealing ancient histories, such as the fact that the ancestors of the Uchiha and Senju clans were brothers, and that both clans are descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. No wonder. Uchiha Madara scoffed disdainfully, having discerned Tobirama Senju's underlying intentions. Tobirama had long harbored a fear of the Uchiha clan's power. It appeared he was concerned that any rationale for suppressing the Uchiha within Konoha might be dismissed by Hashirama. Thus, he refrained from associating the Uchiha with the Senju. What a narrow-minded and shameless individual. Truly, how petty he is, unable to tolerate even such matters. Madara was acutely aware that the revelation of these ancient secrets would significantly ease the strained relations between the Uchiha and Senju clans. Alas, it was too late. Such a connection might have brought joy to both himself and Hashirama during Konoha's founding, as they discovered a greater purpose in uniting their clans. Yet now, it was no longer necessary. He had once again severed ties with Hashirama, and in his departure from Konoha, he had been forsaken by the Uchiha. He was left alone, burdened by his solitary ideals. At this moment, only one question remained. Uchiha Madara ceased to dwell on the past secrets of the Uchiha and Senju clans. His gaze fixated intently on Shiro Amiya, yearning to uncover the answer to his final query. Lord Amiya, I trust you can discern that the peace of this era merely masks a turbulent undercurrent. I wish to know whether the Sage of Six Paths left behind any means to achieve lasting peace in the shinobi world. The chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Madara refrained from inquiring about the Uchiha clan's tablet, knowing that once he awakened his Rinnegan, he would gain knowledge of all its contents. Moreover, the secrets inscribed upon that tablet. Perhaps Shiro Amiya knew nothing of them either. Now, Madara intended to directly solicit the tale of the Sage of Six Paths from this eminent figure, confident that someone as benevolent as Amiya would not withhold information, and that any secrets disclosed could potentially guide him. However, Madara was ultimately met with disappointment. For Shiro, Amiya fell into hesitation once more. It even appeared that Amiya feared Madara might once again tarnish Tobirama's reputation, as he fabricated clumsy lies before Madara and the eavesdropping Kaguya. I am sorry. I cannot divulge the entirety of that answer. Please do not misunderstand. This is not a caution from Tobirama, for he is unaware of the tremendous efforts ancient people made to prevent chakra from being wielded as a weapon. Nor could he grasp the thoughts of the Sage of Six Paths Humph. Uchiha Madara's animosity towards Senju Tobirama remains unabated, and he is even discontented with Amiya Shiro for defending the latter. Does he not possess the capacity for discernment? Although he has always harbored disdain and even hatred for Senju Tobirama, would he unjustly attribute all faults to that treacherous individual? If he were to criticize Tobirama, it would undoubtedly be because Tobirama was at fault first. However, Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes, contemplating the profound implications of Amiya Shiro's words. Why can't Lord Amiya divulge the complete truth to me? I have stated before, it is because I am not particularly skilled at deception. Amiya Shiro's demeanor is somewhat earnest, and his words leave Uchiha Madara in a state of shock, even causing the hidden Kaguya to feel a sense of confusion. There is no necessity for deceit in matters such as these, Madara thought, taking a deep breath, feeling his mentality slipping. Could there be secrets that we, the descendants, are not privy to? Indeed. Amiya, Shiro's gaze darkened, his voice lowered. The last possessor of the Rinnegan voluntarily relinquished his desire to achieve everlasting peace through power, persuaded by others who believed that humanity could understand one another. As long as humanity could comprehend each other, conflict would never arise in this world. Ha ha! Uchiha burst into loud laughter, mocking the figures in Amiya Shiro's tale. Such naive and laughable hopes that humanity could ever comprehend one another, clearly powerful as if divine. Yet his will is tragically feeble. Uchiha Madara surmised that Amiya Shiro referenced the Sage of Six Paths, for in ancient times, only the sage possessed the Rinnegan. Madara believed that Shiro was attempting to veil the sage's transgressions with clumsy lies, which were riddled with flaws. Only Kagaya, concealed beneath the earth, felt a tinge of melancholy. For Kagaya recognized that Amiya Shiro was mourning his own past, a sorrow that rendered Uchiha Madara's mockery particularly harsh. Amiya Shiro is truly not adept at lying. Perhaps I should not compel him to learn the art of deceit. Humanity is invariably like this. The world of humans is a myriad of phenomena, their destinies entwined in an eternal cycle. Amiya Shiro's voice remained calm as he recounted tales from antiquity. Once, a deity attempted to employ techniques powerful enough to reshape the very fabric of human destiny, only to ultimately fall to the weak ones in the shinobi world who yearned to seize control of their fates. Techniques capable of altering destiny. Uchiha Madara's ears only caught the initial half of the pivotal phrase. A sudden clarity emerged within the man's heart, as if he had attained a profound understanding. He gazed at Amiya Shiro before him, contemplating the technique capable of altering the very fabric of the world, the very jutsu that the Sage of Six Paths once endeavored to utilize to bring about everlasting peace in the ninja realm. Amiya Shiro gently shook his head, a note of regret lacing his voice. That technique signifies humanity's gravest choice leading to the darkest of times. Thus, Uchiha Madara's lips curled into a smirk, for he had comprehended the entirety of the truth. The ninja world has indeed descended into its most dire era. Chapter 42. Between Pillars, do you deserve to be a person like Lord Amiya? Uchiha Madara has taken the bait, it seems. Hidden beneath the earth, Kurizetsu felt a twinge of confusion. The lies spun by Amiya Shiro were so clumsy that it was unsettling to remain concealed underground. Nevertheless, Uchiha Madara appeared to have fallen for it, just as anticipated. In truth, Uchiha Madara felt no sense of deception. On the contrary, he perceived himself as having gained a tremendous advantage, acquiring such crucial intelligence from Amiya Shiro, which illuminated the path to realizing his aspirations. What do you intend to do? Amiya Shiro seemed to see through Uchiha Madara's thoughts and inquired earnestly. After awakening the Rinnegan, do you wish to wield that world-altering technique to transform the world? Naturally, Uchiha Madara replied, his expression regaining its haughty demeanor, reminiscent of the imperious and solitary ninja he once was. To know the answer, yet choose an action would be a disservice to my very existence. After uttering those words, Uchiha Madara turned to Amiya Shiro, eager to extend an invitation for collaboration, for he understood that Shiro's willingness to join him would undoubtedly provide formidable support for his future. Merely being able to illuminate the path was enough for Uchiha Madara to seek Shiro's companionship. After all, Amiya Shiro possessed profound knowledge of the Sage of Six Paths secrets and could undoubtedly guide him in harnessing the ancient technique left behind to reshape the world. Lord Amiya Uchiha Madara earnestly intended to invite Amiya Shiro to act alongside him. Do you not believe this era is dire enough? Join me in transforming the shinobi world in the future. I shall possess the Rinnegan, and you carry the wisdom of the ancient times. Uchiha Madara extended his palm, a cold smirk adorning his face. Together, we can surely steer this world towards him. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara's brow furrowed, as if sensing an unforeseen occurrence that halted his words. In the distance, within a secluded valley, a group of Konoha's Umbu surrounded the area. Within this valley, Senju Hashirama wielded a ninja blade, cutting through the impassive Uchiha Madara, who was transforming into wood before his very eyes. This is a wood clone. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Senju Hashirama's forehead. The sight of Uchiha Madara's wooden doppelganger reminded him of their last encounter, where he had deceived and believed he had slain Uchiha Madara using a remarkably lifelike wood clone. Now Uchiha Madara's wooden clone was ensnaring him in a similar manner. No one did Madara awaken would release. As Senju Hashirama instinctively pondered the tremendous power Uchiha Madara would possess upon mastering wood release, he suddenly realized that this was not the moment to dwell on the matter of the wood clone. This is bad, I've been deceived. At the location of Lord Amiya, Senju Hashirama immediately discerned the underlying issue. He had been deceived. That rascal Madara had utilized a wooden clone to lure him here, with the true intent of meeting with Amiya Shiro. It was a classic ruse to draw the tiger from its lair. Hashirama could no longer afford to linger and loudly commanded all the Umbu ninjas to return at once, urging them to hasten back along their route to reach Amiya Shiro without delay. It was not only Amiya Shiro who would be in peril, but also the two most outstanding young ninjas of Konoha. It seemed that my plan had been uncovered by Hashirama. When Uchiha Madara's wooden clone was slain, he realized that Senju Hashirama would undoubtedly perceive his scheme, a sardonic smile creeping upon his lips. Your lethal strikes remain as sharp as ever, Hashirama. The plan stirred Amiya Shiro's brow into a frown, a mere ploy to lure the tiger from its den. Uchiha Madara chuckled lightly, mocking Konoha. Has Lord Amiya not noticed that someone has been covertly following you this entire way? That treacherous little man, Senju Tobirama, had long anticipated my desire to meet with Lord Amiya, secretly instructing Hashirama to lead a team of Umbu, tailing you closely, treating you as bait to draw me out. Lord Amiya, do not be deceived by insincere words. Uchiha Madara spread his arms, solemnly inviting Amiya Shiro once more. Come with me to change this world. Amiya Shiro remained silent for a moment. This ancient figure's gaze slowly drifted towards the distance, where two boys were bound, blindfolded, and their ears blocked, young Sarutobi Hizashi and young Danzo. While Amiya Shiro had no objection to these youngsters eavesdropping, Uchiha Madara was decidedly averse to their presence. Had he not been concerned that killing in front of Amiya Shiro would displease him, Madara would not have hesitated to eliminate them to safeguard his secrets. Obligated by trust, he sought first to gather the materials necessary to heal Hashirama. Amiya Shiro sighed, seemingly cherishing his promise, and softly remarked, "Before you acquire the Rinnegan, a considerable amount of time must pass. During this period, only Hashirama can maintain peace in this world." Uchiha Madara found himself swayed by Amiya Shiro's words. This reasoning was irrefutable, leaving even Madara momentarily speechless. Although he believed he had moved past his friendship with Senju Hashirama, he had no qualms about allowing that destined rival to live. He wished to prove before Hashirama that his vision for the future was the most righteous path. In truth, you are not the first to persuade me to join this era. I have pondered this many times. However, I believe each generation possesses its own narrative. My story perhaps should have concluded long ago. Shiro Amiya's demeanor was unprecedentedly earnest, as a leaf floated in his hand, swaying gently in the breeze. At this moment, the only role I can fulfill is that of a faint whisper of wind, a mere breath that can only barely rustle the leaves of this era. Those who can truly alter the world are eternally the winds capable of turning the windmills. Lord Amiya, a figure deserving of utmost respect. Uchiha Madara gazed at Shiro Amiya, releasing a deep sigh. He realized that persuading Shiro Amiya was beyond his reach, and he comprehended the vastness of his spirit, which had earned him the title of greatness throughout the millennia. Shiro Amiya, a person who merits the highest respect. Even the inherently proud Uchiha Madara could not help but acknowledge his magnificence. Yet, the hidden Kaguya was somewhat melancholic. Kaguya began to understand why Shiro Amiya had initially declined the proposal for Uchiha Madara to execute the Eye of the Moon plan. Perhaps this was what he truly thought. Hashirama is coming. Uchiha Madara knew he could linger no longer and reluctantly resolved to depart. It seems I shall have to return another time to hear your wisdom. My lord. As he uttered these words, Uchiha Madara's expression grew serious, and he spoke in a low tone. I am aware that Lord Amiya is not adept at deception and concealment. Yet I still hope that all our exchanges today can remain as confidential as possible, particularly regarding that technique. I understand. Shiro Amiya nodded at Uchiha Madara, letting out a soft sigh. You and Hashirama walk divergent paths, yet your ultimate destinations are the same. It is merely the means of your journey that differ. Perhaps, Uchiha Madara scoffed disdainfully. Although he spoke with difficulty, he internally agreed with Shiro Amiya's words. He and Hashirama were merely employing different methods for the sake of peace. Speaking of which, conversing with such a prominent figure was quite comforting. Whether it was the wisdom gleaned from Shiro Amiya's eloquence, the secrets revealed by his lips, or even casual exchanges that could penetrate the depths of one's heart. That fool, Hashirama. Uchiha Madara recalled his encounter with Hashirama. Since childhood, Hashirama had admired Shiro Amiya as a role model, later claiming that Shiro Amiya's ninja way could not save the world. Clearly, that fool lacked the capacity for reason. That fool dares to scorn Lord Amiya's ninja way? That fool shall never become a person like Lord Amiya in his lifetime. I shall take my leave now. After Uchiha Madara spoke, his figure instantly appeared beside two young boys in the distance. He raised his hand and removed the black cloth from Sarutobi Hiruzen and the boy's head. Uchiha Madara. The voice of the young Sarutobi Hinata was laced with tension, while a flicker of fear crossed the face of the young Danzo. Is this the child that Hashirama, that fool, wishes to protect? Uchiha Madara regarded the two youths with a disdainful gaze and coldly remarked, Little brats, be sure to return and inform Hashirama that, as a token of gratitude to Lord Amiya, I shall refrain from stirring any conflict with him for the time being. Chapter 43. The agreement. Uchiha Madara departed with an air of nonchalance. In this moment, he epitomized true elegance, for he had discovered a path uniquely his own, one so profound that it warranted the relinquishment of all his past. However, the mood among the Konoha ninjas was far from pleasant. For instance, the two youths, who were paralyzed with fear at the sight of Uchiha Madara, felt that this encounter brought them closer to death than ever before. As Shiro Amiya assisted in untying their restraints, he could observe their bodies quivering with residual tension. Today's events. We must report to Lord Hokage. The young Sarutobi Hisashi gradually regained his composure, recalling how his father had once been gravely injured by Madara. He began to fathom why his father, Sarutobi Sasuke, had succumbed to Madara's might. Before that man, even the effort to maintain inner tranquility seemed a luxury. Even though Madara had not unleashed his chakra or displayed any overt menace, merely witnessing his figure instilled a profound unease. Moreover, to confront that man while harboring such sentiments was daunting. We must return to the village and report today as occurrences to Lord Tobirama. Initially, the young Danzo displayed signs of anxiety, but upon seeing Hisashi's calm demeanor, he forced himself to suppress his panic and feign steadiness. If not for the fact that his hands trembled so violently he could scarcely wield a kunai, one might have mistaken his facade of bravado as strength. The ninjas of Konoha have always harbored a deep-seated fear of Uchiha Madara. Even when he was one of the founders of Konoha, the children were terrified of his perpetually fierce and indifferent countenance. Now, having become Konoha's most formidable adversary, even the first Hokage had been unable to vanquish him. Following the loss of one of his eyes, Madara's appearance had grown even more intimidating. There is no need for alarm. Shiro Amiya offered a casual reassurance to the two youths, his gaze drifting towards the horizon. If all goes as expected, the ninjas of Konoha should be arriving shortly. As Shiro spoke, it seemed he was oblivious to the presence of Senju Hashirama and the Konoha Umbu who had been trailing them, and he sighed softly, saying, Madara informed me that when we departed from Konoha, a squad of Konoha ninjas had been following us. At this revelation, young Danzo's heart raced with renewed trepidation. This is bad. Lord Tobirama's plan has been exposed. In such a scenario, how could they possibly execute their plans? This statement implies that Uchiha Madara did not annihilate that group of Umbu ninjas. Nevertheless, It is evident that the Umbu ninjas would be unable to persist in tracking Amiya Shiro, as undertaking this mission would undoubtedly pose significant dangers. Even in the absence of Uchiha Madara, there exists the threat of an assault from small ninja villages, such as Takigakure. Amiya Shiro, a medical ninja, appears to be rather unreliable, having been pierced through the heart by a ninja from Takigakure with a single strike. However, should they choose to remain or depart? The young Danzo found himself in a state of indecision, torn between the fear of perishing during this mission and the concern that retreat would portray him as overly cowardly. Fortunately, he would soon be relieved of his internal conflict. A contingent of Umbu ninjas, led by Senju Hashirama, arrived, leaving him without any authority to voice his opinions, and he could only await orders from the Hokage in silence. Upon witnessing that Amiya Shiro and Sarutobi Hizashi, along with Shimura Danzo, were safe and sound, Senju Hashirama finally felt a sense of calm wash over him. However, this tranquility was fleeting. His composure was shattered when he learned from the two young boys that Uchiha Madara had indeed been present and had made a promise to refrain from instigating war for the time being. This period of peace, it seemed, was contingent upon the restoration of Madara's eyesight. Amiya Shiro candidly reminded Hashirama, revealing the uncomfortable truth. Madara blind, I would require considerable time to regain its sight. This was troubling news. Once again, Hashirama felt a knot of anxiety form in his stomach. Should Madara's eyesight be restored, he would reclaim the extraordinary powers of his prime, perhaps even surpassing them, as he had also awakened the would-release Kekkei Genkai. At that juncture, Uchiha Madara might reignite the flames of destruction upon Konoha, even without the assistance of the Nine Tails. Hashirama could not shake his concerns. Only he understood the true magnitude of Uchiha Madara's strength. Do not fret. Amiya Shiro noticed Hashirama's troubled demeanor and quickly sought to reassure his patient. The situation is not as dire as it seems. Hashirama's inner turmoil eased slightly. Rest assured, should that blind eye seek restoration, it will likely require a minimum of 20 years. Amiya Shiro gently patted Hashirama Senju's shoulder, signaling him not to be overly concerned. If I cannot find a cure for you, your lifespan is limited to merely 10 years. Even if he desires to incite war, it will be after your demise. The hope that Hashirama had clung to was utterly extinguished. Such words of comfort were utterly futile. They only heightened Hashirama's anxiety regarding the future of Konoha. He had anticipated that Amiya Shiro would propose some form of solution, but instead, he was merely offered reassurances about the aftermath. How could one not be worried? Although Hashirama had always respected others, he was acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding the powerful figures in the ninja world. Should he perish in 10 years, the entirety of Konoha, no, the entire ninja realm might find itself unable to thwart Madara. I shall pursue Madara's whereabouts. Hashirama raised his hand to his forehead, fingers threading through his hair, troubled by the fate awaiting Konoha. Regardless of the circumstances, I must uncover Madara within this decade and seize this opportunity to eliminate him once and for all. This is our sole chance. Hashirama held immense faith in the capacity of future generations to safeguard Konoha. Yet he harbored grave doubts about their ability to contend with the menace posed by Uchiha Madara. Thus, the first Hokage of Konoha was compelled to embark on a quest to track down Uchiha Madara, intending to utilize the final decade of his existence to thwart Madara's nefarious designs to reignite war. Let us return to Konoha. Hashirama immediately resolved to head back, accompanied by the Umbu ninjas, to confer with Tobirama Senju regarding the matters following their departure from Konoha. These two youngsters, Hashirama glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Amiya Shiro's gaze also fell upon them as he sighed softly. I had hoped that this era would at least uphold a respect for medical ninjas, but it seems the ninjas of this time act without restraint. I fear the journey ahead may be perilous. I will strive to grow stronger to protect Lord Imi. The youthful Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with vibrant enthusiasm, nudging his companion. Danzo, will you accompany the Hokage back? Need you even ask? The young Danzo's countenance darkened, and he retorted fiercely. My mission remains unfulfilled. I too shall endeavor to grow stronger, to safeguard Lord Aimi. Though the young Danzo had not fully committed, the impudent declaration from Hiruzen to remain behind raised questions. Did he intend to admit his fear of danger and cowardly retreat to Konoha? Truly, they were two commendable youths. Hashirama ruffled their hair, his expression turning solemn. Then it falls upon Lord Aimi to look after these two in the future, within the span of 10 years. Aimi Shiro nodded earnestly in response. If I do not discover a solution for your lifespan within 10 years, I shall return to Konoha with them. A decade's pact. Let the time commence. Chapter 44. A decade, 8 decade. Such an extensive span of time. Throughout this period, the shinobi world has witnessed numerous events. Upon the return of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the ANBU to Konohagakure, it remains unclear what discussions transpired between him and Tobirama Senju. Nonetheless, Hashirama promptly initiated a significant operation, the capture of the tailed beasts. In total, there are 9 tailed beasts within the shinobi realm, apart from one tail, which was seized by Tsunagakure, and the 9 tails sealed within the body of Kushina Uzumaki. The remaining tailed beasts were captured by Hashirama Senju. Soon after, the first summit of the 5 Kage convened. Hashirama offered the tailed beasts to the major shinobi villages at a reasonable price, ostensibly to maintain a balance of power among them. When Shiro Amiya fortuitously encountered Hashirama during his travels, he gleaned insight into the rationale behind the distribution of the tailed beasts. This strategy was conceived by Tobirama. Relying solely on the strength of Konoha might not suffice to thwart Madara. With the 9 tails sealed within Kushina, Madara could potentially covet the power of the other tailed beasts. Thus, Tobirama proposed distributing the tailed beasts among the other villages, encouraging collective protection of these entities, as Konoha could not retain all of them. After all, the power of the tailed beasts is exceedingly formidable. Should even one beast go berserk, and the higher-ups of Konoha fail to react swiftly, it could lead to catastrophic losses for the village. During the endeavor to capture the tailed beasts, Tobirama discerned that the strength of the other beasts paled in comparison to the might of the 9 tails, alleviating concerns that the villages possessing tailed beasts could eventually rise against Konoha. However, the tailed beasts were not the true focus of Tobirama's intentions. His ulterior motive was to ensnare the other shinobi villages. Apart from Konoha, no other village dared provoke Uchiha Madara. Even if Madara were to annihilate Konoha, it is unlikely that other villages would offer assistance. Yet, would they not act to protect their own tailed beasts? With the 9 tails sealed within Kushina, Madara would be deprived of its power, diminishing his confidence in confronting Hashirama. Should Madara seek to combat Hashirama, he would undoubtedly strive to acquire the other tailed beasts, inevitably clashing with the villages that possess them. Consequently, the major shinobi villages would naturally unite against the looming threat posed by Uchiha Madara. Tobirama's strategy is indeed insidious. Once Konoha gains the power of the 9 tails, the other villages cannot remain passive as the disparity between them and Konoha widens. They will inevitably be tempted by the power of the tailed beasts. Since time immemorial, humanity has never relinquished its desire to seize the might of the tailed beasts, for they symbolize boundless chakra and formidable offensive capabilities, their combat prowess rivaling that of an entire army of shinobi. Senju Tobirama has never anticipated receiving assistance from other ninja villages. Rather, he seizes this opportunity to entrap them in the same predicament. Currently, Uchiha Madara is still in a state of blindness with one eye. In order to evade the relentless pursuit of Senju Hashirama and deprived of the 9 tails, he is likely to infiltrate other ninja villages to seize control of a tailed beast. Consequently, animosity arises between Uchiha Madara and these villages. From a broader perspective, Senju Tobirama's strategy has proven remarkably effective. The first to suffer due to the tailed beasts is the village hidden in the clouds. At the inaugural 5 Kage summit, the first Reikage, boasting considerable wealth, extravagantly acquired 2 tailed beasts, specifically the 2 tails and the 8 tails. This decision, however, brought calamity upon the village. As Uchiha Madara fled from Senju Hashirama's pursuit, having lost the power of one eye, he found himself unable to contend with Hashirama and took advantage of controlling the 8 tails of the village hidden in the clouds to escape, even strengthening the bond between Konoha and the Cloud Village. Regrettably, this did not resolve any issues. Uchiha Madara was compelled to continue evading Senju Hashirama throughout the ninja world, while Hashirama relentlessly pursued Madara. During the journey of Amiya Shiro, accompanied by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, they occasionally encountered Uchiha Madara and the ever-persistent Senju Hashirama. "Long time no see, Lord Amiya," Uchiha Madara greeted, his expression devoid of any tension despite being hunted, and as he departed, a mocking smile lingered at the corner of his lips. "But I must take my leave. Hashirama is on my tail again." Barely had Madara departed when Senju Hashirama arrived. "I must pursue Madara's whereabouts," Hashirama declared, unwilling to waste time engaging in idle chatter. He needed to seize every opportunity to capture Uchiha Madara, leaving only a few encouraging words for his juniors. "You two have grown up, Monkey and Danzo," Hashirama remarked, observing that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo had significantly matured since their last encounter. "You are finally ready to shoulder the responsibility of protecting Konoha." Placing a hand on their shoulders, Hashirama felt a weight of melancholy. He was acutely aware that his lifespan was gradually approaching its limit. The path ahead may be fraught with challenges, yet the future of Konoha must be entrusted to the younger generation. 10 years, a truly lengthy span. For Amiya Shiro, he had long since become accustomed to this journey. For Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, a decade had sufficed for them to evolve from Na'vi youths into young men well-versed in the complexities of the world. They had experienced countless tales, including their encounter with Kakuzu. Upon hearing that Kakuzu had returned to Takigakure, it was said that he ruthlessly eliminated all the high-ranking ninjas of the village and plundered the treasures, compelling Takigakure to ally with Konohagakure. In a desperate bid to secure their military strength, they expended their resources to procure a tailed beast from Konohagakure. Subsequently, Kakuzu was declared an S-rank rogue ninja by Takigakure. In due course, Shiro Amiya and his companions heard of Kakuzu from the lips of the first Hokage, who had instructed his brother, Tobirama Senju, to track down Uchiha Madara and to eliminate Kakuzu in the process, thereby establishing Konoha's commitment to its allies and attracting other villages to unite with them. However, when Hashirama Senju encountered Kakuzu, he discovered him engaged in assassination for profit. With a single move, Hashirama subdued Kakuzu, only to hear his dying wish to donate his earnings to an orphanage. Hashirama realized that Kakuzu's efforts to earn money were intended to support the orphanage and assist struggling elderly individuals. Consequently, he chose to spare Kakuzu, even contributing a small donation himself. This situation was indeed extraordinary. The chapter remains unfinished. Click the next page to continue reading. I find it hard to believe that such a man would betray his village for the sake of power. Hashirama reflected on the complexity of Kakuzu as a ninja, a man who, in battle, disregarded his own life, striving to utilize the money earned through perilous means to aid the weak, which left Hashirama feeling somewhat ashamed of himself. Shiro Amiya was bewildered by Kakuzu's transformation and could only sigh, acknowledging that even in ancient times, those who cared for the vulnerable deserved respect. Indeed, I initially thought that pursuing Madara would be a laborious journey. However, in my quest for Madara's whereabouts, I encountered numerous individuals and heard many fascinating tales along the way. Hashirama reminisced about the many stories he encountered during his travels, expressing admiration, even in smaller nations. There are many commendable young individuals. The ninja world may be small, yet it is replete with remarkable people. Shiro Amiya's gaze was sharp, as if he could always perceive the best in humanity. For instance, in the Land of Rain, while returning to Konoha with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, Amiya met a young rain ninja named Hans, who sought assistance in alleviating his suffering. This young rain ninja possessed formidable swordsmanship that left even the self-proclaimed expert Danzo at a loss. However, Hans's most formidable trait was his deadly poison. Having been forced to implant a toxic pouch from a venomous newt since childhood, Hans could wield this terrifying poison in combat, even his breath laced with toxic fumes. Due to the torment of the lethal poison, Hans was compelled to don a mask, constantly facing the peril of his toxic sac rupturing and leading to his own demise. This was precisely why Hans sought assistance. Regrettably, his requests were somewhat unreasonable. The young ninja yearned for Amiya Shiro to allow him to continue wielding the power of the venom without the threat of his own life being endangered by the toxic sac within him. "I can only assist you in removing the toxic sac," Amiya Shiro responded. He possessed great confidence in executing such a delicate and hazardous procedure. Yet altering human genetics remained beyond his capabilities. Although the extraction of the sac, intricately linked to respiratory function, was exceedingly complicated and fraught with the danger of accidental rupture leading to the demise of both patient and physician. Amiya Shiro's medical expertise was sufficiently advanced to ensure no errors would occur. "Does this mean I can no longer utilize the power of the venom?" The young Hans found it difficult to relinquish this tormenting strength. He was acutely aware of the potency of the pufferfish toxin, which guaranteed his dominance in the Land of Rain. "Your swordsmanship is already remarkable." The young Sarutobi Hizashi sincerely commended his skills. "Even during our travels in the Land of Iron, renowned for its swordsmanship, we encountered no one whose prowess surpassed yours." The young Danzo felt somewhat dissatisfied with Hizashi's remarks, yet he had to concede that his own swordsmanship did not match Hans's. Perhaps, apart from Amiya Shiro, it is indeed difficult to find anyone in the ninja world with superior swordsmanship. This realization was significant for them. Initially, Hizashi and Danzo believed that Amiya Shiro's formidable strength stemmed solely from his cursed seal. However, during their sojourn in the Land of Iron, trouble arose when suspicions emerged regarding Danzo allegedly assassinating a samurai. The Land of Iron, a realm of samurai, was also recognized as a neutral country by the ninja world. Concerned for the reputation of Konoha, Hizashi and Danzo resolved to act according to the customs of the Land of Iron when faced with adversity. They decided that Danzo would engage in a duel with a samurai from the Land of Iron, only to find himself defeated by a young warrior. Ultimately, it was Amiya Shiro who took the initiative. Amiya Shiro, wielding his scabbard, dueled with the general of the Land of Iron. As the general raised his katana to strike, Amiya Shiro effortlessly extended his scabbard, deftly sheathing the general's sword and disarming him with ease. The general of the Land of Iron, thoroughly impressed by Amiya Shiro's swordsmanship, resolved to allow them to depart despite the suspicions surrounding Danzo's actions. "Let us not dwell on those unhappy matters." Amiya Shiro frowned, seemingly displeased with the events that transpired in the Land of Iron. Hans, who had initially intended to challenge Amiya Shiro, ultimately chose to forego the surgery to remove the toxic sac. If even Shimura Danzo believes his strength does not qualify as exceptional, he considers his power insufficient to safeguard his nation. At the very least, the poison sac within him can ensure mutual destruction with the invading enemies at a critical moment. Hans has departed. He is a man born in a small country, yet possessing grand ambitions. This fellow may very well be stronger than I am. The young Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Hans's departing figure, his expression turning particularly solemn. He never anticipated that such a figure could emerge from a minor nation like the Land of Rain. His combat experience is immensely rich, and his chakra is formidable. The young Danzo felt a significant alleviation of the humiliation stemming from his defeat at Hans's hands, though his stubborn demeanor remained unchanged. "I'm merely lost in a duel of swordsmanship. If I could utilize chakra and ninjutsu, I would surely exploit Lord Amiya's curse mark to triumph over him." "Danzo, you are perpetually drawn to conflict." Amiya Shiro could not help but sigh, seemingly regretful for his inability to alter Danzo's mindset. "The power of the curse mark I bestowed upon you was not intended for engaging in battles. I merely hoped you would use it to protect your comrades and the cherished things within your heart." The young Danzo furrowed his brow, glancing at his own arm. This occurred during their journeys, coinciding with their repeated encounters with rogue ninjas from other nations attempting to assassinate them. In order to deceive Amiya Shiro and obtain the power of the curse mark, Shimura Danzo had told a falsehood. However, after all the effort to master the curse mark, am I to fight without its power, merely using its designs as mere ornamentation? You will understand eventually. The curse mark I imparted to you is not meant for combat. Amiya Shiro shook his head and ceased further discussion, instead focusing on organizing the medical scrolls. Lord Amiya, the young Sarutobi Hiruzen, sensed a pressing matter and promptly inquired, "Are we returning to Konoha tomorrow?" "Indeed, we shall return to Konoha." Amiya, Shiro nodded, raising his gaze to the overcast skies of a land of rain, a nation perpetually shrouded in clouds. Recently, there had been no news of Hashirama's activities in the ninja world, and I fear his time is drawing near. 10 years have passed without locating the remnants of the God Tree. Perhaps another means of healing will be required. Today marks over 7,000 words. I humbly request your continued support and monthly votes. A decade has slipped by. Now, it is the 15th year of Konoha. Orochimaru has already been born and is 5 years old, ready to attend school. Chapter 45, Jiraiya, Konohagakure. The towering wooden walls enveloped the village of Konoha. Over the course of a decade, the entire village had undergone significant transformation. 10 years can alter one's hometown beyond recognition. Only a few iconic structures and landscapes remain to hint at the contours of yesteryear. Is this truly Konoha? The young Danzo widened his eyes in disbelief. Having grown up in Konoha, he had always perceived it as a humble village, but it had now evolved into a prosperous and flourishing town. The entrance to Konoha had been magnificently renovated. 2 Konoha Chunin, clad in uniforms, sat beside a table at the gate, on which lay registration forms. Observing as Shiro Amiya and his companions approached. "Welcome to Konoha," one of the Chunin greeted them warmly, inviting them to register their information. "Entry into the village requires you to provide your details. We are the village's ninjas." The young Sarutobi Hizashi promptly stepped forward, eager to register both his and Shimura Danzo's names, offering a broad smile to the 2 Chunin. "I am the village's Jinin, Sarutobi Hizashi." "Oh, are you the esteemed Sarutobi Senpai?" the Chunin exclaimed, astonished by the transformation. "This change is remarkable. If one does not look closely, one would hardly recognize you as the former senior." The Chunin on guard stared incredulously at Sarutobi Hizashi, recalling the praise he received from teachers during his time in the Ninja Academy for the senior student he admired. He quickly introduced himself, "Sarutobi Senpai, I am Kamizuki Kyumo." "Oh," the young Sarutobi Hizashi scratched his head, his eyes widening involuntarily. "You, who were just a little brat when we graduated, have already become a Chunin." I was fortunate enough to pass the village's examination 2 years ago, surpassing you by a step." The Chunin proudly patted his Chunin uniform. "Ha ha, truly impressive." The young Sarutobi Hizashi praised his junior with laughter, then sighed with a hint of regret. "It seems we must complete our examinations swiftly upon our return." "Oomph." The young Danzo approached, his expression betraying his dissatisfaction with his own progress. "We merely wasted 10 years wandering the ninja world. Otherwise, we would undoubtedly have been promoted to Jonin by now." "How can that be considered a waste of time?" Sarutobi Hizashi quickly nudged the young Danzo's shoulder. Although Sarutobi Hizashi understood that it was indeed the 10 years that had delayed their promotion, the experiences gained during that time could never be deemed a waste. A decade of travel had broadened Sarutobi Hizashi's horizons immensely. The youth will no longer frolic as he did in his childhood. He has even endeavored to contemplate the future of Konoha from the vantage points of Hashirama and Tobirama Senju, pondering the nature of their relationships with other great ninja villages. Most importantly, their strength has made significant strides. During the past decade, Shimura Danzo has attained the power of AJ Nin. Furthermore, Sarutobi Hiruzen, having mastered the transformation of chakra into 5 elemental natures, has experienced a profound leap in power after acquiring the seal of natural energy. As the enhancement provided by Amiya, Shiro's seal, greatly amplifies the potency of his techniques. Frankly speaking, Hiruzen even possesses the confidence to surpass his father, Sarutobi Sasuke. Indeed, time has been squandered. However, the J-Nin on gate duty wholeheartedly agrees with Danzo's sentiments. Recalling their contemporaries, Tsunade and Mito Gate-S predecessors had long since ascended to J-Nin status, and even Mariboshi Kakui was once a J-Nin. Nonetheless, Mariboshi Kakui had previously committed an error. The gatekeeper, privy to many tales, quietly recounted a story about one of their peers. It seems he has been demoted and has reverted to being a genin. refusing to participate in the Nin examinations and remaining a genin within the village Kakui. Hiruzen furrowed his brow. He had no intention of probing further for the moment. After registering the necessary details, he planned to accompany Amiya Shiro to report back at the Hokage building. This individual has yet to be registered. Another Nin blocked their path, pointing at the seemingly peer-aged Amiya Shiro with curiosity, inquiring if he was also a ninja of the village. No, this esteemed gentleman is a distinguished guest of the village, Hiruzen replied earnestly, shaking his head while simultaneously registering a fictitious name. He is a guest of the utmost honor. Then you may take your guest to tour the village at your leisure. The Nin, after inspecting the ninja registration forms carried by Hiruzen and Danzo, remarked softly, "Your information and photographs should be updated. Had we not fortuitously been here, other unfamiliar Nin might not have recognized you, speaking of which, upon entering the village, you may find it unrecognizable compared to the Konoha of old. The village has undergone tremendous changes over the years. This chapter remains unfinished. Click the next page to continue reading. Compared to the periphery, the transformations within Konoha are even more pronounced. The houses along the streets of Konoha are no longer simplistic and shabby. Even the architectural styles have evolved, with walls painted in vibrant hues rather than the once modest shades of light green and brown. The vibrant colors have flourished, and more shops have begun to line the streets. If one were to observe, the scenery of Konoha could indeed be described as resplendently beautiful. Amidst a cluster of lowly mountains, a dense array of lush green trees intermingles with the vibrant hues of nearby houses. The orderly streets reveal the prominent red structure of the Hokage building, behind which stands a carved rock statue depicting the visage of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. In comparison to the humble beginnings of Konoha a decade ago, the village now resembles a true great power among shinobi, even akin to a small city-state, making it hard to fathom its former simplicity. For those who have grown up in Konoha, such changes may go unnoticed. However, Tsurutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, having been away for 10 years, are utterly astonished by the transformation of their hometown. It is unimaginable. The young Tsurutobi Hiruzen leaps gracefully onto a towering water tower, gazing out at the magnificent scenery of Konoha. The village has undergone such a remarkable metamorphosis in just 10 years. Indeed, young Danzo nods in agreement. Time passes swiftly. Amiya Shiro seemingly perceives the passage of time through Konoha's evolution, aware that the future holds even greater prosperity for the village. In contrast to the changes in the landscape, the number of villagers appears to be increasing. Perhaps due to Konoha's burgeoning reputation, many have relocated to the village, becoming its denizens, while the number of children has also surged. The streets are alive with the laughter and play of children, and suddenly, a white-haired little imp carelessly collides with Shiro, nearly crashing into him. Yet, with a subtle extension of his hand, a gentle breeze envelopes the child, allowing him to halt safely in place. Is this ninjutsu? The curious white-haired child muses, feeling the breeze around him. He looks up at the figure before him, Shiro, and asks, "Are you a senior ninja of the village?" "No," Shiro replies, shaking his head. "An outsider ninja has intruded." The white-haired child immediately shouts for his companions, oblivious to his current predicament. "Quick, call the seniors of the village. I've spotted an enemy infiltrating." A cacophony of alarmed voices erupts from the group of children. Shiro's expression turns somber. Bang! The young Tsurutobi Hiruzen leaps down, playfully tapping the white-haired child's head, chuckling as he teases, your eyesight is lacking, little one. You chose the person who looks the least like an enemy." "What?" The white-haired child pouts, clearly disgruntled. "Does this gentleman really look like a bad person?" Young Tsurutobi Hiruzen affectionately pats the child's head, indicating that, at first glance, it is impossible to regard this individual as a villain. If we were to judge appearances, the youth standing nearby, Danzo, bears a closer resemblance to a nefarious character. Even the amiable Tsurutobi Hizashi pales in comparison to Shiro Amiya, for he believes he lacks the aura of compassion that emanates from Shiro. "What clan do you belong to, and what is your name?" the youthful Tsurutobi Hizashi inquired, curiously stroking the little one's white hair. Shiro Amiya's gaze slightly lowered. The little fellow, adorned with a head of white hair, struck a remarkably arrogant pose, clenching his fists and giving a thumbs-up directed towards himself, embellishing his title with a series of clumsy adjectives. I am the one who captivates countless beauties in the ninja world. The most handsome, generous, free-spirited, talented, and gifted genius youth. The future top student of the Konoha Ninja Academy. The mightiest ninja of Konoha to come. Jiraiya, too. The young Sarutobi Hisashi was left utterly astounded, for he had never encountered such a brazen little creature. Even during his own youth, he had been somewhat brash, but could never match the vanity of this little imp. However, after a brief moment of silence, Shiro Amiya uttered a remark that provoked the arrogant, self-absorbed white-haired boy. After all that chatter, your little mouth must be quite dry. Huh, it seems. Jiraiya was also quite vain when he met Tsunade, utterly devoid of any modesty, declaring his affections like a love letter, expecting a reply shortly. Is it possible he truly had many admirers at the Ninja Academy? Chapter 46. The Secret of Amiya Shiro. What does it mean to have a dry mouth? Is it even relevant to one's own mouth? As the young Jiraiya prepared to vociferously retort, Sarutobi Hiruzen gently pressed down on his head, leading him and a group of children to a shop for a cup of chestnut juice. All right. I am a ninja of the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, affectionately ruffling Jiraiya's white hair while offering him the chestnut juice. He then engaged the children in casual conversation. It seems you haven't yet attended the village's ninja school. Aren't you turning 5 this year? I'm already 5, Jiraiya protested, cradling the chestnut juice in his arms, his voice brimming with dissatisfaction. I can enroll this year, and I will definitely pass the entrance exam. One must admit that Sarutobi Hiruzen possessed remarkable amiability, rather than displaying arrogance. He was willing to lower himself to interact with the children, quickly earning their respect, especially when they learned that Sarutobi Hiruzen had spent 10 years traveling as a ninja. Their eyes sparkled with admiration. The young Danzo cast a disdainful glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen. What they needed to do was hasten to the Hokage's office to report back, not squander time engaging with children. A ninja's duty is not to play house with youngsters. Fortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not linger for long. He took the opportunity to glean information from the children regarding the village's recent developments, discovering that Konoha was preparing to nominate the second Hokage. It appeared that the first Hokage's health was indeed deteriorating. Just then, the person sent to welcome them arrived. Upon learning of Amiya Shiro's return to Konoha, Senju Tobirama immediately dispatched someone to greet them, fully aware of the group's findings, as he often sent individuals to communicate with Amiya Shiro and his companions. As expected, even Lord Amiya has not located the remnants of the God Tree. Upon meeting Amiya Shiro, Senju Tobirama did not exhibit particular disappointment, for he had privately dispatched people in search of the God Tree remnants over the past decade. All of Konoha's Umbu ninjas had been tasked with the mission to find the remnants, yet they were never informed of what precisely constituted the God Tree remnants. The items they retrieved were often peculiar, generally odd pieces of wood. Alas, none of them were the remnants of the God Tree. When one faces disappointment repeatedly, it becomes increasingly difficult to harbor hope for the future, and even someone like Senju Tobirama was no exception. It seems the remnants of the God Tree have been thoroughly cleared away by the shinobi sect Amiya Shiro side. Feeling a tinge of dismay over the fruitlessness of his journey, even though the most significant purpose of his decade-long travels had been fulfilled. Is there truly no other way? Senju Tobirama furrowed his brow, gesturing for the others to withdraw. A rare heaviness clouded his expression. Lord Amiya, my elder brother's health has taken a peculiar turn of vigor lately. He appears remarkably lively. Yet, I fear that his life hangs precariously at the edge of its limits. This year, he has ceased to venture beyond Konoha in search of Uchiha Madara's whereabouts. Historically, Senju Hashirama seldom lingered in Konoha, always pursuing leads on Madara's location, rarely returning even for the births of his descendants. However, this year, his behavior has become exceedingly strange. Since returning to Konoha, he has refrained from going out, indulging in gambling, and even bringing his granddaughter along to partake daily. This is not normal. Anyone could perceive the oddity of the situation. His body resembles that of a tree. Amiya Shiro had anticipated Senju Hashirama's condition. Speaking softly, On the surface, he appears perpetually vibrant, as if every leaf glistens with lush green vitality. Yet, this tree extracts its own life force to maintain its verdant splendor, causing his strength to remain at its zenith. Consequently, he can no longer revert to the state of an ordinary person. His unparalleled regenerative abilities render him nearly immortal, while the unrestrained growth of his cells depletes his lifespan, propelling him toward the twilight of his life with immense power. A tree of longevity. The cycle of decay and renewal is the norm. Humans, like trees, cannot sustain perpetual flourishing. As I once stated, whether it be the remnants of the god tree or the power of the sun, both forcibly compensate for his lifespan, striving to maintain this state of vigorous life. Is there truly no other way? Senju Tobirama's gaze dimmed slightly. Over the past decade, he had undertaken numerous endeavors to ensure that Konoha would endure beyond his elder brother's demise. However, his brother had cared for and protected him since childhood, rendering Tobirama, with his typically aloof demeanor, somewhat incapable of bearing the anguish of losing a beloved family member. Amiya Shiro fell into silence. Yet, his silence prompted Senju Tobirama to realize something, for he knew that if Amiya Shiro were genuinely powerless, he would candidly express it. Lord Amiya. Tobirama's voice grew solemn as he sought to inquire further, his heart racing with a burgeoning hypothesis. Surely, you possess a means to save my brother's life, do you not? Uncertain, Shiro replied, for this was not a matter of medical intervention. The chapter remains unfinished. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Amiya Shiro refrained from articulating the truth, unwilling to disclose to Senju Tobirama that this was a last resort, fraught with a high probability of failure. I cannot reveal this to you, for it is a closely guarded secret of the netherworld, a matter pertaining to the deceased. The expression on Senju Tobirama's face suddenly shifted. As one who had developed the reanimation jutsu, he possessed considerable insight into the destination of the souls of the deceased, understanding that they typically return to the realm of the dead. However, the afterlife is not solely inhabited by the departed. This information regarding the underworld was derived from the Uzumaki clan. Being a distant relative of the Uzumaki, the Senju clan maintained a close relationship with them, having always been steadfast allies. Throughout his life, Senju Tobirama delved into the enigmatic and unpredictable arts, and naturally, he had also studied the forbidden techniques of the Uzumaki clan. From these arcane practices, he learned of the peculiar existence of the Shinigami within the realm of the dead. Tobirama was aware that the powerful members of the Uzumaki clan could harness the Shinigami's power, using their own souls as a cost to perform the strange technique known as the Shiki F gene, which could seal formidable foes within the Shinigami's body. This technique served as a nemesis to the reanimation jutsu, for it would imprison a person's soul within the Shinigami, thereby preventing the summoning of the sealed souls through reanimation. As the progenitor of the reanimation jutsu, Tobirama possessed a certain understanding of the peculiarities surrounding the deceased, and his curiosity about the pure lands of the underworld was unparalleled. Although his power could not reach the realm of the dead, he yearned to uncover more of its mysteries, a reflection of his tendency to desire control over all that lay within his grasp. I should still be of assistance, Tobirama mused, his brow furrowing slightly as he spoke nonchalantly. If it pertains to the pure lands of the underworld, I possess some understanding. For instance, I am able to resurrect Lord Emiya because I can commune with his soul, which has returned to the pure lands after death. Some souls, however, do not reside in the pure lands, but are sealed within the Shinigami, eternally barred from returning. A flicker of emotion crossed Shiro Amiya's eyes. Tobirama had the audacity to voice such matters. Did he believe that disturbing the peace of the departed soul was a commendable act? Did he suppose that the reanimation jutsu could persist without jeopardizing the souls of the dead? Were it not for the formidable strength of his own soul, perhaps other practitioners of reanimation would have long been confined to their coffins, slumbering to avoid soul-related calamities. Nevertheless, this individual was indeed a genius. He had already researched the Shinigami of the underworld. Alas, the final resort did not originate from the Shinigami. Shiro Amiya was indifferent to the Shinigami that instilled fear in humanity, having obtained the power of the six paths. His soul and chakra were not perpetually confined to the underworld, allowing his soul the freedom to traverse. In doing so, it inevitably came into contact with the Shinigami. Ironically, the being tasked with governing souls was devoid of any consciousness. The Reaper from the underworld is utterly inept at even the most fundamental task of soul harvesting. Whenever it encounters the soul of Shiro Amiya, it rushes forward only to be beaten back, instinctively retreating after the encounter. The next time it meets Shiro, it charges in again, blissfully unaware of the previous confrontation. It is no wonder that such a mindless entity often finds its powers exploited by the ninjas of the living world. Despite being utilized by these skilled warriors, it is perhaps one of the rare moments of joy for the Reaper when it successfully reaps a soul. However, its lack of intellect remains its Achilles heel. With so many prodigies in the ninja realm, it is only a matter of time before someone devises a method to escape the clutches of the Reaper. Indeed, it seems that the existence of the underworld's Reaper has become common knowledge. Shiro Amiya sighed deeply and spoke softly. However, the Reaper does not save lives. This piqued the curiosity of Hashirama Senju even further. "Do not seek secrets from me," Shiro warned, his brow furrowing, his expression growing increasingly grave. "In these 10 years of this era, I have witnessed far too much deception and concealment. Some secrets must remain unspoken. I will only confide in Hashirama, and even then, only when he is on the brink of death. There is no way I could divulge this to any other living soul. This is my final test." The emptiness in Shiro's gaze reflected his resolve in probing the divine being suspended between life and death. Please continue to read and support. Yes, Shiro is indeed capable of besting the Reaper of the ninja world. Not only has he succeeded, but he has also confronted it before. Furthermore, concerning the Edo Tensei technique, I believe that the souls of those reanimated through this jutsu remain in a state of slumber while their bodies are sealed within coffins. Today marks another 6,000 words. Chapter 47. Shall we play? In the interstice between life and death, nestled between the realms of the afterlife and the earthly ninja world, exists a myriad of peculiar souls. Some linger here, bound by unresolved regrets, while others have not entrusted their final words to those tethered to the mortal realm. These souls, trapped for various reasons, cannot return to the living world. Only through spiritual liberation do they seek passage to the afterlife. Within this narrow space, they await the demise of those in the living world who might grant them release. Akin to dim candle flames, isolated in their respective domains. Although these souls appear closely situated, they remain eternally distant, unaware of the multitude of others like them. Amidst this delicate balance between life and death, a figure, subtly aglow, hovers above. With eyes firmly shut, this entity sits in the void. Clad in a flowing white robe of the ninja sect, bearing a monk's staff, while 9 ebony spheres float beneath. This is the Sage of 6 Paths, or rather, the residual chakra of the Sage of 6 Paths. As a deity of ancient lore, the Sage, possessing remnants of the Tsutsuki lineage, wields a power akin to that of God. Even at the twilight of his existence, his chakra drifts through the world, tenaciously safeguarding the ninja realm. The presence of this residual chakra has kept Amiya Shiro vigilant, wary of the Sage's potential interference in his plans. In the ancient era, Shiro chose to masquerade as a genuinely benevolent sage, aspiring to establish a path of healing ninjas that surpassed the lofty ideals of the ninja sect, employing grand ideals to deceive the Sage of 6 Paths. After all, the sage cannot be judged by conventional standards. Until Shiro was fully prepared to confront the sage, he refrained from any reckless engagement, having never laid eyes upon the sage. The sage, in his lifetime, yearned to meet Shiro, yet the latter consistently eluded his presence, even declining invitations from the sage's friend, Gamamaru, under the pretext of healing the sick. Only after the sage's demise did Shiro dare to venture forth and seize his remains, marking their soul encounter. Without hesitation, Shiro acted to eliminate future threats, aiming to dismantle the ninja sect for the greater good, yet also sought to resurrect the members of the sect for Ashura's sake. A ruse intended to deceive both Kaguya and the Sage of Six Paths, Amiya, Shiro, has perished. Following his death, his chakra has grown potent enough to allow souls to roam freely between the afterlife and the liminal space between life and death. The soul of Shiro, Amiya, had, on more than one occasion, observed the remnants of the Sage of Six Paths chakra drifting in the crevice between life and death. Yet, he had never chosen to approach it, even harboring a concern of being detected by the other. Occasionally, he would take it upon himself to assist the troubled souls ensnared in that limbo, guiding them back to the realm of the dead. At times, Shiro felt as though he were a benevolent being. Throughout the ages, from the ancient times to the present, he could, without remorse, assert that he had never committed an act of malice, his virtuous deeds far surpassing those of the Sage of Six Paths and his descendants combined. Even when he inadvertently caused the death of an individual, it was merely a consequence of assuming the role of a righteous avenger amidst chaos. After all, Shiro did not consider himself a great benefactor. Those who had committed numerous wrongs and confronted him were likely seeking a chance to be reborn, dissatisfied with their current existence. From any standpoint, Shiro's actions should not have raised the suspicions of the Sage of Six Paths. However, he remained acutely aware of the necessity for vigilance. After all, Shiro was a traveler from another realm. As a wanderer in this unfamiliar world, exercising caution was paramount. He needed to devise a means to test whether the Sage of Six Paths would be concerned about his presence in this era, millennia after his own. Senju Hashirama, a man whose life was nearing its end, appeared to be the most suitable candidate to gauge the sentiments of the Sage of Six Paths. If the sage were to intervene in the mortal realm due to apprehensions regarding Shiro, he would undoubtedly save Hashirama's life as the latter approached death. Conversely, if the sage remained indifferent to the happenings of the world, solely fixated on the resurrection of Kagaya Otsutsuki, then Hashirama would simply meet his demise. However, judging by Hashirama's current state, the first Hokage of Konoha seemed brimming with vitality, far from resembling someone at the twilight of his life. Upon entering Hashirama's residence, Shiro discovered him engaged in a game of dice with a chubby, fair-skinned girl. A mat adorned the floor. Hashirama sat cross-legged with an air of solemnity, his expression more serious than during his battle with Uchiha Madara, as he tightly grasped a pair of dice cups. "Tsunade, will you bet high or low?" The little girl, sitting opposite Hashirama, appeared equally earnest, her tiny teeth nibbling on her finger in a state of contemplation, having set aside her New Year's money. "Hi, I'll roll." Hashirama lifted the dice cup with one hand. 3 ones low. A hearty laugh erupted from Hashirama's lips, as if triumphing over a child brought him immense delight. "Ha! Little Tsunade, you lost again. Granduncle is cheating." The girl pouted in discontent. Granduncle certainly did not cheat. Senju Hashirama spread his hands wide, indicating that he had done nothing wrong, playfully ruffling her hair. "Little Tsunade, once you sit at the gambling table, you must accept whatever outcome arises. For we chose to gamble, and if we lose, we must bear the consequences. But I have never won even once." The little girl pouted, visibly displeased with Senju Hashirama's gambling philosophy. "I've practiced for so long." The sound of the dice was clearly soft. "How could I still lose?" "Perhaps it is merely a matter of luck," Hashirama replied, his face radiating satisfaction. He knew he had not cheated, and during their playful bets, he had discovered that his fortune consistently surpassed the ordinary. For an avid gambler, nothing could be more delightful than encountering an opponent with abysmal luck. However, the unfortunate Tsunade seemed less than cheerful. Hashirama, well acquainted with his granddaughter's temperament, picked up a stack of money from the mat and handed it to her, smiling warmly. "This is money that Granduncle is lending you, without any interest, of course. Now that you have some funds, would you like to continue playing?" "Yes." Tsunade's face brightened as she eagerly began to count the money. Meanwhile, Senju Tobirama observed this scene with a complex expression, shifting between displeasure and resignation. As the brother he had admired since childhood, Tobirama was reluctant to witness his elder sibling's frivolity while caring for a child. Yet, he also understood that his brother's life was nearing its end, and he did not wish to disturb the few joys he had left. Upon noticing someone's presence, Hashirama turned to see Tobirama and Amiya Shiro, which instantly brightened his mood. Has Lord Amiya returned? Hashirama exclaimed joyfully. They had often crossed paths over the past decade, becoming familiar old friends. He quickly beckoned Amiya to join them and introduced the little girl opposite him. This is little Tsunade, my granddaughter. Stealing a glance at Tsunade, who was still counting her money, he leaned closer to Amiya and whispered, Tsunade has dreadful luck. You are sure to win whenever you gamble against her. After sharing this, Hashirama enthusiastically invited Amiya to join the game. Lord Amiya, would you care to try your luck? Winning would surely bring you joy. Brother, Tobirama sighed, shaking his head at Hashirama's antics. Such a notion was utterly absurd. How could someone of Amiya Shiro's stature indulge in gambling? According to the information Tobirama had gathered over the years, Amiya spent his time in the ninja world doing 3 things: seeking the remains of the divine tree, healing the sick, and documenting cases. A person like that, how could he possibly engage in such a vice? Finally, after wrapping over 40 dumplings, it was time to dip them in vinegar. Chapter 48, The First Encounter with Young Tsunade. I beg your pardon, but I find myself disinterested in such matters. As anticipated by Hashirama Senju, Shiro Amiya declined the proposal from Tobirama Senju, showing no intention of accepting any newly presented tasks. Not even the particular assignment that had refreshed on his commission list. D-rank mission. When once again Tsunade at the gambling table. Shiro Amiya's list of commissions perpetually remained in a state of incomplete missions 2-3, with the allowance to undertake a maximum of 1 additional task at a time. To avoid any potential mishaps, he never dared to accept commissions recklessly, such as the one that would have involved placing the blame on Danzo Shimura. During his time in the Land of Iron, he attempted to take on a commission that required Danzo to shoulder the blame as a form of retribution for deceiving him. However, it proved to be quite time-consuming, rendering him more cautious in his future endeavors. Of course, the most significant factor was that Shiro Amiya harbored little faith in his own luck. As a traveler from another realm, his misfortune had led him to reincarnate over a millennium ago in an ancient era, from which he painstakingly carved out a path to rebirth through the 6-Path Sage and Kaguya Otsutsuki. Should he find himself unable to defeat Tsunade and be compelled to linger in the ninja world solely for the reward of a D-rank mission, it would indeed be a most amusing predicament. What if, during a moment of reckless gambling, he managed to win against Tsunade, only to then face an unbroken string of defeats at the gambling table thereafter? Even if he vanquished Kaguya Otsutsuki, he might still find himself unable to triumph over Tsunade. The thought of a millennia-spanning scheme orchestrated by a clandestine puppet master to escape the ninja world ultimately unraveling due to 3 trivial dice would surely drive one to madness. As young Tsunade counted her winnings, she curiously regarded Shiro Amiya, surprised to find one so indifferent to the allure of gambling. Because there are far greater pursuits worthy of my affection in this world. Shiro's gaze fell upon young Tsunade, his eyes remaining a void of silence. Though this stillness could not conceal the radiance that emanated from him. Anyone who beheld Shiro Amiya seemed to perceive the compassion and kindness etched upon his visage from every angle. A brilliance that even the body of Edo Tensei could not obscure. Young Tsunade, allow me to introduce you, Tobirama Senju, with a gentle smile, put away the dice cup and inquired of his granddaughter. Do you recall the stories your grandparents shared with you each night before sleep? In an instant, a spark of excitement lit up in Tsunade's eyes. As a child, yet to mature, she found great delight in bedtime stories, particularly those recounted by Hashirama Senju, which were always to her liking. How could a mere 5-year-old girl possibly resist the allure of a fairy tale with a splendid and fulfilling conclusion, especially when the tale unfolds with the beloved character, Tsunade, mourning the loss of her near ones, who succumbed to severe illness, while the remaining villagers languish in despair, struggling against the inevitable. It is at such poignant moments that the true protagonist, Shiro Amiya, emerges to alleviate their suffering, rescuing one village after another from the clutches of demise. Certainly, the bedtime stories narrated by Hashirama Senju are rather simplistic for young Tsunade, serving merely as a delightful prelude to slumber. In contrast, the tales told by Mito Uzumaki are far more intricate and captivating. Mito's narratives often interweave peculiar elements, presenting a more nuanced depiction of Shiro Amiya than that found in the tales of Hashirama Senju. The authenticity of these stories resonates deeply, and any doubts cast upon Shiro's medical prowess ignite Tsunade's indignation. Undoubtedly, such narratives possess a greater magnetism. Particularly enchanting is the portrayal of Shiro Amiya, who, accompanied by a whimsical slug resembling a snotty creature, rides a cart drawn by a colossal nine-tailed fox, descending upon suffering villages like a deity. This humble yet exceptionally skilled young man, alongside his charming and helpful slug companion and the occasionally mischievous nine-tailed fox, weaves a delightful tapestry of tales within the world of ninjas that captivates the young girl. The poignant moment when a nine-tailed fox, concerned that its size might frighten the patients, wishes to be sealed away, only to have Shiro refuse, valuing its freedom, strikes a deep chord within her. This episode left her melancholic for quite some time. Such a narrative, embodying the essence of truth, goodness, and beauty while remaining entertaining, is perfectly suited to enchant an innocent 5-year-old girl, instilling within her a profound admiration for the protagonist, Shiro Amiya. The little girl dreams of emulating Shiro as a medical ninja. Each day, we regale her with tales of Lord Amiya. Hashirama Senju, reminiscing about his own childhood, smiles and remarks, "Little Tsunade, like I once did, yearns to be a medical ninja after hearing the stories of Lord Amiya." Moreover, she has already begun to refine her chakra control, surpassing my abilities at her age. With great joy, Hashirama praises his granddaughter in Shiro's presence, envisioning the realization of his youthful dreams through her. Perhaps Tsunade will surpass me and truly become an exceptional medical ninja in the future. She certainly will. Tsunade, puffing up with determination, stands tall, believing her granduncle underestimates her, even as she carelessly spills her money on the ground. "I will not give up like you, granduncle. I will become the most formidable medical ninja, just like Lord Shiro Amiya, enduring the agonies that the world cannot bear, striving to rescue those who cannot escape their suffering." Amiya Shiro remained silent for a moment, gazing at the small child before him, before suddenly speaking. "I shall remain in Konoha for a time. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." "Ah." Senju Hashirama looked at Amiya Shiro with surprise. Senju Tobirama was rather unfazed by this, as he understood Shiro's character. This ancient medical ninja had always been generous in imparting his medical knowledge to the world, meticulously summarizing all his case studies and treatment plans. Indeed, Shiro's treatment protocols were accessible even to ordinary medical ninjas. Over the span of a decade, whenever Tobirama sent someone to contact him, they would return bearing a plethora of case scrolls, filling a secret chamber with invaluable treasures meant for humanity. Regrettably, these scrolls did not pique Tobirama's interest. While Shiro willingly shared knowledge pertinent to medical ninjas, he was reluctant to divulge information that could enhance a ninja's combat prowess. "I am Amiya Shiro," he introduced himself, standing up with solemnity as he extended his hand towards the small child in the astonished gaze of Tsunade. "I am a medical ninja." Tsunade stared at him in disbelief, her large eyes wide with shock. In that moment, Amiya Shiro appeared exceedingly earnest and dignified, rendering Tsunade momentarily at a loss for how to respond. She could only dazedly mimic his gesture, extending her chubby little hand. "My name is Tsunade." The expression on her face was still one of confusion and astonishment, unable to believe that the person before her was the very protagonist of her bedtime stories. Amiya Shiro himself. Hashirama's demeanor also shifted to one of utmost gravity. Even the typically indifferent Tobirama could not help but take on a serious countenance. This scene was something they would likely never forget. In their eyes, they witnessed a great figure who established the medical ninja system a millennium ago, acknowledging a child's dream with sincere intent, bequeathing his steadfast beliefs to the future. Of course, they would never know that both the crystal coffin of the Senju clan and the spare crystal coffin in the wet bone forest were always intended for Tsunade. This little girl had always been the sole candidate for the crystal coffin's emergence into the ninja world. Had it not been for Tobirama's audacious preemptive use of the impure world reincarnation technique to summon Amiya Shiro, Tsunade would have been the true destined individual to unveil Shiro's crystal coffin to the world. Even at this moment, the one destined to wield the second crystal coffin remained her. Chapter 49. Orochimaru, the present day. Tsunade remains blissfully unaware of the future. Her heart brims with joy, for she truly adores the art of healing. Indeed, there exist pursuits in the world as worthy of affection as gambling. Although the arrival of Shiro Amiya has diminished the time she spends gambling with her grandfather, it has enriched her childhood with unparalleled happiness. Upon returning to Konoha, Shiro Amiya diligently checks on Hashirama Senju's health each day, allowing Tsunade to see him regularly. She delights in stealthily trailing behind him to the Konoha hospital and meandering through the streets, indulging in chestnut juice. Moreover, Shiro Amiya is akin to the protagonists of her favorite tales. In fact, he captivates her even more than the characters her grandfather narrates about. After all, in contrast to the often unreliable Hashirama, Shiro's presence resonates profoundly with children. When tending to patients, Shiro adopts a remarkably serious demeanor, appearing far from approachable. Yet his words consistently reflect a deep concern for those he serves. Should a patient struggle to comprehend his explanations, he endeavors to articulate the medical conditions in a manner they can grasp. Despite his seemingly indifferent attitude towards ninjas, exuding a disdain for this era, he unwittingly reveals a heart brimming with warmth, particularly when interacting with children, showing an unimaginable gentleness. As they journey towards the Konoha hospital, Tsunade, with her little legs, strives to keep pace with Shiro, who deliberately slows his stride. She murmurs about the seemingly endless distance between her home and the hospital, exclaiming that it feels particularly far today. Shiro glances down at her with a somewhat icy expression. "I am not weary. I can continue walking." Tsunade, sensing the chill in his gaze, fears that the medical ninja she idolizes might deem her resolve insufficient and develop an aversion towards her. In a fluster, she flails her little hands, signaling her determination to proceed. In silence, Shiro extends his arms to lift the little girl, placing her upon his shoulders amidst her astonished gaze. "Oh!" Tsunade gasps in delight, discovering that from this vantage point, she can see much further. "Lord Shiro, this is so high. Is this the place where the slug in the stories has sat?" "Indeed." Shiro, ever stoic, nods calmly. When the slug cannot keep up, it also rides upon shoulders. Tsunade, her chubby cheeks aglow, cannot help but dream of the future. "I wish to raise a slug someday." Shiro merely acknowledges her with sound. To her curiosity, Tsunade notices Shiro's pace quickening, the gentle breeze coaxing her to blink in surprise. "Will I learn many things today? Then may I have some sweet grape juice today?" "Not permissible. That was intended for the patients." Uchiha Shiranui initially declined the proposal from the young one, but subsequently offered an alternative suggestion. After today's lessons, they could indulge in a bit of chestnut juice. Tsunade puffed her cheeks in response. By the time Uchiha Shiranui escorted Tsunade to the Konoha hospital, the curiosity of the patients had long since waned. The medical ninjas and patients alike believed Uchiha Shiranui was merely instructing a student. The resemblance was striking, resembling that of a teacher and pupil. This 5-year-old Tsunade had already grasped some medical ninjutsu and could occasionally assist in treating minor scrapes and bruises. Naturally, there remained a vast expanse of knowledge yet to be learned. This little one consistently lingered by Uchiha Shiranui's side, observing as he eloquently explained ailments to the patients in a manner comprehensible to all. The body's own resistance proved far more efficacious than any medication. Such illnesses would prompt the body to generate corresponding antibodies, ensuring that one would not be plagued by the same affliction in the future. Certain diseases manifesting in the human body can be likened to a sudden fire breaking out in one's home. To extinguish the flames, one would attempt to douse them with water. Henceforth, to prevent future fires, one would keep a barrel of water at hand, just as antibodies serve as the reservoir of water prepared to combat potential illness, alleviating future concerns of suffering from such maladies. How impressive! Tsunade's eyes sparkled with wonder. Although she still grasped little about antibodies and diseases, she began to comprehend the opposing relationship between the two, akin to water and fire. It was not until the sun descended that Tsunade feeling hunger pangs, tugged at Uchiha Shiranui's sleeve, exclaiming, "Lord Uchiha, when can we eat? I wish to enjoy that thick, sweet chestnut juice." Uchiha Shiranui reached out and affectionately ruffled her hair. This man appeared somewhat taciturn during his leisure. Yet he was a man of his word. Promises made to Tsunade were never broken. However, a minor incident occurred as they were leaving the hospital. A handsome young boy with long hair was rushed into the hospital for emergency treatment due to food poisoning, and the situation seemed rather dire. Nevertheless, such occurrences were trivial matters for Konoha Hospital. After all, if they could not resolve even such minor issues, the hospital might as well cease operations. A medical ninja swiftly administered an emetic, rescuing the young boy from the brink of distress. Uchiha Shiranui calmly guided Tsunade past the anxious parents. And in the midst of it all, they could hear the voice of the long-haired boy. Merely ordinary green beans and bell peppers. Can they truly render one's body so feeble? Indeed, the mother of the young boy seemed exasperated with her child. Orochimaru, you cannot perpetually conduct such peculiar experiments in the kitchen in secrecy. The father, equally at a loss, refrained from reprimanding his son, merely suggesting, "Perhaps we should introduce a new toxic recipe in the kitchen. Green beans and bell peppers should not be combined." At that moment, Amiya Shiro paused, crouching down to converse briefly with Tsunade. Just as the medical ninjas, engaged in urgent care in the corridor, were documenting the toxicity of the combination of green beans and bell peppers, Tsunade suddenly rushed in. It was not the amalgamation of the two vegetables that was the issue. It must have been the undercooked state of the green beans. Legumes not properly prepared can accumulate certain peculiar substances, leading to food poisoning. Astonishment washed over a group of onlookers as they gazed at the plump little girl. Particularly, the frail boy reclining in the chair observed the chubby girl darting away, a flicker of surprise igniting in his elongated eyes. Someone knew more than he did, and that individual was of similar age. From a young age, Orochimaru had been deeply curious about the unknown. An unexpected culinary mishap by his mother had landed him and his family in the hospital. From that day forth, he became aware of a phenomenon capable of rendering both him and even more robust adults equally weak, igniting a spark of curiosity within him. How extraordinary it was. A mere child could vanquish an adult. Orochimaru was profoundly intrigued by the existence of such a substance that could render a 5-year-old child and a group of adults equally feeble. Children are seldom exposed to a multitude of things, and since his first experience of food poisoning stemmed from his mother's obscure culinary attempts, certain vegetables from the kitchen undoubtedly became his initial experimental materials. Thus, Orochimaru resolved to try his hand at cooking. If the experiment were to fail, it would indicate that the food posed no danger, allowing him to serve the meals to his parents in hopes of receiving their praise and commendation. Should the experiment succeed, he would inevitably find himself back in the hospital. However, today, Orochimaru uncovered another possibility through Tsunade. The results of creating toxic food may not be entirely reliable, and there exists a knowledge capable of swiftly identifying what is poisonous. Regrettably, the little boy did not have the chance to utter a single word. He could only watch, wide-eyed, as the plump blonde girl exited the crowd, clasping the hand of a young man as they departed the hospital. To the astonishment of all, Tsunade had managed to retain such knowledge. A medical ninja promptly revised the medical scroll in his possession, extolling Tsunade's brilliance. Truly, she is the child personally instructed by Lord Amiya. The names of Tsunade and Lord Amiya stirred a flicker of curiosity in Orochimaru's eyes. These somewhat unfamiliar names had for the first time graced his existence, as he cast his gaze upon the departing figures of Tsunade and the young man. That young man, silhouetted against the setting sun, left the first stroke of deep, dark ink upon the heart of the young boy. I must confess, I have a particular fondness for Orochimaru and Sasuke, as well as Danzo, for there is an undeniable thrill in tormenting Lord Danzo, which always yields high rewards. Chapter 50, Tsunade's Victory. Lord Amiya is truly remarkable. Young Tsunade continues to praise Amiya Shiro's vast knowledge. Amiya Shiro remains silent, neither responding nor inquiring about anything from young Tsunade. When he leaves Konoha Hospital with her, he does not even glance back. Orochimaru, the one truly chosen. Even before Orochimaru's birth, Amiya Shiro, possessing knowledge of the ninja world's history from his past life, had already selected him. If Tsunade is the fated individual chosen by Amiya Shiro to preside over the crystal coffin, then Orochimaru is the one selected to ultimately utilize it. Orochimaru is a genuine prodigy. Even though at this time he is merely a 5-year-old child in Konoha, he has already begun to exhibit his formidable potential. This young lad, at the tender age of 5, has commenced an autodidactic endeavor to harness the toxic substances derived from food to overcome adults. It is evident that this child's logical reasoning is astoundingly clear. His insatiable curiosity for knowledge will undoubtedly lead him to master the complex forbidden techniques of Konoha in the future. The Edo Tensei technique will certainly be among his aspirations. When Orochimaru masters the Edo Tensei, it will mark the moment when the crystal coffin left by Amiya Shiro a millennium ago reaches its conclusion. Furthermore, that crystal coffin in the Forest of Wet Bones is exceptionally unique. It was meticulously designed by Amiya Shiro to suit Orochimaru. If the crystal coffin of the Senju clan merely serves as bait left by Amiya Shiro in the ninja world, then the coffin in the Forest of Wet Bones will represent Amiya Shiro's final hope for resurrection. Similarly, Orochimaru is exceedingly intelligent. Amiya Shiro does not wish to appear before Orochimaru, nor to engage in extensive interaction with him, as this might inevitably arouse Orochimaru's suspicions in the future. Amiya Shiro will refrain from any direct contact with Orochimaru to prevent the latter from prematurely discerning that his resurrection is part of a grand scheme. Even if Amiya Shiro has resurrected in this era through Edo Tensei and is flourishing, he does not take his safety for granted. He must leave behind a true contingency for his revival through Orochimaru. Tsunade, Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen, these individuals, who will forge connections with Orochimaru in the future, will be profoundly impressed by him in this era, remembering his kindness. When this prodigious child, Orochimaru, truly matures, these figures will weave a thread of fate, continuously encircling him and influencing the course of his life. How foolish he is! Young Tsunade remains oblivious to the fact that she will encounter Orochimaru again in the future. She chatters on about his past. When I came here with my grandfather before, I saw him being treated for eating something wrong. Tsunade. Saber gently patted Tsunade's head and imparted a lesson. If we dislike someone, we should convey our feelings directly rather than speak ill of them behind their back. Tsunade nodded in agreement, but then quietly countered. But I don't actually think that guy is bad. He just seems a bit foolish, always getting food poisoning from strange dishes and ending up in a hospital. Saber fell silent. Should he perhaps check her eyesight? In this shinobi world, everyone could agree that Orochimaru was particularly wicked, even jesting that he lacked skill. But it was unthinkable to declare him dim-witted. Alas, I've heard he is quite similar to me. Tsunade, though young, could not help but sigh, worrying about her future classmate. I will be starting school this year too. I hope he won't be in my class. I wish he could become a bit smarter. Otherwise, he will surely be bullied, and I might have to protect him. Saber thought that perhaps the hearing of his reanimated body was failing him. Could Orochimaru really be so naive as to be deceived? It would take a millennium to fool Orochimaru. Who else in the shinobi realm could possibly trick him? If in the future Orochimaru were not the one ensnaring others, it would signify a remarkable moral integrity on his part. However, kindness is worthy of encouragement. Fortunately, Tsunade would not be harmed by this benevolence. Saber lifted Tsunade onto his shoulder and walked with her toward the Konoha shopping district, making sure not to dampen her spirits. Today, they could choose to drink sugarcane juice sweeter than chestnut juice. Why? Tsunade asked curiously, touching her baby teeth. Remember to brush your teeth afterward, Saber replied calmly, as if it were just a casual remark, without explaining why he rewarded the little one. Lord Saber is the best. Tsunade cheered, wrapping her arms around his forehead. Saber gently removed her small hand from obstructing his vision and inquired, "Are you still planning to gamble with Hashirama when we return home?" "Definitely," Tsunade asserted with unwavering conviction. The little one had already been led astray by unreliable elders at home. Although Saber's teachings were her favorite part of life, The gambling with her granduncle was also the most delightful form of entertainment for her. As Saber and Tsunade returned home after purchasing sugarcane juice, he suddenly spotted a young Jiraiya, who was cheerfully chatting with a woman at least 20 years his senior, his smile unusually radiant. It seemed, perhaps this was a form of talent. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru. Within Saber's memories of his past life, the legendary Sannin of Konoha were indeed gifted individuals, having already embarked on the paths they cherished most. I will definitely win against my granduncle today. This chapter remains unfinished. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Little Tsunade, brimming with confidence, clenched her tiny fists. As a prodigy of gambling, she had mastered various games of chance by the tender age of 5. From the simplest dice games to the more intricate card games. Today, she contemplated trying a different approach, convinced that victory was assured. Meanwhile, Amiya Shiro merely sighed, uncertain of how to comment on Tsunade's luck. At the home of Senju Hashirama, Tsunade was filled with ambition, eager to restart the gambling session. "Great uncle, I am determined to win today," she exclaimed, laughter resonating in her voice. "Indeed, I believe in you," Senju Hashirama responded heartily, lifting his granddaughter from Amiya Shiro's shoulder, producing a pendant from his hand. With a flourish, Hashirama's palm transformed, revealing a beautiful pendant adorned with a translucent emerald gem, radiating an extraordinary allure. "Wow!" Tsunade exclaimed, her eyes gleaming as she clutched the pendant. "It's so beautiful. Is it for me?" "Of course, it is a gift for little Tsunade," Hashirama chuckled, affectionately patting her head and urging her to prepare for the game. "Hurry up. I have brought plenty of money today." With excitement, Tsunade set about arranging the layout for the game. However, the atmosphere in the yard felt peculiar. The usually bustling Tobirama Senju was present, along with the children of the Uzumaki couple, all wearing expressions of concern. Surrounding the house, in addition to the vigilant Hokage guard, a considerable number of Umbu ninjas had gathered. It seemed that Shiro, with a knowing glance at Hashirama, then turned to the solemn-faced Tobirama, remarked, "It appears we shall be guests here tonight." Tobirama, his expression grim, averted his gaze, his typically indifferent voice tinged with unease and sorrow. "I can only hope. We will still be able to visit my brother tomorrow." Time was running short. Ultimately, Hashirama's life was approaching its end. Yet, there was no hint of mortality on the face of the first Hokage. He continued to exude vitality as he engaged in the game. His table piled high with his savings, enthusiastically calling for Tsunade to begin. 4-6-6 big. "Tsunade, you've lost again." 3-1-1 small. "Once more, I emerge victorious." Frustration mounted as the bills before Tsunade dwindled, her cheeks puffing up, her expression growing increasingly discontented, as if her gambling fortune were about to explode. "Xiaogong, this is the final round. If you win this one, all the debts from before will be wiped clean, and all the money here will belong to you. Is that truly the case?" Instantly, a glimmer of avarice sparkled in Xiaogang's eyes. If she were to win this round, she could earn a substantial fortune and would no longer have to worry about the gambling stakes for herself and her great-uncle in the future. Perhaps she could even proudly lend him money. However, she must take the interest into account. Xiaogang had already grasped the concept that interest could generate wealth. As she stroked her chin, dreaming of the ostentatious manner in which she would flaunt her winnings while counting the money, her wrist accidentally brushed against the gem at her chest. Well, considering the gift, she could choose not to collect interest from her great-uncle. The dice within the cup rattled incessantly. Xiaogang blinked her eyes, fixating intently on the movements of Senju Hashirama, her ears straining to catch the sound of the dice, fearful of missing out on a vast fortune. Xiaogang made her choice on where to place her bet. "All right, then I can only choose the high side." Senju Hashirama smiled, nodding as he opened the dice cup. 2-2-1. The dice revealed 3 low numbers. "Ha ha ha, I have won." Xiaogang, brimming with confidence, snatched the coins from the betting table, recklessly counting the bills in her hands, her manner so adept that it seemed she had practiced for ages. Senju Hashirama watched his granddaughter count the money with a smile, but at that moment, his body slowly began to falter, collapsing awkwardly onto the mat. "Great uncle! Great uncle!" Xiaogang stared in shock as Senju Hashirama fell. The great-uncle who had always protected her like a deity was now in an unprecedented state of disarray, leaving her small mind unable to grasp the reality of what had just transpired. Finally, it has begun. Today we have nearly 6,000 words. As we bid farewell to the first Hokage, please support with your reads and monthly votes. Chapter 51. The Secret of the Underworld's Pure Land Big Brother. Hashirama. Father. Great-grandfather. Great-grandfather. The assembled crowd was enveloped in a palpable sense of dread and panic, even though they had anticipated this moment. Witnessing the collapse of Senju Hashirama stirred their hearts with profound anguish as they rushed forward to lift his body. Only the closest, Tsunade, appeared utterly paralyzed by fear, her tears flowing freely as she gazed at everyone carrying her great-grandfather. Do not be afraid, little Tsunade. Senju Hashirama could sense the flickering flame of his life about to be extinguished, yet his lips maintained a gentle, benevolent smile, soothing his most cherished granddaughter. I played for too long today and feel a bit tired, so I wish to take a little nap. Tsunade was his dearest child, one who had even inherited his childhood dreams. Ever since Hashirama returned to Konoha to care for the children, he had remained by her side, pouring his heart into crafting a gift for her, hoping that it would one day serve as his substitute in her life. The gem on the pendant. It contained Hashirama's would-release chakra. Carry her, commanded Amiya Shiro in a calm voice. I won't leave, Tsunade protested, clutching Hashirama's arm with a choked sob. Lord Amiya, please don't send me away. I want to stay with great-grandfather. Tsunade began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Her great-grandfather's condition was certainly dire. At that moment, Amiya's demeanor resembled that of a medic in the Konoha hospital, desperately trying to revive a patient on the brink of death. Her great-grandfather was that patient, teetering on the edge of mortality. Though Lord Amiya was the most formidable medical ninja, he could heal all ailments in this world. However, even Lord Amiya could not save everyone. Tsunade had witnessed the frail elderly in their final moments, heard the heart-wrenching cries of their families, and struggled to comprehend why Lord Amiya had been unable to rescue them. His explanation eluded her understanding, for their lives were approaching an inevitable conclusion, death. Death had never been a mere ailment. No matter how exceptional a healer's skills, it was impossible to grant eternal life and witness the end of humanity. Accepting mortality was a necessity for a medical ninja. Yet, Tsunade remained perplexed. The only truth she could grasp was the sorrow of those families weeping inconsolably in the Konoha hospital, and at that moment, she finally understood the depth of their grief. With tears streaming down her face, Tsunade clung tightly to Hashirama's arm, her small face stained with sorrow, refusing to let go, even as she desperately struggled when pulled away by Uzumaki Mido. I will not leave, I will not leave. Lord Amiya. Senju Tobirama clenched his fist, suppressing the sorrow within, his fingers digging into flesh to ensure his rationality prevailed. He spoke solemnly, let Tsunade stay. If my elder brother truly, at least there will be someone by his side. After all, he cherishes her the most. Perhaps he wishes to converse with Tsunade. As Tobirama uttered these words, his brow furrowed tightly, for he had learned of the final words left by Senju Hashirama earlier that afternoon. In the afternoon, Hashirama had summoned his family. The first Hokage shared his last wishes with them, hoping they could accept his impending death with composure, deliberately omitting the mention of little Tsunade, who had been taken away by Amiya Shiro. Hashirama believed he could hold on until evening and wished to reserve his final moments for his most beloved child. During that afternoon, Tobirama and Hashirama had reached an agreement. In Hashirama's final moments, only Amiya Shiro would remain by his side, revealing the secrets of the Pure Land. Striving to make one last effort, Hashirama had already resigned himself to the fate of death, yet ultimately, he was persuaded by his brother. In that moment, Tobirama suddenly perceived an opportunity. He realized he might be able to keep little Tsunade with them, near Amiya Shiro and Hashirama, thereby potentially gaining access to the secrets of the Pure Land. If he could uncover this secret, he might be able to save his elder brother's life. And even in the worst-case scenario, he could research more forbidden techniques from the knowledge of the Pure Land to combat the ever-looming threat of Uchiha Madara. No, Amiya Shiro said after a moment of silence. Glancing at little Tsunade, who was in tears and calmly uttered a falsehood, Tsunade is the least suitable person to remain here, for Amiya Shiro. Perhaps little Tsunade was indeed the most suitable to stay. Once she learned the secrets of the Pure Land, she might become a mere pawn in his hands, potentially even a piece for Kagaya in the future. However, for a child, the truth of the world is brutally harsh. The nascent worldview would shatter completely, leading to a future that could very well plunge into extreme darkness. I want to stay and accompany Grandpa, little Tsunade cried, unwilling to leave, grasping Senju Hashirama's arm tightly. Her sobs growing more intense. Lord Amiya, please do not send me away. I will not disturb your efforts to save Grandpa, Lord Amiya. A glimmer of pleading shone in Hashirama's eyes. In his final moments, he felt a twinge of compassion for his little granddaughter, unable to bear seeing her in such distress, and reluctant to accept that this might be their last encounter. Then let her stay. After a moment of silence, Amiya Shiro raised his finger, and a pitch-black curse mark descended upon her forehead, transforming into a delicate diamond shape. The immense natural energy contained within this mark overflowed, overwhelming Tsunade, who succumbed to drowsiness and fell into a deep slumber. Tsunade was unharmed. Senju Tobirama intervened, blocking a group of individuals. He understood that Amiya Shiro would never harm anyone, especially not a child, and recognized that the energy of the curse mark would ultimately benefit Tsunade's future growth. Was Tsunade unsuitable? Tobirama furrowed his brow tighter, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes as he suddenly posed a counter-question. Then who is the most suitable person to remain? If you can endure it. Amiya Shiro pondered for less than a second, as if grasping Tobirama's intent. His gaze slowly drooped. You can stay as well. Finally satisfied, Tobirama nodded. Sister-in-law. His gaze shifted to Uzumaki Mito, an expression of regret crossing his face. I must entrust you with what comes next. I understand, Mito replied, her expression solemn as she nodded gravely. With her fingers raised, a surge of chakra enveloped her in a brilliant golden light, boldly entering the Nine-Tails chakra mode. This had been discussed between Tobirama and Mito beforehand, to prevent others from learning of the situation. The area surrounding the house would be guarded by the most perceptive members of the Konoha sensory team, led by Mito herself. For a wife, being unable to stay by her husband's side in his final moments was undoubtedly a painful ordeal, yet Tobirama had to bid farewell to Mito in advance. Everyone in the house had exited, leaving only Hashirama lying on the bed, while Tobirama stood beside him, and little Tsunade slept soundly, clutching Hashirama's arm. This was the greatest secret of the Pure Land. Amiya Shiro gazed at Hashirama, his voice tinged with somberness. If others were to learn of this, perhaps they would no longer hold death in reverence, nor respect the fleeting nature of their lives. Ninjas seem rarely to fear death. Hashirama chuckled in response, finding the notion somewhat peculiar. However, what if they no longer cherish their emotions? Amiya Shiro's remark caused Hashirama's expression to shift abruptly. If they no longer valued everything in this world, if they ceased to treasure their loved ones, would the existence of the Pure Land reduce all in the ninja world to monstrous beings indifferent to time, life, and feelings? What then would be the meaning of existence? Hashirama's countenance darkened suddenly. The Pure Land was indeed a unique realm. Amiya Shiro raised his finger, his tone unexpectedly calm and detached, as if reminiscing about his soul's past in the afterlife. There exists a realm of utter void, regardless of the myriad endeavors undertaken by souls in the afterlife. None leave a trace. The essence of humanity remains eternally tethered to a singular moment in time. Perhaps the souls of humankind have traversed what feels like an eternity in the Pure Lands, yet it is but a fleeting instant. Conversely, they may have merely touched the Pure Lands for a mere moment, whilst having traversed a millennium in the realm of existence. Nonetheless, the human soul remains oblivious to this passage of time. In the Pure Lands, time is a luxury, a concept grasped only by those entities of unimaginable power, who can truly comprehend the eternal significance of death within the afterlife. Such beings have transcended the dichotomy of life and death, earning their designation as deities in the annals of legend. The Sage of the Six Paths. With a somber countenance, Senju Tobirama uttered this name. For within the words of Shiro Amiya, only one figure aligns with his depiction, a being once revered as a deity, the Sage of the Six Paths. Those resurrected from the impure earth can only perceive the passage of time upon their arrival in the present world. Chapter 52. You are inconsequential before the Sage of Six Paths. Shiro Amiya did not respond, for the answer was one that any individual could conceive. However, had Hashirama Senju been able to react promptly, this astute ninja would have undoubtedly discerned another truth. Shiro Amiya, once residing in the pure land of the underworld, possessed an understanding of the concept of time. Shiro Amiya, too, wielded powers akin to those of a deity. Yet, in his depiction, he appeared as a mere observer, narrating the tale of the Sage of Six Paths, leaving Hashirama momentarily oblivious, as he was also endeavoring to unravel the secrets of the Pure Land. I do not quite comprehend, Hashirama admitted, struggling to grasp Shiro Amiya's words. For him, the notion of time was profoundly intricate, one he believed only his brother Tobirama Senju could fathom. Allow me to rephrase. Shiro Amiya shook his head, opting not to delve further into the matter of time. Beyond time, space was equally an extravagant concept. Souls of the deceased often found themselves in solitude. These souls remained unaware of the extent of the space they occupied in the Pure Land, and they could not even comprehend their whereabouts. In the Pure Land, the obsessions that bound them in life would be liberated, allowing them to seek out other souls in resonance. Yet, they would never know which region of the underworld they inhabited, nor would they ever ponder such questions. Shiro Amiya's discourse faltered, as he refrained from discussing the secrets of how two souls might connect in the Pure Land, shifting the conversation to another direction. Similarly, only beings of divine nature could grasp the concept of space. Only deities understood their own location, and only they knew the resting places of every soul. They could summon any soul residing in the Pure Land for a meeting, even harnessing the powers that soul had possessed in life. Hashirama Senju began to fathom the terror of the Pure Land. Although the souls of ordinary humans dwelled there, they existed in a state of confusion, devoid of any understanding of time and space. What significance did that hold? No, he seemed to have erred in his thoughts. For indeed, death is an event that signifies the loss of meaning. Perhaps eternity is tranquility. No, that too is incorrect. Suddenly, Hashirama recognized the predicament. For ordinary individuals, death must surely be devoid of meaning. Yet for the Sage of Six Paths, who retained a comprehension of time and space in the Pure Land, did this not equate to the sage having achieved immortality within that realm? Naturally, Shiro Amiya interjected, interrupting Hashirama's musings, his voice deepening with gravitas. A deity can also prevent a soul from entering the Pure Land. I still find myself somewhat perplexed. Hashirama Senju quickly indicated that he was still struggling to understand. To Senju Hashirama, it seemed inconceivable that one could be unaware of their own whereabouts or unable to locate another soul. Brother, be silent. Senju Tobirama interjected urgently, for he had grasped the true meaning behind Amiya Shiro's words. Yet, only after speaking did Tobirama realize that his elder brother was on the brink of death, prompting him to take the initiative to explain. Very well, allow me to elucidate, he declared, fixing his gaze upon Shiro with a solemn demeanor. If the Sage of Six Paths possesses the power to prevent a soul from entering the Pure Land, it implies he can avert a person's demise in this realm. That is the crux of the matter. Amiya Shiro nodded, raising his palm to manifest a verdant chakra. For that deity, as long as one's soul is barred from the afterlife, preventing death becomes a trivial endeavor. For instance, the deity could bestow upon Hashirama's soul a unique power. This power could enable Hashirama's soul to return to a body that has not yet truly perished. The power of light. Senju Tobirama narrowed his eyes, recollecting the force Shiro had mentioned. I begin to comprehend. Hashirama finally nodded, grasping Shiro's implication. If he were to gain the favor of the Sage of Six Paths, then the sage could indeed forestall his death, allowing him to persist. Thus, Tobirama's anxious demeanor began to ease. The Sage of Six Paths, after all, was an ancestor of their clan. Yet, Another wave of tension washed over Tobirama. If this deity truly existed, possessing the capability to intervene in the affairs of the world, why had he never appeared? The Senju clan, the Uchiha clan, these two great ninja clans, along with the smaller ones aligned with them, had endured a millennium of relentless warfare, leaving the entire ninja world ravaged during the Warring States period. Why had the Sage of Six Paths not intervened to prevent such calamity? The sage could accomplish so much. He could avert death, resurrect the fallen, and undoubtedly bring peace to the ninja world. Yet, that deity remained inactive. However, after a moment's contemplation, Senju Tobirama soon found an answer for the sage's silence. If a deity were too readily inclined to favor humanity, it might foster a sense of complacency among them. For to receive divine favor would render human endeavors a mere jest. When a deity truly walks the earth, their power could alter everything, leading humanity to rely solely on divine grace, thereby stifling their own efforts. Ironically, at that moment, they still found themselves dependent upon the deity's benevolence. The Sage of Six Paths will intervene to save my elder brother. One Tihi? Senju Tobirama looked up at Shiro Amiya, hoping for a response that would not leave him despondent. I do not know, Shiro Amiya replied, shaking his head calmly. That is why I referred to this as the last resort to save Hashirama, for no one truly comprehends the thoughts of the Sage of Six Paths. Perhaps to him, the fleeting peace you have established is utterly meaningless. With a frustrated blow, Tobirama's fist struck the wall. The disdain emanating from such a divine being left him deeply unsettled. Even though he was aware that the Sage of Six Paths was their ancestor, he had always believed deities should not favor humanity. No, it should be said that the existence of gods in this world is inherently flawed. For gods signify powers beyond human comprehension. If what Shiro Amiya asserts is indeed true, then the lives of ordinary people, the denizens of Konoha, and the hard-won peace since the Warring States period are but trifles in the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths in that moment. Tobirama found himself wishing that Shiro Amiya was lying. Yet, he also understood that Shiro had never been one to lie. He might conceal the truth, but he would never deceive. Perhaps only a ninja like Hashirama, who revered the Sage of Six Paths, would acknowledge his existence. The first Hokage surprisingly chuckled softly. Ha, could it be that the Sage of Six Paths has overlooked us? It does seem so. Struggling to sit up, Hashirama was careful not to disturb Tsunade. Softly reassuring his brother, Tobirama, do not blame the Sage of Six Paths. Perhaps we simply have not done enough. Elder brother Tobirama found himself at a loss for words. Thus, I can only say this is a plan with an exceedingly low probability of success. For you both, Hashirama must survive. As it falls to him to resolve the crisis brought by Madara, Shiro Amiya's demeanor remained unperturbed, indifferent to their quarrel. However, to a deity like the Sage of Six Paths, the crisis posed by Madara's current power is hardly worth a second glance. In fact, the present Uchiha Madara pales in significance when compared to his own existence. This was precisely why Shiro Amiya sought to utilize Hashirama to probe the intentions of the Sage of Six Paths. Let's give it a try. Hashirama's attitude was remarkably candid as he smiled and said, I am rather eager to meet the legendary Sage of Six Paths. After all, the worst outcome would simply be death now. Shiro Amiya shook his head, hoping that Hashirama Senju would comprehend the gravity of the situation in advance. The circumstances might prove more harrowing than death itself. Your soul may not return to a state of purity, but instead become ensnared in the liminal space between life and death, burdened by relentless attachments. Your demise would scarcely attract the attention of the Sage of Six Paths. Only by allowing your soul to dwell in the interstice of life and death can you truly hope to garner the favor of the sage. Seek to delve deeper. Kakashi Itaki's father awaits him in the chasm between existence and oblivion. Returning to the realm of the dead means never seeing Kakashi again. Thus, he lingers in anticipation of Kakashi's arrival. I conjecture that if Uchiha Madara were to perish, Hashirama Senju might cease to dwell on the matter. Uchiha Madara remains alive, still intent on undermining Konoha. It is likely that Hashirama's obsessions are sufficient to keep him anchored in the space between life and death. he must await Uchiha Madara's demise. Chapter 53. The Sage of Six Paths entrusts me with a message: the space between life and death. The expression on Senju Tobirama's face shifted abruptly as he pondered a profound question. What lies in the space between life and death? Could it be that the souls of the deceased, beyond returning to the Pure Land or being consumed by the Grim Reaper, might manifest elsewhere? The space between life and death is a narrow chasm between the netherworld and the mortal realm. Amiya Shiro gazed at Senju Tobirama and continued softly. Within that realm, souls cannot attain liberation, for they are bound by unresolved attachments. It is an existence far more desolate than the netherworld or Pure Land. Senju Tobirama furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. As the creator of the impure world reincarnation technique, he instinctively grasped the distinction between the space between life and death and the netherworld or Pure Land. He understood the essence of a lost soul trapped in its own attachments. Indeed, the Pure Land is the true resting place for the deceased. The space between life and death is a far grimmer fate. If a deceased soul's fixation remains unresolved, it is akin to the most fundamental desires of humanity going unfulfilled, akin to a body perpetually in a state of hunger. In the space between life and death, such a soul must endure immense suffering. That realm must be one that even the impure world reincarnation technique cannot reach, as it can only summon the souls of the deceased from the netherworld. The space between life and death. Amiya Shiro's gaze fell upon Senju Hashirama's face, emphasizing the crux of the matter. It is also a space where the Sage of Six Paths resides. To meet the Sage of Six Paths would indeed be a fascinating encounter. A smile crept upon Senju Hashirama's face as he recklessly decided, disregarding the potential of his soul becoming lost, I truly wish to seek an audience with the Sage of Six Paths. I must caution you, should your plans falter, your soul will remain eternally in the space between life and death. Amiya Shiro regarded Senju Hashirama with earnest eyes, advising seriously. When a person dies, their unresolved attachments lead to a state of solitude and suffering. That realm, seemingly connected to both the mortal world and the netherworld, is in fact an isolated island amidst the chasm of life and death. There is no time, no space, no past, no future. You may even lose awareness of your own actions. In such moments, your soul harbors but one thought: to fulfill the attachment from death. Only when that attachment is satisfied can your soul awaken, and only by resolving those attachments may the soul of the deceased return to the netherworld with clarity. Only by returning to the Pure Land of the netherworld can your soul find contentment. Brother, Senju Tobirama suddenly felt a pang of regret and spoke gravely. If it is the space between life and death, even the impure world reincarnation technique may fail to summon your soul. Senju Hashirama instinctively began to reflect, ignoring Senju Tobirama's counsel, as he contemplated what fixation had been troubling him. My obsession. It must be Uchiha Madara. The expression on Senju Tobirama's face swiftly darkened. Brother, what nonsensical words are you uttering? People are on the brink of death, and you are once again fixating on Uchiha Madara. Has a decade of pursuit not been enough to despise that man? Though he expressed his disdain, he could not deny the significant trouble posed by Uchiha Madara. Despite Senju Tobirama's sour mood, he could only empathize with his brother's sentiments. The living Madara was the soul not in his brother's heart. After all, the friendship between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara was profound, having endured the trials of the Warring States period, the fragmentation of their paths, and the life-and-death confrontations of former comrades, culminating in a lengthy decade of pursuit. Thus, while Senju Hashirama found it difficult to comprehend, he understood what he must do. He would now proceed towards death, carrying his obsession with Madara. Indeed, Amiya Shiro nodded gently, continuing in a solemn tone. To allow the spiritual to manifest in the underworld is the simplest means to connect with the Sage of Six Paths. Prior to this, Amiya Shiro raised his palm, explaining, before your life comes to an end, before your soul departs from your body, I will place your being in the liminal space between life and death, allowing your consciousness to exist in the interstice. In simpler terms, you may die, or you may live. Your life will temporarily reside in a peculiar state, akin to a patient in a vegetative state at Konoha Hospital, enduring until your body truly succumbs. This duration will be exceedingly brief, as your body is already on the brink of its end. Amiya Shiro furrowed his brow, hoping Senju Hashirama grasped the fleeting nature of this window of life. If the Sage of Six Paths does not intervene, your body will genuinely succumb in mere minutes, and we shall await your soul's return in that brief interval. So, it was merely a matter of a few minutes of life. Senju Hashirama suddenly chuckled lightly, seemingly unperturbed as he reclined, an unprecedented softness gracing his features. I hope my luck will be a tad better. Then I shall embrace death with my obsession for Madara. Amiya Shiro's eyes narrowed slightly, his palm resting upon Senju Hashirama, sensing the waning flow of his life. To die with this obsession, praying to encounter the divine at the precipice of life and death. Let us exchange a few words, for this may be the final opportunity. The chakra emanating from Amiya Shiro's palm pierced through the acupuncture points of Senju Hashirama's body, softly reminding his patient. I understand. Senju Hashirama nodded, casting a glance at the still sleeping Tsunade, a smile gracing his lips before he lifted his gaze back to Amiya Shiro. Thank you, Lord Amiya. These years have truly been taxing for you. This chapter remains unfinished. Turn to the next page to continue reading. As he spoke, the voice of Senju Hashirama grew increasingly frail, his gaze ultimately resting upon his younger brother, Tobirama. Tobirama, the future of Konoha is now entrusted to you. I understand, brother. Senju Tobirama nodded gravely. During this time, Tobirama had been elected as the second Hokage of Konoha, fully prepared to shoulder his responsibilities. In truth, Tobirama had long been bearing this weight, embodying the will of Hashirama to protect Konoha. He would not allow the village founded by his brother to crumble. Should brother truly depart from this world, Tobirama was resolutely prepared for any eventuality. That is good. That is good. Hashirama's eyelids gradually lowered, his chakra seemingly detaching from his body, as he murmured the name of his lifelong friend whom he had pursued all his life. Madara. The expression on Tobirama's face shifted from anger to a somber contemplation as he watched his brother utter the name of his past comrade, walking towards death. The room fell into a profound silence. Hashirama's lifeless body lay still upon the bed. Vivid green strands of chakra pierced through him like long needles, barely sustaining his existence. The consciousness of the first Hokage had completely faded. He lay there quietly, as if he had permanently succumbed to death. The once mighty leader of the warring states, now devoid of any motion. Was this a success or failure? Tobirama's eyes darted swiftly to Amiya Shiro, then back to his brother's strange state, repeatedly questioning, Lord Amiya, when can we ascertain the success or failure of our plan? Perhaps it has failed. Amiya Shiro shook his head, his voice subdued. If the Sage of Six Paths were to intervene and save him, it would be at the moment his life teetered on the brink of death, allowing his soul, infused with power, to return to the living body. We must wait until his body has completely perished to know the outcome. However, Amiya Shiro suddenly extended his hand, lifting the still sleeping Tsunade, who clung to Hashirama's arm, and turned to leave. It would be prudent to prepare for Hashirama's final arrangements. Tobirama's expression darkened. Although he had anticipated this outcome, and had even chosen to trust Amiya Shiro's desperate measures, the thought of his brother's demise still weighed heavily on his heart. Brother, he may truly be gone. Even the last glimmer of hope has faded. Why does the Sage of Six Paths refuse to intervene? Senju Tobirama gazed upon the lifeless body of his elder brother, looking at the figure he once revered, and softly inquired, is it truly as Lord Amiya has said, that the era of peace we have established holds no significance for that lofty deity? To him, Amiya Shiro gently adjusted the little one in his arms, ensuring her comfort, and calmly replied, perhaps this age indeed lacks noteworthy individuals, rendering them unworthy of his attention. Even if your brother and Uchiha Madara shine brightly throughout history, in the presence of a deity illuminated by the radiance of sun and moon, they are but mere grains of rice lighting the darkness of this room. For a god, such a flicker of light may merely be a fleeting moment. hardly deserving of a second glance. I am no exception, though this news may not be disheartening for Amiya Shiro. As time passed, Shiro believed he had gleaned the outcome of his probing into the Sage of Six Paths, and as he prepared to leave with Tsunade, the figure of Senju Hashirama suddenly opened his eyes. Senju Hashirama, he has awakened, brother. A look of joy spread across Tobirama's face as he hurriedly urged Amiya Shiro. Lord Amiya, my brother is awake. Amiya Shiro felt a tightness in his heart, for Hashirama's awakening could only signify one thing. Has the Sage of Six Paths ultimately chosen to intervene in the mortal realm? How much power does that legendary deity still possess? Forgive me, Tobirama. Perhaps I shall disappoint you. This may merely be a brief reunion, for my life seems inconsequential in the grand tapestry of history. Haha. Hashirama chuckled with a sense of relief, his gaze drifting past Tobirama to rest upon Amiya Shiro, a newfound respect and admiration gracing his features. Yet in this world, there still exists a brilliance of life deserving even the respect of deities. The Sage of Six Paths has entrusted me with an apology to Lord Amiya. To deceive one person is not enough. If one must deceive, let it be the entire lineage. Chapter 54. The apology of the Sage of Six Paths. In the fleeting moment between life and death lies a chasm, a realm that exists between the pure land of the netherworld and the world of the living. As the soul of Senju Hashirama departed from his corporeal form, his demise captured the attention of the Sage of Six Paths, drawn by the chakra that lingered upon him. Is it to commence anew? The residual chakra of the sage observed Hashirama's essence, as if witnessing the once fervent vow made by his former son, the chakra of Ashura, destined to return to the pure land of the netherworld, to await the next cycle of reincarnation alongside his elder brother. The tale of chakra reincarnation was one the sage had encountered countless times over the span of a millennium, and he had long since grown accustomed to it, harboring a quiet hope that one day the two children's chakras might find reconciliation. Yet, this time seemed to present an anomaly, for the soul of Senju Hashirama, bearing the seed of Ashura's chakra, did not return to the pure land of the netherworld, but instead lingered in the liminal space between life and death due to some unyielding obsession. This was a predicament in the cycle of chakra reincarnation. The Sage of Six Paths immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Such an occurrence had never transpired before. Ashura's chakra had always been in a state of perpetual reincarnation, a means to address the cycles wrought by Indra's chakra. How could it choose to remain in the interstice of existence? Furrowing his brow, the sage contemplated a singular possibility. Could it be that the vessel of Indra's chakra reincarnation had yet to meet their demise? However, this was of little consequence. Even if a soul were ensnared by obsession in the liminal space between life and death, liberation was not guaranteed, as it required the willingness of other souls to respond to that obsession. Even if the reincarnator of Indra's chakra were to perish, they may still be disinclined to heed the call of Ashura's chakra reincarnation. Indeed, the proud legacy of the eldest son might unflinchingly return to the pure land of the netherworld, indifferent to the plight of Ashura's chakra trapped in the void, and unceremoniously embark upon the next cycle of reincarnation. Though it was not a true crisis for the shinobi world, the residual chakra of the Sage of Six Paths sighed, as his essence silently drifted towards that realm. Fortunately, this was not the world of the living, but the liminal space where this residual chakra could manifest without a medium, in the interstice of life and death. Senju Hashirama's soul sat despondently beside a flickering fire. As he gazed around in confusion, he was met only with an endless expanse of darkness, which kindled a profound sense of terrifying solitude within him. Such an unilluminated isolation was beyond what any ordinary soul could endure. Fortunately, Senju Hashirama was no ordinary person. His will was remarkably steadfast. His soul was preoccupied with a question that consumed him. When would he be able to meet Uchiha Madara? This was not the intention he had in mind. He had come seeking the Sage of the Six Paths. Yet, immediately, Hashirama's soul yearned to cast aside this thought. The obsession to see Uchiha Madara enveloped his spirit, compelling him to subconsciously disregard his desire to meet the sage. He longed solely to encounter Madara in this place. This notion felt rather impolite. After his demise, he found himself eagerly wishing to reunite with the deceased Madara, which seemed somewhat inappropriate. Nevertheless, this thought was inescapable. Hashirama realized that in this desolate realm, he genuinely wished to converse with Uchiha Madara in the afterlife. Time seemed absent here. He believed he would soon meet Madara. Yet, perhaps it would take a millennium to finally reunite with him. As Hashirama felt a twinge of guilt for wishing so fervently to see Madara, an oddly shaped old monk emerged from the shadows. He approached like a seasoned traveler, his face radiating warmth as he gazed at Hashirama. "Newcomer, may I rest here for a moment?" "Of course," Hashirama replied kindly, believing the elder must be cold after emerging from the darkness. He even made space, inviting the monk to sit. However, as the old monk settled down, Hashirama suddenly sensed something amiss. This does not seem right. Wasn't it said that only solitude exists here? How could I encounter a wandering monk? Would you care to share a conversation with this former monk? The elderly figure, leaning on his staff, slowly began to speak. "What brings you to linger here? Who might you be?" A flicker of caution crossed Hashirama's face as he recalled the words of Amiya Shiro. He cautiously inquired, "In this place, aside from one's own obsessions, souls should not be able to meet newcomer. Would you first enlighten me as to who informed you of this place?" The monk's gaze lifted slightly, revealing eyes that bore an uncanny resemblance to the rings of time. Those strange eyes seemed to draw Hashirama into their depths. This is a crevice between the netherworld and the living realm. Even the deceased should not possess knowledge of this place. That is, the Rinnegan. Hashirama recognized the legendary eyes at once. The Rinnegan, the fabled eyes of the sage of the six paths. In lore, these enigmatic eyes, akin to the rings of time, are revered alongside the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan and the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, forming the triad of supreme ocular techniques. "Your Excellency, are you the sage of the six paths?" Senju Hashirama felt a twinge of regret at that moment. It seemed he had neglected to inquire about the true appearance of Amiya Shiro, the sage of the six paths, before his demise, leaving him unable to discern the other's identity. Nevertheless, it must indeed be the sage of the six paths, for only a being capable of traversing the delicate boundary between life and death could be considered a legendary deity rather than an ordinary mortal. Thus, their plan has succeeded. It is truly unexpected. The sage of the six paths gently closed his eyes and sighed, reflecting upon the fact that there are still individuals in the present world who remember him, the former monk. Could it truly be the legendary sage of the six paths? Hashirama felt a flicker of joy and expressed his fervent wish. "I apologize. I remained here solely to see my old friend, Madara." Upon raising his finger, the sage could only convey his helplessness. "Your friend should still be alive." I did not mean that." Hashirama quickly restrained his yearning, but found it impossible to suppress. He could only attempt to share the story of his bond with Uchiha Madara. "Madara and I are longtime friends." Hashirama recounted their initial encounter, the pressure from both families that forced them to sever their friendship, and their eventual rivalry upon becoming clan leaders. "I have never forgotten my friendship with Madara. Even when my father compelled me to cut ties with him, I still hoped we could be friends. Even though we ultimately became enemies amidst our family's hatred as we grew older, I still wish for us to unite and quell the tumultuous era." The sage of the six paths nodded slightly, for this tale resonated deeply with the nature of the reincarnated bearer of Ashura's chakra, who is inherently kind-hearted and sincere, yearning to unite all forces around them. "Eventually, I succeeded. Madara and I joined forces to establish Konoha." Hashirama's spirit reminisced fondly about that time, yet he was compelled to confront the painful reality of their fractured friendship. However, in the end, Madara and I quarreled, and he left Konoha with the intent to destroy the village we had built together. We reignited the war. Hashirama's spirit bore the weight of anguish and struggle as he spoke. "To protect Konoha, I was forced to pursue Madara relentlessly for 10 years until my dying breath, and I still did not resolve the issue with him. He may still pose a threat to Konoha. It is not your fault." The sage of the six paths gently shook his head, for he understood that Uchiha Madara was indeed the reincarnated bearer of Indra's chakra. And those who bear Indra's chakra often come to revere extreme power. To speak frankly, this generation of Ashura chakra reincarnators has performed admirably. They have quelled the chaotic wars that have persisted since the Warring States period, earning the esteemed recognition of the Sage of Six Paths. Alas, it is regrettable that he did not bring an end to the conflict with the reincarnator of Indra. Thus, could it be that a former friend has become your obsession? The Sage of Six Paths sighed, seemingly grasping the fixation held by Senju Hashirama. Indeed, I yearn to return to the realm of the living. The gaze of Senju Hashirama gradually grew resolute as he earnestly implored, my life wanes. And Lord Amiya has informed me that only the Sage of Six Paths can grant me passage back to the world after death, allowing me to seek an audience in this liminal space between life and death. Amiya, the Sage of Six Paths, murmured this surname, his eyes sinking into prolonged contemplation as he sifted through millennia of memories in search of this name and its corresponding identity. Amiya, is it Lord Shiro? Yes. A flicker of surprise crossed Senju Hashirama's face. Lord Amiya, the Sage of Six Paths' expression shifted to one of uncertainty. His finger suddenly raised in an attempt to discern the whereabouts of Lord Shiro. Amiya, I recall that Lord Shiro had long since passed away. In fact, even after his demise, he remained a noble soul, for he had often witnessed Lord Shiro's spirit appearing from the afterlife to rescue lost souls in this realm, leaving him with a sense of profound humility. Senju Hashirama, feeling somewhat embarrassed, disclosed the matter of reviving Lord Shiro through the forbidden technique utilized by his brother. In my brother's desperate attempt to heal my body, he invoked a forbidden art to return Lord Amiya's spirit to the realm of the living. The Sage of Six Paths' eyes twitched slightly. Surely, the descendants of Ashura must exercise caution. How audacious to disturb Lord Shiro's peace. If the spirits of the underworld were to learn of this, and if the souls within the pure land of the afterlife could communicate, the one who desecrated Lord Shiro's spirit would surely face dire consequences upon arrival in the underworld. You truly possess remarkable audacity. A faint smile of resignation graced the Sage of Six Paths' face as he could not help but sigh. How could one dare to disrupt the tranquility of his soul? He is a revered healer venerated by all of humanity in ancient times, a saint esteemed by the deceased in the pure land of the afterlife. Even I fall woefully short in comparison. To summon his spirit through forbidden arts is undeniably disrespectful. Senju Hashirama scratched his head in embarrassment. Fortunately, Lord Uchiha Shizen possesses a magnanimous disposition, consistently kind-hearted, and has chosen not to hold grievances against you. The Sage of Six Paths sighed once more, feeling a twinge of remorse as he spoke. I truly never anticipated that he would place his hopes upon me to assist you. While it is indeed an honor for me, I must regrettably inform him that I am unable to emulate his capacity to rescue the suffering denizens of this world. At present, I find myself with only a remnant of chakra remaining. This scant chakra must be reserved to guard against the genuine peril that threatens the shinobi world, a crisis capable of annihilating it. Please continue reading. The 15th marks the launch. Today, nearly 7,000 words have been penned. Following the conclusion, the Sage of Six Paths bestowed chakra upon Naruto, Uzumaki, and Sasuke, necessitating the gathering of the leaders from the 5 great shinobi villages to unite in order to extract Team 7 from the realm of the heavens. The residual chakra of the Sage of Six Paths is likely minimal so much so that even the resolution of Sasuke's predicament must be entrusted to Naruto Uzumaki. He truly cannot afford to squander it. Chapter 55. S-Rank Mission. Acquiring the cells of Hashirama, the Sage of Six Paths displayed a remarkable sincerity, even going so far as to arrange for Hashirama Senju to return to the realm of the living to offer an apology. In the eyes of the sage, the standing and character of Shiro Amiya warranted a solemn response. Shiro's intentions were to seek intervention on behalf of Hashirama's life, yet he found himself compelled to refuse for the sake of the ninja world's safety. Thus, the sage felt the need to apologize. The sage conveyed to me that there indeed exists a threat far more terrifying than Madara Uchiha. Hashirama, trusting the sage's words, did not dwell on his own lack of salvation. He understood that the sage could not descend to the mortal plane, and thus he took action to allow me a brief moment in this world to extend his apologies to Shiro. In essence, the Sage of Six Paths truly exists, and we are, in his eyes, of little consequence. Tobirama Senju observed the vibrant presence of his elder brother and then glanced at Shiro, cradling little Tsunade. His expression darkened once more. If it were not for Shiro, would we even have the luxury of knowing of his existence? Such thoughts troubled Tobirama's heart. Although he had already placed his faith in Shiro's honesty regarding this matter, the very reality of his brother's resurrection and the news of the sage left him profoundly shaken. It was indeed true that deities still roamed this world. However, this god could not manifest in our realm, and even this divine being was not omnipotent. What troubled Tobirama further was the revelation that a peril even greater than Uchiha Madara still loomed over the ninja world. What could be more troublesome than Madara? Tobirama could not help but inquire. "This is a secret beyond words," Hashirama replied, shaking his head solemnly. The Sage of Six Paths stated that the true nature of the crisis will only be revealed when it arrives. So, brother will still perish. Tobirama recalled the purpose behind his brother's resurrection and stated gravely, the sage was willing to grant brother a bit more time solely to convey an apology to Shiro. Indeed, Hashirama nodded slowly. Even the Sage of Six Paths held Shiro in great esteem. People often envision this legendary deity as being lofty and distant, never realizing that the sage was approachable and even regarded Shiro, a remarkable individual, with the same respect as they had for their own predecessors. Tobirama, do not let this secret slip, Hashirama warned, casting a glance at his younger brother before turning to Shiro. The sage also wishes for you to keep the matters concerning him and the realm of the dead confidential. I shall remember this, I assured them. Shiro Amiya furrowed his brow and took the initiative to speak. In this era, I have already learned to conceal. There is no need for concern. This indeed made us feel quite embarrassed. Ha ha ha. Hashirama Senju chuckled shyly. Such matters are truly awkward. The Sage of Six Paths had shared some tales regarding Shiro Amiya, even mentioning the dispute between Shiro and himself concerning chakra. Ultimately, Shiro chose to place his trust in the heir of the shinobi lineage, Ashura, which regrettably did not yield a favorable outcome for the ninja realm. At this juncture, Hashirama recalled how the sage's gaze lingered upon him for an unusually long time when these matters were discussed, yet he could not fathom why. Ashura indeed owed Shiro an apology. It seemed that he too should bear some responsibility toward Shiro. After all, his brother Tobirama had disturbed Shiro's soul's tranquility, a transgression that should rightfully be shouldered by him as the elder brother. Hashirama placed his hand gently on Tobirama's shoulder, earnestly advising, ensure that Lord Shiro's soul is returned to the realm of the dead. You must not employ such malevolent, forbidden techniques to disturb Lord Shiro's peace. Yes, brother. Tobirama nodded in agreement, his demeanor somber. Although he had not fully unearthed the treasures within Shiro, Konoha had greatly benefited from Shiro's medical expertise. After all, the initial purpose of summoning Shiro through Edo Tensei was merely to facilitate his treatment of his brother. It is of no consequence. Shiro was untroubled, gently cradling Tsunade's head to make her slumber more comfortable. If I wished to return to the afterlife, I could have dispelled this technique myself long ago. It's just that. As Shiro spoke, his gaze fell upon the round-faced Tsunade. I have now discovered hope for the inheritance of medical ninjutsu in the ninja world. Little Tsunade, a smile graced Hashirama's lips, and he could not help but chuckle. It seems that little Tsunade's fortune is truly enviable. Well then, I must take my leave. Hashirama patted his brother's shoulder one last time, cheerfully sharing some good news. There is no need to worry about my fate in the afterlife. The Sage of Six Paths will guide my soul to the pure land of the afterlife, ensuring I am not trapped between life and death due to my obsession with Madara. Tobirama's spirits lifted considerably at this. The prospect of his brother finding peace after death was indeed a welcome revelation, alleviating much of Tobirama's inner guilt. For so long, Tobirama had compelled his elder brother to make painful choices for the sake of protecting Konoha, even forcing him to endure a difficult existence. From now on, that would no longer be necessary. As Senju Tobirama yearned to utter a few more words, he felt the hand on his shoulder suddenly release its grip, and his elder brother's body slumped once more. Senju Tobirama instinctively reached out to support his brother's form. In that moment, this corporeal vessel would awaken no more. Despite their plans having come to fruition, even allowing his brother to meet the Sage of Six Paths, they ultimately failed to alter the course of fate. I shall take Tsunade away first. Yamiya Shiro's heart was also in turmoil. It appeared that his actions had successfully eluded the notice of the Sage of Six Paths, and he had even managed to ascertain the Sage's condition. That divine being had not intervened in his desire to remain in the present world, nor did it possess the power to effortlessly influence the realm of the living. Perhaps, as he had speculated in his previous life, the residual chakra of the Sage of Six Paths was not sufficiently potent, which granted him a modicum of relief. This trial could be deemed a tentative success, should the Sage of Six Paths choose not to intervene through Senju Hashirama this time. He would have no recourse but to rely on the next reincarnators of Ashura and Indra's chakra. Those two reincarnators were indeed the targets of his millennia-spanning design, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Next, he would leverage this situation to influence Kagaya's will. By cleverly invoking the presence of the Sage of Six Paths, he would lure and compel Black Zetsu to abandon the notion of making him a vessel for Kagaya's resurrection. As Yamiya Shiro pondered this, he cradled little Tsunade and departed from the scene. For a child, to endure the pangs of life and death was an unbearable cruelty. It would be far kinder to allow her to confront such harsh realities only after the affairs of Senju Hashirama had settled. However, a new task had emerged on his mission list. S-rank mission: acquire Hashirama's cells. Yamiya Shiro accepted this assignment with indifference. Unfinished tasks, 3-3. As he gazed at the little one in his arms, he had no intention of desecrating Senju Hashirama's remains. For the ninja world had already established another avenue for obtaining Hashirama's cells. Uchiha Madara. Madara also possessed Hashirama's cells. For Yamiya Shiro, acquiring the cells from Uchiha Madara would be quite simple, as Madara himself was cultivating those very cells. Of course, there were other possibilities for completing the mission. For instance, Konoha might not be inclined to relinquish the power of Hashirama's cells. At the very least, Yamiya Shiro was aware that Senju Tobirama had long since collected Hashirama's cells and sealed them within a laboratory. Lord Yamiya. Upon seeing Yamiya Shiro emerge from the dwelling with little Tsunade, Uzumaki Mido recognized the gravity of the situation. Even the commotion within had not escaped her notice. This red-haired woman possessed an indomitable will. She did not rush into the room to tend to her husband's remains, but instead offered a sincere bow to Yamiya Shiro. My condolences. May you find peace. Shiro Amiya gently lowered his head. Thank you, Lord Amiya, for your concern for my husband. Uzumaki Mido slowly raised her head, her brow furrowed with a touch of seriousness, striving to prevent the overwhelming sorrow within her from spilling forth as tears. A rare expression of regret crossed Shiro Amiya's face. My plan has indeed faltered. No, Mido sincerely shook her head, her gratitude towards Shiro Amiya evident. This is not your fault, Lord Amiya. The Nine-Tails has already informed me of its suspicions regarding your plan. Indeed, Uzumaki Mido possessed remarkable perceptive abilities. This strong-willed woman sensed an unfamiliar and terrifying chakra emanating from Senju Hashirama. Despite the Nine-Tails' past animosity towards Hashirama, its amicable relationship with Mido led it to disclose the source of that chakra to her. That chakra originated from the legendary deity Sage of the Six Paths. Even a god was unable to save her husband. Tsunade. Uzumaki Mido gazed at the peacefully sleeping Tsunade in Shiro Amiya's arms and gently stroked the little one's hair, softly imploring, I beg you, Lord Amiya, to look after her for a few days. Chapter 56. Uchiha Madara comes to bid farewell. Senju Hashirama has passed away. A veil of sorrow envelopes the entirety of Konoha. For the villagers of this settlement, Hashirama's existence was akin to a steadfast pillar. It was through him that they found sanctuary. At Hashirama's funeral, the citizens of Konoha nearly gathered en masse, with ninjas from every clan converging upon the grave. clad in somber black attire. They laid white flowers upon the tombstone of the first Hokage. "I miss great-grandpa," Tsunade whispered, wiping the tears from her young face. Death is not the conclusion of life. Amiya Shiro, holding the little one's hand, stood at the forefront, his gaze fixed upon the portrait shrouded in white. With a calm demeanor, he spoke, "As long as Konoha endures, Hashirama's name shall forever reside in the hearts of these people. They will remember the first Hokage, who brought an end to the Warring States era. His descendants will also honor the founder of Konoha. The brevity of human life is a universal truth. In their quest for longevity, humans often resort to various endeavors. Some strive desperately for immortality, while others choose to let more precious legacies endure in their stead, such as children to carry on their bloodline, such as the will that embodies their spirit." Shiro's voice was solemn and dignified, resonating in the ears of those around him. As long as someone remembers his name, as long as his past achievements in pacifying the Warring States are recalled, Hashirama has not truly perished. He lives on in this world. "I will always remember great-grandpa." Tsunade clenched her small teeth, her large eyes brimming with determination, her tiny hand gripping Shiro's cold fingers tightly. A group of Konoha ninjas could not help but shed tears as they listened. Senju Tobirama stood amongst them, his arms crossed over his chest, casting a somber glance at the portrait enveloped in white flowers. "Lord Shiro speaks the truth," Tobirama asserted, suppressing his own sorrow. His voice, though tinged with coldness, carried an unwavering insistence as he urged the crowd. "As long as the will to protect Konoha, left by our first Hokage, is passed down through us, he shall never truly die." The funeral came to a close as raindrops began to fall from the sky. Tobirama led a group of ninjas away. Following Hashirama's death, Tobirama was unanimously appointed as the second Hokage, and he had much work ahead of him. In the past, many stringent policies had been thwarted by Hashirama's interference. Now, Tobirama could finally implement his vision for stabilizing the internal affairs of Konoha. He needed to contemplate how to safeguard the village in the absence of his elder brother's protection. Before the gravestone stood only Tsunade, reluctant to depart, while Shiro Amiya held a broad leaf above her, shielding the young girl from the falling raindrops. With the absence of others, Tsunade's mind wandered aimlessly. "Is it because I won that grandfather passed away?" The little girl's face began to crumple with tears, guilt consuming her for having triumphed over Tobirama Senju in their last gamble. "It must be because I won in the end. It is not your fault." Shiro furrowed his brow, sensing someone approaching nearby. "Tsunade, we must leave. Others wish to pay their respects to Hashirama. There's no need to hide from me, Lord Amiya." A familiar, arrogant voice pierced the air. Uchiha Madara. Only Madara would appear at such a moment. Yet, he seemed unfazed by his presence being detected by Shiro and Tsunade. Nor did he fear being sensed by Kushina Uzumaki, or the loss of protection from Hashirama in the village hidden in the leaves. As a man who had been both rival and ally to Hashirama, having experienced both their rift and pursuit, Madara, upon learning of Hashirama's demise, finally chose to bid farewell to his old friend today. Accompanying him was Kagaya, lurking beneath the earth, who had been shadowing Madara for years, secretly aiding him in evading Hashirama's relentless pursuit. Amidst the rain, Madara approached, unconcerned by the droplets soaking his hair. In his hand, he held a bouquet of white flowers, which he placed before the gravestone, his gaze lingering on Hashirama's portrait with a tinge of complexity. "I had hoped to show Hashirama the future I envisioned." Tsunade, feeling a flicker of fear, hid behind Shiro. Despite Madara's tall and imposing stature, with his long hair cascading to partially obscure his face, he emanated an aura that could appear menacing to a child. "What is this little one afraid of?" Madara mused to himself, recalling unwelcome memories as he caught sight of Tsunade's actions, his brow knitting together. "Have I not been sufficiently amiable?" Shiro knelt down, offering the leaf to Tsunade, encouraging her to hold it herself. "Tsunade, you should return." "Lord Amiya." Tsunade stubbornly wished to remain. "Be obedient." Shiro's expression turned serious, causing Tsunade to instinctively retreat. Struggling to grip the leaf, she rushed into the rain. "I would not trouble a mere child." Uchiha Madara let out a scoff, seemingly intrigued. It appears that Lord Amiya has a fondness for that little girl. She is the most talented child in the art of medical ninjutsu. Amiya Shiro gazed at the stumbling figure of Tsunade in the distance. So that is the case. Uchiha Madara was acutely aware of Amiya Shiro's thoughts. After a nod of acknowledgement, he broached the matter at hand. Hashirama is dead. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the peaceful order he established will soon crumble. Amiya Shiro remained silent, choosing not to speak. Such matters were apparent to many. The entire shinobi world cast covetous eyes upon a land of fire, dominated by Konoha. Wherever hierarchies exist in the world, there will always be those vying for the top position. The Leaf Village, where Hashirama Senju resided, was the strongest among the shinobi villages. And now his death heralded the end of Konoha's invincibility. Perhaps this is of no concern to me. I should return to the realm of the dead. Amiya Shiro was disinclined to discuss the topic of war, merely uttering a statement that left both Uchiha Madara and the concealed Kagaya Black Zetsu astounded. Hashirama is dead. Amiya Shiro gazed upward at the falling rain before lowering his eyes to the memorial portrait of Hashirama Senju, speaking to himself. A patient died during treatment. Thus, the doctor, resurrected through impure world reincarnation, has lost all purpose. Such a waste of Lord Amiya's talents. Uchiha Madara's eyes narrowed, resembling a famished wolf fixating on Amiya Shiro, eager to unearth more secrets from him. Amiya Shiro was a treasure. This realization was not confined solely to Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Madara believed that once he awakened the Rinnegan, guided by Amiya Shiro, he would master its powers more swiftly and execute the peace plan left behind by the Sage of Six Paths for this world. In stark contrast to Uchiha Madara, the concealed Kagaya Black Zetsu felt a rising sense of panic as it depended more heavily on Amiya Shiro. You should leave soon. Mito possesses keen perception. She may have already sensed your presence. Amiya Shiro seemed disinclined to engage in further conversation with Uchiha Madara, merely urging him to refrain from lingering, and expressing his hope that Uchiha Madara would not engage in war with Konoha. Hashirama has just departed this world. I believe that waging war with Konoha at this moment would prevent him from finding peace in his departure and would grant me a fleeting moment of tranquility. Rest assured, Uchiha Madara chuckled softly. He would not squander his strength at this juncture. Until I obtain the Rinnegan, I shall refrain from any extraneous actions. Moreover, Uchiha Madara turned back to gaze at the portrait, observing the gentle countenance of Hashirama Senju. I have come to Konoha today solely to pay my respects to Hashirama. That is a most fitting purpose. Amiya Shiro gently nodded and casually remarked, as a token of my gratitude, in the time I have left in this world, should you have any uncertainties, feel free to seek me out. Hashirama is no more, and your existence bears the hope of an alternative peace within the shinobi realm. In contrast to mere question and answer, Uchiha Madara chuckled, his dissatisfaction with Amiya Shiro's promise evident. I would much prefer to receive guidance from you, Lord Amiya. Do contemplate this carefully. Lord Amiya, you will soon realize. Madara's voice faded alongside his figure, yet his words retained their haughty confidence. This world shall soon plunge back into chaos. The path Hashirama wished to tread is destined to be erroneous, while the path I shall pursue is undoubtedly the correct one. Kagaya did not depart quietly alongside him. In fact, shortly after Madara's departure, Kagaya's silhouette hurriedly materialized before Amiya Shiro. However, Shiro did not allow Kagaya to utter a single word, effortlessly leaving Kagaya utterly bewildered in just a few sentences. He had long mastered the art of deceiving Kagaya. As Shiro gazed at Kagaya, a smile graced his face, as if he were about to share monumental news. Kagaya, I have discovered the Sage of Six Paths. With the Sage's assistance, our endeavor to resurrect Lady Kagaya's plan for the moon, I will surely proceed with greater ease. Kagaya remained silent, cursing under his breath. Otsutsuki Kagaya, Chapter 57. Kurizetsu's frustration. Kurizetsu's emotions are quite understandable. Had it not been for the shared lineage with Kagaya, Otsutsuki, it would have vehemently cursed the Sage of the Six Paths, questioning how he could linger for over a millennium without meeting his end. For Kurizetsu, The emergence of the sage was not a fortuitous event, but rather a harbinger of despair, as if the sky itself had collapsed. The Sage of the Six Paths was the architect behind the sealing of Kagaya, Otsutsuki. Kurizetsu was acutely aware of the nature of its mother, Kagaya, and had no faith that the sage would lend assistance in reviving her. He must be on guard against her resurrection. The very thought of the sage's involvement cast a shadow over Kurizetsu's plans for the Moon Eye. In a state of rising panic, Kurizetsu yearned to retreat into the shadows, grappling with the bewilderment of how this predicament had arisen. How had Shiro Amiya come to discover the sage? Kurizetsu distinctly remembered witnessing Shiro pilfering the sage's remains. Yet, as Kurizetsu beheld the smile upon Shiro's countenance, it fought to suppress its inner turmoil and cautiously inquired about the truth. Shiro, is it not true that the Sage of the Six Paths had long since perished? In a hurried attempt to clarify, Kurizetsu added, Shiro, you are the only one suited to execute the Moon Eye plan. No one else can occupy your role, not even if the sage were truly alive. If only the sage could be banished far away, how preferable that would be. Kurizetsu harbored no desire to engage with the sage, nor did it wish for Shiro to do so. Death does not equate to the obliteration of the soul. Shiro's deceit was as effortless as a casual remark as he recounted a tale about Hashirama Senju. When Hashirama departed from this world, he did so burdened by his obsession with Madara, thus rendering his soul unable to find peace in the afterlife. Kurizetsu's anxiety surged at this revelation. Such a scenario was indeed plausible. Kurizetsu understood that the bond between Hashirama and Madara stretched back over a millennium, and Hashirama's fixation on Madara could very well inhibit his soul from returning to the realm of the dead. Hence, the Sage of the Six Paths had reemerged. Kurizetsu's mind was clouded with confusion as it repeatedly questioned, can the long-deceased sage still exert influence in the mortal realm? It is possible, Shiro nodded, continuing in a hushed tone. When Hashirama lingered on the precipice of life and death, he encountered the sage, and with the sage's power, he briefly returned to the mortal realm, urging me not to linger here and to hasten back to the pure land of the afterlife. Kurizetsu felt a pang of anguish. That unfilial son, how could he still refuse to rest in death? What greater crises could the ninja world possibly face? Aside from his progenitor, Kagaya, what other formidable threats loom? Has the Sage of Six Paths discerned the machinations at play? Is he aware of the intent to exploit Shiro Amiya's power? If Shiro were to return to the afterlife, who could he possibly rely on? Could he depend on Uchiha Madara, whose arrogance renders him somewhat unreliable? Furthermore, upon Shiro's return to the afterlife, would the Sage of Six Paths divulge the tale of Kagaya to him? Should Shiro learn of Kagaya's story, would he still be inclined to place his trust in me? A large question mark loomed in Black Zetsu's mind. If that were the case, would I risk losing Shiro Amiya, this vital piece on my chessboard? Although Uchiha Madara may seem less dependable compared to Shiro, the outcomes of Shiro's interaction with the Sage of Six Paths remain uncertain, as he has always been easily deceived. No, I must not lose Shiro. I must devise a means to bring him back to the world of the living after his return to the afterlife. When he is resurrected for the second time, I must earn his trust anew, for I need to extract information regarding the Sage of Six Paths from Shiro, at least to ascertain how the sage might influence the living world, the extent of his remaining power, and whether he poses any threat regarding the resurrection of his mother, Kagaya. This situation is dire, exceedingly dire. The information regarding the Sage of Six Paths is a matter of utmost importance that I must uncover for Kagaya. The only individual who can provide me with intelligence on the sage's status in the afterlife is none other than Shiro, who is about to return there. I must find a way to resurrect him once more. If it weren't for the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei, researched by Tobirama Senju, which has offered a glimmer of hope, despair would have already consumed me. Black Zetsu was struck by a sudden realization. He must hasten to reclaim Shiro's other half, ensuring that the Shiro who has returned to the afterlife can once again be resurrected through Edo Tensei. The Sage of Six Paths is truly loathsome. Despite the bond of trust that existed between Shiro and me, the sage's interference necessitates that I must work to regain that trust. The very thought of this fills Black Zetsu with seething hatred toward the sage, as he had painstakingly persuaded Shiro to embrace the Eye of the Moon plan, taught him the art of deception, and had finally glimpsed the hope of resurrecting Kaguya. Yet, that ungrateful wretch dared to reach out and attempt to take Shiro away. However, in order to gain intelligence from that ungrateful wretch, I must helplessly witness these events unfold. Watching as Shiro distances himself from me and turns toward the Sage of Six Paths. This is Shiro Amiya, my most cherished piece since ancient times. Initially, it was believed that this reunion, transcending a millennium, would seamlessly facilitate the execution of 1S plans. However, the emergence of Sage of Six Paths necessitated their separation once more, potentially jeopardizing their mutual trust. One could only watch helplessly. Moreover, there was the need to persuade Shiro Amiya to meet the Sage of Six Paths, for only he could procure valuable intelligence to ensure that Kaguya's resurrection would proceed without a hitch. That individual, the fury surging within Kaguya's black Zetsu, was indescribable. To merely label the emotions towards the Sage of Six Paths as hatred would be an understatement. What is it, black Zetsu? Shiro Amiya appeared somewhat bewildered, seemingly oblivious to black Zetsu's trepidation and concern, entirely unaware of the tormenting dilemma he had unwittingly presented. He seemed indifferent to the mental turmoil black Zetsu was undergoing in the quest for resolution. I am simply a bit anxious. What if the Sage of Six Paths has a change of heart? Furthermore, the separation between the living world and the underworld poses a significant barrier. Even if the Sage were willing to assist, all plans must ultimately be executed in the realm of the living. Black Zetsu gritted his teeth, uttering the Sage of Six Paths' name with a heavy tone. If any abnormalities arise in the future, only Madara can execute the Eye of the Moon plan. You have seen that even before awakening the Rinnegan, Madara had an air of superiority. I fear he may let the Eye of the Moon plan spiral out of control. This is pure darkness. Uchiha Madara's arrogance is innate. During the time of Senju Hashirama, he disregarded others, and after Hashirama's demise, he found no one in this world worthy of his regard. What shall we do then? Shiro Amiya furrowed his brow in contemplation, neglecting the successful execution of the Eye of the Moon plan by Madara in his previous life, casually suggesting, when I next encounter him, I shall inform him of your existence. If unforeseen circumstances arise, you could guide Madara in executing the plan. Black Zetsu was also pondering this dilemma. To avoid arousing Madara's suspicion, he had refrained from appearing before him, assisting him only from the shadows. Black Zetsu had always hoped that Shiro Amiya would take the lead in guiding Madara, while he remained concealed, awaiting Kaguya's resurrection. However, once Shiro Amiya departs, he will be left alone to guide Madara. Although Black Zetsu had contemplated various identities to assume while guiding Madara, such as impersonating Madara's will upon the awakening of his Rinnegan, it was no longer feasible. This was due to Shiro Amiya having discovered his true identity. Should Black Zetsu impersonate Madara's will, this monumental deception would inevitably lead to numerous complications, and if Shiro Amiya were to reveal even a hint of their ancient acquaintance, Madara would likely realize the ruse immediately. It was utterly impossible to claim to be Kaguya's will. I cannot disclose to Madara that I am the will of Kaguya. Due to his haughty nature, Uchiha Madara would never permit a deity to overshadow him. He might even choose to sabotage our Moon Eye plan. However, the sole individual who could sway Madara is you, Amiya Shiro. Kurizetsu's gaze turned towards Amiya Shiro, intending to leverage his reputation. Only under your esteemed identity would Madara be amenable to my guidance. Your very presence is what could compel Madara to acknowledge our peace initiative. Indeed, it is only Amiya Shiro, for he is the most trusted figure within the entire shinobi world. No one would ever doubt the compassion and kindness that reside in Amiya Shiro's heart. Even the Sage of Six Paths pales in comparison to him. Not even someone as formidable as Uchiha Madara perceives Amiya Shiro as malevolent. Rather, he has always harbored a desire to ally with him. Chapter 58. The first Shinobi World War. The scheme devised by Black Zetsu progressed remarkably smoothly. The sole issue lay in its execution. The prospect of having Uchiha Madara and Amiya Shiro convene in Konoha proved rather unrealistic, as Uzumaki Mido's formidable sensory abilities would undoubtedly deter Madara from making a reckless appearance. For instance, upon witnessing Tsunade's solitary return, Uzumaki Mido recognized Madara's presence, instilling a state of heightened alert across the entirety of Konoha. The populace was engulfed in apprehension regarding a potential resurgence of Madara's assault on the village. Bereft of Senju Hashirama's protection, no one, save for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Mido, possessed the requisite confidence to confront Madara. It was only when Amiya Shiro returned to the village, bearing news of Madara's homage to Senju Hashirama, that a semblance of calm began to settle among the villagers, bolstered by Shiro's esteemed reputation. That scoundrel caused my brother's demise. How dare he come to Konoha to pay his respects? Senju Tobirama was distinctly displeased upon hearing the news, yet he found himself powerless against Madara, for there was no one in Konoha capable of pursuing him. Rather than attempting to hunt down Madara, it would be more prudent to consolidate Konoha's internal forces. Tobirama had received an increasing number of reports from the borders, each carrying the scent of impending conflict, particularly as the ninja from the neighboring wind countries Sunagakure began infiltrating the land of fire to gather intelligence. War was drawing near, and time was of the essence for Konoha. As the villagers gradually emerged from the sorrow of their first Hokage's passing, they were captivated by the sweeping reforms initiated by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. He undertook a comprehensive overhaul of nearly every institution within Konoha, establishing a department for training medical ninjas within the Konoha Hospital, reforming the educational system of the Konoha Ninja Academy, and expanding the personnel structure of the Umbu. Moreover, there existed a particularly troublesome clan, the Uchiha. With Madara still among the living, the threat posed by the Uchiha clan loomed larger in Tobirama's mind, as they could potentially serve as internal allies in Madara's offensive against Konoha. However, exterminating the Uchiha clan was not a feasible option. Instead, Tobirama resolved to cultivate individuals within the Uchiha who leaned toward Konoha's interests, such as promoting a talented ninja named Uchiha Kagami into his Hokage guard. Additionally, the surveillance initiative that had long been in the works commenced. Tobirama ordered the Uchiha clan to reside separately without disbanding them, forming an independent Konoha police force composed of their own members, tasked with overseeing the village's periphery and resolving internal disputes among the villagers. Evidently, this exclusionary measure was rather conspicuous. Strange murmurs began to circulate within the Uchiha clan. Some believed that the overt exclusion was too glaring, while others contended that it at least signified that the Uchiha clan was currently Konoha's most formidable ninja faction. After all, the Senju clan had long since been dismantled and faded into obscurity. Some individuals attempted to oppose the policies of Senju Tobirama, but were swiftly apprehended and imprisoned. The establishment of the Konoha police force by the Uchiha clan had become an established fact, all for the sake of Konoha. Senju Tobirama dismissed all dissent with a firm declaration. At such a critical juncture, internal discord within Konoha must not arise, for war was now unavoidable. The onset of war came with astonishing rapidity, even more swiftly than Tobirama had anticipated. The ninja from Sunagakure in the Land of Wind assembled and crossed the borders into the Land of Fire, instigating hostilities against Konoha. The scale of the conflict expanded more quickly than anyone could have imagined. Initially, the populace believed that the ninjas from Sunagakure were merely expressing discontent over their barren homeland, seeking to seize the bountiful lands of the Fire Country. Yet soon, the entire ninja world was engulfed in flames of war. Upon discovering the conflict between Konoha and Sunagakure, several other ninja villages hastily mobilized their forces, hoping to reap the rewards of victory amidst the chaos. The great nation's ninja villages, such as Awagakure from the Land of Earth and Kyomogakure from the Land of Lightning, joined the fray, while even the distant Kirigakure from the Land of Water chose to participate. The entire ninja realm was shrouded in smoke and despair, with even the small nation of Yuzushiogakure being drawn into the turmoil. Tobirama had long anticipated the war, and his strategy was straightforward: to attack the weak and defend against the strong. The Konoha ninja forces aimed to swiftly neutralize the weakest among them, Sunagakure, compelling its surrender before redirecting their attention northward to defend against the armies of Awagakure and Kyomobikure. As for the southern front, it would be entrusted for the time being to the Uzumaki clan's Uzushi-Obikure, as its leader was the head of the Uzumaki clan. Being distant relatives of the Senju clan, the Uzumaki had maintained an alliance with Konoha, even incorporating the treaty with the Land of Water into Konoha's ninja insignia. If all went according to plan, it was anticipated that after a period of stalemate, peace could not be guaranteed from Kyomobikure and Awagakure. The geographical proximity of these two villages in the northern part of the ninja continent rendered them susceptible to disputes over the control of nearby small nations, which would inevitably lead to more severe conflicts. Tobirama viewed the situation with a degree of optimism. Consequently, he did not disrupt the normal functioning of Konoha. The children at the Konoha Ninja Academy continued their studies, albeit under the guidance of Chunin instructors in place of their usual teachers. The curriculum had shifted from tailored instruction to a focus on the most fundamental ninja techniques, as the previous educators had departed for the battlefield. Rumors circulated of many casualties in the village due to the war, including a particularly lively student whose parents had perished in the conflict. Recently, the village hospital had been inundated with wounded soldiers. Tsunade had also enrolled at the Ninja Academy, attending classes by day and sneaking into Konoha Hospital by night to continue her medical training under the tutelage of Amiya Shiro. Due to the issues concerning the wounded at the front lines, numerous medical ninjas have been dispatched to logistical departments, resulting in a scarcity of personnel at the Konoha Hospital. Many injured individuals have been sent back to the village, including several severe cases that are beyond immediate management. In fact, this directive emanated from Senju, Tobirama. After inspecting the battlefield emergency medical situation, the second Hokage promptly recalled the idle Amiya Shiro in Konoha, adhering to a principle of exploiting the benevolence of others. Senju Tobirama straightforwardly commanded the medical ninjas of Konoha to conserve chakra while treating critically injured patients, performing only the most basic emergency care before sending the patients directly back to Konoha for more adept treatment by Amiya Shiro. This strategy proved remarkably astute, as it saved numerous lives of severely injured individuals, particularly those whose injuries could not be managed by battlefield medical ninjas. Senju Tobirama was confident that Amiya Shiro would not choose to abandon them, as he was recognized as a good person by the Sage of Six Paths. At Konoha Hospital, Amiya Shiro was indeed engaged in saving lives. Many critically injured patients survived under his care. His palms emanated a verdant chakra as he firmly grasped the heart of a patient, sustaining the rhythm of their body, and ultimately transformed the emerald chakra at his fingertips into fine strands to stitch the small wounds in the heart and blood vessels. Tsunade, noticing little Tsunade's arrival at the hospital, called out for her to keep a distance. "Please sit in the next room for a while. This operation will be completed shortly." "I am not afraid, Lord Amiya." Little Tsunade even moved closer, her hands glowing with verdant chakra, her expression serious as she declared, "I can't help too." "Then listen to me," Amiya Shiro responded. "These chakra threads can expedite the healing of his wounds." As he continued his surgical procedure, he instructed little Tsunade, "In surgeries involving such patients, it is essential to manipulate the yang attribute chakra used in healing into the form of chakra threads. Once the patient recovers, there will be no need for stitches to be removed, as these threads will dissolve once the wounds heal, ensuring no disruption to their life." Little Tsunade carefully handed over a piece of gauze. "Thank you for your hard work." Amiya Shiro, while absorbing the patient's blood with the gauze, engaged in conversation with little Tsunade. It seems that the number of injured arriving has been steadily increasing. Lord Amiya is working even harder. A hint of sadness crossed little Tsunade's face. "How can we save more people? With just one Lord Amiya, how can so many be saved?" Greater medical prowess, more extensive surgical experience, a more resolute mental fortitude. Amiya Shiro gestured for his assistant to wheel the patient away, his palms emanating a splash of water to cleanse them, his voice softening to a whisper that even little Tsunade could barely discern. Most importantly, greater strength. Chapter 59. The targeted Kakashi Hitaki, the Konoha hospital was bustling with an overwhelming number of injured patients. Even Tsunade, who was tasked with handing over gauze, appeared fatigued. As the night deepened, the surgical procedures conducted by Shiro Amiya showed no signs of abating. Tsunade stifled a yawn, covering her mouth with her hand. "Tsunade, go rest in the next room," Shiro Amiya called out to her, then instructed his assistant, "Take this patient to the ward and bring in the next one." "I'm not tired," yet Tsunade quickly waved her small hand in protest. "Kakashi, lend a hand." The assistant's voice echoed through the hospital corridors. A white-haired boy, a genin, entered, clad in a form-fitting combat uniform and wearing the Konoha ninja headband, appearing scarcely older than Tsunade herself. Due to the manpower shortages brought about by the ongoing war, even the personnel assigned to guard Konoha Hospital were genin, freshly graduated from the Ninja Academy and still underage, yet already dispatched on missions within the village. "Lord Amiya." The white-haired boy nodded earnestly in acknowledgement. He had excelled in his studies and had been granted early graduation, subsequently assigned to guard Konoha Hospital and patrol the village. "Proceed." Shiro Amiya gestured for the boy and his assistant to escort the patient away, watching as they hurriedly wheeled in the next patient for surgery. "Isn't he our senior, Kakashi Hitaki?" Tsunade inquired curiously, observing the white-haired boy's silhouette. "I heard that Kakashi-senpai was quite renowned at school, the most formidable genius of his graduating class. Is that so?" Shiro Amiya replied non-committally, not even lifting his gaze, as if casually asking, "Is your name Kakashi Hitaki?" "Yes, Lord Amiya." Kakashi Hitaki promptly arranged the patient, his demeanor sincere. "If there's anything you need me to do, please feel free to command. Then help me with this." Shiro Amiya continued his surgical work without missing a beat, instructing calmly, "There's a box of grapes in my office. I only need one bottle." Tsunade quickly raised her hand, showcasing her small milk teeth, knowing that Shiro Amiya would certainly provide for her, as he required neither food nor water. "Give one bottle to Tsunade." Shiro Amiya gestured, signaling Kakashi that he could leave. "Distribute the remaining grapes to the genin on duty tonight to replenish their strength." "Understood." Kakashi Hitaki replied earnestly. In the boy's impression, Shiro Amiya was a medical ninja with a remarkably aloof demeanor yet exceptional skill, though he had never witnessed even a hint of a smile on Shiro's face. He was aware that no patient was beyond saving in Shiro's capable hands. Beneath the seemingly aloof exterior of this gentleman lies a heart imbued with compassion and warmth. His enigmatic identity compels him to conceal his inner self. Indeed, how could he lack such kindness? As a healer who saves lives, countless gravely injured individuals in Konoha have survived thanks to his skilled hands. How could a person of such caliber be devoid of a benevolent spirit? Kakashi Tsukumo, as a lower-ranking ninja of Konoha, was not privy to the precise identity of Shiro Amiya, but only aware of some fundamental details regarding him. He was a remarkably young and talented medical ninja, yet an aura of profound stillness enveloped him. The elders of the village held great respect for this medical ninja, while the higher-ups shrouded his identity in secrecy, albeit unsuccessfully. After all, Shiro Amiya was not one to fabricate tales. Many within the hospital were aware of his true identity. Although Shiro believed he had mastered the art of concealment, his novice methods often appeared somewhat clumsy. Occasionally, the case notes he authored would inadvertently reveal his true name when signed by the admiring medical ninjas at the hospital. It is no wonder that the villagers chose to keep such matters hidden. It is no wonder that tales circulated about a miraculous healer residing within the hospital. For only a figure of such legendary status could possess such extraordinary medical prowess. As the clock struck midnight, Shiro Amiya tirelessly attended to 17 critically injured patients. Kakashi Tsukumo, who was responsible for guarding the hospital, felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. This white-haired youth observed Shiro with curiosity, marveling at how the latter seemed perpetually invigorated, having saved 17 lives in one night, only to sit in the hospital corridor penning the day's medical records. Meanwhile, Tsunade, in a state of drowsiness, opened her bleary eyes and settled back in a slumber on the bench beside Shiro, a white coat draped over her. While writing the case notes, Shiro occasionally adjusted the coat over her, embodying the essence of a man who appeared to require no rest, a sight that evoked a sense of melancholy. Shiro seemed to sense Sakomo's gaze and reached out to cover Tsunade's ears, gently stating, "You've worked hard. You should return to rest." Yet, the true labor fell upon Shiro Amiya. Sakomo, mustering his resolve, shook his head. "I am a vessel of Edo Tensei. This body possesses no sensations." Shiro's expression remained serene, unabashedly revealing his secret. A body devoid of sensation does not experience fatigue, so there is no need for concern regarding my well-being. After uttering these words, he appeared to recall something and added, "This matter is not a secret within Konoha Hospital. If you have been stationed here long enough, my condition would not be unfamiliar to you. Most people here are aware that I was summoned back to the living world from the afterlife by Tobirama. However, please refrain from disclosing this information outside." A subtle change flickered across Sakomo's countenance. He would certainly not divulge these secrets. As an individual endowed with extraordinary observational skills, Hitaki Sakomo had long harbored suspicions regarding Amiya Shiro's condition. A body devoid of consciousness is scarcely different from that of a corpse. This state, it merely sounds like a tool for healing. Does Lord Amiya not grow weary of this? Hitaki Sakomo could not help but inquire further. "One does not tire of pursuing what one loves," Amiya Shiro replied, shaking his head, his lifeless gaze seemingly penetrating the very essence of existence. "If I do not save them, their families will endure the agony of losing their loved ones and companions. Such suffering could silence an innocent child, fill a gentle, sunny youth with darkness, and shatter the spirit of a resilient man. It is precisely to alleviate the excruciating pain of loss that I embarked on the study of medicine. There must be individuals in this world who can alleviate suffering. It is this resolve that birthed the profession of medical ninja." Hitaki Sakomo felt he would never be qualified to assess the greatness of Amiya Shiro. Regardless of how powerful he became, he could only feel a profound sense of inadequacy. This man truly deserved the title of the greatest medical ninja in the world, his heart brimming with boundless love. Rendering Sakomo's own aspirations to grow stronger and protect his comrades seemed trivial in comparison, evoking a sense of embarrassment within him. Indeed, he felt somewhat ashamed. Hitaki Sakomo lowered his head and spoke from the heart. "There is nothing to be ashamed of." Amiya Shiro's voice was calm and gentle, akin to a soft breeze that caresses the soul. "In our era, the dawn of chakra, I despised those who wielded chakra for combat, as I believed that it would inevitably lead humanity into war." Hitaki Sakomo's shame deepened. "However, after traversing this era for a decade, even though I still cannot condone this trend, I have come to understand the actions of some among you." Amiya Shiro's gaze fell, seemingly speaking casually. "Some train to exploit chakra for personal gain, yet others train to protect their friends, their comrades, their families." Hitaki Sakomo's eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity. Following this conversation, the bond between Amiya Shiro and Hitaki Sakomo evidently grew closer. The silver-haired youth increasingly relished his duties guarding the hospital, and their conversations expanded to a broader array of topics. Occasionally, Hitaki Sakomo even found himself acting as an assistant. After all, his swordsmanship was quite remarkable, enabling him to swiftly incise the surgical openings of critically injured patients, allowing Amiya Shiro to dive directly into the intricacies of surgical treatment. Furthermore, Hitaki Sakomo possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding lightning techniques. While treating a critically injured patient, Amiya Shiro found himself in a predicament as the patient's heart rhythm suddenly faltered. He struggled to manage the wound while simultaneously employing lightning release chakra for cardiopulmonary resuscitation. At that moment, Kakashi Hitaki, having witnessed numerous situations, had mastered the technique of utilizing lightning chakra to treat arrhythmias, which left him astounded by this revelation. Indeed, lightning release could be employed in the healing arts. "Thank you immensely for your assistance today," Shiro expressed earnestly to Kakashi, softly lamenting, "In truth, there remain countless methods by which lightning release can be harnessed for healing. For instance, by merging lightning with water chakra, it can flow through the body like water, thereby treating neurological atrophy and gradually awakening the patient's nervous system. The hospital was becoming increasingly crowded, with one patient having succumbed to a vegetative state just yesterday. This therapeutic approach proved exceedingly effective for stimulating consciousness in such individuals. Observing the perspiration beading on Kakashi's forehead, Shiro finally revealed his ulterior motive. "Would you be interested in learning these techniques to assist me?" "Of course," Kakashi replied, wiping the sweat from his brow, feeling a swell of honor, for he understood that opportunities like this were scarce. Perhaps he might not directly apply these medical ninja techniques in his own life, but the mere chance to serve as an aid to a figure as illustrious as Shiro enriched his existence significantly. However, Kakashi ultimately underestimated the value of what he was about to gain. As Shiro began to instruct him on the intricacies of these medical ninja techniques, he soon realized the profound gift he was acquiring. "I will guide you in merging the nature transformations of lightning and water chakra, allowing the lightning release to embody the characteristics of water." Upon agreeing, Kakashi sensed an unsettling notion dawning upon him. The fusion of these two chakra nature transformations seemed to evoke the concept of bloodline limits. This ability was so named because once a ninja mastered such a unique skill, it often passed down through their lineage, embedding itself within the bodies of their descendants. Chapter 60. Forcing Amiya Shiro to truly join the war. The fusion of lightning and water attributes will give rise to a new ability, Storm Release, a bloodline limit that is said to be known throughout the land of lightning. This unique bloodline limit allows the typically straightforward lightning release techniques to bend and twist like water, executing strikes at astonishing angles. Kakashi Hatake is a prodigy. However, this youthful white-haired boy is still quite young, and his chakra energy is constrained by his age and physicality. He favors practicing swordsmanship and finds himself somewhat at a loss when faced with the complexities of chakra nature transformation. Fortunately, Amiya Shiro is an excellent teacher. As a ninja proficient in all chakra nature transformations, and one who can even perceive the essence of chakra itself, guiding someone to master the transformations of lightning and water chakra is relatively effortless for him. Unlike other ninja instructors, Shiro is able to directly transmit chakra, meticulously guiding Kakashi through the nuances of adapting to the two different chakra natures. This method of instruction, however, carries substantial risks. Typically, uncontrolled chakra can result in harm to the body, yet Amiya Shiro navigates such trivial issues with ease. Kakashi's progress in training is rapid, but the integration of bloodline limits is no simple task. Nevertheless, mastering the transformations of lightning and water chakra within this time frame is a remarkable achievement, especially as he often receives disapproving glances from Tsunade upon her return from school. Unhappy, Tsunade glares at Kakashi as he trains, still struggling with her own lessons on mastering yang release chakra. "Why can't I be as talented as Kakashi-senpai?" The prerequisites for becoming a medical ninja in this world are exceedingly stringent. However, this does not preclude those who cannot become medical ninjas from becoming exceptional individuals. Noticing Tsunade's discontent, Shiro addresses her with a hint of sternness. "Tsunade, as the future's most outstanding medical ninja, your talent is already remarkable." To which she responds with laughter, her joy reminiscent of Senju Tobirama. Kakashi perceives Shiro's indulgence towards Tsunade as excessive, feeling that he displays a certain bias against ordinary ninjas like themselves. In the late hours of the night, the influx of severely injured patients is particularly high. It is not until the first rays of dawn illuminate the hospital corridors that Amiya Shiro is finally able to sit on a bench, seriousness etched upon his face as he begins to compose the case scrolls for the day. Today, news from the front lines brings a sense of optimism. Kakashi shares the tidings with a gleam of excitement on his face. The second Hokage has led the village's ninjas to defeat the forces of Sunagakure, compelling them to sign a treaty. The tide of war is gradually turning in favor of Konoha. Senju Tobirama's victory over Sunagakure has significantly bolstered the morale of Konoha's ninjas, especially as they swiftly dismantled the Sunagakure forces, reaffirming their status as the strongest ninja village in the world. even though the first Hokage has long since departed from this world. The ninjas of Konoha continue to inherit his will, steadfastly protecting their village. If one is not too fatigued, Shiro Amiya appears indifferent to the news of war. He gazes at the scrolls filled with medical cases in his hands and glances at Tsunade, who is peacefully slumbering on the bench. He softly instructs a white-haired youth. Please fetch me some more blank scrolls, but do not disturb Tsunade. Understood, Shikaku Hatake promptly vanishes in a flash. However, his spirits remain exuberant. The entire village of Konoha is abuzz with excitement over the recent victories. In contrast to the increasingly fervent resolve of the ordinary ninjas in the village, Tobirama Senju's fighting spirit is gradually waning. The ninjas merely need to heed their superiors' commands and fight with their lives, while the Hokage, as the highest authority in the village, has far more considerations to weigh. As the second Hokage, Tobirama faced the first Shinobi World War upon his ascension, enduring immense pressure. Defeating Tsunade merely alleviated his burden slightly, leading the Konoha ninja forces to compel Tsunade to sign a peace treaty. He then proceeded to the northern region of the Land of Fire, managing military affairs along the way while observing the healing rates of the severely injured. In his relentless pursuit of minimizing losses and achieving victory in the war, Tobirama diligently perused intelligence reports amidst his myriad duties. If only he could send Lord Amiya to the front lines. Upon reviewing the data sent from Konoha Hospital, Tobirama finally felt a semblance of relaxation. He recognized the tremendous impact that the formidable medical ninja Shiro Amiya has in the war, even harboring a tinge of regret. Perhaps if he had studied the Edo Tensei technique during the Warring States period to summon Shiro, the Senju clan's casualty rate might have significantly decreased. Truly fearsome, especially in his Edo Tensei form, Shiro requires no rest, tirelessly aiding the wounded around the clock, completing surgeries in nearly half an hour to rescue critically injured individuals from peril. Although he feels a pang of guilt, Tobirama firmly believes that to safeguard the village established by his elder brother, he must employ all means necessary, even at the cost of his already scant conscience. Truly commendable is Lord Amiya, who has managed to save so many even from the rear. Yet, it is likely that Lord Amiya would be reluctant to come to the front lines. The young Sarutobi Hiruzen scratched his head and softly remarked, I heard that when the war broke out, Lord Amiya was somewhat displeased. He has never been fond of conflict among ninjas. It may not be entirely unfeasible. At that moment, the young Danzo immediately voiced his dissent. During this war, the young Danzo achieved considerable military accomplishments, utilizing the cursed seal energy bestowed upon him by Lord Amiya to charge recklessly across the battlefield. At one point, he was even able to stand toe-to-toe with Sarutobi Hiruzen, much to the astonishment of onlookers. What Lord Amiya observed were merely a fraction of the severely injured. If he were to witness the fallen ninjas strewn across the front line, including those he had once rescued, he would truly grasp the horrific intensity of this war, surpassing all conflicts of the Warring States period. As the young Danzo spoke, his gaze fell upon the cursed seal adorning his arm. Had we merely persuaded him to lend his hand, we could have hastened our victory. The power of the cursed seal is indeed formidable. In times of chakra depletion during battle, the seal can transmute natural energy into chakra for its host, allowing the young Danzo to shine in the war at Tsunade. However, in comparison, the young Sarutobi Hiruzen reaped even greater benefits from the cursed seal, for he understood far better how to harness the natural energy to amplify his ninjutsu. Throughout this war, Hiruzen, wielding his terrifyingly powerful five natures techniques, could often suppress entire areas single-handedly, overwhelming the elder ninjas of Tsunade. Hiruzen's prestige rose considerably. He adeptly recognized the deficiencies in the battlefield dynamics, providing timely support to the most challenging areas, with his powerful wide-range techniques swiftly alleviating dire situations. Naturally, the disputes between the young Danzo and Hiruzen grew increasingly frequent. They were rivals, and while their competition had somewhat softened during their travels with Lord Amiya, upon returning to Konoha, their statuses rose rapidly, attracting the second Hokage's attention. It seemed he had implicit intentions of entrusting the future to them, which intensified the rivalry between the young Danzo and Hiruzen, sometimes even leading to opposition for the sake of opposition. Hiruzen, we can achieve even more. Danzo insisted. Hiruzen, we have already amassed sufficient gains. The young Sarutobi Hiruzen hoped that Danzo would consider the importance of stability in their circumstances to avoid exacerbating the situation further. He wished to maintain the current state of affairs, as Konoha had stabilized and secured some victories. The village had benefited significantly from Lord Amiya's assistance, and there was no need to employ more extreme measures that could jeopardize Konoha's relationship with him. You know very well. The young Hiruzen scratched his head, attempting to persuade Danzo. Lord Amiya is not particularly fond of his power being used in warfare. We should not compel those who assist Konoha. Lord Amiya will not hold grudges over such matters. The young Danzo let out a scornful snort and unreservedly retorted against Sarutobi Hizashi. He has already saved the lives of hundreds of severely wounded individuals. If his power were to be harnessed by the ninjas of the village, it could significantly reduce the loss of countless squads. At this point, Danzo's demeanor shifted to one of unwavering resolve. Under the banner of peace, we can surely persuade him to dedicate his strength entirely to Konoha. This is all for the triumph of our village, especially since we have already resolved to spare no effort for victory in this war. This would tarnish Lord Amiya's reputation. A sense of unease crept into the young Sarutobi Hizashi's heart. He recognized the validity in Danzo's words. The latter's approach was indeed advantageous for Konoha and might even sway many. However, Konoha had not yet reached such a perilous juncture. Why resort to such extreme measures now? Yet, the two young men were merely members of the Hokage's guard and lacked the authority to make a decision on this matter, for the true decision-maker was Senju Tobirama. You, take a look at this first. Senju Tobirama picked up a battle report, his expression dark and foreboding, as if it might drip with sorrow. His countenance revealed a hint of distress. According to intelligence from the sensing team, Iwagakure has amassed an army of at least 4,000 troops on our side. How can there be so many? The members of the Hokage's guard, particularly Madarashi, gaped in disbelief. Konoha had struggled to gather less than 1,000 troops at the northern border. Such a staggering numerical disparity was daunting, especially considering the enemy's ninja forces might well exceed the report's figures, invoking a sense of dread. This is not surprising. The young Sarutobi Hizashi observed with a sense of foreboding. He sincerely recounted what he had discovered during his travels with Amiya Shiro across the ninja world. The land of Earth is fraught with perilous terrain, and during the Warring States period, it seldom experienced warfare. Its vast expanse and populous nature, the complex geography of the land of Earth, allows them to conserve their military strength and defense, enabling them to field a ninja force of at least 5,000 for external conflicts. I have also heard tales of a special unit composed of bloodline limit ninjas within their ranks. Silence enveloped the tent. Clearly, the enemy's numbers were overwhelming. Unless the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, were alive, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to secure victory against the land of Earth based solely on their current capabilities. Moreover, the strength of the ninjas from the land of Earth was not to be underestimated. In this dire situation, it was overly ambitious to expect a single Konoha ninja to contend against an entire squad of ninjas from the land of Earth. Young Danzo seemed to have garnered support, declaring loudly, "For the sake of Konoha, we can allow more individuals to access Lord Amiya's power. Only in this way can we achieve victory in the war." This was indeed a potential course of action. However, we ultimately seek the esteemed recognition of Lord Amiya regarding Konoha's desire for peace, rather than resorting to nefarious means. The youthful Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Senju Tobirama and proposed a more favorable suggestion. When Danzo and I followed Lord Amiya, the people of Iwagakure owed him a considerable favor. Might we request Lord Amiya to utilize this favor to assist us in reaching an accord with them? This could also spare us from further sacrifices. Even if we were to fail, it would matter not. At the very least, it would demonstrate to Lord Amiya our earnest efforts for peace. And as one who cherishes harmony, he would surely acknowledge our sincere desire for tranquility. Chapter 62. The Dappled Shadow, the Dark Absolute. While the contemplations of the youthful Sarutobi Hiruzen were indeed commendable, Even Senju Tobirama had to concede that Hiruzen's approach was far more upright than that of Shimura Danzo. When Hiruzen articulated his thoughts, the assembled individuals within the tent expressed unanimous agreement with his proposal. At the very least, Konoha stood on the side of peace. Furthermore, it could hardly be considered an exploitation of Lord Amiya. The people of Konoha were well aware of Lord Amiya's pacifist ideals, and he would undoubtedly wish to witness an end to the ninja world war, hoping for a world devoid of further casualties due to conflict. Speaking of which, a member of the Hokage Guard, Akimichi Torafu, displayed a hint of curiosity, his round face wrinkled like a dumpling. What exactly did a Wagakure owe to Lord Amiya? Such an overwhelming display of compassion was merely a fleeting sentiment. The voice of the youthful Danzo conveyed a note of displeasure. Seemingly reluctant to revisit those bygone events, when a Wagakure initially attempted to seal the Four Tails, it resulted in a rampage that claimed numerous lives. Did Lord Amiya attend to the injured? The young Danzo nodded, his demeanor clearly tinged with dissatisfaction. Had I foreseen today as circumstances, I would have never agreed to aid them. This was merely an expression of frustration. The initial supplicants were none other than the current second Tsuchikage, Mu, and his diminutive apprentice. Danzo had no power to sway Amiya's decision. Thus, let us adhere to Hiruzen's thoughts for now. Senju Tobirama took the initiative to pen a heartfelt letter, hoping that Amiya could mediate between Konoha and a Wagakure. As a pacifist, Amiya would surely not reject such a proposal and would most likely respond favorably. Hokage-sama, just as Senju Tobirama was composing the letter, a ninja unexpectedly arrived to convey critical news. The envoy from Kumogakure has arrived. The Konoha ninjas present exchanged glances of astonishment. Kumogakure, Iwagakure, and Konoha were embroiled in a complex standoff, with the battlefield situated in a small nation amidst the three major powers. Any party at risk of being struck by the other two. In terms of numbers, Iwagakure undoubtedly held the advantage, capable of confronting two foes at once, which was precisely why Konoha sought to avert a conflict with Iwagakure. However, the arrival of the Kumogakure envoy was somewhat unexpected. Although the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, had previously aided Kumogakure in expelling Uchiha Madara, who had sought to control the Eight Tails and had assisted in suppressing the rampaging beast. The past favors seemed to pale in comparison to present interests amidst this war that engulfed the entire ninja realm. Yet, what could Kumogakure possibly desire? Allow him to enter, Senju Tobirama stated as he sealed the letter. It appears that the numbers of Iwagakure's forces are more challenging than we anticipated. Indeed, the ninjas from Iwagakure are excessively numerous. Not only did Konoha perceive the war as a daunting challenge, but the esteemed village of Kumogakure, a major power among the ninja villages, also regarded the situation as dire, as the conflict had spiraled beyond control. Should a confrontation ensue among Iwagakure, Kumogakure, and Konoha in the heart of the ninja world, the repercussions for all three villages would undoubtedly be catastrophic. The concept of war, it seemed, had morphed into a venture that rendered more losses than gains. As anticipated, the intentions of the second Reikage's envoy were discerned. They sought to forge an alliance with Konoha to jointly compel Iwagakure to cease hostilities. If the ninja continent could attain a cessation of conflict, the isolated Kirigakure would be forced to retreat once more. The second Reikage harbored deep gratitude for the kindness extended by the first Hokage towards Kumogakure and hoped that a union between their villages could uphold peace across the land. Is the second Reikage truly earnest? Senju Tobirama scrutinized the Kumogakure envoy with a discerning gaze. He recalled a past encounter during the first 5 Kage summit, where the envoy had appeared relatively amiable, though their demeanor was somewhat intimidating. Should the second Hokage acquiesce, Kumogakure could publicly declare the alliance. The envoy bore authorization from the Reikage, adopting a humble stance, to announce the alliance of Kumogakure and Konoha to the entire ninja world. This proposition exuded sincerity from Kumogakure. In this era, no nation would jest with their reputation, particularly Kumogakure, situated in the economically prosperous land of lightning, which placed immense value on credibility. Given these circumstances, it seemed there was little rationale to decline. Konoha consented. Tobirama's fingers tapped solemnly on the table as he articulated. It appears we have no grounds to reject the Reikage-S proposal. This covenant is profoundly beneficial for the peace of the ninja world. Indeed, that is splendid news. The Kumogakure envoy beamed with joy, nodding fervently. I shall take my leave to report to the Reikage and prepare for the alliance ceremony. The peace of the ninja world, Tobirama's tone softened, though still laden with gravity, remarked, the responsibility now lies upon your shoulders once the Kumogakure envoy departed. A multitude of Konoha ninjas exchanged glances, astonished by Kumogakure's proactive gesture of goodwill. Mito Gatika, casting his gaze towards the letter penned by Tobirama, inquired, if Kumogakure seeks an alliance, shall we proceed to send this letter to Lord Amiya? Maintaining his composure, Tobirama entrusted the letter to a member of the Umbu. If we solidify an alliance with Kumogakure, it would significantly bolster our position in compelling Iwagakure to acquiesce. Lord Amiya's goodwill could serve as a means for them to gracefully withdraw from conflict indeed. For us, peace is of utmost necessity. As long as the Great Ninja War concludes swiftly, it suffices for us to preserve the current territories of the land of fire post-conflict. Monki, Dantho, Konomaru, in Kathekafe. In Q. Senju Tobirama glanced at the distinguished young generation of Konoha beside him. Prepare yourselves. Once the date and venue for the summit are confirmed, accompany me to the meeting. These are the members of his elite Hokage guard, and equally, the future of Konoha. Senju Tobirama also aspired for the Hidden Cloud Village to witness the burgeoning talents of Konoha during this summit, with the aim of extending the alliance for as long as possible. Meanwhile, at Konoha Hospital, the influx of wounded had notably diminished. Tsunade had gone to attend her studies, while Kakashi had engaged in the village's patrol duties. Amiya Shiro found himself with a rare moment of tranquility. However, the serenity was shattered by a letter from Senju Tobirama. Upon reading the letter, Shiro's brow furrowed in confusion, struggling to comprehend Tobirama's intentions. What does it mean to persuade the Rock Village and Konoha to cease hostility for the sake of my belief in peace, to avert further casualties in this war? Who penned this? Shiro questioned the sender's intellect, as well as his own perception in their eyes. Had he truly come to appear foolish? Or perhaps a victory had clouded the sender's judgment. The letter was handwritten by the esteemed second Hokage. The Yanbiyu ninja felt a twinge of curiosity. Had the second Hokage forgotten to sign his name? His penmanship was commendable. Shiro tucked the letter away and nodded, stating, inform Tobirama that I have received his correspondence. Indeed, the second Hokage conveyed another important message. The Yanbiyu ninja quickly reminded him. Intelligence regarding the battlefront must also be relayed to Lord Shiro. Konoha and the Hidden Cloud Village are forming an alliance, which should have already been announced to the entire ninja world. The second Hokage is preparing to participate in the alliance ceremony. Perhaps this could prompt the Rock Village to withdraw from the war. Understood, you may leave. Shiro's brow tightened as he observed the departing figure of the Yanbiyu ninja, his attention drawn to the shadow slowly emerging beside him. It was Kagaya. Since Shiro finally had a moment to himself, Kagaya eagerly made her appearance, yearning to converse ever since the onset of the war. However, Shiro waved the letter in his hand. Kagaya. A rare glimmer of sunlight graced Shiro's face. As if he had finally exhaled, it seems this war is finally nearing its end. This is not the conclusion, merely the beginning. The shadow of Black Zetsu slowly emerged from the depths of the earth, its voice taking on a sinister and raspy tone. This war among the ninja world has unequivocally demonstrated the short-sightedness of those ninjas who have acquired chakra. Watanabe. Do not be misled into believing this is the end. The true chaos has only just begun. Just as the death of Ashura ushered in the Warring States period, the demise of Senju Hashirama will herald a new era. The Ninja World War will engulf all ninjas in a conflict where no corner of the world will remain untouched by the ravages of war, be they great nations or small ones. When they come to the realization that no force exists in this world capable of completely suppressing their insatiable greed, the avarice within them will be unleashed, and their humanity will become increasingly distorted by their swelling desires. Ninjas will engage in an ever-growing number of disputes for profit, becoming increasingly ruthless, and the wars between them will grow ever more brutal, rendering precious lives increasingly worthless. At this point, Black Zetsu felt a sense of satisfaction, relishing the opportunity to vehemently criticize the ninjas of this era before Watanabe. Just as it had once condemned the Sage of Six Paths and Ashura during the Millennium of Warfare, this Ninja World War would afford it another chance to denounce this world. It was a moment of great exhilaration for Black Zetsu, for it seemed to perceive, through Watanabe's calm facade, the profound pain and regret that lay buried within him. This chapter is not yet finished. Click the next page to continue reading. What a marvelous sensation this is. This was a delight that should have been savored at the dawn of the Ninja World War. Alas, Watanabe has been preoccupied with saving lives. Now, with Watanabe isolated, Black Zetsu has finally found an opportunity, striving to plunge him into utter despair regarding this world. Despair so profound that even the Sage of Six Paths' words could not alter the trajectory towards a new era shrouded in smoke and conflict. Do not expect humanity to save itself. Only the legendary goddess of the moon can alter everything. Even if Watanabe, through his exceptional medical ninjutsu, saves 100 or even 1,000 lives, the Ninja World War will exact a toll of 10,000 human lives in return for his efforts. Watanabe, war never truly ends. The moment humanity grasps their weapons to ignite the first conflict, the specter of the next war has already begun to rise. Watanabe appeared somewhat resigned, letting out a sigh tinged with regret. Black Zetsu was becoming increasingly verbose. Whenever it discovered an opportunity to critique this world, it could hardly contain its eagerness to berate Watanabe. It was reminiscent of ancient times when, upon witnessing the misdeeds of ninja disciples, Black Zetsu would leap forth to chastise the Sage of Six Paths. This fellow, does no one converse with it? It seems. Indeed, no one does. No wonder. Each day, the persistent murmurs echo in my ears, even as I numb myself in the pursuit of healing and saving lives. Believing I could evade the incessant nagging of Kaguya, I find myself met with a release born from emotional repression. Fortunately, Kaguya has not forgotten the important matters at hand. Wei Yuan, Uchiha Madara has long desired to meet you. Since the dawn of the Ninja World War, Madara has yearned for this encounter with an urgency greater than ever before. Now, he lies concealed by the gravestones in the back mountains of Konoha. Kaguya's hand fell gently upon Amiya, Shiro's shoulder, subtly enticing him. Wei Yuan, our plan can commence. Let us meet Madara today. Only we possess the power to alter this world, soon to be warped by war. In truth, Amiya, Shiro hesitated at the prospect of meeting Uchiha Madara. Kaguya had not elucidated why Madara sought him, yet Shiro could infer from Madara's fervor that perhaps it was to mock Senju Hashirama. It seemed that Madara had no one else with whom to converse. Otherwise, he would not so recklessly appear at the graveyard in the back mountains of Konoha. Madara was undoubtedly criticizing Hashirama's naivete, seeking to draw Shiro into his machinations. As it turned out, Madara's audacity surpassed Shiro's expectations. His nature was inherently arrogant. Destined to remain subdued at the moment, he sought to prove his vision far surpassed that of Hashirama. Ha 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 ha! Madara's maniacal laughter reverberated through the graveyard. Yet within it lingered a hint of solitude and desolation. Do you see, Hashirama? The very people you wish to protect in Konoha are perishing in the war we once endeavored to end. The order you established is nothing but rubble piled upon sand. A seemingly splendid edifice, lacking the sturdy pillars to support them, unable to withstand even the slightest breeze. In such moments, how could one endure? Madara stood before Hashirama's gravestone, utterly indifferent to the possibility of being discovered by Uzumaki Naruto, for he knew that the now desolate Konoha could not hinder him. After a considerable time, Madara's triumphant laughter gradually subsided. His hand brushed against the gravestone, clearing away the dust, restoring the portrait of Hashirama to its former clarity. How fragile you are, Hashirama! What a pity you are gone. Even in this moment, to mock you feels utterly meaningless. However, fret not. A wicked smile curled upon Madara's lips, the expression on his face blurring the lines between confidence and arrogance. I shall change this world. A fleeting glimmer of nostalgia passed through Uchiha Madara's eyes as he recalled the childhood dreams shared with his counterpart, reflecting on the reasons behind their eventual estrangement. Just as they had once vowed in their youth, he would realize a true peace, one that would undoubtedly be 1,000 times more robust than the castles built upon sand. The gravestone bore a photograph of Senju Hashirama, smiling serenely. The smile in that image seemed to encompass everything, a silent assurance that required no words, granting a sense of tranquility to those who beheld it. Oomph. Never mind. Uchiha gazed at the unyielding visage on the gravestone, suddenly feeling a twinge of ennui. This fellow would no longer engage him in arguments, and the mere act of staring at lifeless stone felt rather dull. The sound of footsteps rustled in his ears. Uchiha Madara was taken aback, yet swiftly deduced the identity of the visitor, for within the entirety of Konoha, only that man would approach him with such gentleness. As Lord Amiya finally found time amidst his duties at the bustling Konoha hospital to pay his respects to Hashirama, Uchiha Madara turned, a light laugh escaping him as he regarded the figure approaching the gravestone. I had intended to meet you at the onset of the war, yet it seemed you were preoccupied tending to those injured in battle. In truth, after the war commenced, one ought to have chosen to stand by my side. You have already done enough for Hashirama. After all, we both desire the same peace. Lord Amiya Shiro. His words faltered abruptly. It appeared that Uchiha Madara had wished to mention how Amiya Shiro was being manipulated by Senju Tobirama, but upon witnessing the solemn expression on Amiya's face, he instinctively abandoned the notion of mockery. In that moment, Amiya held a bouquet of white flowers, bowing his head reverently as he placed them before Hashirama's gravestone. I must take my leave from Konoha. Amiya spoke as if addressing both Hashirama and Madara. Senju Tobirama has sent a letter imploring me to persuade a Wagakure to cease hostilities. That devious little man has truly mastered the art of manipulation regarding you. Uchiha Madara immediately scoffed at Tobirama. He was aware of Amiya's past aid to the shinobi of a Wagakure, yet he doubted Amiya could alter the course of events. Such efforts are futile. The war will not cease due to a few of your words. Reflecting on Amiya's esteemed reputation within the shinobi world, Uchiha Madara felt a moment of uncertainty and felt compelled to add, even if this war were to subside, hatred will persist and the struggle for power will remain. The next conflict is ultimately inevitable. Amiya merely gazed at the photograph on the gravestone. I know. The gaze of Amiya Shiro was imbued with a serene quality, as if he were engaged in a soliloquy or perhaps conversing with Uchiha Madara. Yet, one must inevitably take action. I shall soon return to the realm of the dead. Amiya Shiro seemed to perceive Madara's discontent, poised to speak, and he continued, interrupting Madara's thoughts, to behold the world's final visage, only to witness the fragments of this era, which surely evoke a sense of regret. Lord Amiya. Uchiha Madara expressed his dissatisfaction, his brow furrowing as he yearned to revisit old matters. He earnestly desired for his counterpart to join his grand design, even disregarding the wealth of knowledge within Amiya's mind. The mere act of conversing with him could alleviate Madara's profound solitude. In this world of shinobi, few could truly command Madara's respect. Among them lay Senju Hashirama, resting in this graveyard, and the reanimated Amiya Shiro. I know what you wish to articulate. Amiya Shiro shook his head, a dark hue manifesting at his fingertips, as if conjured from thin air. What is this? Madara gazed at the dark essence with uncertainty. Do not fret, Madara. I am aware of your desires. The medical arts I have cherished are likely of little interest to you. Perhaps the only merit I possess is my existence from an ancient era. Amiya Shiro raised his palm, the deep blackness intensifying, flowing like a viscous liquid, gradually dripping from his arm. I have condensed a fragment of my past thoughts within the creation of the Yin-Yang release. It was once my aspiration to transform the shinobi world, and now serves as a gift for you. Whether it pertains to my research on the Rinnegan or the secrets of the ancient age, it should prove beneficial. This, a sudden spark of ecstasy ignited in Uchiha Madara's eyes. This could indeed pave a smoother path for his future endeavors. It is called Kurizetsu. Amiya Shiro calmly introduced Kurizetsu, weaving a grand deception before Madara. It embodies my former will to alter the shinobi realm. Its capabilities are unique and should assist you greatly. Amiya Shiro's gaze gradually shifted from Kurizetsu to Uchiha Madara. Madara, I hope you can transcend Hashirama and alter this world, which both Hashirama and I are powerless to change. Chapter 63. Uchiha Madara surely did not come for a tea party. The words of Shiro, Amiya, resonated deeply within Uchiha Madara. For surpassing Senju Hashirama had always been his ambition. The prospect of transcending a figure as monumental as Shiro Amiya only served to amplify his elation. This was a person whose name stood alongside that of the Sage of Six Paths, perhaps even eclipsing it. To earn his recognition was a profound honor, one Madara was reluctant to admit he desired. Yet, he could not deny that being entrusted with the future by Shiro Amiya was indeed a source of genuine pleasure. Was this the legacy of Lord Amiya? A sense of joy blossomed within Madara as he regarded the inheritance left to him, Kurizetsu. He examined its peculiar form with a growing curiosity. Its appearance was undeniably strange. Glancing back at Shiro Amiya, Madara instinctively shook his head. He saw no semblance of a connection between Kurizetsu and the illustrious Amiya. The disparity was too vast, perhaps bolstered by Amiya's esteemed reputation. Madara found each encounter with him to be refreshingly invigorating. Or perhaps there was another reason. Despite having met Amiya numerous times, circumstances had always conspired to prevent any prolonged interaction, leaving Madara with fleeting moments of joy, which inadvertently tinted his perception of Amiya with a rosy hue. This entity is a creation of yin-yang powers. Amiya too turned his gaze towards Kurizetsu and spoke softly. In a certain sense, Kurizetsu embodies a form of sentient existence. When you master yin-yang release in the future, you will come to appreciate the value of Kurizetsu's existence. Madara, Kurizetsu's voice emerged, raspy yet tinged with a self-assured, eerie smile. In the future, I look forward to your guidance. Madara's expression involuntarily contorted, though he was not particularly concerned with appearances. The stark contrast between Kurizetsu and Shiro Amiya was jarring. He found it difficult to acclimate. Nevertheless, he mused that perhaps such was the nature of yin-yang creations. After all, based on Shiro Amiya's long-standing reputation and integrity, this esteemed figure would not deceive him. Kurizetsu surely harbored a wealth of hidden knowledge, from which he would glean many vital secrets in due time. Madara, the path you are about to tread will be fraught with challenges, Amiya remarked, gazing at Kurizetsu with a tone of gentle reflection. I have traversed many winding roads myself. I leave Kurizetsu with you, hoping it will aid you in navigating your journey more smoothly. This sentiment felt profoundly akin to a mentor entrusting everything to a protege. Show me what you can achieve, Amiya continued, his gaze shifting to the tombstone of Hashirama Senju. Let Hashirama witness your accomplishments. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. Uchiha Madara's expression gradually softened, and his mood became particularly solemn, for he understood the significance of Shiro Amiya entrusting everything to him before the gravestone of Senju Hashirama. He naturally would not betray Shiro Amiya's expectations. As a person who held great respect for Shiro Amiya, Uchiha Madara contemplated for a moment, intending to reciprocate the invaluable legacy left by Shiro. Therefore, allow me to assist you in some manner. At the very least, I must ensure that the wars of this era subside, so that Shiro might depart without excessive disappointment toward our time. Uchiha Madara's gaze regained its arrogance, accompanied by a cold smirk. Although it might inadvertently benefit the treacherous Tobirama, I shall begrudgingly grant him this once. I will help Shiro bring an end to this conflict. After all, wars cannot be quelled merely by words. Some wills are more stubborn than rock, and to make them obey, one must utterly shatter their resolve. Uchiha Madara clenched his fists, confidence returning to his visage as he recalled his past encounters with the ninjas of Awagakure. In this regard, unparalleled strength is far more reliable than rhetoric. Do not refuse me. Uchiha Madara had always been self-assured. Consider this a gesture of gratitude to Shiro. Once Uchiha Madara sets his mind on something, he becomes impervious to others' opinions, his resolve unwavering, even insisting on accompanying Shiro Amiya. Shiro Amiya furrowed his brow. Speaking of which, who exactly is the Tsuchikage of Awagakure now? The ninja forces of Iwagakure have stationed themselves in this small nation. The current second Tsuchikage is personally overseeing matters here, aware that both Konohagakure and Kumogakure have their Kage present. Although the second Tsuchikage considers his disciple, Inoki, to be remarkably talented, he still appears rather immature when faced with a figure like the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. After all, he himself lacks confidence against Senju Tobirama. Even during the Warring States period, the name of Senju Tobirama resounded loudly, even though Senju Tobirama has always lived in the shadow of his elder brother. Anyone who dares to underestimate him is essentially bidding farewell to their own intellect for a lifetime. Lord Inoki, when shall we initiate our attack? Inoki's figure appeared increasingly diminutive as he sat in his chair, watching the second Tsuchikage, who was incessantly poring over the maps, feeling a sense of urgency within. Be patient, Inoki. The second Tsuchikage, wrapped in bandages, gazed at the strategic map on the table, continuously circling and marking points with a red pen. As a ninja renowned for his cunning, Mu's demeanor remained ever composed. Our challenges extend beyond Konoha. We must also contend with the forces of the Cloud Village. Even if our military strength appears unparalleled on paper, we must not act recklessly. The second Tsuchikage tapped the significant points on the map, solemnly instructing his disciple. Noki, one must learn to maintain composure, especially given the unprecedented scale of this war. Thus, our strategies must be executed with utmost caution. Currently, the situation is more favorable for us. It is Konoha and the Cloud Village that should be anxious. As long as the Kaminari Bridge remains under our control, our logistical support will not falter, placing us in an invincible position in this conflict. However, Naki's face grew increasingly anxious, revealing a lack of steadiness. I have heard that the Cloud Village and Konoha are on the verge of forming an alliance. Should they unite? What significance does that hold? The second Tsuchikage shook his head, believing Naki's mindset to be excessively urgent. Even if they were to join forces, it would bear little consequence. As long as we steadfastly defend our current lines, the equilibrium of the war will inevitably shift, and their alliance will certainly undergo changes. Alliances among ninjas cannot remain unbreakable indefinitely. Konoha has long since lost Uchiha Madara, as well as the first Hokage, who once quelled all opposition single-handedly. Konoha has now become exceedingly vulnerable. The people of the Cloud Village will inevitably realize that, in comparison to becoming allies of Konoha, being their adversaries would yield far greater rewards. The second Tsuchikage possessed profound insight into the state of the ninja world. Convinced that he understood Konoha's predicaments even better than Senju Tobirama, Konoha occupies the fertile lands of the Land of Fire, yet lacks fortifications to defend itself. Every ninja village yearns to carve a piece from them. To become an ally of Konoha would necessitate shielding them from threats arising from other directions. However, the threats facing Konoha within the Land of Fire, weakened as it is without Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage, render its forces incapable of dominating the situation, thus forever precluding them from having the surplus strength to assist their allies in times of war, even if the brawny warriors of the Cloud Village lack intellect. Over time, they too will discern that allying with the current Konoha is a losing proposition, for they will inevitably realize that their alliance with Konoha will yield only one-sided sacrifices, with Konoha never able to offer them assistance. As for the promised rewards, it merely amounts to Konoha refraining from encroaching upon their territories. It is truly a lack of foresight. The second Tsuchikage had long since perceived the truth. Konoha had already seized the most prosperous lands of the ninja world since the inception of the major ninja villages. How could the now weakened Konoha covet territories beyond their control? Shall our future endeavors consist solely of relentless offensives against Konoha? Noki promptly inquired about the strategic considerations regarding the Iwagakure. No, Konoha is of little importance. As long as we safeguard our logistical lifeline in the war against Konoha, deploying a contingent should suffice to thwart their advances. Despite Konoha's formidable strength, it remains merely a prize to be seized at our discretion. However, the true threat lies with the hidden Cloud Village. The second Tsuchikage's gaze fell upon the map, observing the marks he had meticulously made, and he solemnly instructed, The Hidden Cloud Village will not idly watch us consolidate our power in the Land of Fire. Thus, in any conflict, we must prioritize concentrating our superior forces to neutralize the mindless fools of the Hidden Cloud. Once we vanquish them, we shall face no further constraints, and our legions can directly march upon the Land of Fire, compelling Konoha to cede to us their most bounteous spoils. Remember this, Noki. The second Tsuchikage looked at his disciple, hoping to ingrain this strategy within his mind, until we address the Hidden Cloud Village. Any gains from Konoha cannot truly be considered ours until the war concludes. Yes, Lord. Noki nodded gravely. Though he still harbored hopes of overcoming Konoha, he placed greater faith in his master's judgment. For the second Tsuchikage had long been the strategist of the Hidden Stone Village prior to his ascension. Speaking of which, has there been any movement from the Hidden Mist Village? The second Tsuchikage glanced at the maps spread before him, centered on the land of Earth, which revealed the maritime threat posed by the Hidden Mist Village. The ninja world is akin to a sphere. The geographically isolated Hidden Mist Village holds considerable strategic importance, as it is capable of launching assaults on the nations of the mainland from various directions. There has been no word. They are likely also engaged in an offensive against Konoha. Noki pondered softly. After all, our land of Earth is fortified with numerous defensive strongholds. Even if the Hidden Mist desired to seize land from us, it would prove exceedingly difficult. We must remain vigilant, for the enemy often strikes unexpectedly. The second Tsuchikage shook his head, commanding the covert operatives of the Hidden Stone to swiftly gather intelligence along the coastline. He could not afford to have his rear flamed while the situation was favorable to them. Unfortunately, misfortune often compounds upon itself. Before he could even dispatch his forces, urgent intelligence arrived from the direction of the land of Earth, bringing him a headache. The second Mizukage, Terumi Mei, had landed with a contingent, that little bearded lunatic. A flicker of anger crossed the second Tsuchikage's eyes. He was infuriated by the Mizukage's ambush, as it disrupted the meticulously prepared battle plan he had laid out. However, unexpectedly, the second Mizukage did not come seeking war, but instead sent a proposal for an alliance, hoping to unite their forces to combat Konoha and secure victory in this conflict. How could one possibly trust this? The second Tsuchikage harbored no belief in the Mizukage's assurances. However, the emissaries from the Hidden Mist Village seemed to be well aware of the stance of the second Tsuchikage, who received a message that compelled him to agree to a meeting. This news, from the higher echelons of the ninja world, presented a particularly troublesome dilemma. It was revealed that the Hidden Leaf Village had been utilizing a remarkably skilled medical figure to treat the severely injured from the ongoing conflict, resulting in an exceptionally high recovery rate. Many ninjas were able to return to the battlefield after recuperation. If the stalemate continued, even with the considerable numbers of the Iwagakure ninja forces, it would be impossible to sustain a war of attrition against the Hidden Leaf. With the assistance of this eminent individual, the chances of victory for Iwagakure would be significantly diminished. The second Tsuchikage furrowed his brow in displeasure. Did he truly need the Hidden Mist Village to remind him of this? He was already aware of Shiro Amiya's existence, and had previously sought his aid in treating injured villagers from Iwagakure. What you imply is, the second Tsuchikage pondered with hesitation. Should we not unite against the Hidden Leaf? The emissaries from the Hidden Mist questioned him. Do you truly believe that Iwagakure alone can defeat the allied forces of the Cloud and Leaf? Certainly not. A hurried Iwagakure ninja entered, whispering urgent intelligence. Our infiltrators in the Land of Fire have reported an encounter with Lord Shiro Amiya, compelling them to retreat. It is said that Lord Amiya is now heading towards the front lines. Typically, infiltrators would aim to cause disruption behind enemy lines. However, confronting Shiro Amiya presented insurmountable challenges. After all, those tasked with such perilous missions were often elite jonin, many of whom had previously encountered Amiya during the disaster relief efforts. Most critically, the infiltrating Iwagakure ninja had justifiable reasons for retreating. Accompanying him was Uchiha Madara. The mention of this figure drew a frown from the second Tsuchikage. What brings him here? He contemplated. The second Tsuchikage recognized that the situation was becoming increasingly chaotic, slipping from his grasp, yet surrendering was out of the question. However, what business did Uchiha Madara have here? Such a person could hardly be expected to arrive for mere pleasantries on the battlefield. We can accept an alliance with the hidden mist village, the second Tsuchikage eventually declared after a moment of reflection, further asserting his stance. However, our objective in this alliance against the Hidden Leaf is to obliterate them, as they have desecrated the sacred legacy of the ancient sage, Shiro Amiya, through the use of malevolent forbidden techniques. Regardless of circumstances, we cannot tolerate anyone disturbing the peace of the deceased in this era through the vile use of forbidden arts. Convey to the second Mizukage that if he wishes to avoid his own remains being exploited after death, it is imperative that this alliance does not encounter any discord. It appears that the banner is rather difficult to raise. After all, within the realm of ninjas, there exists a plethora of sinister forbidden techniques. The ninjas from various hidden villages relentlessly strive to master formidable jutsu in their pursuit of victory in battle. However, such matters must remain unspoken. Some truly nefarious techniques are to be preserved as a last resort, and even the Rock Village would never consent to their ninjas employing them, fearing the potential for a rogue path to be taken. In truth, the banner seems deceptively easy to unfurl. The tale of Amiya, Shiro, resonates deeply within the ninja world. Every ninja grows up listening to stories of him. Even the most wretched of individuals, such as the second Tsuchikage, Inoki, harbors ulterior motives. As the leader of a village, he cannot genuinely embody the role of a benevolent figure. We aspire for the soul of Lord Amiya, Shiro, to find peace, to expose the malevolence of Konoha, thereby placing us on the side of righteousness. Ideally, this would also prevent Lord Amiya Shiro from aiding either faction in this conflict, leaving Konoha bereft of his healing jutsu, allowing us to maintain a stalemate here and gain a significant advantage in the war to come. Once, Lord Amiya Shiro extended his grace to the Rock Village, even accompanying Inoki in beseeching assistance for the sake of others. Such kindness should never be forgotten. In this light, if their war is in pursuit of Lord Amiya's soul's tranquility, it seems he has no obligation to assist Konoha in treating the wounded. There is a possibility that Lord Amiya Shiro's relationship with Konoha may falter. He cannot trust that the kind-hearted medical ninja would willingly aid Konoha in warfare, given that they had once selflessly rescued the people of the Rock Village without concern for the opinions of two mere Konoha youths. Speaking of which, Inoki's curiosity was piqued as he recalled his encounter with Lord Amiya Shiro. Was it truly Konoha's wicked forbidden techniques that disturbed his eternal rest? Lord Amiya had never alluded to such matters, yet the aura of death surrounding him spoke volumes. The second Tsuchikage, Inoki, possessed a greater awareness of the intelligence at play. He nodded and remarked, "In the past, we were unaware, but it now appears to be the malevolent techniques of Konoha's second Hokage, Hashirama Senju, as he employed a combat style combining the dead with explosive tags during this war. In any case, this presents an opportunity for us to exploit our adversary's weaknesses." Chapter 64. A new era defined by power. News within the ninja world travels swiftly. As the alliance between Konoha and Kumogakure was announced, the alliance between Kirigakure and Iwagakure gained even greater notoriety. The influence of their coalition was formidable. The ninjas of Konoha, employing malevolent forbidden techniques, disrupted the peace of the deceased, forcing the dead to battle the living, an utterly intolerable act of wickedness. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, spared no effort to secure victory in the ongoing war, even resurrecting the ancient medical ninja, Amiya Shiro, and deploying this esteemed healer in the conflict. These revelations rapidly spread throughout the ninja realm, inciting even the already defeated Sunagakure to stir restlessly. Ninjas from Sunagakure sensed the shifting tides. They had not broken their covenant, but dispatched forces to the front lines of the Land of Grass, biding their time. Should Konoha face defeat, Sunagakure would seize the opportunity to immediately tear up the treaty. If Iwagakure and Kirigakure were to falter, Sunagakure would swiftly march northward to claim territory in the Land of Earth. If both sides were to suffer mutually, it would be a double boon for Sunagakure. In this precarious situation, the only glimmer of hope lay in Kumogakure's continued willingness to ally with Konoha. for they remembered the favor bestowed upon them by Senju Hashirama in the past. At the Konoha camp, Senju Tobirama furrowed his brow deeply. The interference from Kirigakure, forging an alliance with a Wagakure, had plunged the previously unfolding situation back into stalemate. A bunch of scoundrels. The young Danzo was acutely aware of the hostile ninja village's intentions. He knew they were seizing the opportunity to strike, gritting his teeth in anger. In the past, they had clearly benefited from Lord Amiya's medical prowess, yet now they accuse us of disturbing his peace. Be quiet. Senju Tobirama cast a glance at Shimura Danzo, his voice low yet firm. This pretext is utterly inconsequential. Before victory is attained, anything can serve as their excuse. In the past, it was merely a ploy to seize land from the land of fire. Now, it is simply to enhance their reputation in the war. Ironically, this very reputation is most detrimental to Konoha. Konoha was already at a disadvantage against a Wagakure, and with the addition of Kirigakure's forces, the Uzumaki clan's distant relatives could only assist in defense. Yet, Senju Tobirama also understood the root of the problem. This was the backlash from his own decision to utilize Amiya Shiro in the war, or rather, the repercussions of Konoha's unilateral exploitation of the benefits brought by Amiya Shiro. During the peaceful era, Konoha had held a monopoly on power. Despite the lingering deterrent of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, even though he had chosen to resurrect Amiya Shiro. The decade of Amiya's travels in the ninja world had allowed all major ninja villages to reap the rewards of his revival. Konoha merely reaps the greatest benefits. For instance, the medical techniques bequeathed by Shiro Amiya and the powers gifted to them by him. This situation mirrors that of Konoha's inception, does it not? Konoha has consistently occupied the lion's share of territory and benefits, while the other ninja villages languish in dissatisfaction. Their interests on parched lands far inferior to those of the land of fire where Konoha resides, all suppressed by the first Hokage. Now, with the first Hokage deceased, Konoha still holds dominion over the land of fire and continues to benefit from the contributions of the medical ninja, Shiro Amiya. This backlash is eerily reminiscent of the origins of the Ninja World War, merely providing a pretext for conflict. In light of previous circumstances, Senju Tobirama believed that swiftly concluding the war could alter everything, rendering Shiro Amiya's affairs inconsequential. Yet now, Konoha's strength cannot hastily bring the war to a close. Rather, it must seek a prompt alliance with the Cloud Village to stabilize the increasingly dire situation. Stabilizing the alliance with the Cloud Village is paramount. Senju Tobirama sighed deeply, acknowledging that it was ultimately the legacy left by his elder brother that had afforded Konoha this ally. Yet, there were still dissenting voices regarding the alliance with the Cloud Village, particularly since the negotiations lay in their territory. Should they face an ambush from Cloud Ninjas, the ramifications could be dire. While the alliance remains of utmost importance, placing the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, in such peril raises concerns. Nevertheless, Senju Tobirama's resolve was unwavering. The treaty with the Cloud Village is vital. To abstain from attending the alliance ceremony would be to invite ridicule. And if the Cloud Village perceives Konoha's lack of seriousness regarding the ceremony, they might use it as a pretext to annul the alliance, further jeopardizing Konoha's position. Though I have aged, I am not without the courage to face danger. Moreover, the Cloud Village has publicly announced this matter to the ninja world, demonstrating their sincerity. We cannot afford to be discourteous and allow them to perceive Konoha's ninjas as lacking in stature. This alliance is crucial. Senju Tobirama dismissed the counsel of others, his stance resolute. Once the alliance with the second Reikage is forged, Konoha can reclaim its advantage. Under the present circumstances, it is unlikely that Lord Amiya could persuade a Wagakure to withdraw their forces. We shall meet with him after our return from the Cloud Village. Meanwhile, at the Wagakure camp, the second Mizukage, Zuki Mangetsu, had already arrived in advance. This second Mizukage was audacious, unperturbed by the potential danger of ambush or assassination. I had thought you intended to launch a stealthy assault on the land of Earth. The second Tsuchikage, Anoki, grasped the hand of the second Mizukage, Kahaku Getsu, with an air of indifference, uttering words that brought displeasure to all present. After all, the village of Kirigakure is isolated across the sea, and its ninjas have never had a reputation for reliability. No, no, no. The second Mizukage, Kahaku H. Getsu, erupted into a hearty laugh, seizing Inoki's hand with vigor. At least in the face of mutual interests, we still possess a measure of credibility. Should you oppose an alliance, I could readily lead a strike against the land of Earth myself. Now, to assuage your concerns, I have deliberately ventured into perilous territory to meet with you, even allowing our village's ninja forces to cross the sea from other regions. A glimmer of skepticism flickered in Inoki's eyes. He understood H. Getsu's apprehensions, which stemmed from worries about potential assaults from a Wagakure while traversing the land of Earth. Even if a Wagakure could uphold their promises, no village leader would intentionally expose their subordinates to danger. With so many small nations in the ninja world, it would be far safer for Kirigakure's forces to navigate through lesser territories. Rest assured, Bandage Man, we approach this alliance with utmost sincerity. The second Mizukage earnestly articulated his true intentions. Compared to the narrow valleys of a Wagakure, Kirigakure greatly favors the abundance of the land of fire. That sounds splendid. The second Tsuchikage grudgingly acknowledged his counterpart's words, although there were hints of disparagement towards the land of Earth within H. Getsu's discourse. Inoki chose not to dwell on such trivialities. Alas, I had not initially intended to seek your assistance. Unfortunately, the defenses of the land of Whirlpool are exceedingly robust. The demeanor of the second Mizukage appeared to relax somewhat as he spoke nonchalantly. We are left with no choice but to explore alternative routes. Our original intention was to ally with Sunagakure, but that village fell far too quickly, and Kumogakure seeks to align with Kanagakure, leaving us with no option but to select you. We do not intend to forge an alliance with you either. The second Tsuchikage countered with equal fervor, yet amidst their verbal sparring, they exchanged intelligence. However, an unexpected development may arise on the battlefield. What development? The esteemed Lord Shiro Amiya is to arrive on the battlefield. As the second Tsuchikage guided his companion into a tent within the encampment, he continued, along with his entourage. Let us have a cup of hot tea. The second Mizukage, Kahaku H. Getsu, beckoned Noki to bring him tea, seemingly dismissive of Amiya Shiro and his entourage. It matters not. We have long been aware of each other's existence, and your medical expertise is indeed formidable. This leader of the Hidden Mist Village exhibited a remarkable disregard for diplomatic decorum, accepting a steaming cup of tea from Noki without concern for its temperature, drinking it down as if oblivious to the heat. Noki was left utterly astonished. Moreover, this Mizukage was quite peculiar. Despite discussing the life-and-death stakes of war, his demeanor was unusually relaxed. As he leisurely sipped his tea, he continued to deliberate on the topic of Amiya Shiro and the war. Ultimately, the outcome of war is determined by strength. Our allied forces will easily defeat Konoha with overwhelming might, and no matter how skilled the medical ninjas may be. It was then that Noki casually interrupted, mentioning a name that sent chills through the second Mizukage. Uchiha Madara. At that moment, Kahaku H. Getsu spat out the hot tea, turned to scold Noki. Hot, hot, hot. Do you intend to scald me to death, you rascal? Do not use my disciple as an excuse to mask your blunder. The second Tsuchikage retorted coldly. How can you, who fights with scalding steam, claim that tea is hot? This was indeed troubling. Kahaku H. Getsu set down his teacup, the hot tea evaporating into steam, drying his clothes anew. If they were to join forces with Konoha, his brow furrowed, clearly displeased with the mention of Uchiha Madara, our coalition would no longer hold the advantage. We are all seasoned ninjas from the Warring States period. Even if we could resolve matters with numbers, we could not withstand such immense losses. After speaking, the second Mizukage rose, seemingly preparing to depart. Upon reflection, it seems we are ill-suited for an alliance. This fellow was utterly devoid of integrity. Then you shall not return today. Noki understood his counterpart's nature all too well. Alas, I never anticipated I would ensnare myself. The chapter remains unfinished. Click the next page to continue reading. The second Mizukage, feeling somewhat resigned, sat back down and continued to instruct Noki. Very well, young one, prepare some snacks for me. Noki could only stare in astonishment. Is this truly the esteemed shadow of a village? Why does the other party, appearing as an elderly gentleman, exude a demeanor that is so delightfully unruly? Has the news been confirmed? After the second Mizukage, Tobirama resumed his seat. His countenance suddenly shifted to one of solemnity. If this information proves accurate, we must prepare our strategies against Uchiha Madara in advance. It is indeed certain. The second Tsuchikage, Inoki, nodded affirmatively. That is splendid news. The corners of Tobirama's lips curled upward as he stroked his small mustache, revealing a confident smile. Let us conclude the humiliation of the warring states era in this war. A flicker of shock crossed Inoki's face. The somewhat diminutive Tsuchikage disciple looked incredulously at Tobirama, never having anticipated that he would dare to challenge Uchiha Madara, having once witnessed Madara's might. Inoki still harbored a deep-seated fear of him, relentlessly training day and night to ensure he would not falter should he encounter such an adversary again. Yet, he still felt a twinge of apprehension. Perhaps he had underestimated this Mizukage. This second Mizukage evidently possesses the strength to confront Uchiha Madara. Do not be so overconfident. The second Tsuchikage's words pierced through Tobirama's inflated self-assurance, his tone grave. We should first ascertain the opponent's intentions. After all, he arrived alongside Lord Amiya, and I doubt that esteemed gentleman would permit him to unleash havoc. Then I shall leave that to you. Tobirama nonchalantly delegated the task to the Tsuchikage, resuming his enjoyment of afternoon tea. What can I do? My strength cannot rival Uchiha Madara's, and my intellect pales in comparison to yours, bandaged man. Let's simply enjoy our tea. Inoki's eyes twitched. Initially, he had thought Tobirama to be a true hero, but now it seemed that this Mizukage was merely a slacker. You there, boy. Pour the tea. Tobirama boisterously commanded, bullying the Tsuchikage's disciples, exuding an air of impunity. Inoki genuinely contemplated smashing the teapot over his head. However, despite his thoughts, the atmosphere in the Iwagakure camp was surprisingly harmonious. The second Tsuchikage and the second Mizukage had been long-standing rivals, well aware of each other's thoughts in such moments. At least for now, their alliance was tentatively solidified, awaiting the arrival of the Kirigakure forces. Yet, the forces of Kirigakure had yet to arrive. The individuals who truly arrived at the Iwagakure camp were those they had hoped to avoid: Amiya Shiro, Uchiha Madara. On their arduous journey to the front lines, Uchiha Madara and Amiya Shiro received a multitude of tidings, such as the alliance between Iwagakure and Kirigakure, the gathering of Sunagakure ninjas towards the border of the Land of Grass, and the ongoing treaty between Kyomogakure and Konoha. It was evident that this locale had become a nexus of the 5 great nations. Furthermore, they learned of the war cries from Iwagakure and Kirigakure. A cadre of ninjas, remnants from the Warring States period, surely paid no heed to any forbidden jutsu. Rather, they sought to exploit Lord Amiya for their own ends. Madara possessed a clear understanding of the ninjas from his era, recognizing their true essence. These hidden villages were merely driven by self-interest. The grandiloquent rhetoric they espoused was merely a ploy to incite discontent in Lord Amiya, thus preventing Tobirama, that despicable scoundrel, from capitalizing on Amiya's medical prowess. In this way, it could be perceived as a stroke of unexpected fortune for everyone involved. This ninja world is beyond redemption. As Madara spoke, he caressed his eye socket, reflecting, only our plan can truly salvage this world. Each of the 5 great nations harbored distinct ambitions. Within these villages resided thousands of ninjas, each with their own divergent thoughts. Only through a method potent enough to reshape the very fabric of reality could everlasting peace be realized. In the Land of Grass, atop a hill, Uchiha Madara and Amiya Shiro arrived at their destination. As they gazed down upon the nearby Iwagakure encampment, Madara could not suppress a derisive sneer at their petty scheming. He was well aware of their machinations. Presently, the armies of the 5 great nations had converged here, and any minor skirmish could potentially escalate into a full-blown war, with alliances and betrayals lurking at every corner. Initially, they had anticipated that the conflict would soon reach its conclusion, yet it now appeared more troublesome than he had envisioned. The flames of war were, in fact, growing ever fiercer. That treacherous scoundrel Tobirama always resorted to underhanded tactics. This time, the very Konoha that Hashirama sought to protect could be reduced to cinders amidst this turmoil. However, in the grand scheme of things, it was hardly a significant concern. Mere grains of sand could never rival my prowess. In Madara's eyes, the only worthy adversary, Hashirama Senju, was already deceased. The remaining lot were nothing more than insignificant rabble. With an air of arrogance, Madara's disposition was one of utter hubris. In contrast to Amiya Shiro's equitable respect for all individuals, Madara's notion of equality was to regard no one in the ninja world with any esteem whatsoever. Allow me to handle this personally. Amiya Shiro shook his head, unwilling to permit Uchiha Madara to partake in the impending battle. If you were to intervene, it would likely result in significant casualties. This was not born of arrogance. Had this been prior to their arrival, Amiya Shiro might indeed have lacked such confidence. For his chakra output was limited, rendering him susceptible to arduous struggles in combat. However, on the journey to this place, Shiro Amiya seized the opportunity to assist Uchiha Madara in examining his body, thereby acquiring the cells of Hashirama Senju. S-rank mission: obtain the cells of Senju Hashirama. Enhance total chakra amount and augment would release power, currently limited by the effects of impure world reincarnation. Of course, apart from this, it is of little significance. The true importance lies in the fact that the body of impure world reincarnation can be reinforced through Hashirama's cells, elevating his chakra output to an S rank or above. Chakra energy, S, approximately equivalent to 10 calories. When combined with the infinite chakra of the impure world body and the ability to release techniques without hand seals, it should persuade the opposing party to lend an ear to his words. Uchiha Madara, Shiro Amiya. The second Tsuchikage sat in his tent, still pondering Shiro Amiya's inquiries while patiently awaiting the return of the ninjas he had dispatched for intelligence regarding Shiro Amiya and Uchiha Madara. That esteemed figure does not appear to be a nuisance. The second Mizukage, seated beside him, offered his assessment. Although he is a good person, morality holds little weight in times of war. As long as Uchiha Madara refrains from intervening, it should not pose a significant problem, considering we have no grievances with him. My Lord Tsuchikage, Lord Mizukage, we have a visitor. An Awagakure ninja entered the tent, speaking of the individual they had been discussing. It is Lord Amiya, who has come alone. At last, he has arrived. The second Tsuchikage felt a sense of relief. His concern lay in not knowing the visitor's intentions. Now that Shiro Amiya has expressed his willingness to visit, it offers a chance to gauge his purpose. It is likely he seeks to negotiate peace with Konoha. Noki scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Regarding Lord Amiya's request, we seem to have little choice but to acquiesce. Hey kid, you truly lack political acumen. The second Mizukage, Kageyama Getsu, rapped Noki on the head. Do not belittle my disciple. The second Tsuchikage reprimanded coldly. Although Naki's intentions were indeed straightforward, the second Tsuchikage sighed, his brow furrowing ever tighter. If he has come to discuss a ceasefire, Lord Amiya's notions may be somewhat naive. This is far from an era of peace reminiscent of ancient times. Indeed, such thinking is overly simplistic. Despite Shiro Amiya's high renown, the Land of Grass has amassed the forces of the 5 great ninja villages. In this tense standoff, how could one simply halt hostilities based on mere words without sufficient gain? Who would willingly relent? Let's go out to greet him. After all, he holds a debt of gratitude towards a Wagakure. The second Tsuchikage did not desire his disciples to become devoid of humanity. He rose to his feet and donned his Tsuchikage hat, stating, if the intention is to request our withdrawal, should we refuse? A hint of embarrassment crept on Anaka's face. Of course, one cannot outright decline. The second Tsuchikage felt a sense of exasperation towards his disciple's obstinate mindset, muttering in frustration. However, you must not agree either. As the future Tsuchikage of a Wagakure, you must learn to approach issues with alternative perspectives. What a fool you are. The second Mizukage, Kaigetsu, couldn't help but chuckle at this remark. Silence. The second Tsuchikage shot a cold glare at Kaigetsu before continuing to instruct his disciple. Even if I were to agree, the others in the Land of Earth would not. We have expended substantial military resources. It is inconceivable to retreat without gain. A slight delay is acceptable, even if you were to agree. Kaigetsu grinned, playfully imparting wisdom to Noki, that Tsuchikige's disciple, my ally, cannot consent either. If they insist on seeking an answer, we must demand a justification for their retreat, perhaps through force. The second Tsuchikige grasped his hat firmly and intoned gravely, "We must make this ancient sage aware that this era is no longer the paradise of antiquity. It has transformed into a new world where destiny is determined by strength." Chapter 65. The Greatest Medical Ninja, Amiya Shiro. Revised version. Within the tents of the Iwagakure camp, Amiya Shiro was afforded the utmost hospitality, even accompanied by the esteemed second Mizukage of Kirigakure. However, both the second Tsuchikage, Mu, and the second Mizukage, Kageyama H. Getsu, made their intentions unmistakably clear. They were willing to accommodate any request from Lord Amiya, save for the cessation of war. They also expressed their desire to seek justice on behalf of Amiya. With a benign smile, the second Mizukage appeared benevolent, lamenting how the second Hokage dared to defile the souls of the deceased, particularly one as noble as Lord Amiya, a medical ninja of unparalleled greatness. Such grandiloquent rhetoric was indeed striking. The accompanying Noki was taken aback by the audacity of the man with the little mustache, astonished at how effortlessly he could utter such words in the presence of the very person they addressed. "I will persuade Tobirama to cease the use of that forbidden jutsu," Shiro remarked, furrowing his brow, as if grappling with uncertainty. "To me, whether my soul is desecrated is of little consequence. What truly matters is bringing an end to this war, to spare countless innocents from further bloodshed and sacrifice." Indeed, was it not the insidious Hokage who employed such forbidden techniques? The second Mizukage seized the opportunity, as if a chink in the armor had been revealed. "Isn't that forbidden jutsu rather despicable?" Shiro cast a peculiar glance at his interlocutor. "Your speech is rather disjointed. Lord Amiya, we are well aware of your noble character. Yet, we have united under this banner to wage a righteous war. Supplies from Iwagakure have already begun their journey to the front lines, and the ninjas of Kirigakure are steadily crossing the seas. We cannot halt this momentum upon our return." The expression of the second Tsuchikage, Mu, bore a hint of hesitation, as if he were not the instigator of this conflict. The situation in the land of Earth is complex. The Tsuchikage and the Daime jointly govern the nation. This decision was reached through our deliberations, and I cannot acquiesce. The complexities of the land of water were even more pronounced. The second Mizukage stroked his little mustache, articulating his own challenges. "If we were to simply withdraw, it is quite possible that certain clans within the land of water would perceive our village as cowardly, potentially sparking rebellion." Noki listened with a twinge of shame. Meanwhile, his disciple was diligently absorbing the discourse. Although the intricacies of the land of water remained somewhat obscure, Noki was acutely aware of the situation in the land of Earth. The Tsuchikage wielded considerable power domestically, not only possessing military authority, but also having a hand in governance. If the war were to end, the second Tsuchikage could indeed bring it to a close, though the village and the land of Earth might express discontent. The second Tsuchikage had laboriously cultivated his reputation, possessing sufficient prestige to quell dissent within the nation. Moreover, the teacher has undergone a remarkable transformation. When speaking, he no longer stumbles at all. Is there truly no way? Amiya Shiro furrowed his brow, seemingly oblivious to the two shadows across from him, whose delays he found perplexing. A hint of despair flickered across his face, as if he were at a loss. Must you insist on a battlefield drenched in blood? Unless the first Hokage were to be reincarnated. The second Tsuchikage promptly invoked this unattainable condition, even offering a candid observation. Only a being of the first Hokage's unparalleled strength, coupled with a genuine desire for peace, could perhaps bring the land of Earth and the land of water to a state of harmonious accord, thereby quelling the war. Alas, Hashirama has passed away. Amiya Shiro let out a long sigh, appearing somewhat resigned. My current power pales in comparison to Hashirama's. Although I am not skilled in combat, I could attempt to quell this unnecessary conflict. Must I defeat everyone here to bring an end to this war? A flicker of astonishment crossed the face of the second Tsuchikage. Even the second Mizukage, Kagaya H. Getsu, beside him, looked taken aback. The ninja world has long acknowledged Amiya Shiro's exceptional medical prowess, a testament to the countless hours and dedication he has invested in his healing arts, which seemingly precludes any advantage in combat. Moreover, Amiya Shiro seldom engages in battle, which inevitably astonished them regarding his unexpected proposal. What does Lord Amiya imply? The second Tsuchikage gazed at Amiya Shiro with uncertainty, hoping he had not misinterpreted his intent. Do you mean to suggest that you wish to single-handedly quell this war? If I were to intervene? Amiya Shiro nodded, directing his gaze towards the second Tsuchikage. It should not result in excessive casualties, and you would have something to report upon your return. We harbor no desire to harm Lord Amiya. The second Tsuchikage instinctively sought to decline, his voice low. For a Wagakure, Lord Amiya has bestowed upon us immense grace that must be repaid. I ought to honor your request for withdrawal. How could I? In truth, the second Tsuchikage was not a man of many words. He possessed a remarkably straightforward disposition. Yet at this moment, he could only express himself thus. Casting a meaningful glance at his disciple, Noki, hoping the latter would take heed. Such discourse was indeed somewhat verbose, yet in certain situations, it could serve to placate others. However, the second Mizukage, Kagaya H. Getsu, found this verbosity intolerable and hurriedly attempted to interject and curtail the second Tsuchikage's rambling. Yet, Amiya Shiro spoke first. There is no need to concern yourselves with my safety. As I am in a state of impure earth, I am immortal. Only by shattering my form and sealing me away can my actions be halted. The second Tsuchikage felt a sense of resignation. Perhaps it would be best this way. The second Mizukage, Kahaku H. Getsu, discerned the sentiments of his counterpart and, stroking his small mustache, suddenly spoke. Since Lord Amiya shall not be harmed, allow me to engage alongside the bandaged man. Should we lose, let this war come to an end. After all, if both villages' Kages are defeated, no one on the battlefield could possibly impede Lord Amiya. How shameless of you. The second Tsuchikage, Mu, cast a sidelong glance at Kahaku H. Getsu, suppressing the urge to chastise him, whispering instead, "And do you truly believe I would be vanquished by Lord Amiya?" Nonsense. Kahaku H. Getsu shot a glance at Mu, feeling compelled to remind him, our opponent is a ninja from the ancient era. Even if merely a medical ninja, he may possess extraordinarily unique combat techniques. I have no desire for this war to conclude. We must endeavor to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. We absolutely cannot afford to lose. If both Kages were to fall, it would be utterly disgraceful. Indeed, Mu's demeanor remained relatively composed, though his gaze darkened slightly. So, just don't hinder my efforts. Amiya Shiro remained silent, offering no response. These two seem rather audacious. The second Mizukage intended to strike simultaneously with the second Tsuchikage. Amiya Shiro glanced at his mission panel, noting that it did not only entail defeating the two Kages, rather, it presented 3 new tasks. S-rank mission, defeat the second Tsuchikage, Mu of Awagakure. S-rank mission, defeat the second Mizukage, Kahaku H. Getsu, of Kirigakure. SSS rank mission, cease the First Shinobi World War, defeating the instigators, second Tsuchikage Mu, second Wind Shadow Sabaku, and second Mizukage Kahaku H. Getsu, compelling them to willingly end this conflict. Is this a consequence of the situational assessment? Amiya Shiro had previously noticed the System S mission assignment mechanism. For instance, during the first Nine Tails incident in Konoha, tasks would refresh based on the circumstances. And the system's determination that he could defeat all 3 Kages signified an opportunity to end the war. Amiya Shiro could only accept one of the missions for now, prioritizing the task to confront the second Tsuchikage. This mission likely promised the inheritance of Dust Release, a bloodline he had never found the time to integrate. Dust Release's offensive capabilities were formidable, retaining immense power even in the Edo Tensei state. Amiya Shiro was particularly eager to acquire this task's rewards. Although he would be fighting them simultaneously, defeating the second Tsuchikage first might afford him time to undertake the next mission. After a moment's contemplation, he glanced again at the mission list, particularly the one pertaining to ending the war, and proposed to them, What if we summoned the second wind shadow, Sabaku? Perhaps this would alleviate complications. The second Tsuchikage Mu and the second Mizukage Kahaku Getsu exchanged astonished glances simultaneously. It cannot be so. Or can it? It seems rather plausible. After all, Sunagakure has not been particularly compliant within the ninja world. No, that is not quite right. Rather, does this ancient medical ninja truly believe he possesses the strength to confront the Kages of 3 villages? Or is it that he aspires to bring an end to the warfare once and for all? After all, both the second Hokage of Konoha and the second Reikage of Kumogakure are reluctant to see this great ninja conflict persist. The second Reikage is currently preparing for an alliance ceremony with the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, in the Land of Lightning. The only ones genuinely desiring the continuation of this war are the second Tsuchikage of Awagakure, the second Mizukage, and the second Kazekage. Thus, when the news arrived, the second Kazekage, Sabaka no Shaman, surprisingly acquiesced immediately. Lord Shaman, the chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The Kunoichi Chiyo from Sunagakure felt compelled to remind her counterpart of the implications of participating in this gamble. The tale of Lord Amiya has been passed down through generations in the Land of Wind, recounting how he aided our ancestors in overcoming illness and poison. Even now, those living in the desert nation continue to utilize the antidote for scorpion venom that Lord Amiya once bequeathed. If they were to discover that Lord Shaman had entered into this wager against Lord Amiya, the war must persist. The second Kazekage, indifferent to his reputation, exhibited a distinctly cold and resolute demeanor, unwilling to witness his subordinates question his orders. Should Awagakure and Kirigakure cease their hostilities, Sunagakure would lose any opportunity to reap the benefits of this conflict. As long as this gamble remains valid, we could even forge an alliance with Awagakure and Kirigakure, abrogating the previous humiliating treaty to unite against Konoha. The second Kazekage understood that if Awagakure and Kirigakure withdrew from the war, Sunagakure could no longer navigate the turbulent waters of this conflict. And he too hoped for the victory of the Kages in this decisive gamble that could determine the cessation of the great ninja war. Regardless of the outcome, should we emerge victorious, we shall wage war against the treacherous second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, to liberate the soul of Lord Amiya. Yet if we were to lose this wager, the voice of the second Kazekage suddenly fell into silence, his demeanor seemingly tranquil. After all, it is the will of that esteemed figure to conclude this war. We have adhered to his intent, and the Land of Wind shall harbor no further grievances against the village, nor will the previous failures be held against us. To speak frankly, the gaze of the second Kazekage turned to the Kazekage hat in his hand. In this era, the wars among the ninja villages have claimed countless lives, and it is only the ancient figure of Lord Amiya who holds the stature to attempt to resolve warfare through such peaceful means. Regardless of whether we triumph or falter, there shall be no dissent within the village or the nation. Perhaps Kirigakure and Awagakure feel similarly. The winds were rather tumultuous. In the winds of the land of grass, a scent of blood lingers. This small nation has become a battlefield, where ninjas from various villages have been continuously testing and assassinating one another, making the presence of such a sanguinary aroma unsurprising. When the second Kazekage, Shaman, arrived, both the second Tsuchikage, Mu, and the second Mizukage, Aoijetsu, wore expressions of delight, for they recognized the advent of an ally. Although the approach chosen by Shiro Amiya to conclude the Ninja World War was somewhat audacious, should he falter, the second Kazekage would undoubtedly join their war alliance, escalating the conflict into a grander scale, with the alliances of Awagakure, Kirigakure, and Sunagakure clashing against the peace coalition of Konoha and Kumogakure. This gamble instantly drew a throng of ninjas to witness. Aside from the ninjas of Sunagakure, those from Awagakure, the Mizukage guard from Kirigakure, and even representatives from Konoha and Kumogakure were present. Kumogakure had already prepared for the alliance ceremony. A bodyguard of the Reikage stood alongside the Konoha ninja. This Reikage guard bore no name, as he was destined to succeed as the third Reikage and inherit the names of his predecessors. Due to his formidable strength, which had even led some to believe he had surpassed the second Reikage. He had been dispatched to the front lines of the war. This future Reikage cast his gaze upon the gathered figures and solemnly remarked, "Should this gamble fail, we shall commence a joint offensive." The Hokage has already set forth to participate in the alliance ceremony. Among the Konoha ninjas was Tsuritobi Sasuke, who could not help but muse. If peace could be achieved in such a manner, it would be splendid. Who do you believe will emerge victorious? It should be Lord Amiya, he affirmed, holding great confidence in Shiro Amiya, having witnessed him effortlessly subdue the rampaging Ninetales. Although there were elements of cunning involved, nevertheless, Shiro Amiya's combat prowess was undoubtedly formidable. Years spent on the path of healing and salvation led others to subconsciously underestimate his strength, as it seemed to him that the measure of power mattered little. However, should those shadows falter, the future Third Reikage harbored doubts about the credibility of the opposing side. Could they truly uphold their commitments? After all, the people of Iwagakure were notorious for their duplicitous reputation. Would they dare betray Lord Amiya's promise? A fierce battle spirit surged within Tsuritobi Sasuke. If they truly dared to do so, the ninjas of Konohagakure would not hesitate to fight to the death to uphold Lord Amiya's honor, for his reputation must not be trampled upon by anyone. The future Third Reikage found himself at a loss for words. After all, the act of desecrating Lord Amiya's soul is quite morally reprehensible. Yet, he had witnessed Shiro Amiya before and understood that the latter was indifferent to such trifles. However, these matters inevitably become weapons for others to use against them. Nonetheless, they would soon be free from concern regarding this wager. The true orchestrator of this contest had finally made his appearance. It was someone entirely unexpected, yet also someone whom anyone could have anticipated, for he had accompanied Shiro Amiya from the land of grass. With a thunderous crash, a figure clad in crimson armor descended into the center of the arena. This figure had traversed the ninja world countless times, leaving behind scars and an indelible fear etched into the hearts of the people. Uchiha Madara. Only Uchiha Madara could ensure the execution of the promised peace. Although Madara was invited by Shiro Amiya to preside over this contest, he harbored a strong desire to challenge the three ninja villages, regardless of their numbers. However, both Shiro Amiya and the leaders of the three villages felt it more appropriate for their small group to determine the outcome of the war through this wager. Even the second Tsuchikage, Inoki, and the second Mizukage, Kagaya, found Madara's proposal somewhat daunting. In comparison to the peril posed by Uchiha Madara, the ancient Shiro Amiya appeared remarkably vulnerable. You are fortunate to have Lord Amiya conclude the war in this manner. Madara regarded the second Tsuchikage, the second Mizukage, and the second Kazekage with disdain, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Aside from the deceased Hashirama, the only person in this world capable of defeating me is none other than Lord Amiya. The heart of the second Tsuchikage sank. The expressions of the second Mizukage, Kagaya, and the second Kazekage, Shaman, shifted significantly, as they were completely unaware of this information. Although Shiro Amiya had clashed with Madara upon his resurrection through Edo Tensei in Konoha, leading to an unfavorable image of Madara's escape, at that time, Shiro Amiya's identity had been a closely guarded secret. This was troubling. They could not have chosen someone more troublesome than Uchiha Madara, could they? That is not the case. Shiro Amiya interjected, preventing their wild speculations, and explained, "At that time, you were merely in a state of extreme weakness. Your power had always been above mine." Uchiha Madara chuckled with satisfaction, his gaze still arrogantly fixed upon the second Tsuchikage and the others, while sincerely praising Shiro Amiya. "Though I would gladly accept Lord Amiya's commendation without hesitation, I still lack sufficient confidence to engage in battle against him. I am not as self-assured as the three of them." Indeed, Uchiha Madara possessed little confidence. Although Shiro Amiya's body, reanimated by the technique of impure resurrection, does not possess the formidable strength of his prime, Uchiha Madara still finds himself lacking confidence when he recalls the immense soul residing within this vessel. However, there is no necessity for conflict between them. Shiro's desire for battle is remarkably low, and his demeanor does little to inspire any fighting spirit in Madara. Even a victory would bring him no joy. To challenge a medical ninja, especially one with but a vestige of power remaining, seems almost humiliating. To speak of such a challenge, is it not too disgraceful? Particularly when others unite to confront such a medical practitioner. This wager is for the sake of a spurious peace in the ninja world. Uchiha Madara holds no affection for the leaders of the three villages, and their mere utterance causes his forehead to throb. Yet he continues to speak without awareness of his own demeanor. Should Lord Amiya triumph over the three village leaders, Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Sunagakure will withdraw from the conflict. Should any promise be broken, it would be a provocation of my honor. By the name of the Tsuchikage, Iwagakure shall not betray its word. The second Tsuchikage immediately assented. Though the second Tsuchikage does not mind deceit, he cannot violate the agreement made with Shiro, especially with the presence of Uchiha Madara, the harbinger of death, overseeing the matter. By the name of the Mizukage, Kirigakure shall not betray its word. The second Mizukage, Ao Ijetsu, raised his finger, shedding his previous recklessness. By the name of the Kazekage, Sunagakure shall not betray its word. The second Kazekage, Sabaku, also raised his finger, his tone unusually solemn. By the name of Shiro Amiya. Shiro raised his finger, calmly gazing at the three adversaries before him. Likewise, Uchiha regarded the three leaders present, his voice growing somewhat frigid. Should Lord Amiya fall in this contest, he shall abstain from interfering in the war and will not align himself with any faction. However, Lord Amiya will establish a medical camp beyond the battlefield, providing care for all gravely injured who cannot participate in the conflict. A flicker of astonishment crossed the faces of all the ninjas present. At that moment, the gathering of ninjas from the land of grass reached over 10,000. As shinobi from the 5 great nations had all arrived, when Iwagakure announced Shiro Amiya's resurrection through impure means, they realized that this ancient ninja had returned merely as a figure from a bedtime tale. In this instant, they all heard Uchiha Madara's proclamation. A multitude of ninjas began to murmur among themselves, for this situation seemed both arduous and thankless, and they could hardly fathom why one would consistently seek to engage in such acts of salvation. A group of medical ninjas hold a profound understanding of Shiro Amiya's character. They are more aware than anyone else of his true nature. The legacies that have transcended a millennium and continue to resonate across the globe. The medical ninjutsu, still in practice today, testify to this, for he embodies the essence of a medical ninja, enduring the unbearable suffering that others cannot withstand, alleviating the anguish of those ensnared by their pain. This is the will of the medical ninja. This is the path of their. Chapter 66. The Duel of the Three Shadows and Shiro Amiya. Revised version. This man, his traces continue to gently nurture the world. This is the brilliance of ancient times, transcending the long passage of time, still illuminating the lives of the people, bringing a touch of warmth to their hearts in the cold ninja realm. Should a rare illness manifest in a certain place, inquiries about the tales passed down regarding Shiro Amiya in the vicinity of the afflicted area may yield a solution, provided one listens attentively. Even now, this man remains a beacon of peace. Even if he were to succumb in this duel, he would harbor no hatred towards others, and would persist in rescuing the wounded amidst the chaos of war. A sense of shame enveloped the second Tsuchikage, who felt a profound embarrassment. Likewise, the second Kazekage, Shaman, dared not lift his gaze, burdened with guilt. A pang of conscience stirred within me. The second Mizukage, Kaigetsu, placed a hand over his heart, momentarily feigning a display before his expression returned to solemnity. Should Lord Amiya falter in this contest and establish a camp on the battlefield, I, in the name of the Mizukage, vow that no engagement of the Kirigakure shinobi shall encroach upon Lord Amiya's camp. Their wartime endeavors shall not transpire within his domain. This is a promise from the second Mizukage. Battles often arise within a defined territory, encompassing espionage, stealth, assassination, and poisoning among the myriad tactics employed. Once the second Mizukage pledges such an oath, any ninja from neighboring villages, finding themselves in peril, may seek refuge in Lord Amiya's encampment. and the Kirigakure shall forego their mission in deference to his sanctuary. I, in the name of the Kazekage, declare that no conflict involving the Sunagakure shinobi shall extend to Lord Amiya's camp, nor shall their wartime activities manifest there. I, in the name of the Tsuchikage, proclaim that no battle involving the Iwagakure shinobi shall encroach upon Lord Amiya's camp, nor shall their military endeavors take place within his confines. The second Tsuchikage and the second Kazekage did not lag behind. Their gazes grew increasingly resolute, brimming with respect. Truth be told, had it not been for the future of their villages, they might have chosen to abandon the duel at this moment, honoring Shiro Amiya's wishes to conclude the conflict. Yet, burdened with the title of Shadow, they could not forsake their duty to protect their villages. To aspire to become a Shadow necessitates the courage to shoulder all burdens. Fortuitously, there remained one more in the audience. I, in the name of the future Third Reikage. The future Third Reikage, radiating with crackling lightning, proclaimed loudly to all present, no battle involving the Kumogakure shinobi shall affect Lord Amiya's camp, nor shall their wartime activities occur within his domain. The assembled ninjas were taken aback. If the pledges made by these individuals were to be upheld, it would signify the absence of any warfare or ninja activities within the camp of Amiya Shiro, creating a veritable sanctuary. However, there remained one village that had not made such a promise. Moreover, this village had been exploiting Amiya Shiro's intentions in a bid for victory in the war. All ninjas instinctively cast their gazes towards the leaf ninjas adorned with spiral headbands, their eyes betraying a desire to avert their gaze. Sarutobi Sasuke, feeling a deep sense of shame, lowered his head. A cohort of leaf ninjas even began to regret their presence here. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, had left insufficient instructions before his departure, merely tasking them with the defense of the camp, assuring them he would return promptly after attending the summit. Little did they anticipate that the esteemed second Hokage had not designated anyone to wield authority in his absence, nor had any potential third Hokage stepped forward to redeem the situation. After all, none dared to assert they could act in the name of the future Hokage. Most importantly, Sarutobi Sasuke found it difficult to lift his head, aware of Senju Tobirama's unwavering commitment to Konoha, a commitment that included Amiya Shiro. In a bid to secure victory, Senju Tobirama had even transferred all critically injured personnel from the front lines to the rear, entrusting their care to Amiya Shiro in order to conserve medical resources. This method of operation left Sasuke perplexed regarding the true intentions of their second Hokage. It was conceivable that in a public setting, promises could be made only to be broken later, allowing leaf ninjas to exploit Amiya Shiro's camp, given their history of such behavior. Indeed, the situation was dire, as Konoha found itself unable to hold its head high before other ninja villages. Laughter erupted from the crowd after the declarations made by the leaders of other villages and the future Third Reikage, contrasting sharply with the silence of the leaf ninjas. Had they been in the shoes of the leaf ninjas, they would not have dared to make such vows, for they had consistently sought to leverage the goodwill of Amiya Shiro in pursuit of victory. It seemed that Konoha was on the verge of collapse. The Iwagakure village owed a monumental debt of gratitude to Amiya Shiro, as the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, had hoped to enlist Amiya Shiro's assistance in persuading them to withdraw their forces. Had that been the case, the second Tsuchikage would undoubtedly have acquiesced to Amiya Shiro's request. Yet prior to Amiya Shiro's arrival, they had secured allies, compelling them to continue the fight. What a predicament it was. The future Third Reikage glanced at the collectively silent leaf ninjas and couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. It appeared that the alliance between Kumogakure and Konoha warranted careful consideration. In the midst of this conflict, the second-generation Reikage of Yin Hidden Village chose to ally with others out of a sense of duty and in remembrance of the first Reikage's legacy, as well as gratitude towards the first Hokage. However, should future wars arise, such alliances may no longer be deemed necessary. The expressions of the Konoha ninjas grew increasingly strained, for the accusations from other ninja villages were both painfully true and deeply damaging. For instance, Sarutobi Sasuke was acutely aware that it was indeed a letter from Senju Tobirama requesting assistance from Amiya Shiro to compel the Iwagakure forces to withdraw, a revelation that tarnished Konoha's reputation in that moment. This could not persist. Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi Sasuke resolved to persuade Senju Tobirama upon his return, urging him to earnestly consider Konoha's standing. After all, during the era of the first Hokage, Konoha was regarded as a beacon of peace, enjoying a commendable reputation. How could it be that under the second Hokage, Konoha's renown was plummeting? Could it be that they had chosen wrongly? Sasuke's gaze inadvertently drifted towards Uchiha Madara, who was present. During the inaugural Hokage election, the consensus had favored Senju Hashirama, yet he had selflessly suggested that Uchiha Madara take the position, a proposal that no one was willing to endorse. It seemed the decision had been tacitly accepted. The first Hokage was Senju Hashirama, the second Hokage was Uchiha Madara, and together they would govern Konoha. Yet, Senju Tobirama later ascended as a politically astute leader adept at governance. Tobirama's initiatives, such as establishing the Konoha Ninja Academy and the Umbu, effectively positioned him as a more suitable candidate for Hokage than Madara. Ultimately, Uchiha Madara departed, leaving the reasons for his exit ambiguous, whether due to the failed bid for Hokage or otherwise. In that moment, Sarutobi Sasuke and the other Konoha ninjas found themselves contemplating that had they chosen Uchiha Madara as Hokage, Konoha might not have descended into such public disgrace. Alas, it was too late. The only recourse left for Sarutobi Sasuke was to hope for Amiya Shiro's victory. Should he fail, Konoha would undoubtedly become the target of collective ire. The atmosphere grew increasingly tumultuous as thousands of ninjas voiced their grievances. The other ninja villages present seemed to find their voices, denouncing Konoha for exploiting such a remarkable figure as Amiya Shiro while sharing various clandestine rumors. Silence. Uchiha Madara's voice resonated throughout the venue. A formidable aura emanated from him, momentarily instilling fear in the multitude, causing every individual to break into a cold sweat. The man, is he truly as terrifying as he appears? This battlefield demon from the Warring States era exudes an overwhelming aura with his words and actions. He gazes with satisfaction as the surroundings fall silent before casting a haughty glance at the three shadows who had just declared the neutrality of the camp, his tone dripping with disdain. Oof! Such audacity. The battle has not even commenced, yet here he proclaims victory, believing that the combined efforts of the three of you can triumph over Lord Amiya. The expression of the second Tsuchikage, Mu, darkened slightly. Even the second Mizukage, Kageyama Mangetsu, and the second Kazekage, Sabaka no Shaman, find themselves at a loss. Can this truly be interpreted as provocation? They merely sought to express their respect for Amiya Shiro. Amiya Shiro himself feels somewhat helpless. Uchiha Madara, no wonder he cannot become Hokage. This is not a provocation directed at me. Amiya Shiro voluntarily offers a defense for the three village leaders, bowing slightly in earnest acknowledgement of their willingness to agree to a neutral zone. Thank you. I truly cannot accept such courtesy. The second Mizukage, Kageyama Mangetsu, is so startled that he nearly bows his head in reverence. After all, Amiya Shiro's considerations are beneficial for their subordinates, and indeed a boon for all ninjas across the ninja world. Well then, let's conclude this idle chatter. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara manifests a half-formed Susun. Although this is Madara's first time assuming such a role, he shows no sign of hesitation. He has never shied away from any situation. He boldly announces the commencement of the battle. Now let it begin. Uchiha Madara maneuvers the half-formed Susanoo swiftly out of the area, leaving the battlefield to the two opposing factions that will determine the future of the ninja world. Thousands of ninjas also retreat. Due to the signals from the Mist and Rock ninjas, the second Tsuchikage, Mu, and the second Mizukage, Kageyama Mangetsu, possess techniques of formidable power, capable of causing widespread devastation on the battlefield. Thus they dare to maintain their distance to avoid the fallout of such jutsu. Lord Amiya. The second Tsuchikage's body begins to levitate, gathering earth-style chakra in his hands, ready to launch an attack. This battle is not a mere child's play. We bear the weight of our village's responsibilities, with an absolute reason to win. Regardless, he need not concern himself with whether Amiya Shiro perishes in this conflict. Though Senju Tobirama may have committed numerous misdeeds, his Edo Tensei technique indeed holds remarkable potency. Be cautious. The second Mizukage leaps forward, his fingers swiftly forming hand seals. Battles in this era unfold with great speed, although the outcome may favor me. The second Kazekage, Sabaka no Shaman, unveils two scrolls. The Suna ninjas refuse to lose any battle, especially with the name of Kazekage upon my shoulders. Worry not. I shall endeavor not to inflict any harm upon you. Amiya Shiro stood earnestly before them, expressing with sincerity, should I inadvertently cause you injury, I possess the means to heal your wounds. The eyes of the second Tsuchikage, second Kazekage, and second Tsukage twitched slightly, although they recognized the truth in his words. Uttering such sentiments felt rather disrespectful. Let's commence. The second Kazekage flung off his wind hat, casting a scroll into the air, from which two puppets emerged amidst swirling smoke. As his wind hat was discarded, his fearsome visage was revealed, adorned with a green dragon tattoo that extended across his scalp, with a black dragon claw illustrated upon one eye. In the throes of battle, the second Kazekage transformed into a formidable warrior, his fingertips releasing strands of chakra that ensnare the puppets. In an instant, the two puppets sprang to life, charging toward Amiya Shiro. My apologies. Amiya Shiro met them head-on with a powerful strike. Crack! One of the mechanized puppets shattered under the force of his mighty blow. No matter how intricate the puppet, it was but a toy before Amiya Shiro's overwhelming strength, leaving his attire unblemished. His might was akin to that of the first Hokage. The second Kazekage, Sabaku, suddenly realized the extent of his opponent's power, catching a fleeting glimpse of the chakra dancing upon Shiro's fist. As a shinobi from Sunagakure, always eyeing the land of fire, Sabaku was no stranger to such overwhelming strength. He hastily maneuvered another puppet to evade Shiro's assault, only to witness Shiro raise a hand. A cerulean chakra scalpel materializing within his grasp, severing all chakra threads with a single stroke. Valuable information has been gleaned. Sabaku watched helplessly as his puppet fell to the ground, turning to caution his comrades. The opponent excels in close combat, although merely a medical ninja. The surgical scalpel can also serve as a weapon. Understood. The second Tsukage, Zuki Mangetsu, swiftly formed hand seals. Doton. Amiya Shiro's voice was calm. In the next moment, the bodies of the second Kazekage and second Tsukage were sent hurtling backward. Amiya Shiro's palm struck the ground, and a towering, broad wall of earth erupted beneath him, isolating their figures behind its formidable barrier. This was the Doton, Tsuchi no Sheki. The face of the second Tsuchikage changed dramatically. As he observed Shiro's actions from the air, he released the technique without any hand seals. Indeed, the ninjas of ancient times are extraordinary. Even a medical ninja possesses formidable combat prowess. In the next instant, a swirling torrent of water surged up beside Shiro, Amiya, transforming in midair into a colossal water dragon that raced towards the body of the second Tsuchikage. The technique, Water Dragon Bullet, comprised of 44 hand seals. The second Tsuchikage swiftly commanded the white light of dust release to disperse the water dragon into nothingness, his expression darkening further. It was not merely that his opponent excelled in earth-release ninjutsu, but rather that he executed any technique without the need for hand seals. How outrageous is this? The second Mizu Kage shouted from the opposite side of the wall. More astonishing than you can imagine. The second Tsuchikage navigated swiftly through the air, realizing the terrifying nature of Shiro, Amiya. Ancient ninjas could utilize techniques without hand seals, an undeniable advantage in battle. Boom! The towering wall crumbled rapidly. Simultaneously, the figures of the second Kazekage and the second Mizu Kage burst forth. Water release, water cannon technique. The fingers of the second Mizu Kage, Kageyama Gakutsuki, shot forth like a barrage of bullets, unleashing a flurry of water bullets towards Shiro, Amiya. Sand Shuriken, the second Kazekage. Sabaku, deftly manipulated the sand beneath to rise and transform into countless densely packed sand shurikens, hurling them toward Shiro Amiya. Earth release. A solid stone wall emerged before Shiro Amiya. A barrage of water bullets pockmarked the stone wall, while numerous sand shurikens embedded themselves into it, reverting back to yellow sand. Dust release. Original world separation technique. The second Tsuchikige's dust release manifested as a cylindrical form, suddenly shooting towards Shiro Amiya, utilizing dust release to disintegrate the stone wall before him into atoms, causing a massive explosion upon impact. The fingertips of the second Mizu Kageyama Gakutsuki rapidly released a stream of water bullets, all aimed towards the smoke-filled battlefield. Shiro Amiya's figure was propelled backward from the cloud of smoke. Do not underestimate the gravel on the ground. The eyes of the second Kazekage, Sabaku, glimmered as his hands swiftly rose. The yellow sand, previously transformed from his sand shurikens, swiftly converged, ensnaring Shiro Amiya's ankles with remarkable speed. Chapter 67. The battlefield thoroughly suppressed the defeated second-generation Tsuchikage in this era. The Kage of each ninja village truly cannot be underestimated. If the first generation of Kage can be likened to builders who erect a house for everyone to dwell in, then the second generation of Kage paved a path forward. Whether it is the dust release of the second Tsuchikage or the sand manipulation and puppetry of the second Kazekage, they have indeed become the pillars of their respective villages' futures. As Wig Ingshiyu glanced at the yellow sand encircling his ankle and towards the countless water bullets approaching him, he extended his palm forward. A towering wall of fire, several dozen meters high, materialized before him, incinerating the incoming water bullets in a vapor upon contact. This wall of flames then transformed into a sprawling fire dragon, hurtling towards them with ferocity. Wait, this isn't right. The second Mizukage, Ghost Lantern Mangetsu, witnessed this scene and was taken aback by Wig Ingshiyu's terrifying display of two fire techniques without hand seals. Such power is truly terrifying. Unable to evade, the second Kazekage reluctantly relinquished his control over Wig Ingshiyu with his sand manipulation technique. His hands moved deftly, and the ground suddenly shifted into yellow sand. This sand ascended into the air, forming a flowing sand wall that firmly obstructed the oncoming fire dragon, with explosive sounds echoing around them. What is this? The brittle sound of yellow sand crystallizing under the flames. Wait, Bandage Man. The second Mizukage sighed in relief, looking up towards the sky, hoping to summon the second Tsuchikage for continued remote offense. I understand, dust release limit. The second Tsuchikage's hands came together once more. However, Wig Ingshiyu's technique was swifter. A bolt of lightning shot up into the heavens, suddenly striking towards the second Tsuchikage's body. Lightning release is the fastest among all ninjutsu, possessing the innate characteristics of nature's thunder, rendering it nearly impossible for the human body to evade. Coupled with Wig Ingshiyu's hand seal-less technique, the second Tsuchikage was caught off guard. As he slightly turned his body, the bolt struck him, instantly paralyzing him and sending him plummeting toward the ground. Not good. The second Mizukage, Ghost Lantern Mangetsu, was also startled. The second Kazekage hurriedly manipulated strands of yellow sand beneath him, lifting himself into the air, while the sand he controlled reached out toward the second Tsuchikage, fearing that his ally would fall to his demise. Water release. Suddenly, a torrential downpour of water droplets began to fall from the sky. The yellow sand that the second Kazekage attempted to manipulate became heavy and saturated, preventing him from rescuing the second Tsuchikage, and he too was compelled to descend back to the ground. At this altitude, an accident is unlikely to occur. Amiya Shiro observed as the second Tsuchikage, Mu, plunged directly from the sky. He spoke calmly. I once treated a man who had fallen from a mountain. His internal organs were nearly shattered, yet I managed to save him. Don't say such terrifying things. The second Mizukage, Aoigiri Kagyuki, exclaimed in fear. Fortunately, the paralysis from the lightning release was only temporary. Just as the second Tsuchikage was on the brink of impact, he invoked the Earth Release, ultra-lightweight rock technique, rendering his body weightless once more, and with a swift motion, he pushed against the ground, floating back into the air. However, the second Tsuchikage dared not ascend too high, wary of encountering the previous peril again, and hastily executed his signature invisibility technique, Dustless Obstruction. The figure of the second Tsuchikage quietly vanished from view. This was his unique stealth technique, capable of evading human sight and rendering his presence nearly undetectable, even to chakra-sensing techniques. This jutsu was true invisibility. No one could ascertain the whereabouts of the second Tsuchikage. At least in the forthcoming battle, he could discreetly conceal himself nearby, awaiting the opportune moment to strike at Amiya Shiro. Playing this card again, the second Mizukage, Ao Ijiri Kagyuki, expressed some dissatisfaction, yet he understood that under Amiya Shiro's lightning release, their ally, the second Tsuchikage, was all too easily made a target. You will take the lead and draw attention, while I will provide cover for your assault, preparing for a decisive strike. The second Wind Kage, Sabaku no Shaman, promptly devised a strategy, even outlining the preliminary formation for the Sand-Hidden Ninja team. The three could collaborate effectively. Understood. The second Mizukage nodded with a hint of resignation. Due to the second Wind Kage's insufficient offensive capabilities, the only technique he could rely on, the manipulation of sand, would be hindered by Amiya Shiro's weather techniques. Truly, it was beyond imagination. A mere phrase could summon rain. Yet, the second Wind Kage elucidated the truth behind the rain. Having been born in the arid land of wind, he had long studied the formation of rainy weather. This was a result of the terrifying heat from the prior fire release, causing an updraft that carried ground-level water vapor skyward. This rain technique also exploited the weather. However, such weather should greatly benefit water-style ninjas. The second Wind Kage's gaze settled on the second Mizukage, Ao Ijiri Kagyuki, which was why he had positioned him to take the lead in the upcoming battle. Yet, they would soon find it impossible to deliberate on their priorities. For in this weather condition, Amiya Shiro was evidently more at ease than the second Mizukage, as he unleashed his water release techniques without the need for hand seals. The boundless chakra of his Edo Tensei form allowing him to disregard chakra consumption. Before the two could finish their thoughts, a torrent of water dragons surged forth in rapid succession. The second Kazekage could only manipulate the heavy sand to barely conjure a sand wall, providing a semblance of safety for their incantations. Allow me to take charge. This hazy drizzle is most favorable for the clam's proclivities. The second Mizukage suddenly bit his finger, swiftly forming hand seals before slamming his palm on the ground. We must first secure a safe zone. Summoning technique. In the next instant, a colossal clam materialized. This clam boasted a formidable shell, which slowly opened upon landing, revealing a pair of antennae that emanated layers of mist. I shall command the clam to utilize its mist illusion to obscure his vision. The second Mizukage, alongside the second Tsuchikage, took refuge beside the great clam, leveraging the sturdy shell of the summoned beast to withstand the onslaught of water dragons from above, while devising a battle strategy. As long as he cannot see us, the water dragons will not descend. Suddenly, a fierce whirlwind swept through the sky. This tempest instantly dispersed all the mist. The great clam, which had been summoned, had yet to truly unleash the visual illusion mist before it was completely blown away. Earth release. The ground erupted with soil. The earth rapidly enveloped the great clam. No, it was not the soil surging upwards. Rather, the ground was collapsing swiftly. If the summoned beast of the ghost lantern, Getsu, remained any longer, it would surely be suffocated by the encroaching earth. Bam! The great clam dissipated into smoke. The second Mizukage could only watch in stunned disbelief as all this unfolded. This was a technique that had always determined the outcome of battles, even allowing him to face 100 foes at once. It was violently unraveled before it could even be cast by Amiya Shiro. Be cautious. The second Kazekage furrowed his brow, hastily releasing a chakra thread, lifting the second Mizukage's body and flinging him aside, just as the second Mizukage left his original position. A relentless barrage of water dragon bullets rained down upon where he had stood. Beyond the battlefield, a group of ninja watched in astonishment. Although the battle between the Kages and Amiya Shiro consisted merely of them unleashing their respective jutsus, it was evident to all that Shiro was effortlessly in control. This medical ninja simply utilized ninjutsu to launch continuous assaults, while the three Kages were compelled to employ various measures to defend themselves. It seemed Amiya Shiro was far too at ease. He required no gaps in combat to execute his jutsus, nor did he need to seek opportunities. He could unleash any technique he desired directly. This bizarre ability, undoubtedly a source of great frustration for anyone facing him, to be continued in the next chapter. If this were a genuine battlefield, Shiro Amiya's desire to attack would be sufficiently intense for him to swiftly bury everyone present under an unending barrage of ninjutsu. Even now, he relentlessly assaults with the water dragon bullet technique. Most significantly, Shiro Amiya's techniques possess tremendous power. Often, a single spell can severely injure a shadow. It appears that the Earth Shadow's disciple, Anoki, stands at the center of the crowd, his brow furrowed in concentration as he solemnly declares, "The outcome of this battle hinges upon Lord Mu's assault. Once the second Tsuchikage concealed in the air makes his move, everything will improve, and the three shadows will no longer be on the receiving end of attacks. Lord Mizukage can do the same." A ninja from a mist-hidden village interjected. "The wind shadow is the strongest." The ninjas from the sand-hidden village asserted, believing that their second wind shadow, Sabaku, performed the best in combat, even outshining all others on the battlefield. The sky grew increasingly overcast. Raindrops continued to fall incessantly, now more densely than before, quickly transforming into a torrential downpour. Amidst the deluge, the raindrops morphed into several water dragons that swirled through the air. These water dragons perpetually formed and fell, forcing both the second Mizukage and the second wind shadow to clumsily evade the onslaught. "My techniques are highly restrained." The second wind shadow's expression darkened. In such conditions, he found it nearly impossible to utilize his sand manipulation techniques, and even defense became exceedingly challenging. This weather had always been the dream of the Land of Wind, yet their true existence was forever confined to the desert, rendering their techniques more suited for arid battles, utterly ill-equipped for rainy weather. Water style, water barrier. The second Mizukage, Kaigetsu, hastily formed hand seals to summon a wall of water, attempting to shield against the descending water dragons. He could not help but furrow his brow, seemingly taken aback. Is today truly a day of incessant rain? Now, they faced not just an offensive dilemma. Even their attempts to defend became immensely arduous. Under Shiro Amiya's relentless ninjutsu onslaught, the second Mizukage and second wind shadow could only cling to one another for support in their defense. Shaman, the second wind shadow, shook his head, but his expression suddenly changed as he gazed at a figure pointing amidst the torrential rain. "No, that esteemed individual has been continuously unleashing water techniques, augmenting the moisture in the air. Surely, it cannot be solely to restrain you." The second Mizukage cast a bewildered glance towards the sky. This couldn't possibly be the case, could it? However, the second Mizukage abruptly recognized the gravity of the situation, hurriedly glancing at a section of the sky, washed by the rain yet remaining conspicuously clear. That was where the second Tsuchikage, Mu, lay concealed, even though the second Tsuchikage was able to conceal himself. His technique ultimately amounted to mere invisibility, not a complete escape from reality. His corporeal form remained tangible within this world, and as the rain cascaded upon him, the outline of the second Tsuchikage immediately became discernible. He was searching for the location of the bandaged man. The second Mizukage, Aoidri Mutsu, promptly grasped the gravity of the situation. Such a tactic was undeniably extravagant. The second Kazekage suddenly comprehended the reason behind Amiya Shiro's incessant use of the water dragon bullet technique, even as he maneuvered through the air with it. The attacks we encountered were merely incidental. The expression on the second Kazekage's face darkened considerably as he glanced toward Amiya Shiro. The latter was continuously unleashing techniques to facilitate attacks on the Tsuchikage at any moment. Amiya, Shiro lifted his gaze. He found it. His voice took on a tone of casual disregard, as if he could see through the second Tsuchikage predicament. The rain falling upon you exerts gravitational force, thereby diminishing your speed, leaving you incapable of evasion. Amiya, Shiro, swiftly raised his palm. A bolt of purple lightning shot forth from his hand like a forked branch, striking the outline in an instant, causing it to plummet. However, upon hitting the ground, the outline dissipated. It was a clone, a projection of the second Tsuchikage, Mu. No, it was not merely a clone. To be precise, it was a splitting body, a masterful technique of Mu, capable of evenly distributing his chakra among his clones, which in a sense were extensions of his very being. Whoosh! A gleam of blade flashed through the curtain of rain. This strike arrived with astonishing swiftness, launching an assault from behind Amiya Shiro, who had been lurking in wait. The figure of the second Tsuchikage, Mu, stealthily emerged from behind Amiya Shiro, having split himself into two entities after entering his state of invisibility. The strength of these split bodies was remarkably balanced. In this condition, the second Tsuchikage was unable to employ dust release, yet he devised an alternative combat strategy, lurking in the shadows behind Amiya Shiro, allowing the latter to relentlessly crush his two companions with ninjutsu. However, this was not entirely secure. The second Tsuchikage concealed his split body amidst the rain's veil. Awaiting the moment Amiya Shiro detected it to launch a surprise attack from behind. The true combat strategy was always to strike at the most opportune moment. This approach aligned perfectly with Mu's combat style. Dust release had never been his trump card. Creating opportunities for ambush during battle was his forte. Whether through dustless haze or splitting bodies, all served this purpose. While the might of dust release was formidable, it held no advantage against Amiya Shiro's non-printed ninjutsu. A single lightning release could render him incapable of employing dust release in combat. I had long since realized. The second Tsuchikage wielded his blade with fervor, his gaze solidifying with determination. Even if I were to employ dust release, I could never surpass the speed at which His Excellency Amiya could execute his techniques. Well done, Bandage Man. The second Mizukage watched in animated anticipation as the second Tsuchikage launched his ambush. This fellow had concealed himself until this moment, and even now, he chose to strike, proving himself worthy of the relentless pressure they had endured under Amiya Shiro. Victory seemed imminent. The second Kazekage finally exhaled in relief. Just moments ago, Amiya Shiro had unleashed a bolt of lightning release, leaving him no time to react. He would undoubtedly be cleaved by the second Tsuchikage's blade. However, the ambush was deftly evaded by Amiya Shiro. This medical ninja appeared to possess eyes in the back of his head, swiftly dodging the attack and seizing the blade from the second Tsuchikage's grasp, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen that effortlessly brought the second Tsuchikage to his knees. What on earth is he doing? The second Mizukage groaned, pressing his forehead in exasperation. This is utterly humiliating. How could I be considered an equal to such a person? This is not the Tsuchikage's fault. The second Kazekage's eyes twitched at the sight. As he began to piece together the situation, the Tsuchikage's stealth had not evaded His Excellency's perception. I can surmise that Tsuchikage's battle strategy, and it almost succeeded. Yet, if he has been within His Excellency's perception all along, with every move laid bare, this strategy appears rather unsightly, hardly worthy of consideration. How is this possible? The second Tsuchikage clutched his abdomen in disbelief, slowly kneeling. I was just curious. Amiya Shiro, equally astounded, gazed at him. How could there be two of you on the battlefield? And I sensed both to be the real deal. The second Tsuchikage, in a state of disarray, was on the verge of collapsing into the rain-soaked ground. You have lost. Amiya Shiro hurriedly supported him, urging him to use the ninja blade to prop himself up, even offering to heal him. It should be fine. I controlled the force of that punch perfectly, just enough to incapacitate you. Please, no more. Truly, no more. The second Tsuchikage, filled with shame, could hardly lift his head. Why is this medical ninja's perception so formidable, rendering my battle strategy so embarrassing, ultimately leading to such a humiliating defeat? Your abilities are remarkable. Amiya Shiro softly praised the second Tsuchikage before him. Had you employed that dust release technique against me, I would have surely faced defeat. S-rank mission. Defeat the second Tsuchikage of Awagakure and acquire the bloodline limit dust release. The split body cannot utilize the dust technique. The face of the second Tsuchikage bore a hint of helplessness as he glanced at his two teammates in the distance. Feeling a twinge of frustration, if only they could hold off Lord Amiya, perhaps I would still have a chance to employ this technique. Chapter 68. The Humiliation of Konoha, Revised Version. How dare you criticize me? The second Mizukage, Kagaya H. Getsu, furiously scolded the second Tsuchikage, even going so far as to silence him, exclaiming, "Those who have fallen should remain silent." The second Tsuchikage felt a throbbing headache from his anger. Ultimately, he had voluntarily withdrawn from the battlefield. The moment his tactical plans were perceived by Shiro Amiya, his defeat was sealed. Had this been a genuine battle, he would have met his demise, yet it was only Shiro's mercy that spared him. Now, only two remained. Shiro Amiya reveled in his achievements, directing his gaze towards the second Kazekage, Sabaku, and the second Mizukage, Kagaya H. Getsu, contemplating his next commission. To be candid, we are certainly no match for Lord Amiya. I might as well surrender to avoid ending up like the bandage man. Kagaya H. Getsu immediately raised his hands, unconcerned about his minimal contribution during the skirmish, and decisively chose to capitulate. Shiro Amiya's eyelids flickered. The rapidity with which the second Mizukage surrendered astonished him, leaving him no time to accept the commission to defeat the Mizukage. However, he was still able to act. The second Kazekage, being a straightforward individual, lacked the audacity displayed by the second Mizukage. Shiro swiftly accepted the commission to quell the First Shinobi World War, then turned his full attention to the second Kazekage. Surrendering would be a grave loss of face for the Mizukage. The second Kazekage cast a sidelong glance at the second Mizukage, evidently displeased with his choice to capitulate. "Then you may continue fighting," Kagaya H. Getsu retorted without hesitation. The second Kazekage shook his head, earnestly regarding Shiro Amiya, and respectfully bowed. Before this battle commenced, Sunagakure was willing to accept Lord Amiya's desire for peace. It was evident that, with the absence of the second Tsuchikage, they had no hope of victory. Despite the second Mizukage concealing some trump cards, there was no opportunity to utilize them against Shiro Amiya's formless ninjutsu. As for the second Kazekage, in such artificially created adverse conditions, his sand manipulation techniques were rendered entirely ineffective. He did not believe that he and the Mizukage together could stand against Shiro Amiya. After all, their combat styles were fundamentally incompatible. In this predicament, the likelihood of overcoming Shiro Amiya was exceedingly slim. It would be wiser to preserve their dignity rather than sacrifice the honor of the second Tsuchikage. Is the war coming to an end? Someone finally voiced the question that weighed heavily on everyone's minds. Although the alliance between Cloud Hidden Village and Konoha has yet to yield any definitive answers, both Rock Hidden Village, Mist Hidden Village, and Sand Hidden Village have opted for peace. It would be rather ungracious for Cloud Hidden Village and Konoha to persist in warfare, particularly since they are ostensibly advocates of tranquility. This is merely the cessation of the First War. Uchiha Madara cannot help but pour a few drops of cold water on the jubilant ninjas celebrating their victory, observing the second Tsuchikage and second Mizukage as they engage in a blame game. The next war may not be far off. The mere sight of an ending fills me with a sense of satisfaction. Amiya Shiro sighed, seemingly apprehensive about the future of the ninja world. Nevertheless, the ceremony for genuine peace remains quite solemn. The second Mizukage, second Wind Kage, and second Tsuchikage earnestly declared to all present that their three ninja villages would collectively bring an end to this conflict. SSS grade mission: pacify the First Ninja World War. Defeat the instigators, the second Tsuchikage Mu, second Wind Kage-samon, and second Mizukage Kagaya, compelling them to willingly conclude this war. Mission accomplished. Reward: SSS grade chakra, approximately 1,000 calories. Although the reward seems somewhat meager, it at least allows for the acceptance of upcoming missions. Had the second wind, Kage-samon, delayed his announcement any longer, the mission may have vanished, potentially leaving future tasks unfulfilled. That would have been disastrous. Amiya Shiro cannot reverse time. Regardless, this mission is considered complete. The entire ninja world is on the brink of entering a state of peace, with the only lingering issue being the stance of Cloud Hidden Village and Konoha. It remains to be seen whether they will choose to withdraw their troops. Cloud Hidden Village has long yearned for peace. The future Third Reikage has acquiesced, as he can make any decision on the battlefield, his strength and status affording him the authority to voice such sentiments within Cloud Hidden Village. In contrast, the situation for Konoha is rather grim. Although Sarutobi Sasuke desires to proclaim Konoha's acceptance of peace, and even believes it aligns with the wishes of the second Hokage, he ultimately lacks the authority to decide. All he can do is arrange for the Konoha ninja forces to retreat to the borders of the Land of Fire, thereby preventing any further irritation among other ninja villages. However, Sarutobi Sasuke need not excessively fret. For Senju, Tobirama soon received news from the Land of Grass, far away in Cloud Hidden Village. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, received word, even sharing in the peace messages delivered by Cloud ninjas alongside the second Reikage. Of course, there are also some rather disheartening tidings. For instance, the future Third Reikage wishes to carefully consider the alliance between Cloud Hidden Village and Konoha as the performance of Konoha ninjas during this ceremony, which determined the peace of the ninja world, was somewhat unsatisfactory. Konoha's utilization of the esteemed medical ninja Amiya Shiro was deemed rather unethical. The expression of the second Reikage appeared rather displeased. In the village of Cloud Hidden during this era, such accusations are rather severe. To put it bluntly, if a Cloud Hidden ninja is deemed unethical, they will essentially face total ostracism, with no fellow villagers willing to forge bonds with them. This is the prevailing ethos of Cloud Hidden. The Reikage faction requires a sworn brother to cultivate a formidable technique alongside the Reikage. Without the spirit of brotherhood, one cannot ascend to that esteemed position. The expressions of Sarutobi Hisashi and others were notably awkward. Accustomed to the kindness of Amiya Shiro, they did not perceive any wrongdoing in leveraging such benevolence. Yet they now faced reproach from other villages. Moreover, according to reports from Cloud Hidden ninjas, the gambling event that day was quite spectacular. Other ninja villages declared that they would refrain from utilizing Amiya Shiro's neutral camp for their activities, while only the Leaf Village hesitated to make a similar announcement, leaving its ninjas in a state of disgrace. Despite Amiya Shiro's triumph in the gambling contest, which quelled the conflict and rendered the neutral camp plan unfeasible, the reputation of the Leaf Village transformed from that of a peace envoy under the first Hokage to one now shrouded in infamy. The repercussions of that day were too significant for the second Reikage to suppress. The Cloud Hidden ninjas displayed little warmth toward the Leaf ninjas, whispering amongst themselves so that their murmurs reached the ears of the Leaf ninjas. Under such circumstances, anyone would feel out of place, and even Cloud Hidden wished for their departure. The second Reikage remained loyal to the bonds of camaraderie, although he deemed an alliance unnecessary. Out of respect for the first Reikage's dying wishes and the first Hokage's reputation, coupled with the fact that this matter had been initiated by Cloud Hidden, he proceeded to complete the alliance ceremony. However, the proceedings were far from pleasant. The Cloud Hidden ninjas vehemently opposed the alliance with the Leaf, fearing it would tarnish their village's reputation. Consequently, during this tumultuous period, some unexpected disturbances arose, both unforeseen and anticipated. The two elders of Cloud Hidden, the brothers Kin and Jin, instigated a coup with their forces, utilizing the artifacts bequeathed by the Sage of Six Paths to severely injure the second Reikage. The second Hokage of the Leaf, Senju Tobirama, was also ambushed and gravely wounded by the brothers, forcing him to lead his bodyguards in a hasty retreat. This turn of events seemed almost inevitable, given the precarious nature of the second Reikage's position. As two esteemed elders of Cloud Hidden, the brothers Kin and Jin possessed formidable strength, being descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, capable of wielding his artifacts. Mere physical prowess was insufficient. To harness the Sage's artifacts required immense chakra. Thus, during the Warring States period, Kin and Jin attempted to physically consume the Nine Tails, only to find themselves swallowed by it instead. Yet, remarkably, the brothers did not perish within the belly of the beast. With their formidable physical prowess, they ruthlessly tore at the Nine Tails from within, compelling it to expel them and thereby granting them a portion of its chakra. It is evident that such ruthless characters would not easily submit. While the first Reikage, the founder of the Cloud Village, might have been an exception, the second Reikage, having recently ascended to power, was understandably reluctant to comply, especially given the growing discontent among the villagers regarding his alliance with Senju Tobirama. This presented an opportune moment indeed. It is undeniable that this coup d'etat was remarkably successful. Based on their assessments, the second Reikage was as good as dead. The only minor issue was that Senju Tobirama had managed to escape. If he had fled alone, the brothers, Kin and Jin, would have deemed it an extraordinary nuisance. For Senju Tobirama was renowned for his unparalleled speed. Regrettably, he seemed unwilling to abandon his bodyguards. This revelation allowed Kin and Jin to swiftly recognize Tobirama's vulnerability, prompting them to lead their elite forces in pursuit. Continuing this way was untenable. The young Danzo had not sustained significant injuries. At the onset of the coup, he had evaded the initial wave of attacks and immediately activated his cursed seal mode, even now retaining some energy. In contrast, the others bore wounds. Senju Tobirama's body had been severely injured by a surprise attack from Jin, who had utilized the Nine-Tails chakra, bringing him close to death. He was merely relying on the slow recovery provided by the cursed seal bestowed upon him. The enemy was closing in. Approximately 20 elite warriors were in pursuit. Senju Tobirama's fingers grazed the ground, fully aware of the dire situation at hand. Their small team could not possibly escape unscathed. Along the way, he had summoned others through Edo Tensei, yet their combat capabilities were lackluster and their minds were incomplete. They could only be used to perform a self-destructive technique, which had drawn mockery from the rebel forces of the Cloud Village, further diminishing the morale of the Hokage's guard. As they fought and fled, initially hopeful of evading capture, Senju Tobirama realized that he had no choice but to resort to his trump card. I shall summon Lord Amiya. Time was of the essence, and without further contemplation, he instinctively sought to activate his last resort, to heal their injuries, for Lord Amiya's strength was surely sufficient. However, if Amiya Shiro were to become aware of their predicament, his inherently kind nature would compel him to assist, at the very least, to provide swift aid. The chapter is not yet complete. Click the next page to continue reading. If possible, Amiya Shiro would undoubtedly join the fray. Moreover, Senju Tobirama was certain that Amiya Shiro would lend his support. Given Shiro's combat prowess, he could easily defeat the shadows of 3 villages, thus eliminating the threat posed by Kin and Jin. Do you intend to utilize Lord Amiya in battle? Sarutobi Hizashi hesitantly reminded Senju Tobirama, Lord Tobirama. Lord Amiya has always been averse to conflict, and if the intelligence from the Cloud-Hidden Village holds true, our exploitation of Lord Amiya has already incited discontent within the ninja world that is not mere discontent. It has become an affront to Konoha. Akimichi Torikes expressed his dissatisfaction with palpable anger. Given the straightforward nature of the Akimichi clan, he did not wish to publicly reproach Senju Tobirama, but merely sought to convey his inner turmoil. Senju Tobirama remained silent. I will cover for everyone's retreat. Akimichi Torikes, recalling that his forebears might also be entangled in that humiliation, could not help but speak. We merely need a decoy. I shall serve as that decoy. Other ninja villages will still hold respect for Lord Amiya, yet we, who have consistently benefited from Lord Amiya's generosity, have been incessantly exploiting him. Torikes, do not act impulsively. Senju Tobirama coldly admonished his subordinate. But Akimichi Torikes, brimming with indignation, felt a sense of resignation. Now that Lord Amiya has quelled the war and alleviated our greatest crisis, we must still rely on him. After today's events, if we continue to exploit Lord Amiya, does Lord Tobirama understand how the ninja world will perceive Konoha? They will come to a singular, conclusive realization among all the villages in the ninja world. Only Konoha is deemed unscrupulous. Even our allies have faced internal upheaval due to their alliance with us. Must we persist in this course of action? Senju Tobirama remained silent. The events transpiring in the cloud-hidden village were a profound humiliation for him as the second Hokage. Such a significant ninja nation as the cloud-hidden village, having undergone a coup due to its alliance with Konoha, would, once this news spread, render Konoha's diplomatic standing precarious. In truth, there is no need to contemplate diplomacy any further. The future of Konoha will demand greater sacrifice to restore its reputation. Moreover, subtle transformations may occur within Konoha itself. The village's ninjas might deliberate on his stance as the second Hokage and reflect upon his elder brother, the first Hokage, yet they would undoubtedly whisper behind his back regarding his leadership. At the very least, Senju Tobirama could discern from Akimichi Torike's demeanor the likely attitude of Konoha's ninjas towards him upon their return to the village. For the Akimichi clan is known for their bluntness, openly expressing their thoughts. Likewise, the members of the Akimichi clan possess hearts more benevolent than others. If even Akimichi Torike's perceives issues with the second Hokage, how might the others in Konoha criticize him in secrecy? In truth, Lord Amiya himself would not harbor such sentiments. The young Danzo furrowed his brow and spoke solemnly. Many actions are taken by Lord Amiya voluntarily. Even if some are for the sake of Konoha, then I too can sacrifice myself for the honor of Konoha. AK's countenance was particularly grave and heavy, as he even began to adjust his ninja headband. To live in humiliation is a fate more unbearable than death. I do not wish for our village to be scorned by others in the ninja world, nor do I want Konoha, established by the first Hokage, to become a laughingstock once more. Furthermore, upon our return to the village, what will the villagers say about us? That our cowardice has tarnished Konoha's honor? That we would desecrate the memory of a great man for the mere fear of death? In that moment, I would rather perish. I can only imagine the humiliation my ancestors endured before that fateful gamble. Yet, that shame is a stain we can never erase. The four great ninja villages all chose to respect Lord Amiya, vowing never to exploit his kindness for their own conflicts. While we have enjoyed the greatest friendship and support from Lord Amiya, to think we would seek to exploit him at this moment while the rogue ninjas from the hidden cloud mock us without restraint. AK clenched his fists, standing resolutely, prepared to turn away and walk into the distance. Before departing, he cast a glance back at Senju Tobirama. If possible, please do not let Konoha be shamed any further, Hokage. This is the spirit of the AK clan's ninjas. These portly young ninjas have never been particularly brave. Even after becoming ninjas, they exhibit an extraordinary timidity, more so than other clans, fearing death and even pain. However, when faced with circumstances that awaken their tenacity, they would choose to face death with unwavering resolve, for the sake of Konoha's honor, to prevent any further disgrace upon Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly intervened to stop AK. For the Sarutobi clan had always maintained a good relationship with the AK clan, and he could not bear to watch his friend walk willingly to his demise. Lord Tobirama, Hiruzen addressed his mentor, his expression earnest and sincere. Allow me to take this on. It's merely a matter of drawing the enemy away. My strength surpasses that of AK and everyone present. AK was taken aback, staring at his companion. Is this what you all think? Senju Tobirama slightly raised his head, surveying everyone present. However, Hiruzen's gaze was resolute, AK's stance unwavering. Uchiha Kagami furrowed his brow, while Nara Shikamaru and Mito Gate's eyes darted away. Only the young Danzo appeared somewhat anxious, as if he held his own opinion. Why don't we let Lord Amiya make the choice himself, if he is willing? Hiruzen scowled at Shimura Danzo, seemingly perplexed by his thoughts. This is not about Amiya's willingness at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen became acutely aware of the moral shortcomings of his friend and, placing a firm hand on his shoulder, gently reminded him, "It is precisely because we have always known that Lord Amiya would willingly assist us that we have shamelessly exploited his generosity. This has led us to face reproach from other villages today, and now, not a single village is willing to befriend Konoha. The people within our village have come to understand that our long-standing utilization of Lord Amiya lacks moral integrity, and we can no longer continue down this path. Monkey, you shall take them away." Suddenly, Senju Tobirama lifted his gaze to Sarutobi Hiruzen and solemnly declared, "From this day forth, you shall be the third Hokage of Konoha." Lord Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his mentor in disbelief. "You must support one another as you move forward. What Konoha needs now is unity, not mutual blame." After casting a glance at Shimura Danzo, he turned his attention back to Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Monkey, the future of Konoha rests upon your shoulders. Always remember to unite those around you and embrace the responsibilities of a Hokage." Lord Tobirama, the young Danzo also appeared taken aback. Ignoring their protests, Senju Tobirama continued, "The current predicament of Konoha is indeed a consequence of my failures as Hokage. I would sacrifice anything for the sake of Konoha. This is a form of sacrifice. To achieve Konoha's objectives by any means necessary constitutes a conspiracy. A Hokage must inherently be prepared for sacrifice." Senju Tobirama glanced at the subordinates present, his voice resolute. "In crucial moments, there must always be someone willing to step forward and make sacrifices. It is the Hokage's duty to shoulder this responsibility. I will provide cover for your retreat and will also release Lord Amiya from the Edo Tensei technique, allowing the turmoil of this war to gradually subside. Simply releasing the Edo Tensei is insufficient. It may even require the ultimate price of my own life to bring this to an end. Only with my death, only when the one who has continually exploited